Chapter 881 Inventory. After Li Shiming escaped for some distance in the ocean, he dug a temporary cave on a reef on the seabed. He has extremely rich experience in building caves under the sea. Ling Bao's traceless magic sword cut through the rocks very conveniently and quickly, and a temporary cave was dug out in just a moment. In the cave hall, he took out a few formation flags and arranged a simple formation. After the formation is activated, the seawater in the cave will be automatically discharged, and an isolation shield will be formed at the entrance of the cave to prevent seawater from entering the cave. It's a pity that this formation cannot last long. There is no spiritual vein here. If there were spiritual veins, this cave could become a permanent cave. Li Shiming didn't care about the long-term existence of the cave. All he needed was a safe place to stay. The biggest advantage of the underwater cave is that the seawater can isolate the monks from exploration. In addition, because it is on the bottom of the sea, if a monk really finds this place, he can easily use water escape to leave. After everything was done, he comfortably brewed a cup of spiritual tea for himself and began to examine the harvest. 5 of the 6 peak monks fell into his hands, and only the monk Qiuji escaped. Thinking about it now, he shouldn't have let the great monk Qiuji leave. The departure of the great monk Qiuji meant that his killing of the other 5 great monks would be known to the sects of those great monks. Although the top monks did not provide much useful information during the time when they were fighting against the enemy together in the temple, he also learned from the side that the sects where each of the peak monks belonged were extremely powerful sections. In his understanding, these powerful sects should be similar to superpowers like Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion. So he took the first step to find a place to hide and check whether there was any usable information from the loot. He first took out the soul crystal ring of the great monk of the demonic cultivation Zongjing. He was still very curious about the body of the great monk of the Zongjing, and would start researching it when he had time. The great monk Zongjing was born in the White Bones sect. When he died, the white bones in his body were separated from the physical body. This caused Li Shiming to obtain a strange body without bones and a skeleton. The natal magic weapon of the great monk Zongjing is a 4th grade top grade white bone sword. And the white bone hand also holds a 4th grade top grade white bone sword. And under Li Shiming's inspection, it is also a natal magic weapon. In other words, the great monk Zongjing possesses 2 natal magic weapons. Except that Li Shiming has seen multiple natal magic weapons in his own body. This is the first time he has seen a monk do this. Li Shiming was thinking about how strange this skeletonless corpse would be if it were made from the body of a great monk from the Zongjing. The role of the white bones must also be considered. He always felt that the condition of the white bones was like a magic weapon that had lost its owner. But he would not try to sacrifice the white bones for his own use without understanding. While thinking about it, he checked the spiritual objects in the soul crystal ring. Just scanning it with his spiritual consciousness made him feel sick. Although he had killed many monks, and even killed powerful monks beyond the ranks, he still felt strongly uncomfortable after seeing the methods of the demonic cultivators. Perhaps the great monk Zongjing is a demonic cultivator who studies bones. In his soul crystal ring, there are a large number of bones stored, including many human bones, in addition to the skeletons of monks. These skeletons also include the skeletons of mortals from childhood to old age. These skeletons are kept in special boxes so that the skeleton still retains some vitality. This shows that the owners of all bones were alive when they were collected. Li Shiming took out these bones, and Nanming Lihua was fired to burn all the bones. He has no interest in these bones for research. He might as well return to dust and treat them as dust. Just as a good deed, he found a small flying boat in the soul crystal ring. The flying boat was made entirely of bones. Fortunately, it was built with the bones of powerful spiritual beasts, so he had no urge to destroy it. The quality of this small flying boat is extremely high, reaching the top quality of the 4th grade. This is almost the top flying boat in the great monk stage. Unfortunately, this skeletal flying boat did not suit his aesthetics, and he had no intention of using it. When you return to the Eastern Qi continent, you can find an opportunity to sell it to Zhongzhou Trading Company in exchange for some needed resources. Following Li Shiming, I found a bunch of resources for the great monk stored in jade boxes. Needless to say, this was the harvest of the great monks from the temple this time. Li Shiming was not surprised at all to be able to obtain these great monk resources, in addition to the other party being hostile to him. Another reason why he went all out to kill these peak monks was because of these great monk resources. Most of the great monk resources for this temple trip fell into his hands. With this batch of great monk resources, his own 5 nascent souls, Clone Li Yuanba, and future Yin Sherlan will not be able to use so many Great Monk resources even if they have all cultivated to the peak Great Monk realm. It can be said that this wave of actions is truly a wave of fertilization. The resources obtained by the Great Monks are probably greater than those accumulated by all the superpowers in the world of immortality combined over hundreds of years. Li Shiming was thinking about how many top monk elixirs he could get with so many Great Monk resources. His consciousness wrapped around all the jade boxes that stored the Great Monk's resources, and moved them all into his soul crystal ring. Later, he found the White Bone Sect's inherited skill. White Bone Technique. This White Bone Technique is a technique that leads directly to the avenue of ascension, and it is considered one of the top techniques he has obtained. It's a pity that the practice of White Bone Art is too weird. After being collected and analyzed by the natal magic weapon Z15, he got some understanding of White Bone Art in a short time. White Bone Technique involves refining one's own bones through various means, and refining the bones as magic weapons. In this process, a large number of lives need to be killed, and a large amount of souls must be gathered to supply the bones. In the end, all the bones of the demon cultivator will become the White Bone magic weapon, or it can be called the White Bone clone. Demon cultivators who have practiced the White Bone Technique release the bone clone during battle, and stand behind the bone clone to provide support with long-range spells. The combat power of the bone clones will vary greatly depending on the amount of resources and souls invested in the sacrifice process. The defense of the bone clone of the Great Monk Zongjing even exceeds that of the defensive magic weapon of the peak Great Monk, and its speed and melee attack power have reached extremely terrifying levels. The only weakness of the bone clone is probably its lack of long-range attack capabilities, but its owner has effectively made up for this weakness. Li Shiming rummaged through the soul crystal rings of the great monks of the sect, but found no other useful spiritual objects, which made him a little disappointed. Fortunately, there were still the trophies of 4 peak monks waiting for him to check. This disappointment quickly disappeared, and he picked up a soul crystal ring again. This is the soul crystal ring of Great Monk Lung Hong. He first transferred a lot of Great Monk resources into his soul crystal ring, and then started to check other spiritual objects. In this soul crystal ring, he found some jade slips that looked like diaries. Monk Lung Hong recorded most of his experiences and many thoughts in his diary. Li Shiming knew about the Fengimo sect where the great monk Lung Hong belonged, although the Fengimo sect was a demon sect. In fact, the Fengimo sect majored in the wind system. As for the name of the demon sect, it was the reason why the Fengimo sect acted unscrupulously. Through this diary, he had a preliminary understanding of the world of immortality he was in. He didn't know whether this world was still in the same world as the world of immortality he was in before. But when he observed the sky, he found that the starlight in the sky was still the same. Based on Z15's judgment, the probability that the place he is in is the same world as the previous one is as high as 95%. The remaining 5% is because his knowledge of the cave is only the cave in the immortal world. He doesn't know if there is a larger cave. He even wonders if there is a cave that can be like the real world. Sometimes he wonders whether the world he lives in, including the previous world of immortality, may also be the cave of a certain super powerful monk. Anyway, he learned the name of the place he was in. Unshima C. Z15 start to reorganize the contents of the diary, extract useful information, and give it to Li Shiming for reference later. Li Shiming then discovered another top-grade 4th-grade magic weapon, which was a pair of wings. This pair of wings will be attached to the monk's back after the sacrifice, and will turn into wings when needed to enhance the monk's flying speed. The main reason why he paid attention to this pair of wings was that this kind of wing magic weapon was extremely rare. A pair of wings used a lot of feathers from late 4th grade flying spirit beasts. It was not easy to collect these feathers alone. The only things that the great demon cultivator gained from him that caught his eye were the white bone art and the wing magic weapon, as well as a somewhat useful diary. This was not beyond his expectation. These peak monks were venturing to the temple, and it was impossible for them to carry all their wealth with them. He found it strange that the great monk Zongjing could carry the white bone art with him. Then came the trophies of the 3 great monks at the top of the righteous path. First, he picked up the natal magic mirror of the great monk Shinzei. When he was walking with the great monk Shinzei, he was very curious about this magic mirror. Only when he actually held it in his hands did he realize that this mirror magic weapon was indeed strange. The treasure mirror magic weapon has many functions, and it is a multi-purpose magic weapon. Normally such a magic weapon would be mediocre in all functions, but the treasure mirror magic weapon is an exception. Although Li Shiming did not find the Mirror Moon Sect technique in Master Shinzei's Soul Crystal Ring, he had seen how Master Shinzei used the mirror when he was traveling with Master Shinzei. The treasure mirror can be turned into a defensive magic weapon, turning the owner's spiritual power into a defensive shield. It can be turned into an auxiliary magic weapon, forming an illusion to confuse the enemy. It can be turned into a rebound magic weapon, reflecting some energy spells back to the enemy. The rest of the functions were beyond his knowledge, and could only be discovered after studying the refining methods. Of course, as long as he has some contact with the monks of the Mirror Moon Sect, he can more easily know more uses of this kind of mirror magic weapon. Li Shiming just glanced at Brother Ji Chuang's fire-flying sword and Brother Liao Yi's damaged chessboard, and put them aside, keeping only the chess pieces. The 4th grade top magic weapon, with no special features, can be given away or exchanged for resources after he uses the Heavenly Ghost to clean up the remaining spiritual imprints in the natal magic weapon. There are still some useful things in the soul crystal rings of the 3 righteous monks. Li Shiming found a map of Cloud Island Sea, but for some reason, this map of the Cloud Island Sea said that it was drawn 150 years ago. Users should verify it. This made him unable to understand. Could it be that the terrain of the Cloud Island Sea would change with the time cannot change? With the map, Li Shiming has a direction. There is no need to be like this now. Knowing nothing, Li Shiming thought for a while, took out a mask and put it on his face. Then the aura of Lei Xiao on his body suddenly changed. His aura transformed into the aura of Sword Cultivator, and there was a faint sense of sword intent rising from his body. He also found a top-grade 4th grade flying sword, Blaze Flying Cloud Sword, from his previous trophies, and refined it to become his magic weapon. After a period of time, he will warm up the Blast Flying Cloud Sword, and let the Chaos Sword intent be integrated into the Blast Flying Cloud Sword. In this way, he can pretend to be a real sword cultivator. The reason why he chose the Blaze Flying Cloud Sword is that the Blaze Flying Cloud Sword is extremely beautiful and crystal clear. It is a very rare spar flying sword. On the other hand, his natal flying sword, Traceless Phantom Sword, is too special and cannot be shown in front of other monks. You can't let a sword cultivator not even have a flying sword. The Blaze Feiyun Sword is a good flying sword. Of course, he has better ones. The spiritual treasure he got is the Golden Rainbow Sword. Unfortunately, even if he recognizes his master, it will take a long time of sacrifice to be able to control the Golden Rainbow Sword freely. Quality. So that the quality of Lingbao will not be exposed. It took 20 days to refine the Blaze Flying Cloud Sword, which was necessary. The current Blast Flying Cloud Sword already contains part of the Chaos Sword intent, and can exert a certain degree of combat power. During this period, Li Shiming launched a drone satellite so that he could monitor the situation on the sea. After the drone satellite flew high into the sky, he did not discover the existence of the temple. I don't know if the temple is currently hidden, or if the temple is already in another space. However, during these 20 days, the sea was extremely lively. Many great monks gathered in this sea area, and a large number of monks came over. Just from the drone satellite monitoring range, he discovered the existence of at least 100 great monks, not to mention the other weaker nascent soul monks, which amounted to more than 1,000. From this, it can also be judged that the number of nascent soul monks in Yundao Sea is probably more than that in Zhongzhou continent. He even doubts whether all the super powerful monks in the previous world combined can compare with Yundao Sea, the number of great monks. Chapter 882 Jade Beads. Li Shiming left the bottom of the sea, riding a 4th grade high-level flying boat called Chasing the Wind Dragon Boat, because he showed the aura of Sword Cultivator. When he was walking with the 6 peak monks in the temple, he never showed any strength other than that of Thunder Cultivator. And when he used the Traceless Magic Sword to kill the great monk Leng Hong, the great monk Qiuji felt very little. The great monk Qiuji didn't know that Li Shiming was still a swordsman. Another important support for hiding one's identity is the special nature of the heavenly art. The chaotic spiritual power is transformed into the golden spiritual power of the Sword Cultivator without any loopholes. In the world of cultivating immortals, the aura of any monk is unique. According to the techniques practiced by the monk and his own aura, it merges into the unique and identifiable aura of the monk. Even many monks in the world of immortality can recognize the identities of other monks by their breath without looking at their faces. But Li Shiming is an exception. He used Chaos spiritual power to convert into thunder spiritual power, making him a thunder cultivator. Now that he has transformed the chaos spiritual power into the golden spiritual power of the sword intent climb to the sky technique, and added the chaos sword intent that was intentionally leaked, anyone will regard him as a true swordsman. This allowed him to blend in with the monks who were searching on the sea. Some of these monks were riding airships, and some were using other flying tools. The monks did not live in peace with each other, and encounters would occur from time to time. It was this kind of chaos that gave Li Shiming the opportunity to join the searching monks and become one of the humble great monks. The foam-chasing dragon boat is actually a bit ostentatious, but in Li Shiming's opinion, a 4th grade high-quality flying boat has its limits no matter how ostentatious it is. According to the map, he flew towards the nearest island group in the Cloud Island Sea. The speed of chasing the wind dragon boat is not very fast. Just like other monks, it is flying while searching. Although some monks probed him, they did not make too many moves after discovering that he was a great swordsman monk. Even if it is a sect with 6 peak monks, its disciples will not embarrass a swordsmanship monk for no reason. They learned from the escaped monk Chioji that Li Shiming was a thunder cultivator, and his aura had been made into a wanted order and distributed to many monks. Therefore, a large number of monks will come over, and even many of them are only in the early stage of nascent soul, and they are attracted by the benefits. According to the great monk Chioji, Li Shiming killed 2 demonic monks on the spot, and the death of the other 3 righteous monks was most likely related to Li Shiming, in the hands of the 5 peak monks, not to mention the spiritual objects that originally belonged to them, but only the resources of the monks brought out from the temple. That is an unimaginable wealth. As long as any nascent soul monk obtains these great monk resources, he does not have to worry about all the resources for promotion to the peak great monk, and can also leave unimaginable accumulation for future generations. After learning that several sects had issued wanted orders, some monks who were not qualified to accept the wanted orders also came to the sea area. In addition, there were also a group of monks who were preparing to snatch the resources of the great monks who had left the temple. All of these monks invested in the search for Li Shiming. It's a pity that so many monks didn't realize that Li Shiming was right under their noses and left here calmly. Li Shiming was indeed very leisurely. He was sitting in the chasing the wind dragon boat, sipping spiritual tea and observing the monks passing by. From the breath of these monks, he could judge the quality of the Yundahai monks. Chasing the wind dragon boat encountered fewer and fewer monks. He knew that it was leaving the area where the monks gathered. He increased the spiritual power supply to chasing the wind dragon boat, and the speed of chasing the wind dragon boat surged. A few days later, Z-15 was unable to contact the drone satellite, which made it impossible for him to grasp the situation in the temple area. The area of Cloud Island Sea is too vast, and the drone satellites he carries are not enough to cover the entire Cloud Island Sea. In addition, he will only stay in the Cloud Island Sea for 20 years. Even if there are enough drones and satellites, he will almost leave the Cloud Island Sea once the monitoring system is deployed throughout the Cloud Island Sea. Therefore, he has no intention of establishing a drone satellite system in the Cloud Island Sea. At most, he will fly a drone satellite to act as an eye when needed. Finally, one day, he came to the sea area called Yuju Islands. When he was far away, he was shocked. As he got closer and closer, he also switched from using his spiritual powers to see purely with his eyes. The Yuju Islands on the map are composed of 36 round islands of about the same size. The positions of the 36 round islands form a natural formation. While looking at the map, he was surprised once by the Yuju Islands. 36 round islands actually formed a natural formation. This possibility was really low, and the Yuju Islands had it. And in the Cloud Island Sea, this situation is not unique. It is the same on many islands, and multiple islands form a formation. But when he really saw the Yuju Islands, he was shocked again. Every island in the Yuju Islands is surrounded by clouds and mist. But underneath the clouds and mist, it is actually empty. In other words, the 36 islands in the Yuju Islands are all islands suspended in the air. Making the mountain peaks levitate can be done with a special formation. But the method of levitating mountains can only be used on mountain peaks. The area of these islands can be more than 10 times larger than normal mountain peaks, making it more difficult to levitate the islands. Anyway, In the previous world of immortality, although there were methods to levitate mountain peaks, they were usually only used in the cave sky. There was a large amount of spiritual energy in the cave sky that could be freely mobilized, so that the mountain peaks could be levitated more stably. Welcome fellow Taoists to the Yuzhu Islands. Please come to Constant Island to register your information first. Just as Li Shiming was approaching the Yuzhu Islands, he received a message. He hesitated for a moment, then fell towards Constant Island. Constant Island is easy to identify, and almost any monk in the world of immortality can recognize islands named this way. Constant Island is also the island where the outermost formation is completely open. Many guest houses have been built here, and many monks live here. Li Shiming followed the landmark prompts and came to the registration office. A monk in the early stage of yuaning was responsible for the registration work. Senior, this is your identity card. You are not allowed to use powerful spells, fight, or destroy any buildings in the Yuzhu Islands. The registered monk did not have special respect because Li Shiming was a great monk. He was neither humble nor overbearing. He handed a badge to Li Shiming and explained. Li Shiming's eyes narrowed slightly. From the tone of the registered monk, he could tell that the registered monk had confidence and confidence. If he really wants to cause trouble in the Yuzhu Islands, the Yuzhu Islands have enough power to suppress him. Although he has not shown his true strength, his identity as a great swordsman cultivator is believed to be a powerful deterrent in the world of immortality. I will abide by the rules of the Yuzhu Islands. Li Shiming took the badge and hung it on his chest, saying with a smile. After having the badge on his chest, he felt that the formation of the Jade Pearl Islands accepted him. This kind of acceptance is limited. As long as the Yuzhu Islands are not willing, they can kick the monks out of the island at any time and take back the permission to enter. Before Li Shiming found out the reason why the Yuzhu Islands were so powerful, it was impossible for him to use his formation ability to sneak into the Yuzhu Islands. He did not leave Constant Island immediately. After leaving the registration office, he walked on the streets of Constant Island. There are shops on both sides of the street, selling and purchasing different spiritual items. Li Shiming bought a map of the Yuzhu Islands in a store selling classics. From the map, he knew that the 36 islands in the Yuzhu Islands each have their own characteristics. Almost all the abilities of various arts in the world of immortality exist here. The main reason why Jade Pearl Islands attracts monks to gather here is because of these deputy monks. The deputy monks provide various training resources so that the monks can rely on them to grow. The jade plaque on Li Shiming's chest allows access to all islands except the main island. He chose an island that was closest to the main island and could better explore the situation on the main island. When he flew to the island, he smelled the smell of alchemy. The breath contained the smell of spiritual fire and various elixirs, as well as the smell produced during the alchemy process. There are 9 alchemy rooms on this island, arranged in the form of 9 palaces, and each alchemy room is busy with receptionist monks. The monks who come here are all here to refine alchemy, and there are at least 9 good alchemy masters in the 9 alchemy rooms. Li Shiming walked to an alchemy room. At this distance, he could sense more information. He shook his head slightly, and from here, he smelled the smell of alchemy in the alchemy room. He was sure that although this furnace of elixir was successful, the quality was only rudimentary. He came to another alchemy room, and soon, he came to the conclusion that the level of alchemy here was not as good as the one just now. Of course, he didn't come here to make alchemy. His judgment on the level of the alchemy master here was just the instinct of being an alchemy master. He withdrew his mind and sensed the main island from a distance. He did not sense any powerful aura, not even the aura of the peak monk. Because of this, he became even more careful. He withdrew his perception and did not dare to do anything excessive. If the main island has the aura of a peak monk, he doesn't have to worry too much. Because although the peak monk is very powerful, he doesn't care. Li Shiming had killed 5 peak monks. The peak monks trained by the Jade Pearl Islands could never exceed the strength of those 5 peak monks. But since there is no aura of a peak monk, the confidence of the Jade Pearl Islands is most likely to be beyond the existence of a peak monk. Is it half-step to great power or great power? Li Shiming thought in his mind. But even a half-step powerful one is not something he can fight against. Li Shiming no longer wanted to explore the main island. He entered each island and wanted to judge the overall level of immortality in Cloud Island Sea through the various levels of immortality cultivation on these islands. When he came to Coney Island, he found that this island was the place where talismans were made. In the world of immortality he was in before, Only a very small number of monks were equipped with talismans, especially high-quality talismans. The reason was that the materials for high-quality talismans were rare. But on Coney Island, he found that the number of high-quality talismans here was astonishing. He entered a shop that sold blank talismans. He had considered drawing talismans before, and he had learned to draw talismans when he first entered the world of immortality. However, with the improvement of cultivation level, the materials for talisman are becoming more and more rare, making talisman more like a means of saving life rather than a conventional method for monks. So the number of talisman makers is extremely small, without enough talisman materials, unless they are a very small number of specially trained talisman makers. The rest of the monks who want to become talisman makers will not be able to pass the level of practicing with the materials alone. After discovering that the materials for the talismans here were of high quality, he became interested in the talismans. Senior, the blank talismans of the Great Monk level have just arrived. And there are also the talismans of the Great Monk level with multiple attributes to choose from. The nascent soul monk who received the reception bowed and said, "Good," and introduced. "Show me a blank talisman," Li Shiming said curiously. The material aura of those finished talismans was masked by the drawn spell aura, making it impossible for him to identify the condition of the talisman's materials. The blank talisman was different. Without the interference of the magic aura, he could accurately analyze the material of the talisman. The receiving monk nascent soul took out a blank talisman and placed it in front of Li Shiming, and signaled to the attendant on the side, who soon served him a cup of spiritual tea. Li Shiming had no intention of paying attention to the cup of spiritual tea that he despised. All his thoughts were focused on the blank talisman in front of him. He found that the material of the blank talisman was unknown. Through analysis, he could determine that the material came from some kind of plant in the sea. No one can tell how many resources there are in the ocean. At least in the previous world of cultivation, there was very little development of the ocean. There are a large number of spiritual beasts living in the ocean, and they have formed a tacit understanding with human monks. The marine resources are controlled by the spiritual beasts, and the land is controlled by humans. Obviously, the special way of island existence of Cloud Island Sea has given birth to its unique resources. The quality of the blank talisman refined from the 4th grade high-level plants obtained from the ocean is enough to withstand the spells of the great monks except the peak monks. If Li Shiming used this blank talisman to refine a spell talisman, he would not be able to use the blessing of the Chishao Thunder Bead. If he really wanted to use the Chishao Thunder Bead for the blessing, a blank talisman of this quality would not be able to withstand it. "Are there any higher quality blank talismans?" Li Shiming asked as he put down the blank talisman in his hand. "The price of that kind of blank talisman is very high. It can only be exchanged and cannot be purchased with spiritual stones." The nascent soul cultivator who received them was startled at first, but quickly responded. Chapter 883 Talisman. Li Shiming rented a cave on Dui Island. Dui Island is the highest level island open to rental caves. There are 50 caves on this island, and the distance between each cave is not too far. This kind of cave abode was unimaginable in the world of immortal cultivation before him. You must know that not to mention great monks, even ordinary Yuanying and even Jindan monks can have an independent mountain peak as the location of the cave abode. It can be seen that at least the land on the Yuzhu Islands is extremely precious. Dui Island is dedicated to serving the great monks, and the 50 caves are all standard caves for the great monks. Although the caves are relatively close to each other, through the separation of the large formation, there is no need to worry about the big monks interfering with each other, unless there is a great monk who dares to break through the formation. And even breaking through the formation will take a long time. That kind of movement is enough to alarm the guardians of the Yuzhu Islands and other great monks. The cave was rented with spirit stones. Since he was promoted to the nascent soul stage, the spirit stones had no effect on Li Shiming. But he has a huge amount of spiritual stones in his hands. Every time he kills a monk, there will be a large number of spiritual stones among the trophies, which he keeps in one place. The resources that spirit stones can buy are of no use to him at this level, and the resources of a great monk cannot be purchased with spirit stones. Li Shiming was sitting in the hall of the cave. He took out the formation flag and strengthened the formation of the cave itself. He then took out the blank talismans he had just purchased. Among the blank talismans were 30 blank talismans for ordinary great monks, 5 blank talismans for peak great monks, and a variety of 4th grade talismans. All these blank talismans were obtained by him in exchange for a high-level monk's elixir. When he left the shop, he had a smile on his face, and the monk who received him also had a satisfied smile. For Li Shiming, A lower quality elixir among the high-level elixirs of the great monks that he himself was unwilling to take could be exchanged for so many blank talismans, which was definitely worth it. As for the receiving monk, the value of a high-level monk's elixir was worth twice as much as the blank talisman Li Shiming wanted, and he was willing to trade it. Yundahai is not the world of immortality that Li Shiming was in before. There is no alchemy master with his level of alchemy here, and it does not allow high-level spiritual elixirs to flood to the point where almost all great monks can obtain them. The rarer it is, the more precious it is. In fact, Li Shiming underestimated the value of a high-level monk's elixir, but Li Shiming, who was sitting in the cave hall, didn't care about that benefit. He was looking at the blank talisman at this time. The resources here are so enviable. He couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. These blank talismans may be ordinary things in the eyes of the monks in Yundahai. They are used to the existence of such great monk talismans. But if it were placed in the previous world of immortal cultivation, the talismans drawn by ordinary great monks on blank talismans would be the life-saving talismans of nascent soul monks. The talisman drawn by the peak monk's blank talisman is the life-saving talisman of the ordinary great monk. These life-saving talismans were not available to ordinary monks in the previous world of immortality. Only monks with very important status in each sect were eligible to possess them. Li Shiming purchased these blank talismans to give his friends some life-saving means. He put a blank talisman of a great monk into the machine room space, and then put the selected talisman into the machine room space as well. He used his spiritual consciousness to turn it into a talisman pen, which was filled with talisman ink. His mind felt the arrived in one step rune of the divine foot power, and then after thinking about it, he also paid attention to the Chunai power rune. The natal magic weapon Z15 began to design how to draw the talisman. All the data of the blank talisman was scanned and virtualized by Z15. After a short period of calculation, he had an idea of how to draw the one-stop rune onto the blank talisman. Clear awareness. Although he has not practiced it before, there is relevant knowledge in the Z15, coupled with the 0.5 nanometer precision control of the computer room space. No monk in the world has his accuracy in drawing talismans. Whether it is the strokes of drawing talismans, the fusion of spiritual power and talisman ink, or the rhythm of the drawing process, everything can be done perfectly. Z15 even allows Shinzu Tong's one move and Shinmu Tong to be drawn on a talisman at the same time, so that a single talisman can achieve instant movement of 8,000 miles. Unfortunately, after Z15's calculations, the great monk's blank talisman can only accommodate the magical power of arrives in one move. If you want to add divine eye power, you need to use the peak great monk's blank talisman. Li Shiming consciously controlled the divine sense talisman pen and drew the all-in-one-go rune on the blank talisman of the great monk. This process was not as simple as just drawing the magical rune. Instead, his entire spellcasting process and the space energy that needs to be called are all attached to the blank talisman. Only in this way can activating the talisman trigger a come in one fell swoop. The most important point in drawing talismans, especially high-grade talismans, is the balance of energy. The runes drawn on the blank talisman need to maintain the energy balance throughout the talisman. As long as there is the slightest imbalance, the talisman will be scrapped on the spot when the drawing is completed. Each blank talisman is different, which makes it possible for some accidents to occur during the process of drawing the talisman. Although he is a novice, he draws the talismans in the computer room space. The control with 0.5 nanometer precision means that every stroke of his strokes can be so precise that it is infinitely close to perfection. As for the difference between blank talismans, when Z15 scans the blank talisman, it conducts a complete analysis of the blank talisman. The drawing plan formulated by Z15 is especially targeted at this blank talisman. Li Shiming finished drawing the last stroke of the talisman. The arrived in one fell swoop rune on the talisman emitted a dazzling light, and then a ray of light swept across the surface of the talisman, solidifying the light of the arrived in one fell swoop rune. He took out the arrived in one go talisman from the computer room space. After sensing it, he found that the space movement distance of the arrived in one go talisman was only 500 miles. But for ordinary monks, a spatial movement of 500 miles is enough to save their lives. Then he put a blank talisman of a peak monk into the computer room space and redrawn it in the computer room space. This time, he first drew the rune of spiritual eyes, and then the rune of arrived in one step, which made the lines drawn on the rune extremely complex. and the lines contain spiritual power and a touch of aura. Supernatural energy. Magical energy replaces the power of rules. When performing magical powers, magical energy is equivalent to the power of rules. In addition, adding magical energy can make the effects of magical powers better. This time it took a little longer to draw the talisman, which took him an hour. When he finally solidified the talisman, he would have been unable to balance the energy on the talisman if it weren't for his control with 0.5 nanometer precision. Li Shiming is almost certain that unless there is a monk who has the same computer room space as him, has at least nano-level control, and the terrifying computing power of Z15, there is no need to solidify two magical powers or spells into one talisman. Looking at the talisman in his hand, activating this talisman can gain an instant vision of 8,000 miles. According to any place within the 8,000 miles that is locked with the gaze, you can use arrive in one go to reach it. This is the real life-saving talisman. Even a great monk at the peak can play a life-saving role. The space can move 8,000 miles in an instant. As long as the enemies of the peak monk are not powerful, they can escape and ascend to heaven. Li Shiming knew through personal experience that he could not escape the powerful pursuit by moving 8,000 miles in an instant. When he tried to draw Thunder Technique into the blank talisman of the great monk, he found that the blank talisman could not carry such offensive spells. According to Z15's analysis, at least a peak monk's blank talisman was required to be able to incorporate Thunder Drop Technique. This powerful attack spell is solidified into the talisman. This is still the Lightning Technique that has not been blessed by the Chishao Thunder Bead. If he really needs to solidify the Lightning Technique blessed by the Chishao Thunder Bead, then he may need to use a higher quality blank talisman. At least this time, purchasing blank talismans is unaffordable. No wonder those life-saving talismans are either defensive spells, escape spells, etc. There are very few attack talismans, probably for this reason. Of course, he has not come into contact with the blank jade talisman used by the powerful, so he cannot judge the endurance of that blank jade talisman. Li Shiming stayed in the cave for 5 days. This time would not be all used in the study of talismans. Drawing talismans could be done with only one brain. In addition to the computer room space, he also read some books purchased from the Yuzhu Islands. Miscellaneous books. Most of these miscellaneous books are monks' travel notes and the like, which can give him a better understanding of Yunda High. There was a loud boom, and Li Shiming felt that the cave was shaking. He was suddenly startled, thinking that his enemies were coming to his door. He quickly scanned the cave with his spiritual consciousness, put away his spiritual objects, and ducked out of the cave. After leaving the cave, he understood that this person was not here to find him. Outside the 50 monks' caves on Dui Island, more than 20 monks, likely Shiming, hurriedly came out of the caves to observe what happened. Fellow Taoists, Yuzhu Island has been attacked by sea beasts. Yuzhu Island hires every monk who is willing to participate in the defense of Yuzhu Island, and will give corresponding rewards afterwards. A voice came from the void, and at the same time a will was exchanged. Island swept. Li Shiming felt this will, and he was almost 100% sure that this was a half-step master. Compared with the half-step powerful Yang Xing, who was killed by him, the aura of this half-step powerful was much stronger. But there was still a big gap between him and the real powerful. There is a reason why this half-step master pays special attention to Dui Island, compared with the monks on other islands. The monks on Dui Island are the strongest. More than 20 great monks are a powerful fighting force anywhere. They are hired to guard the Yuzhu Islands. As long as the sea monsters are not particularly powerful, normal-scale sea monster attacks are not a problem at all. Senior Yuan's orders? We will do our best. A great monk stood up and said with fists in his hands. Then other great monks expressed their attitude and were willing to contribute to the protection of the Yuzhu Islands. Li Shiming did not want to attract the attention of the half-step master, so he expressed his intention to participate in the protection like other great monks. Anyway, if there is really danger, he will leave immediately. This is not a place that belongs to him. Why should he fight for this place after renting a cave? Of course, Li Shiming also noticed one thing. Although the strength of the more than 20 great monks was very powerful, it was still not enough compared to the half-step almighty. And this half-step master would rather hire more than 20 great monks to take action at a cost, rather than take action himself. This means that the cost of the half-step great master's action exceeds the cost of hiring more than 20 great monks to take action. As for the remaining low-level monks, even if they are hired, the cost is far less than that of hiring high-level monks. Not to mention the cost. Very good. These are formation control cards. Each of you great monks holds one and enters the designated position, protected by the formation. All you need to do is launch an attack with all your strength. A half-step powerful voice surnamed Yuan came again. Then the monks from Yuzhu Island sent formation control cards to big monks like Li Shiming. The formation control cards Li Shiming received had a standard number on them, which was the number of the formation node. It doesn't take a great monk to understand the formation, or understand the meaning of the number. When you use your spiritual consciousness to connect the formation control card, you will receive the location of the formation node you need to go to. Li Shiming's formation node was on Zhini Island to the east. Like a normal swordsman, he used sword escape and flew to Zhini Island. With the formation control card, he obtained some temporary permissions for the formation, and could see the formation nodes that needed to be guarded without any operation. After the formation node on Zhini Island appeared, there were round and complex patterns on the ground, and the patterns exuded dazzling brilliance. Li Shiming just glanced at it, and couldn't help but despise the stinginess of Yuzhu Islands in his heart. These dazzling brilliance are the secrets that cover up the formation nodes. He stood in the light, and immediately felt a connection with the formation. The formation not only provided him with defense, but also became his source of spiritual energy. If he casts a spell, he can extract spiritual power from the formation for his own use. The Great Formation on the Yuzhu Islands can convert spiritual power into spiritual power of various attributes, so that all great monks can borrow the spiritual energy in the Great Formation. It's just that he doesn't know if this formation can be converted into thunder spiritual power if he uses it. He just thought that if Lei Xiu's identity was exposed, many sects would immediately pay attention to him. In the world of cultivating immortals, the number of Lei Xiu has always been small, let alone the great Lei Xiu monks, which is even rarer. And the Yuzhu Islands are the closest to the sea area of the temple. If Lei Xiu's identity is exposed here, he will definitely be in trouble. Li Shiming got in touch with the formation, and he began to mobilize Z-15 to study the formation. Chapter 884 Beast Attack. The formations on the Yuzhu Islands are somewhat different from the formation knowledge that Li Shiming had learned before. Normally, he could only observe part of the formations through his divine vision, although the details of the formation are enough for him to break the formation. If he wants to gain knowledge about the formation, there is no better place to get all the information about the formation. The formation of the Yuzhu Islands had contact with him. This connection had some restrictions, but this was equivalent to giving Z-15 a key. Through the contact, Z-15 continued to record the situation of the formation into his database. Li Shiming let the Glaze Flying Cloud Sword fly above his head, and his body was sent 100 meters away by the brilliance of the formation nodes. 100 meters away he saw the other 35 great monks, who were also in glory, except for the great monk who rented here with him. The rest of these great monks should be the local great monks of Yuzhu Islands. There are 36 great monks, one on each island, which also reassures the other monks in the Yuzhu Islands. Some stronger monks also accepted employment from Yuzhu Islands and injected their own spiritual power into the formation. Li Shiming used his spiritual eyes to look into the distance, where a wave of more than 100 meters was coming towards him. In the sea tide, there are dark spiritual beasts. This is a kind of ocean spiritual beast that he has never seen before. Although it is a bit far away, he can still see that the strength of these spiritual beasts is not strong, and it is almost third level strength, but the number of spiritual beasts is extremely large. Anyway, the tides and sea surface he saw through his divine vision were all densely packed with such spiritual beasts. Since it was inferior to spiritual beasts, he couldn't help but secretly remind himself to be careful, just looking at the fact that these spiritual beasts are only at the third level. The Yuzhu Islands need to hire a large number of great monks to protect them, which explains the problem. Perhaps because he is a great sword cultivator, and his realm is at the forefront among all the great monks here. His position is facing the tide. While he was observing and thinking about how to deal with it, he suddenly discovered that the formation of Yuzhu Islands was changing. He observed the positions of all the islands in disbelief, and Z-15 even recorded the movement of the islands. It's not that he has many monsters. The mountain peaks can be suspended in the air. This is done with the help of special formations and the use of spiritual veins as energy sources, allowing the formations to hold up the mountains. But even so, when the mountain needs to be moved, monks are required to push the mountain before it can move. The island here is more than 10 times larger than the mountain peak, but without the help of monks, it can make accurate movements by itself, surpassing the previous world of immortality in this regard. Li Shiming didn't need to think too much. He knew that the formation recorded by Z15 this time would add a lot of formation knowledge to him that he didn't have before. The formation of the Yuju Islands has been moved and transformed, forming a stronger defense against the sea beasts. The previous Yuju Islands had all-round defense. Although it was comprehensive, it also sacrificed part of the defense effect. Now all the defenses are strengthened on one side, which will be more effective in defending against attacks by sea monsters. I am Wu Ding from Yuju Island. All great monks, please note that when dealing with the Xianyu Wujin beast, do not use the magic weapon itself to attack. When the Xianyu Wujin beast itself is fatally attacked, it will explode and form a poisonous mist that corrodes the magic weapon. A great monk from the Yuju Islands reminded him. Li Shiming felt relieved. It was just as he thought. This third-grade Xianyu Wujin beast was not simple. It's really weird to think about a third-grade spiritual beast that can contaminate a great monk's magic weapon. This fellow swordsman Li Shizhen, please do more. Yuju Island will not forget your friend's help. The great monk Wu Ding said with a slight salute to Li Shiming. The great monks were not surprised by the behavior of the great monk Wu Ding. Li Shiming, a great monk of swordsmanship, had a higher absolute combat power at the same level. And Li Shiming's level was also ranked first among this group of great monks. In other words, Li Shiming should be the strongest among these great monks. So the great monk Wu Ding would specifically speak to Li Shiming. I'm planning to stay on the island for a while. I don't want to be disturbed by sea beasts, Li Shiming said calmly. The name he registered in the Yuju Island was Li Shizhen. There was nothing he could do about it. The name Li Shiming was probably the target of everyone shouting and beating. He always wore a mask. And no monk would care about this. There are many monks like this. And there are many monks who don't want to show their appearance. Thank you. Great monk Wu Ding thanked him. The great monk Wu Ding felt a lot more at ease at this time. He was not worried about the great monks who were born in the local area. It was hard to say how much the hired monks would contribute, since the magic weapon itself cannot be used to attack. This limits the combat power of the great monks. Although the sword cultivator's combat power also drops a lot when he does not use his natal flying sword. The power of the sword cultivator's sword intention should not be underestimated even if it lacks the blessing of his natal flying sword. With a sword cultivator like Li Shiming blocking the front, the losses to the Yuju Islands can be reduced. The tide is getting closer and closer, and all the great monks are focusing on the group of Xianyu Wujin beasts. As indigenous people, they know more about the Xianyu Wujin beast than Li Shiming. It is precisely because they are familiar with the ability of the Xianyu Wujin beast that they become more dignified. The tide is approaching the attack range of the great monks, and further forward is the energy shield of the large formation. At that time, it is a war of attrition. Therefore, when approaching the attack range, the great monks should try their best to kill the Xianyu Wujin beast and reduce the number of Xianyu Wujin beast group. The sword light is divided, and thousands of swords are fired together. Li Shiming groaned softly. The blaze flying cloud sword above his head emitted a dazzling light. But these lights strangely turned into entities, forming an energy-based sword. The light-flying sword. Of course, this is just called 10,000 swords. And there are really only 300 sword lights. It is true that the blaze-flying cloud sword was refined by him for too short a time. The differentiated sword light is related to the degree of refining of the flying sword. Being able to differentiate 300 sword lights is because the sword light differentiation secret method of sword intention Chongshao technique is powerful enough. There were 300 sword lights, and the first sword light was blessed with chaos sword intent. With a wave of his hand, 300 sword lights flew towards the group of Xianyu Wujin beasts. The 300 sword lights did not fight separately, but constantly shuttled back and forth to form a large network of sword lights. The sword light net hit the tide, creating a huge hole in the tide. Not only the Xianyu Wujin beast within the hole, but also the sea water was wiped out by the terrifying sword light. In the area swept by the sword light net, a gray mist rose, which was the corrosive mist formed after the death of the killed Xianyu Wujin beast. Li Shiming's sword light net seemed not to be affected by the corrosive fog. After clearing a piece of Xianyu Wujin beast, it turned and swept horizontally in the tide. Suddenly, a large number of Xianyu Wujin beasts were killed, and more gray corrosive fog formed. He didn't expect the result to be as powerful as he thought. Killing a third-level spirit beast with his strength was like a cannon hitting a mosquito. But he soon discovered that something was wrong. The attacks of other great monks also divided part of the power of the magic weapon. The first blow that divided the power of the magic weapon caused a considerable effect. And the attack energy of the second blow that divided the power of the magic weapon would be much weakened. There are few great monks who can divide the power of the magic weapon and persist until the third attack. The power of the second attack is much smaller. Look at Li Shiming's 300 sword lights, traveling through the group of Qianyu Wujin beasts, causing far more damage than any other great monk, or even more than the total damage caused by all the current great monks. This time, the other great monks looked at him completely differently. Li Shiming realized this immediately, and he also understood why this phenomenon occurred. It's not that his sword light is so strong that it can resist the corrosive fog, but the Chaos Sword Intention, blessed on the sword light, has the effect of destroying corrosion, which allows the sword light to exist in the corrosive fog for a long time. Except for the corrosive mist. The Qianyu Wujin beast is an ordinary third-level spiritual beast. Even the sword light can kill continuously, and the consumption of the sword light is very small. The performance is a bit too much. Li Shiming restrained himself a little, and he consciously made the sword light disappear. He extracted some spiritual energy from the formation, and differentiated 300 sword lights from the Blaze Flying Cloud Sword. This time he paid attention. 300 sword lights shuttled back and forth among the group of Qianyu Wujin beasts 5 times, and then the 300 sword lights disappeared. It feels to the great monk that Li Shiming's sword light can only last longer in the corrosive fog, rather than that the sword light is not affected by the corrosive fog. Li Shiming's reduced attack power means that few of the great monks present are good at ranged spells. Even if they are good at ranged spells, with the impact speed of the Qianyu Wujin beast, the great monks cannot cast several rounds of ranged spells. Therefore, the group of Qianyu Wujin beasts still pounced on the large formation shield after a moment. When the Qianyu Wujin beast pounced on the shield of the formation, the side of the formation facing the group of Qianyu Wujin beast instantly became dim, and after a short time, this side of the formation turned completely black. Li Shiming could see through his clairvoyance that the Qianyu Wujin beast was biting the shield of the formation. The mouthparts of Qianyu Wujin beast were very good, and the shield of the shield was constantly shaking. This was the attack of Qianyu Wujin beast, caused the rapid loss of the energy of the large array shield. In particular, he discovered a relatively small number of 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beasts among the Qianyu Wujin beasts. These 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beasts are more ferocious. The 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beast can resist the attack of the great monk for a long time. Li Shiming also discovered that the corrosive mist produced after the death of the 3rd grade Qianyu Wujin beast is the nourishment for the 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beast. He saw an injured 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beast, and the injury healed quickly in the corrosive mist. Although the number of the 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beast is small, this small number is compared with the 3rd grade Qianyu Wujin beast. Take Z15 for the 3rd grade Qianyu Wujin beast, and the 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beast. Distribution analysis shows that 10,000 3rd grade Qianyu Wujin beast corresponds to 1 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beast. The reason why all the previous Qianyu Wujin beasts groups saw were 3rd grade Qianyu Wujin beasts was because the Qianyu Wujin beast group was taking the lead with the 3rd grade Qianyu Wujin beast. After passing through the monk's attack range, the 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beast participated in the attack on the formation shield. The great monks were all attacking, and from time to time, they would clear some gaps in the dark formation shield, but they would soon be filled by the Qianyu Wujin beast. On the other hand, Li Shiming's attacks could create a long gap in the formation shield every time. Although the great monks have tried their best to attack, the effect is still unsatisfactory. If it continues like this, it will not take long for the formation shield to be broken. At this time, Li Shiming felt that the energy of Zhini Island under him gathered rapidly and quickly formed a rune. The same was true for the other 35 islands. The 36 runes were combined into a complex rune. This symbol turned into a ball of flame and flew towards the group of Qianyu Wujin beasts. During the flight, the flames transformed into a wall of fire. This wall of fire was 100 meters high and 1,000 meters wide, threatening a massive amount of fire spiritual power. The flames collided with the tide, and the impact of water and fire created an explosion-like effect. The Qianyu Wujin beast, within a kilometer range, was cleared away. Li Shiming was horrified. If such attacks continued, there would be no point in hiring monks like them to take action. But it was obvious that such an attack would put a lot of pressure on the formation. After cleaning up a group of Qianyu Wujin beasts, the formation did not find such attacks again. Li Shiming and the other great monks attacked with all their strength. Due to the attack from the formation just now, the number of Qianyu Wujin beasts approaching the formation shield was greatly reduced, which allowed the formation shield to regain energy replenishment and stability for a while. Come down. While he was attacking, he also took a look at the situation on the island. Many of the monks who provided spiritual power for the formation had taken spiritual pills with pale faces due to the excessive consumption of the previous attack. Many local monks distributed elixirs in order to help these monks recover as soon as possible. He looked at the main island again, where the great monk Wuding was. However, except for the great monk Wuding, he did not sense the aura of half-step almighty power. Although he was distracted, the attack never stopped. Any monk who saw his fighting process would not criticize him in the slightest. He did what a great sword cultivator could do to the greatest extent. His combat power even exceeded the initial judgment of the great monk Wuding, showing the combat power of a super powerful sword cultivator. Damn it! How could there be a late-stage 4th level Qianyu Wujin beast? Li Shiming suddenly felt that the formation shield was broken in one place. And then a Qianyu Wujin beast rushed into the formation shield. The aura of the late-stage 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beast was sensed from where it was broken. End of chapter 885. The late 4th grade Qianyu Black Gold beast broke through the shield of the formation and entered the interior of the formation with a group of Qianyu Black Gold beast. Li Shiming was the closest monk. He suppressed the idea of attacking with all his strength. He didn't know whether his Blaze Flying Cloud sword could withstand the late 4th level Qianyu Wujin beast against Blaze Flying Cloud when attacking physically. The erosion of the sword. He didn't believe that the Yuzhu Islands had no backup plan. Anyway, if he couldn't hold on, he would use arrive in one fell swoop to leave. As for the remuneration of employment, who would work hard for that remuneration? He still split hundreds of sword lights from the Blaze Feiyun sword and slashed at the Qianyu Wujin beast that poured in from the gap in the formation. He got out of the way of the late 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beast. Although the late 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beast entered the inside of the formation, there is another defensive shield on each island, which is the second line of defense. Li Shiming thought that when the second line of defense was broken, when he retreated, even the Yuzhu Islands would be unable to accuse him, just as he was killing a large number of Qianyu Wujin beasts. A terrifying aura emitted from the main island. Then a ray of light shot from the main island towards the late 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beast. The late 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beast sensed the attack of this light, but its body seemed to be frozen and could not move at all. I could only watch the light coming over me. The light passed through the late 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beast, a powerful spiritual beast equivalent to a human monk. The life breath was extinguished after the light passed by. The light did not stop and turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the distance. Li Shiming used his clairvoyance to observe that this beam of light was as thick as a wrist, and it shot thousands of meters away before dissipating. As the light traveled thousands of meters, everything in front of it was eliminated, whether it is the Qianyu Wujin beast or seawater. As long as it comes into contact with the light, everything will disappear. From the direction of the main island, the great Wuding monk used means to collect the corpse of the late 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beast. Li Shiming couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He originally wanted to study the corpse of the late 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beast. This is the territory of the Yuzhu Islands, and the attack just now was a half-step powerful attack. Li Shiming does not want to have a grudge with the Yuzhu Islands because of a spiritual beast corpse. The fall of the Qianyu Wujin beast in the late 4th stage made the group of Qianyu Wujin beast no longer move forward so fearlessly. A large number of Qianyu Wujin beasts stopped moving forward. Some turned around, and some dispersed to the left and right. Li Shiming breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this time the beast tide was finally over. He has recalled the half-step powerful attack. There are many rules in that attack. The power of the attack far exceeds that of the peak monk. Even his most powerful blessing, Godly Night Thunder Bead, can the thunder spell emitted by Lingbao's Heavenly Strike Thunder Hammer, was not even 1/10 as powerful as the previous strike. The natal magic weapon Z15 recorded the half-step powerful attack. A large amount of data flashed in front of Li Shiming's eyes, all of which were the data of the half-step powerful light. Prepare. It's not over yet, came the voice of the great monk Wu Ting. Li Shiming suddenly came back to his senses. He looked into the distance. The group of Xianyu Wujin beasts that escaped seemed to have received some order, regrouped, and rushed here again. He glanced at the gap that had been broken in the formation. Although the formation master had repaired it, the time was too short, and the shield at that location was much thinner than other places. He thought about the next gap. It will still be broken quickly. The most terrifying thing about the Xianyu Wujin beast is the corrosive fog. Without the corrosive fog, these third-grade Xianyu Wujin beast can be easily killed by any nascent soul cultivator. But the corrosive fog makes the monk's magic weapons dare not attack with their own bodies. Even if they use energy to attack, the energy cannot last long in the corrosive fog. It is precisely because of this that the monk's range attack cannot achieve the desired effect. He can only attack continuously to kill the Xianyu Wujin beast. But the number of Xianyu Wujin beasts is too huge, which is why the formation of Yuzhu Islands was broken just now. Of course, Li Shiming could also see that among the 36 great monks here, except for the great monks from Yuzhu Islands itself, the other great monks did not show much skill. Even Li Shiming himself is the same. If he attacks with all his strength, he alone can withstand the impact of the Xianyu Wujin beast. In an area, Li Shiming differentiated another 300 sword lights, and he blocked the 300 sword lights outside the formation shield, especially the previous gap. Hundreds of meters of waves crashed in like a wall. This time, the waves looked black. That was because there were too many Xianyu Wujin beasts in the waves, so many that they could change the color of the waves. The great monks still used various long-range energy attacks to continuously attack the Xianyu Wujin beast in the waves. Every attack will create a large corrosive fog. But compared to the waves, these attacks cannot slow down the waves. Just when the waves were about to hit the formation shield, something unexpected happened. The Xianyu Wujin beasts in the waves all self-destructed. Although the self-destruction power of the third-grade Xianyu Wujin beast was limited, the countless third-grade Xianyu Wujin beasts self-destructed together, and the combined power was still very powerful. The power of self-destruction is on the one hand, and on the other hand, the corrosive mist produced after the Xianyu Wujin beast self-destructs is the most terrifying. Gray corrosive fog covered the front of the formation, and the corrosive fog was stained on the formation shield. Although the weakest gap was guarded by Li Shiming's sword light, the corrosive fog that invaded was limited. But the formation shield's other places were covered in corrosive fog. Li Shiming has a connection with the formation, and through Z15, he can know more information about the formation. He felt that the energy of the formation was declining rapidly, and he knew that this was the result of the formation shield being eroded by the corrosive mist. Think about it. The corrosive fog can corrode the magic weapon of the great monk. Perhaps the large array shield can resist a small amount of corrosive fog, but when the amount of corrosive fog increases, the large array shield will be equally difficult to resist. Change the formation! Great monk Wu Ding roared in a deep voice. It could be heard from the almost broken voice that he was definitely not in a good mood at this time. The 36 islands began to move again, but this time it was different from before. Some of the 36 islands rose and some fell. Before the formation shield was eroded and destroyed, they turned into a 3-row structure, wall made of islands. In this way, all 36 islands are facing the group of Xianyu Wujin beasts. Li Shiming doesn't understand why the Yuzhu Islands are like this. Doesn't this make the Yuzhu Islands lose a little depth? Once attacked by a group of Xianyu Wujin beasts, all islands will be attacked at the same time. Just when he was puzzled, the monks on the 36 islands pushed the wooden barrels towards the group of Xianyu Wujin beasts. At this time, the formation shield could no longer hold on, and the entire formation shield turned into a point of light and disappeared. The place Li Shiming used the sword light to protect also disappeared due to the disappearance of the entire formation shield. The corrosive fog has not disappeared. I don't know what method the Xianyu Wujin beast used, but the corrosive fog is rushing towards this side. Hundreds of wooden barrels are getting closer and closer to the corrosive fog. The wooden barrels seem to be painted with simple floating runes, which makes the wooden barrels form a wall, colliding with the corrosive fog that is also a wall. The wooden barrel was unable to withstand the erosion of the corrosive fog. The wooden barrel was corroded, and the liquid inside splashed out. What a big deal! Li Shiming couldn't help but be secretly surprised when he saw the liquid. If he sensed it correctly, those liquids were all extremely poisonous. And they were still highly toxic at the 4th level. He didn't know what it was like here in Yundahai, but in the world of immortality before. The value of 4th grade poisons was not low. He had never heard of it being packed in barrels. They were all made of jade that could better preserve the properties of the poison. Bottle to preserve. At this time, hundreds of barrels of 4th grade poison were poured out. And Li Shiming felt sorry for the Yuzhu Islands. The corrosive mist met this 4th grade poison, and the two poisons produced a strange fusion effect. Then the corrosive mist turned into a liquid and fell from the air into the sea. Some of the Qianyu Wujin beasts in the corrosive fog were also eroded by the 4th level poison, and a large number of Qianyu Wujin beasts that were close to the poison died. Please all the great monks inject spiritual power into the formation nodes, and then I will control the attack. Great Monk Wuding continued. Due to the strength shown by the half-step master before, even if some great monks were unwilling, it would be difficult for them to raise their opinions at this time. Li Shiming followed the instructions of the great monk Wu Ding and injected his spiritual power into the formation nodes. He was happy at the moment, because the changes in the Yuzhu Islands formation would allow Z15 to discover more secrets of this formation. The spiritual power of the 36 great monks entered the node, and from the 36 islands, energy appeared connected to each other. These connected energies were refined again and turned into a smaller network. 36 islands flew towards the group of Qianyu Wujin beasts, and right in front of them was a large net composed of energy. Li Shiming was a little surprised. This was not just the formation, but also methods that he didn't know about. He looked in the direction of the main island, which was the center of everything. From the faint aura revealed, he recognized the aura of half-step power. It seems that the half-step power has taken action again. But this time the half-step power did not take action directly, but controlled the formation energy of the 36 great monks and the 36 islands of the Yuzhu archipelago, turning it into this using a strange network method. The Qianyu Wujin beast was counterattacked. The group of Qianyu Wujin beasts did not flinch because of the 4th grade poison, at the expense of consuming a large amount of Qianyu Wujin beast. The 4th grade poison did not last long. The group of Qianyu Wujin beasts rushed towards the oncoming energy network, regardless of whether they were 3rd grade or 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beasts. As long as they came into contact with the energy network, they would be cut into pieces by the energy network. The dead Qianyu Wujin beast turned into corrosive mist, but the corrosive mist could not destroy the energy network. This was not without cost. Li Shiming felt that his spiritual power was being consumed rapidly. This consumption rate was comparable to that of his continuous casting of ranged spells. If he continued to consume it like this, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The group of Qianyu Wujin beasts and the energy network continued to impact each other, and this lasted for a stick of incense. Li Shiming felt that half of the spiritual power of a nascent soul had been consumed in his body. For most monks, this was already at the spiritual warning line. Finally, the Qianyu Wujin beast group may have found that there is nothing they can do, or the total number of Qianyu Wujin beast deaths has reached a number that is unacceptable to this group. In short, the Qianyu Wujin beast group has really retreated this time. The Qianyu Wujin beasts all fell towards the sea and retreated from the sea. Soon there was no more Qianyu Wujin beast in the sea in front of the Yuzhu Islands. There were only pieces of corrosive mist that were still floating, marking the battles that had happened here. Just a few breaths after the Qianyu Wujin beast retreated, the energy network also disappeared, ending the consumption of Li Shiming's spiritual power. Cheers rose from the mouths of the monks. Li Shiming didn't know the result of being captured by the beast tide, so he didn't feel much. But other monks, including the great monks, all knew that it was not easy to defend against the attack of the beast tide. The Yuzhu Islands can occupy the resources of this large area of the sea, and it is not for nothing. It is precisely because of the existence of the Yuzhu Islands that it can withstand the tide of beasts coming from the direction of the deep sea. Of course, the Yuzhu Islands are only the first line of defense. If the Yuzhu Islands are really captured, there will be 2nd and 3rd islands to block the beast tide. According to the information obtained by Li Shiming, all the outer islands like this are inhabited by monks. As for mortals, they can only live in the area closest to the center of the Cloud Island Sea, where mortals who have no ability to protect themselves can survive. The 36 islands of the Yuzhu archipelago began to return to their original places. And they, the great monks, still needed to provide some more spiritual power. Li Shiming judged that the Yuzhu Islands consumed a lot of energy this time, and asked the monks to provide spiritual power in order to reduce the consumption of stored energy. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the 36 islands to return to their original positions, and the great monks no longer needed to provide spiritual power. He could tell from the face of the great monk Witting that he didn't have much joy, and he was not as excited as the other monks from the Yuzhu Islands. Li Shiming didn't care about this. He returned to Dui Island. "Fellow Daoisli, I have some good wine. Let's get together when we have time." "Friend Daoisli, thank you." The great monks who lived together on Dui Island greeted Li Shiming one by one and wanted to make friends with him. This is not surprising. Who doesn't want to make friends with a powerful swordsman like Li Shiming? With such a friend, he will be able to get strong help if anything happens in the future. Li Shiming was very proficient in this kind of thing. He nodded one by one and ignored all the invitations. Chapter 886, Making Talisman. The rewards from the Yuzhu Islands were delivered very quickly. Li Shiming didn't know what the rewards were for the other great monks. What he got was a set of 4th grade top-level weapon refining materials, all of which were metallic, and 300 years of free residence on the island. Right. If all the great monks were rewarded like him, then the strength of the Yuzhu Islands would have to be re-estimated. In the past, in the world of immortality, even superpowers did not have many top-grade 4th grade weapon refining materials. Only true core cultivators could possess magic weapons made from top-grade 4th grade materials. Because the beast wave came so quickly, there was no clear agreement on the employment remuneration beforehand. However, the world of cultivating immortals has corresponding rules for hiring great monks, and Yuzhu Islands will not violate them. If they really violate them, their reputation will be ruined in the future. Li Shiming was not familiar with the rules here, but he was very satisfied with the reward. He also asked for several corpses of Xianyu Wujin beast from Yuzhu Islands, and Yuzhu Islands sent 5 corpses of Xianyu Wujin beast in the early stage of the 4th grade. This shows that the Yuzhu Islands are quite generous. Don't underestimate the corpses of the 5 early stage 4th grade Xianyu Wujin beasts. Most of the Xianyu Wujin beasts cannot keep their corpses after death, and the corpses will be transformed into corrosive mist immediately after death. Only a small number of Xianyu Wujin beasts will die and their souls will be wiped out the moment they are attacked, leaving corpses behind. Most of the corpses of these Xianyu Wujin beasts were left behind by the half-step powerful light attack. Wherever the light passed, the 3rd grade Xianyu Wujin beast was completely obliterated, while the 4th grade Xianyu Wujin beast was completely wiped out. The Yowu Golden Beast had its soul wiped out. Of course, in the process of killing a large number of Xianyu Wujin beasts, there were also many Xianyu Wujin beasts who left corpses behind, but they were not transformed into corrosive mist. Li Shiming used his spiritual consciousness to scan the body of the Xianyu Wujin beast, and found that there was a special rune in its body. This rune was spread all over the body of the Xianyu Wujin beast. Discovery is discovery, but it is difficult to examine this rune in detail. This rune is in an illusory state, disappearing when it appears and disappears. And due to the death of Xianyu Wujin beast, the energy in the rune is also rapidly dissipating. Perhaps after some time, this rune will no longer be found in the corpse of the Xianyu Wujin beast. Li Shiming thought for a while, then put the body of a 4th grade Xianyu Wujin beast into the computer room space, and used the control power with 0.5 nanometer precision to inspect the body of the Xianyu Wujin beast. Z15 constructed a virtual screen on which a strange rune was being outlined bit by bit. He had no idea how amazing what he was doing at this time was. He is extracting the talent runes of the Xianyu Wujin beast. The application of the talent runes of spiritual beasts in the world of immortality is mostly to use the spirit beasts as materials and make them into some kind of spiritual objects in order to exert the effects of the talent runes. Come out. It is extremely difficult to extract the innate runes from a spiritual beast's innate ability. Li Shiming spent several days to finally scan out all the runes and build a virtual complete rune in Z15. He took another blank talisman of the Great Monk, drew the talisman, and activated it by injecting Chaos Spiritual Power into it, solidifying it into a talisman during the activation process. Holding the talisman in his hand, looking at the strange gray talisman reminded him of the corrosive fog. He had a feeling that if this talisman was activated, What would appear would be the corrosive fog. He activated the talisman casually, and a gray corrosive mist appeared. I don't know if it is because of the injection of Chaos spiritual power, but the power of this corrosive mist is stronger than the power of the corrosive mist cast by the late 4th grade Xianyu Wujin beast. He tried it, and a top-grade 4th grade magic weapon was contaminated by the corrosive mist. It would corrode to the core in 10 breaths of time, causing the top-grade 4th grade magic weapon to be destroyed. He didn't feel bad about a top-grade 4th grade magic weapon. Mastering the corrosive mist was more important than a top-grade 4th grade magic weapon. The corrosive mist is so powerful, but unfortunately it can only be activated using talismans. He has no way to draw the corrosive mist rune with bare hands to activate the corrosive mist. That is equivalent to converting corrosive mist into a spell. This is not an easy task and requires a long time of research to achieve. He was able to make the corrosive mist talisman, in addition to using the blank talisman's ability to carry runes. He also took advantage of the special characteristics of Chaos spiritual power. Chaos spiritual power can be converted into most attributes. Supports the use of many secret techniques. With this discovery, all he needed was a large number of blank talismans to draw a large number of corrosive mist talismans. The corrosive mist talisman has a miraculous effect at critical moments and can definitely cause the enemy to suffer a big loss. Li Shiming came to the island where he bought the blank talismans. The impact of the war could no longer be seen here. As he walked, he looked at the foreign streets. When he passed by a shop selling talismans, he couldn't help but stop. This shop selling talismans is a self-operated shop in Yuzhu Islands, and the quality of its talismans is also the best and most comprehensive. He was attracted by a sign at the door of the store, which said the newly arrived corrosive mist talisman. This surprised him. It turned out that the corrosive mist talisman he had researched had been researched a long time ago, and all the talismans were on sale. Seniorly, please come in. The receptionist monk obviously recognized Li Shiming. He saluted respectfully and made an invitation gesture. Li Shiming nodded slightly and walked into the talisman shop. Seniorly, are you planning to buy a talisman? The receptionist monk followed Li Shiming in a small step and asked softly. I saw the corrosive mist talisman for sale, so I came over to take a look, Li Shiming said, looking at a display talisman placed in the most conspicuous place. Judging from the aura of the talisman, it is the corrosive mist talisman. Seniorly, there are currently only 20 of these corrosion mist talisman. It is said that all the materials are used to make the talisman, and the total amount will not exceed 150. The receptionist monk looked around and found that no monk had noticed. Here, he introduced softly. Oh, are there any special materials required for this corrosive fog talisman? Li Shiming asked, slightly surprised. He didn't remember what special materials were needed to make the corrosive mist talisman. If the lowest level blank talisman in his hand was not an ordinary great monk's blank talisman, he could have made the corrosive mist talisman with a 4th grade talisman. Of course, if you want to maximize the power of the corrosive mist talisman, you should use the great monk's blank talisman to draw it to achieve the strongest effect. The corrosive mist talisman requires the skin of the Xianyu black gold beast to be made into a blank talisman, and the blood of the Xianyu black gold beast is used to make the talisman. Only then can this corrosion mist talisman be drawn. And Xianyu black gold beast, it is difficult to obtain a complete body of the black gold beast, so the corrosive mist talisman is extremely rare. If we hadn't encountered the beast type of Xianyu black gold beast this time, usually this corrosion mist talisman would only appear in auctions on the way. The receptionist didn't expect that Li Shiming didn't know such a simple thing, but he still told everything he knew. At this time, Li Shiming finally understood that this corrosion fog talisman and the other corrosion mist talisman were not the same thing. And after observing the corrosion fog talisman displayed closely, he further confirmed his guess. This corrosive fog talisman is made from the skin of the 4th grade early stage Xianyu Wujin beast plus blood. It is not a corrosive fog rune drawn on it, but a drawing that inspires Xianyu Wujin, a special rune of the innate ability in the skin and blood of the black gold beast. I believe that the effect of this corrosive mist talisman is at most only the power of the corrosive mist produced after the death of the 3rd grade Xianyu Wujin beast. This is a corrosive mist talisman made of 4th grade materials, compared to the corrosive mist talisman made by Li Shiming. The thing in front of me is a fake. This thing wants to corrode a top-grade 4th-grade magic weapon. Let alone 10 breaths. Even 100 breaths cannot destroy a top-grade 4th-grade magic weapon. Can high monk level blank talismans be sold here? Li Shiming immediately lost interest in the corrosive mist talisman here and asked aloud. Although I didn't understand why Li Shiming wanted to buy blank talismans in the talisman shop. It was still a business. The receptionist monk enthusiastically introduced Li Shiming to blank talismans of various materials. What makes Li Shiming satisfied is that the quality of the blank talismans here is very good. Of course, high monk level blank talismans cannot be purchased with spirit stones, and need to be exchanged for high-quality resources of equal value. Li Shiming still took the high-level monk's high-level elixir. He had saved a lot of this high-quality monk's high-level elixir for trading. After using a few high-level cultivator elixirs, he exchanged them for 200 blank cultivator talismans. This also allowed him to replace almost all the blank talismans of the great monks in this shop. Even if he took out more high-grade spiritual elixirs for the great monks, he could not replace any more blank talismans of the great monks from this shop. After coming out of this shop, he went to several other talisman shops, as well as shops that specialized in selling blank talismans, and traded almost all the blank talismans of the great monks here. With more than 500 blank talismans of great monks, he returned to his cave. More than 500 blank talismans of the great monk were all put into the computer room space. He used 50 brains to draw 50 corrosive fog talismans. At the same time, since he cannot cast corrosive mist by himself, it is extremely necessary to prepare as many corrosive mist talismans as possible. Being in the cave, Li Shiming didn't know that his transaction had caused quite a stir. The rare high-level spiritual elixirs of great monks appeared in many pieces in a short period of time, which made almost all the great monks pay attention to this matter. Li Shiming did not hide anything, and his whereabouts were immediately discovered by the monks. Li Shiming's behavior of trading the high-level spiritual elixirs of the great monks for blank talismans was incomprehensible to these great monks. At the same time, the great monks all thought of one thing. That is, Li Shiming definitely had a large number of high-level monks' high-level elixirs in his hands. So he would use the high-level monks' high-level elixirs for transactions. Some great monks are preparing to meet with Li Shiming and want to trade some high-level spiritual elixirs from Li Shiming. There are also some great monks who have thoughts about Li Shiming. Li Shiming knew nothing about this. He spent several days making more than 500 blank talismans into the corrosive mist talisman. With more than 500 corrosive fog talisman in his hand, he felt that it was enough to last him a while. Coming out of the cave, he felt something strange. He is very sensitive to peeping, and has at least 6 peeping eyes. He was about to check who was spying on him, but he saw a great monk walking out of the cave nearby. Dai Biao of Ziyun sect has met fellow Taoist Li. The great monk introduced himself to Li Shiming with a monk salute of, "Okay." Li Shiming was slightly surprised. This person turned out to be a great monk of Ziyun sect. He thought of the great monk Ji Chuang who died at his hands. The great monk of Ziyun sect. "I've seen fellow Taoist die. What's going on with fellow Taoist die?" Li Shiming asked in return of a monk salute. "Fellow Taoist Li, why don't you come and sit in the pavilion over there? I just happen to have some good tea." Brother Dai Biao invited with a smile. Although Dui Island is a tight place, it is an island that serves the great monks. It still has some public rest areas suitable for meetings between the great monks. Li Shiming had no objection. He also wanted to get to know the great monks of the Ziyun sect, and find out what the Ziyun sect's recent trends were. Arriving at the pavilion, the great monk Dai Biao waved his hand to activate the formation in the pavilion. The formation was not strong, but he just told other great monks not to come and disturb him. He then took out a tea set. Whether it was in the previous world of cultivating immortals or in the Yundao Sea, the monks' preferences were the same, and they all liked to drink tea. Spiritual tea has been integrated into the lives of monks, and has become a rare unified hobby among monks. The best way for stranger monks to make friends is to sit down and drink tea together. Li Shiming took the spiritual tea handed over by the great monk Dai Biao, took a sip and felt it was okay. "Fellow Taoist Li, I heard that you have a high-level monk's elixir that can be traded." Senior monk Dai Biao waited for Li Shiming to put down his cup, and he couldn't help but ask the question urgently. Li Shiming was startled. He didn't expect that he only traded less than 10 high-level spiritual elixirs for senior monks, and that senior monk Dai Biao knew about it, and came to his door. "Fellow Taoist Dai, to be honest, there are not many spiritual objects that interest me, and I don't have many high-level spiritual elixirs for great monks," Li Shiming replied after pondering for a moment. There was a sense of rejection in his words, which made it clear what he meant. I can transfer 1,000 blank Great Monk talismans within a month. I wonder if fellow Taoist Li is interested. Upon hearing this, Great Monk Dai Biao felt anxious and directly revealed his trump card. Chapter 887 Trouble. Li Shiming still rejected the Great Monk Dai Biao, although 1,000 blank talismans of the Great Monk were more attractive. Through what the Great Monk Dai Biao said and his experience in the Yuzhu Islands, he knew that the blank talismans of the Great Monk in Yundahai were not considered. How hard to find. More than 500 blank talismans of Great Monks were found in the Yuzhu Islands. As long as you walk around, blank talismans of Great Monks are still easy to obtain. In addition, he also felt that something was wrong. The Great Monk of Xian sect in front of him showed his eagerness for the high-level spiritual elixir of the Great Monk, which made him wary. He still understands the guilt of Huaibi. It would be extremely troublesome if he was really considered to have a large number of high-level monk spiritual elixirs. As long as he realizes this, it is still too late. Since the Great Monk Dai Biao came to the door, many great monks have contacted him in the name of making friends. In the end, they all wanted to buy the high-level spiritual elixir of the Great Monk from him. After living in the Yuzhu Islands for 2 months, Li Shiming was not ready to live any longer. He found that he had received the attention of many monks, and at the same time, he also sensed the greed and malice coming from time to time. He didn't tell anyone that day, and he didn't return it to the cave. He still has 300 years of free rent in the cave here, and he might come back to live there for a while. He flew away from Duyai Island and felt a faint sense of peeping. He didn't pay attention to it. After leaving the Yuzhu Islands, even if a monk came to him, he could not be threatened. The only person in Yuzhu Islands who he felt threatened was the half-step master who could not hide himself. After leaving the Yuzhu Islands, he called up the map recorded by Z15. During his time on the Yuzhu Islands, he purchased a lot of classics. After all, this is a completely different environment for cultivating immortals from the one where he lives. Both the techniques and the various classics are great references for him. Meaningful. At the same time, the different versions of maps purchased by different recorders also greatly improved Z15's construction of the overall map of Yundahai. Within the Yundao Sea, there are many forces like the Yuzhu Islands, distributed in the outermost part of the Yundao Sea. Li Shiming sometimes thought that if every such force had the combat power of a half-step powerful man, then the overall strength of Yundao Hai would be too shocking. But after his inquiring, he learned from the great monk living on Jingyi Island that it was very rare for a force like Yuzhu Islands to have a half-step powerful person. Most of these forces have 1 or more peak monks. As for the half-step master from the Yuzhu Islands, I don't know what kind of opportunity he got, but he succeeded in relying on the relatively scarce resources of the Yuzhu Islands and became a half-step master. Li Shiming was a little curious about the opportunity of the half-step master in Yuzhu Islands, but he had no intention of prying. He has enough opportunities. As long as he digests the opportunities he has received, it is not a problem to break through to half-step to greatness. He took out the bone-chasing dragon boat and sailed over the sea. The sea area occupied by Yundao Sea belongs to human monks, so sailing on the sea here does not have to worry about attacks by powerful spiritual beasts. It's not that there are no spiritual beasts. It's just that the powerful spiritual beasts are blocked from the outside. Even if a few powerful spiritual beasts enter the Cloud Island Sea, they are the targets of many monks. There is nothing to see in the sea scenery. The endless sea surface and the boundary between heaven and earth in the distance will be the only scenery in sight for a long time. While drinking spiritual tea, Li Shiming took out a classic and started reading. He has already made a plan to spend several years traveling around Yundao Sea, trading some specialties of Yundao Sea, and then finding a place to enter the Tianring Cave retreat until the teleportation ring recovers its energy. His other brain, together with Z15, is studying the formation of the Yuzhu Islands. The last beast wave allowed Z15 to obtain almost all the information about the Yuzhu Islands formation. Many of the details cannot be detected without activation. That is to say, he happened to encounter the beast tide and asked Yuzhu Islands to activate various functions of the formation one by one, so that he got all the information about Yuzhu Islands formation. The layout of this formation is not simple. It requires a variety of 4th-grade formation materials that are only produced in Yundahai. Only the formation base made of these formation materials can achieve the effect of allowing the huge island to fly freely. Unfortunately, the Yuzhu Islands did not have these 4th-grade formation materials for sale. According to his inquiry, he learned that these 4th-grade formation materials could only be found in the more prosperous areas of Yundao Sea. These 4th grade formation materials will not be purchased by ordinary monks at all. Only those forces who are preparing to build floating islands will purchase them. The demand for them is too demanding. So Yuju Islands does not have stocks in stock. Trouble is coming again. Li Shiming put down the cup in his hand, shook his head, and sighed helplessly. He sensed the faint aura of the formation in front of him. Since he had been studying the formations of the Yuju Islands for a while recently, he was particularly sensitive to the faint aura of the formation in front of him. Because the formation aura is in the same vein as the Yuju Islands formation. There are either great monks from the Yuju Islands ahead, or they are involved. Li Shiming stopped the bone-chasing dragon boat. A few meters in front of where the bone-chasing dragon boat stopped was the outer wall of a formation. As long as he moved a little further, he would fall into the formation. His stop surprised the group of monks who were waiting for him to enter the formation, especially the leading monk. This great monk knew how concealed the formation was. Not to mention that Li Shiming's flying boat was sailing at high speed. Even a formation master would ignore the existence of this formation and fall into it without paying special attention. The great monk looked at the great monks he brought with him, and suddenly felt confident in his heart. Even if he could not make Li Shiming fall into the formation, with so many great monks, it would not be easy to surround and kill Li Shiming. He waved his hand to cancel the concealment effect of the formation, allowing Li Shiming to see him. Friend Wu Dao, I didn't expect that Yuju Island has this kind of hospitality. I wonder what will happen to Yuju Island if this matter spreads. Li Shiming recognized the big monk standing in the middle at a glance. That was the big monk Wuding. He asked in a deep voice. The great monk Wuding is the great monk of the Yuju Islands, and his status is still very high. He commanded the defensive battle during the Beast Tide. He didn't expect that he would be the one to intercept Li Shiming. At first, Li Shiming thought it was the great monks on Dui Island. As long as I kill you, all the monks here are our monks. Who would know about this? Said the great monk Wuding, laughing. In fact, the best way is to keep Li Shiming in the Yuju Islands. But once the matter is exposed, it will have a fatal blow to the Yuju Islands. The Yuju Islands gather monks based on their credibility, and the Yuju Islands ensure the safety of all monks on the island. When this is broken, the foundation on which the Yuju Islands depend for their livelihood is destroyed. Therefore, the great monk Wuding chose to surround and kill Li Shiming halfway when Li Shiming left, in order to successfully arrange an ambush. When he discovered that Li Shiming had left, he immediately summoned the trusted monks on the island and took the fastest flying boat to set a trap in front of Li Shiming. Based on the combat power shown by Li Shiming, the great monk Wuding took it very seriously. This time he brought 15 great monks, which brought almost all the great monks that could be mobilized in the Yuju Islands. At this moment, these great monks were taking advantage of the opportunity of the great monk Wuding to talk to Li Shiming, and surrounded Li Shiming from all directions. Of course Li Shiming noticed the actions of these great monks, but he ignored them. Kill people and seize treasures. It seems that the attraction of the high-level elixir of the great monk exceeds my expectation. Li Shiming shook his head. He was testing to see if these great monks from the Yuju Islands came for the high-level spiritual elixir of the great monk, or if they recognized him as someone who came out of the temple. You actually used the high-level monk's spiritual elixir to trade those useless resources. How stupid are you? Seeing Li Shiming being surrounded, the monk Wuding pointed at Li Shiming and laughed. Li Shiming couldn't help but rub his nose when he heard what the other party said. He always thought that the environment for cultivating immortals in Yundahai was much higher than his previous world of cultivating immortals. So he didn't take these things into consideration when he took out the high-level spiritual elixir of the great monk. However, the Wuding monk opposite dared to scold him, which made him feel very unhappy. Fellow Taoist Wu, you made me angry, he said calmly. When the great monk Wuding saw the cold eyes on Li Shiming's mask, he felt a chill in his heart. However, there were two powerful great monks beside him, which made the chill in his heart dissipate a little. Just when he was still about to speak, he suddenly felt that his protective spiritual power was broken, and then his vest was stabbed. The traceless phantom sword was released by Li Shiming when these great monks appeared. To be honest, Li Shiming has many ways to kill these great monks who have no advantage in their realm. But considering the prosperity of talismans on this side of Yundahai, if we really want to give the great monk Wuding some time to react, he is afraid that the other party will immediately take out his life-saving talisman and escape. While the great monk Wuding was still talking nonsense with him, the traceless phantom sword sneaked up next to the great monk Wuding. The sword that gathered Li Shiming's chaos sword intent could not be blocked by the great monk Wuding with his body-protecting spiritual power. not to mention the spiritual power of body protection. Even if the great monk Wuding uses defensive magic weapons, he may not be able to block this sudden sword. The person who fell to this sword was a much stronger monk than the great monk Wuding. The Traceless Illusion Sword penetrated the body of the great monk Wuding, and the Chaos Sword Intent immediately launched an attack on his physical body and nascent soul at the same time. The level of the great monk Wuding was too low to withstand the invasion of Chaos Sword Intent. In just half a breath, his physical body and nascent soul lost their vitality. "Brother Wu!" Several exclamations came out. The monks farther away from Wuding had not noticed it yet. But when the Traceless Illusion Sword appeared, several of the monks next to him didn't notice it yet. Discovered something unusual about the great monk Wuding. Li Shiming smiled coldly. Now that he had taken action, he had no intention of showing mercy. His figure disappeared from the spot, and the Blaze Flying Cloud Sword flew out from where he disappeared, flying towards the nearby great monk. His own body appeared behind another great monk. The 4th grade sword base swept out and killed the great monk with one sword. The Traceless Phantom Sword left the body of the great monk Wuding and entered the hidden state again. The great monk who was attacked by the Blast Flying Cloud Sword took out a defensive magic weapon. But the Blast Flying Cloud Sword forcibly cut through the defensive magic weapon, and then killed the life force with one sword. In just a short period of time, 3 great monks died. All the remaining great monks felt cold in their hearts. They did not expect that the combat power of Li Shiming, a sword cultivator, far exceeded their imagination. Especially the death of the great monk Wuding left them without a person in charge for a while. They were still hesitating whether to give up the fight. When they fled here, Li Shiming's figure appeared behind another great monk again and killed him with another sword. The Traceless Phantom Sword achieved another victory. A great monk found out that he had been hit after being struck by the sword. Everything was too late and his life was gone. Only the attack of the Blaze Flying Cloud Sword was too obvious. So when it attacked for the second time, it was blocked by the 3 great monks. Although the 3 great monks worked together to block the attack of the Blast Flying Cloud Sword, they still lost a defensive magic weapon, which shows how powerful the attack of the Blast Flying Cloud Sword was. Before the 3 great monks could rejoice, Li Shiming's figure appeared behind them. Since the distance between the 3 great monks was a bit close, Li Shiming's 4th grade sword base swept across the bodies of the 3 great monks with one sword. It was only then that the remaining monks suddenly understood, and they all took out their life-saving talismans. But even with the life-saving talisman, under Li Shiming's magical power, only 3 monks managed to escape in the end, and the rest of the monks all survived. Li Shiming collected the corpses of all the great monks. He stood there and thought for a while, then took out the wind-chasing dragon boat. But this time his sailing direction was towards the Yuzhu Islands. He has always had the idea to see if the half-step power can really not leave the cave. Through the experience of the Beast Tide, he discovered that the half-step power of Yuzhu Islands was not able to show up even in the most critical moment. And although the attack methods used were extremely powerful, through the look of the great Wuding monk at that time, and later the half-step power has changed the way of shooting, which shows that the half-step power cannot take multiple shots in a row. Of course, all this is his guess. But this time, the Yuzhu Islands took the initiative to find him. He could just use this to test it out. The half-step power of the Yuzhu Islands should be at its weakest at the moment. It will not be easy to have such an opportunity after this period of time. An awe-inspiring thought flashed through Li Shiming's heart. This was not his world of cultivating immortals, and he didn't care even if it affected the lives of countless monks. Chapter 888 Corrosion. Sitting in the Chasing the Wind Dragon boat, Li Shiming began to take stock of his harvest. Among the mustard rings of other great monks, there was almost no spiritual object that made him shine. However, when he checked the soul crystal ring of the great monk Wuding, he first discovered a flying boat. This flying boat is a top-level 4th grade flying boat. When he scanned it with his spiritual consciousness, he found that the mark of recognition in the flying boat had not disappeared. Moreover, the spirit contained in this recognition mark is extremely powerful. It should be a half-step powerful spiritual mark. Li Shiming did not touch the 4th grade top flying boat, but took out a few forbidden talismans to seal the 4th grade top flying boat. Sure enough! He then took out a jade medal from the soul crystal ring and said to himself with a smile. This jade medal lost its owner because the great monk Wuding had died. But even if other monks got the jade card, they couldn't make the jade card recognize its owner, let alone make the jade card work. This jade token is the controlled jade token of the Yuju Islands formation. And it is also the highest authority controlled jade token. This is in line with the status of the Great Wooding Monk. This controlled jade token fell into Li Shiming's hands, allowing him to easily control the formation of Yuju Islands without the need to enter the formation to seize authority. With the existence of the half-step power, all his actions need to be away from the Yuju Islands. If he gets too close, the half-step power will probably kill him with one blow. He had withstood an attack from half-step power before, and he didn't want to bear it again. Li Shiming put a piece of spiritual consciousness into the controlled jade tablet. With the help of Z15, he transformed the controlled jade tablet, and then successfully recognized its owner again. There are still some great monk resources in the soul crystal ring of the great monk Wu Ding, but those can no longer attract much attention from him. Soon after, he arrived near the Yuju Islands and put away the bone-chasing dragon boat. He converted the aura on his body into a water aura, which could at least deceive the scanning of the Jade Pearl Islands formation and prevent him from being recognized immediately. After he flew to a distance where he could control the Yuju Islands formation, he took out the controlled Jade tablet. Z15 has already had a very in-depth study of the formation. He issued an order to the formation by controlling the Jade token. The order was accepted by the formation. The monks on the Yuju Islands were surprised to find that the 36 islands began to move. However, since there had been several movements not long ago, although the monks were surprised by the sudden movement of the island, they did not panic much. Even the senior officials of Yuju Islands did not understand that the archipelago formation was controlled by others. 36 islands form a special formation, a confinement formation that traps the main island, Shomi Island. In the center, Li Shiming had determined long ago that the half-step powerful Dantian was locked with the main island. When the beast tide came, the main island moved many times without affecting the Dantian. At this time, some senior leaders of Yuju Islands discovered something was wrong. But the great monk Wu Ding transferred almost all the great monks. The remaining senior leaders were only in the middle stage of nascent soul, and could not suppress the situation at all. Of course, even if they want to have an impact, they can't do it in the big formation, unless they have extremely high research on the big formation, and can break the formation in a short time, or have strong strength. They must at least reach the realm of a great monk. Attack the weak points of the formation with all your strength, and there may be a glimmer of hope to stop the formation. Li Shiming did not wait for the monks from the Yuju Islands to have time to react. With a wave of his hand, 200 Corrosion Mist Talisman flew out of his hand and flew towards the formation. As soon as the 200 Corrosive Fog Talismans entered the formation, they were sent to the main island in the center through the spiritual power lines. He saw 200 Corrosive Mist Talismans in place. By controlling the Jade tokens, he remotely controlled the formation to activate the Corrosive Mist Talisman. With a boom, 200 Corrosive Fog Talismans exploded. This was equivalent to the corrosive fog produced by the self-destruction of 200 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beasts, and it was even stronger. The main thing is to activate the corrosive mist. But Li Shiming's Chaos Spiritual Power and the quality of Chaos Spiritual Power exceed the same level of spiritual power. The corrosive mist stimulated is much stronger than the corrosive mist stimulated by the 4th grade Qianyu Wujin beast. A cloud of gray mist is generated on the surface of the main island. The characteristic of corrosive mist is that after it is contaminated, it will stick to the object until it is completely eroded. The gray mist spread to most of the main island, and the monks who reacted couldn't help but scream in surprise. They wanted to escape from the area covered by gray fog, but after rushing into the gray fog, they realized that they were wrong. This is the corrosive mist. Please take action, Ancestor! A monk recognized the corrosive mist and shouted loudly. It is a pity that the person who holds the controlled Jade tablet is Li Shiming. The controlled Jade tablet is not only the controlled Jade tablet of the Yuju Islands formation, but also a tool to contact the half-step power. It is impossible for the half-step power to pay attention to the affairs of the Yuju Islands at all times. What happens in the outside world can only be conveyed through the powerful monks on the island. At this time, not only the monks on the island discovered the problem, but other monks also discovered that something big had happened on the Yuju Islands. At Dui Island, what surprised Li Shiming was that only a few big monks flew out, and the rest of the big monks disappeared. You're not chasing me, are you? Li Shiming murmured to himself. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, thinking that this guess was very likely. Some of the great monks on Dui Island had discussed with him about trading high-level spiritual elixirs for the great monks. Although some of the great monks did not say it out loud, he could sense the greed in his eyes. In the Yuzhu Islands, with half-step powerful intimidation, these great monks did not dare to make any move. But Li Shiming left the Yuzhu Islands, regardless of whether they had a chance or not. These monks always wanted to try to see if they could rob.
That's good. It saves a lot of trouble,
Li Shiming said in a deep voice. He stood in the void, 3,000 meters away from the Yuzhu Islands. He arranged a simple concealment formation beside him, and then used the Yuzhu Islands formation to prevent him from being discovered by the monks. Since no invasion of foreign enemies was detected, the monks on other islands were not in much confusion. They looked towards the main island. Some monks speculated that what happened on the main island was because the monks on the Yuzhu Islands made a mistake in researching the corrosive mist, which led to this situation. No monk wants to take action to solve the corrosive fog on the main island. It's not that they don't want to, but they can't. If the corrosive mist was so easy to deal with, it wouldn't have been so hard to deal with the Xianyu Wujin beast before. Moreover, the corrosive mist that appeared this time is extremely powerful. If you are not careful, you may be harmed. The great monk Dai Biao looked in the direction of the main island. His eyes flashed with horror. As a great monk of Xian sect, he has access to more information. Many great monks on Dui Island had long discussed to surround and kill Li Shiming. He knew about it, and those great monks also invited him. But he did not participate. He even knew about the actions of Yuzhu Islands. The great monk Wu Ding had invited him, and gave him quite generous conditions. It's just that he had been in contact with Li Shiming, and he always felt like he couldn't see through Li Shiming, which made him refuse the invitation again.
What a coincidence! Is this Li Shizhen's revenge?
Brother Dai Biao thought to himself. The great monk Wu Ding went to ambush Li Shiming, but the great monk Wu Ding had not returned yet. It was such a coincidence that such a big thing happened on the Yuzhu Islands. Thinking of this, he felt a little unsafe even standing on Dui Island. But when he wanted to leave Dui Island, he found that the formation restricted the movement of the monks on the island. If he really had to force his way out, he would be fighting against the formation. In the end, the great monk Dai Biao did not move. He stood there and observed quietly. If anything went wrong, he would try his best to leave even if he was fighting against the formation. As many monks watched, the horror of the corrosive fog was fully revealed. The buildings on the main island are all protected by formations, and many of the materials are also spiritual materials. However, under the erosion of the corrosive fog, they have all been eroded into dilapidated mortal objects, and can no longer support the weight of the main body of the building. Collapse. Not to mention the monks who were trapped by the corrosive fog. Some of these monks died directly, and some tried their best to resist the erosion of the corrosive fog. But neither the defensive magic weapons nor the body-protecting spiritual power could protect themselves for long. All the interest time was broken. After corroding a large number of spiritual objects, the corrosive mist gained more energy. Not only did it not shrink in size, it actually expanded its range. During this period, the entire Yuzhu Islands were extremely quiet. Even if the monks of the Yuzhu Islands were helpless, they could only watch the main island being eroded bit by bit. As one of the longest standing buildings collapsed, a gleaming space door was revealed. The corrosive fog came into contact with the space door. The space door was not so easy to corrode, but it was still slightly affected. This finally alerted the half-step almighty master of the cave in the space gate. The half-step almighty was still in the recuperation stage during this period. The price of a half-step powerful attack is not small, as it requires consuming the energy in the cave. The half-step powerful Dantian is in the growth stage. The energy balance in the Dantian at this stage is very fragile. Every time the Dantian energy is consumed, it requires a period of adjustment and maintenance. Half a step later, he could feel something was wrong with the space gate, and he took the initiative to check the situation outside. This sight surprised him. At some point, the main island was covered by the corrosive fog. The entire main island was corroded by one layer, and even his cave space door was exposed. Destroy it! At this time, he had no choice but to take action. He mobilized the energy of the cave, and sent a beam of energy towards the main island. The corrosive fog that all the monks were helpless to deal with quickly melted away with a half-step powerful move. The gray, corrosive fog disappeared, revealing the devastated main island. The number of monks lost this time alone was not a small number, and they were all elites of the Yuzhu Islands. The main island is inhabited by core monks. Only a small number of monks who lived in areas that were not immediately covered by the corrosive fog successfully escaped. The rest of the monks died in the corrosive fog.
How dare you! You are seeking death!
A thundering sound rang out over the Yuju Islands. The great monk Dai Biao was on Dui Island. At this sound, his whole body couldn't help but feel a little limp. And the spiritual power in his body was somewhat unable to be mobilized. This is the power of half-step power. Just leaking the breath of half-step power makes the nearby monks unable to move. Although the great monk Dai Biao was horrified, he also knew that this half-step master would not take action against him. Through the words of the half-step power, it was obvious that the half-step power had found the murderer. He tried hard to suppress the feeling of paralysis and looked in the direction of the main island, hoping to see a powerful shot with half a step. Before Li Shiming could make a sound, he felt a special energy scan. At the same time, the control jade token in his hand lost its effect, making him unable to contact the formation. It seemed that Bamboo Mighty had higher authority. He even suspected that the core part of the formation was near the space gate, which was why Bamboo Mighty Master discovered that something was wrong and immediately regained control of the formation. When the half-step master roared, Li Shiming knew that the other party had discovered him. Without any hesitation, he activated the all-in-one action. This was not a all-in-one action. He moved multiple brains and activated multiple all-in-one actions at the same time. Just when he felt that he was being locked, a rival took his body and disappeared from the place, and then appeared 8,000 miles away. And a thick energy was emitted from the void of the main island in a violent manner, hitting the position in front of Li Shiming. Although this large energy did not hit Li Shiming, the large energy did not stop and continued to hit 100,000 meters before disappearing. A twisted shadow was left in the void, causing every monk who felt the attack to feel their scalp numb and their heartbeats to increase. Li Shiming's spiritual eye had been focusing on the direction of the main island, and he saw this terrifying attack. Fortunately, although this attack was terrifying, it did not reach over 8,000 miles as he imagined, which made the few one-shot attacks he had prepared useless.
A half-step powerful man cannot leave the cave at all. Looking at the shape of the space door, it seems that it is a bound cave.
Li Shiming worriedly used
arrive in one move
again, and then he had time to think. What you see, the cave entrance and exit appears in the form of a space door. This form can only be found in the bound caves of each sect. In the world of immortality he was in, there was a sect with a cave. The sect's inherited cave was bound to the mountain gate, and the entrance and exit of the cave could not be moved. The advantage of this kind of cave is that as long as the peak monk recognizes the master of the cave, he can transform the cave into his own cave through secret methods, thereby breaking through and becoming a great power. The half-step master of the Yuju Islands exposed the location of the entrance and exit of the cave, and revealed the information that bound the cave. With the strength of the Yuju Islands, I am afraid that this cave cannot be preserved. Perhaps even without Li Shiming's intervention, there would be no peace for the Yuju Islands. Chapter 889 Far Attack. Many foreign monks in the Yuju Islands, after discovering that the formation no longer restricted them, left one after another with the ability. As for those who are unable to leave, they are also trying to find ways to ask other monks to take them away. The main reason is that the encounter on the Yuju Islands was too scary, and even half-step powerful attacks with all their strength failed to keep the enemy behind. I don't know what will happen in the future. If I stay here, I can only wait for death. The monks living on the main island perished in this attack. The great monk Dai Biao had no intention of staying. Half-step Almighty could not solve the problem with all his strength. He needed to report the matter to the sect. At the same time, the existence of the cave space gate on the main island of Yuju Islands also needed to be reported to the sect. Report: a cave that is bound to an island is very likely to be a passable cave. The inheritance cave means that it is possible to give birth to great power, which is an extremely important foundation for any force. Even if this cave has an owner, a half-step master, those forces will pay any price they can bear for this cave to be passed down. The reason why the great monk Dai Biao did not stay was because he was worried. He was worried that the half-step master of Yuju Islands would want to keep it secret and kill all the foreign monks like them. This kind of thing may seem extremely unlikely, but considering the risks after the space door is exposed, silence is the best choice. What he didn't know was that it wasn't that the half-step master didn't want to silence him. If possible, the half-step master really wanted to kill all the monks who saw the space gate here. However, due to the previous violent attack, the cave sky had not recovered after the previous attack. and there was a strong energy disorder in the cave's sky after the attack. Half-Step Power now spends most of his energy on coordinating the energy of the cave, and has no way to kill the monks outside. As soon as the Great Monk Dai Biao got on the flying boat and left the Yuzhu Islands, he met 3 familiar great monks returning. These 3 great monks were all great monks from the Yuzhu Islands, and they did not know what was happening in the Yuzhu Islands. Their panicked expressions made the Great Monk Dai Biao guess some possibilities.
3 fellow Taoists. Are you going back to Yuzhu Island?
Senior Monk Dai Biao flew out of the flying boat and saluted the 3 senior monks. The 3 great monks recognized the Great Monk Dai Biao. They were quite familiar with the Great Monk Dai Biao. The main reason was that the Great Monk Dai Biao came from a very powerful sect. So they deliberately made friends with the Great Monk Dai Biao. So even though I was anxious, I stopped and bowed to the Great Monk Dai Biao.
Exactly.
One of the great monks replied bitterly.
Did Yuzhu Island have an enmity with some monk?
Great Monk Dai Biao asked softly.
How do you say this?
The great monk was slightly startled, not understanding his opinion, and asked,
Yuzhu Island was attacked just now. I saw that you came back and asked specifically about it,
said the Great Monk Dai Biao.
What? Yuzhu Island was attacked? Is it serious? It must be Li Shizhen. Let's go back quickly.
When the 3 great monks heard what the Great Monk Dai Biao said, they immediately lost their composure, and they talked in a variety of ways.
You should go back and take a look for yourselves.
Senior brother Dai Biao didn't know how to describe the losses on the Yuzhu Islands, so he could only reply. The 3 great monks had no intention of staying and talking, and they all accelerated towards the Yuzhu Islands. The Great Monk Dai Biao looked at the retreating figure and shook his head slightly. At present, he could already tell that the one who attacked the Yuzhu Islands should be the swordsman Li Shizhen. He knew that these 3 great monks followed the great monk Wu Ding to intercept Li Shizhen, and they were accompanied by more than 10 great monks. Now only these 3 great monks have returned, which makes the Great Monk Dai Biao feel chilly in his heart. But thinking about what Li Shizhen did to the Yuzhu Islands, killing more than 10 monks was nothing. He is almost certain that the Yuzhu Islands will never have a peaceful life in the future, and will most likely be destroyed by some force. The 3 great monks flew towards the Yuzhu Islands at full speed. Their return was as fast as an arrow. They were thinking about what kind of trouble the Yuzhu Islands had encountered, and what kind of losses they had caused. As long as you think that even the Great Monk Dai Biao left the Yuzhu Islands at this time, you can guess that what happened to the Yuzhu Islands is not trivial. Just as they were thinking in their minds, a sword light seemed to appear from the void, and pierced into the body of the great monk at the front. From the sudden appearance of the flying sword, the other 2 great monks sensed a sword intent that was familiar yet frightening to them. It was Li Shizhen's powerful sword intent, and it was the culprit that caused the death of more than a dozen of their great monks in an instant. But before the 2 great monks could react, Li Shiming appeared behind a great monk and beheaded the great monk with a 4th grade sword. The last great monk wanted to take out the life-saving object, but the distance between him and Li Shiming was too close. The
blaze flying cloud sword
shot out from beside Li Shiming, and he didn't even have time to activate the life-saving object. Also fell.
You're in bad luck,
Li Shiming said calmly as he looked at the 3 corpses. He also did not expect that when he was guarding the outskirts of the Yuzhu Islands and wanted to see if there was a chance to attack the Yuzhu Islands again, these 3 great monks would come to his door. Although the time spent to deal with the 3 great monks here was short, the movement was considerable and attracted the attention of the Yuzhu Islands. 5 mid-stage nascent soul monks flew towards this side, wanting to see what was going on. Because of what happened before, they were extremely cautious. It's really pitiful to think about it. Yuzhu Islands can't even send out a single great monk now. Before the 5 middle-stage nascent soul monks could get close to the place where the accident occurred, the
traceless phantom sword
appeared from the void and instantly killed the 5 middle-stage nascent soul monks. 5 mid-stage nascent soul monks were dispatched. There were monks paying attention to the Yuzhu Islands. After discovering that the 5 mid-stage nascent soul monks were killed, the formation of the Yuzhu Islands sounded the alarm. Half-Step Power was interrupted again, and he sent out a ray of will to check the situation outside. He once again discovered Li Shiming hiding 10 miles away. He hesitated, wondering whether he should attack Li Shiming. It is true that Li Shiming's magical power is too disgusting. Even if he attacks, the possibility of failure is extremely high. Unless Li Shiming gets close to a certain range, he can use the cave to suppress Li Shiming and prevent Li Shiming from using his magical feat, so that he can truly kill Li Shiming. But judging from Li Shiming's actions, he was very cunning and never came close to the Yuzhu Islands. Moreover, Li Shiming's speed in using his divine foot power was extremely fast. His previous attack was so fast that even a peak monk could not escape. But Li Shiming was able to escape easily. The monks on the Yuju Islands discovered that their ancestors did not attack the enemy this time, and allowed their 3 great monks and 5 mid-stage nascent soul monks to perish outside the island. This made them extremely confused. Although the places where the great monks and mid-nascent soul monks died were some distance away from the Yuju Islands. These distances were very far for the great monks. But for the half-step Almighty, it was still an attack. Within the range, they began to panic. And the new round of attacks made the monks, who originally wanted to stay, think about leaving. A monk who ran a shop took the goods from the shop on a flying boat and flew out of the island. These monks were not planning to commit suicide. They hung the signs of different forces to show their identities. Although Li Shiming could not recognize the signs of these forces, he would not take action against these monks. All he had to do was kill all the hostile monks. He felt no hostility from these fleeing monks. After this group of monks successfully left without being attacked, more and more monks began to leave the Yuju Islands. There were many monks who did not have the ability to travel far, but it was more dangerous to stay on the Yuju Islands. So they also chose to leave. As for the danger on the sea, let's not talk about it. Li Shiming saw more and more monks on the Yuju Islands leaving. He thought for a while and took out a sun shooting bow. This was a bow and arrow he refined for the later golden corpse based on the sun shooting technique of the sun shooting sect. Magic weapon. The quality of the sun shooting bow is a spiritual treasure, but it is made for the late stage golden corpse, so it can be used without identifying the owner. He opened the sun shooting bow, and the powerful body that was cultivated in the heavenly art was transformed into the driving force of the arrow through the sun shooting bow. With unparalleled power, the arrows are energy condensed arrows condensed from the sun shooting bow. This is also the secret weapon refining technique recorded in the sun shooting technique. At a distance of 10 miles, the attack of a normal monk is definitely not enough. But the monk who practices bow and arrow is definitely an exception. This ultra-long range attack method is extremely rare in the world of immortality. It is usually used for surprise attacks. If the enemy is prepared, the possibility of hitting a long-range attack is extremely low. Li Shiming let go of his hand, and the arrow was shot from the sun shooting bow. The arrow flew over a distance of 10 miles in an instant. Theoretically, the arrow would be blocked by the large formation shield of the Yuju Islands. However, Li Shiming had a profound study of the formations of the Yuju Islands. When the arrows he fired came into contact with the formation shields, they were strangely not blocked by the formation shields. A middle-stage nascent soul monk who was directing other monks to clean up the ruins on the main island suddenly exploded, leaving his nascent soul flying out. Nascent soul looked at his body in horror. He didn't know what happened until he was hit. Screams came from the main island, followed by other islands, and many monks panicked. Li Shiming waited for 10 breaths, opened the sun shooting bow again, and chose a mid-stage nascent soul monk. The arrow flew out, and the body of another mid-stage nascent soul monk exploded. Finally, the half-step power hidden in the cave could no longer bear what Li Shiming did. A powerful aura came out from the island, and then a beam of energy shot toward Li Shiming. The speed of this attack is no slower than the speed of arrows shot by Li Shiming using the sun shooting bow. It's a pity that Li Shiming has kept several brains in the overnight state of activation at any time. In addition, his reaction speed is extremely fast. When he sensed strong energy coming from the main island, he activated overnight. 2. The terrifying energy beam passed through the place where he disappeared. No matter how powerful the energy beam was, it would be useless if it could not hit the target. After the half-step powerful attack ended, Li Shiming returned to 10 miles away and opened the sun shooting bow. The monks on the Yuju Islands cheered when they saw their ancestor launching an attack. But the cheers started and then stopped, and the ancestor's attack failed again. Then another monk in the middle stage of nascent soul was hit by an arrow and his body turned into blood mist, leaving nascent soul alone to let out a sharp howl. Even though there are many monks in the Yuju Islands, and there are more than 100 monks in the middle stage of nascent soul, this situation of being unable to fight back and even being unable to defend against attacks makes it impossible for these monks to persist. They didn't dare to be exposed to the public anymore, so they all hid in the building. From a distance, no monks can be seen on the 36 islands of the Yuju Islands. Li Shiming was not in a hurry. His next arrow aimed at a building. The terrifying arrow destroyed the building instantly. The moment the arrow came into contact with the building, he used a secret method of the
sun shooting technique
to spread the power on the arrow, causing the entire building to collapse with huge force. Building after building was destroyed by him, and the monks in the building fled in panic and hid in other buildings. In the following time, the half-step power launched 2 more attacks, especially the last attack. The power of its energy beam was obviously much weaker. After the 2 attacks, no matter how Li Shiming attacked the building or shot the monks, the half-step master never took action again. In the cave sky that he couldn't see, the half-step master looked pale. In the void of the cave sky, various colors were changing, and from time to time, roaring sounds came from the void. The space of this cave is very large, and the rules are relatively complete. Just as Li Shiming guessed, this is a heritage cave. During one of his travels, Banbu Dunning accidentally encountered an uninhabited island and discovered a hidden space door on the uninhabited island, which allowed him to enter the cave bound to the uninhabited island. Through research on Dantian, he learned the origin of Dantian. Dantian originally belonged to a super sect, but because the sect lost its powerful inheritance, it encountered the invasion of powerful enemies. In the end, the sect chose to self-destruct the mountain gate, and the core part that was bound to the cave was luckily preserved, and it has been drifting outside. No one knows that there is a heritage cave in it. This half-step master relied on the inheritance of Dongtian. He hid the secret of inheritance of Dongtian, established the Yuzhu Islands with great strength, and expanded the island of inheritance of Dongtian into the current main island. If it hadn't been for the appearance of Li Shiming, and with the luck of being half-powerful, perhaps in a few years, the Yuzhu Islands would have become the Yuzhu sect, and the Yuzhu sect would have become a superpower because of its powerful existence. Banbu Dunning tried hard to reconcile the energy of Dongtian, but this time the chaos of Dongtian's energy was too serious, and he suffered a lot of backlash. Chapter 890, Lure the Enemy. If this cave was built by half-step power himself, then it would not be so difficult for him to stabilize the energy balance in the cave. Inheriting the cave heaven is a shortcut to becoming a powerful person. Since it is a shortcut, it has corresponding consequences. The inheritance cave is too powerful. After a monk recognizes his master, if he wants to use the inheritance cave to advance to great power, he needs to use his weak cultivation to mobilize the huge cave. Even if he recognizes his master, the pressure on him will be extremely serious. Half-Step Almighty wished that he could cut Li Shiming into pieces, but the realm of Half-Step Almighty was in a special stage, and he could not leave the cave. And in order to go through the half-step stage of power with all his strength, he even took back all the previous energy clones. Building the cave requires help from the soul level, and the energy clone separates the soul. Therefore, the half-step power had no way to escape from the cave, and Li Shiming did not get close, making his methods completely useless. Of course, now even if Li Shiming gets close to the cave sky, it will be difficult for him to attack with even half a step. Li Shiming maintained the attack frequency. He just wanted the half-step power to continue to attack. He could see that although the half-step power had unparalleled attack power, it was greatly restricted. Looking at him, he has been provoked to such an extent that the half-step power has stopped attacking. It can be seen that the half-step power has most likely reached the limit of attack. He did not approach rashly, but kept attacking, trying to force out the full potential of the half-step Almighty. At the same time, he was also observing the distance, where 5 airships were hiding using the concealment formation, secretly watching his battle with the Yuzhu Islands. The concealment formation is very clever, but he is currently on high alert, always careful of possible attacks with half a step. And he has also released a drone satellite in the sky. The natal magic weapon Z-15 analyzed all the movements around it based on the monitoring of drone satellites. When the 5 flying boats used the concealment formation to slowly approach, they were monitored by drone satellites. The concealment formation can hide itself and cannot be detected by drone satellites. But the concealment formation was discovered by drone satellites before activating the formation. After receiving the reminder from the drone satellite, Li Shiming used his divine vision to determine the location of the hidden formation, and naturally discovered the existence of the hidden formation. Li Shiming could tell that the monks in these 5 flying boats were definitely not monks from the Yuzhu Islands. With the miserable situation of the Yuzhu Islands, the monks of the Yuzhu Islands would definitely not be able to bear it. Then it is most likely that they are monks who want to reap the benefits. But they do not know the strength of these monks. However, the strength of the monks who dare to pursue the Yuzhu Islands, and who have not left after seeing Li Shiming's combat power, is not too weak.
Senior Brother Jiao, when will we take action?
Great Monk Dai Biao asked. The Great Monk Dai Biao left the Yuzhu Islands. He borrowed the communication formation on his flying boat to contact a group of great monks who were performing tasks nearby. One of the strongest monks is Jiao Xian, a peak monk. This team of senior monks are all senior monks from the Ziyun sect. They are here for senior monk Ji Chuang and are tracking down the news about Li Shiming. After receiving a message from the great monk Dai Biao, saying that there is a heritage cave in the Yuzhu Islands. This moved the great monk Jiao Xian. Monk Jiao Xian happened to be not far from the Yuzhu Islands, so he chose to come to check out the situation before deciding what to do next. But they never expected that they would see an incredible scene when they arrived at the Yuzhu Islands. Li Shiming used a magic bow to start a war with the Yuzhu Islands. As for the half-step powerful one, after many unsuccessful attacks, he never launched another attack. Great monk Jiao Xian was born in the Ziyun sect. He was studying how to become a powerful person. The knowledge he had access to made him more aware of the troubles faced by the half-step powerful people in Yuzhu Islands. Judging from his observations, this half-step master is most likely in a state of backlash, not to mention taking action. He will not even be able to protect himself. Hearing Brother Dai Biao's question, a confident smile appeared on his face. This was his opportunity. Once he got the inheritance cave, he would immediately recognize it as his master, ahead of other forces and his fellow sects. If another peak monk comes, whether it is a peak monk from other forces or a peak monk from the same sect, he will not be able to succeed so easily. Get ready to take action. Great monk Jiao Xian ordered in a deep voice.
Senior brother Jiao, be careful. This sword cultivator Li Shizhen is very powerful. More than 10 great monks from Yuzhu Island have fallen into his hands.
Senior brother Dai Biao reminded with some worry.
What kind of great monk can the little Yuzhu Island cultivate? Facing a truly powerful great monk. As long as we find the right method, we can easily target him.
Great monk Jiao Xian waved his hand proudly. If he were to face such powerful monks, more than a dozen ordinary monks would be able to defeat them all as long as they use some means. The words of the great monk Dai Biao only made him pay a little attention to Li Shiming. But he did not regard Li Shiming as a strong enemy. He didn't come alone. He was accompanied by 5 fellow disciples, who were close to the peak of the monk's strength. This kind of combat power was originally intended to deal with Li Shiming, who came out of the temple.
Ziyun sect is doing business. All irrelevant personnel should stay away.
Great monk Jiao Xian waved his hand, and the 5 flying boats were stowed away. 7 great monks appeared, and he shouted loudly. Among the 7 great monks, except for the poor monk Dai Biao, the rest of the great monks are far beyond Li Shiming. Li Shiming has also learned about the status of Ziyun sect in Yudao these days. Ziyun sect is the superpower of Yudao. After hearing the name of Ziyun sect announced by the great monk Jiao Xian, he smiled slightly and disappeared from the spot. His direct concession made Brother Jiao Xian very satisfied, and also made Brother Dai Biao feel stunned. Unlike Brother Jiao Xian, Brother Dai Biao had dealt with Li Shiming, and Li Shiming was not such an easy-to-talk monk. Looking at the Yuzhu Islands, it was just the great monks of the Yuzhu Islands who became greedy for Li Shiming and intercepted Li Shiming. Li Shiming not only killed most of the intercepted monks, but also attacked the Yuzhu Islands, causing heavy losses to the Yuzhu Islands. How could such a great monk give in after the great monk Jiao Xian announced the name of the Ziyun sect? It was really strange. It is a pity that the status of the great monk Dai Biao is too low, and the great monk Jiao Xian is enthusiastic about inheriting the cave at this time. So he will not care about the thoughts of the great monk Dai Biao. After seeing Li Shiming disappear, the great monk Jiao Xian flew towards the Yuzhu Islands with the other great monks.
Junior brother Dai, put this formation disc next to the space gate.
Outside the Yuzhu Islands formation, Senior monk Jiao Xian took out a formation disc and gave it to Senior monk Dai Biao and ordered. Senior monk Dai Biao was startled. This task was extremely dangerous. But seeing that the other great monks present were all great monks with a much higher status than him in the sect, if he didn't want to do such a dangerous task, who else would he let do it? The great monk Jiao Xian took out another formation-breaking talisman, activated the formation-breaking talisman, and hit it on the formation of Yuzhu Islands. If in normal times, the Yuzhu Islands formation was controlled by monks, it would not be possible to break it with a small formation-breaking talisman. However, after Li Shiming's long-term attack, the monks on the Yuzhu Islands only focused on escaping for their lives. Where could there be monks? Take care of formation matters. More importantly, all the great monks in the entire Yuzhu Islands were dead. Without the great monks to participate in the control of the formation, other monks would not be able to exert the full power of the formation. The formation-breaking talisman opened a hole in the formation shield. Brother Dai Biao knew he had to go through. so he could only plunge into the hole. He flew to the main island and relied on his previous memories to find the roughly hidden space door. This is easy to find. The space door has been exposed before. For a short time, only a wooden house was built at the space door. Without any hesitation, he flashed the light in his hand and shot out the flying sword, destroying the wooden house. A space gate emitting a faint light appeared, and the great monk Jiao Xian outside the formation looked at the space gate. The greed in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Although it is extremely dangerous to start a battle with a half-step master, but to be able to meet a half-step master who is in an extremely weak state and also possesses the inheritance cave. If this opportunity is given up, I am afraid that Jiao will be disappointed. Brother Xian regretted his life.
Perhaps this is my opportunity, and my legend will begin today.
Great monk Jiao Xian thought to himself. The great monk Dai Biao took out the formation disc, placed it in front of the space door, and activated the formation disc. After the formation plate is activated, a formation appears. The function of this formation is very strange. It is connected to the space gate and displays everything inside the space gate. This was originally a formation disc developed by Z Insect to explore the cave sky, and it happened to be used here. The great monk Dai Biao saw the scene in the cave. The half-step master looked pale and was waving his arms feebly, trying to control the cave. But the sky in the cave's sky was covered with dark clouds. Cracks appeared on the earth, and countless spiritual plants fell, creating a scene of the end of the world.
Okay, let's go in.
Senior monk Jiao Xian also saw the situation in the cave's sky through the control jade tablet connected to the formation disc, and he shouted with joy. He did not wait for the other great monks, and was the first to rush into the formation, followed by the other great monks. These great monks did not notice that the invisible phantom dragon followed them into the Yuzhu Islands formation. In order to prevent being accidentally affected, the phantom dragon was separated from the great monk Jiao Xian by a certain distance, and was not in the same straight line as the great monk Jiao Xian and the main island. Of course Li Shiming did not leave. The reason why he did not immediately start a war with the great monks of the Zian sect such as the great monk Jiao Xian was because he needed these great monks to take the lead. He was not sure that the half-step power of the Yuzhu Islands really had no fighting power. Since these great monks from the Zian sect were so anxious, he asked them to explore the bottom of the half-step power. The half-step almighty really has no fighting power. It is not too difficult for him to deal with a peak monk and several ordinary monks. As for sending the phantom spirit dragon, it was just to be able to see with one's own eyes what happened between the great monk Jiao Xian and the half-step power. The true strength of the late 4th grade phantom dragon is almost that of a peak monk, and its invisibility cannot be seen through by monk Jiao Xian. The great monk Jiao Xian was very fast. When he arrived at the main island, some monks probably noticed that the attack had stopped. They came out of their hiding place and saw several of their great monks.
What do you want to do?
A monk recognized the great monk Dai Biao. He knew that these great monks were not the enemies who attacked the Yuzhu Islands, and there was a half-step master nearby. So he asked loudly. The monk responded with a flying sword. When the monk's head flew up, there was a look of disbelief on his face. The great monk Jiao Xian is in a crazy state at the moment. Any monk who dares to stand in front of him is a mortal enemy who wants to prevent him from becoming a powerful person. Not to mention these monks. Even if his fellow disciples dared to question him, he would still suppress them. Several fellow disciples sensed the abnormal state of the great monk Jiao Xian. They would not take the initiative to get into trouble, but just followed the great monk Jiao Xian silently. Great monk Jiao Xian descended to the space door, looked at the scene in the cave, and cast another spell at the space door. When he confirmed from the feedback from the magic formula that this was a heritage cave, he couldn't help but look ecstatic. It was still a guess before, but now the guess has been confirmed. This is the inheritance cave. A great opportunity that can truly allow the peak monk to reach the sky in one step. And the half-step powerful state in the cave all shows that this opportunity is open to him. He mobilized a purple flame in his body and blessed it on the 4th grade top flying sword, turning the flying sword into a purple flame flying sword. This is his most powerful attack. The purple flame is his unexpected acquisition. With the rules of fire, he is confident to kill the half-step power that has been weakened by the backlash. Of course, he is not an idiot and will not be the first to take action against the half-stepping power.
Everyone enters the cave. Whoever kills the half-step master, I will prepare all the resources for him to reach the peak.
Great monk Jiao Xian looked at the several great monks and said in a deep voice. The conditions he gave were so generous that even the great monk Dai Biao was excited and followed the 5 great monks into the cave without any hesitation. Brother Jiaxian took a deep breath, stabilized his mind, and blessed himself with several defenses before finally passing through the space gate. He also understands that no matter how many defenses are blessed, as long as the half-step power is enough, these defenses will not have much effect. He only hoped that under the heavy reward, the other great monks would work hard for it. Even if there was some remaining power in the half-step power, they would be forced out by the few great monks. He can benefit in the end. As for the reward promised to the final winner, he must be alive to get it. Of course, if any great monk succeeds, he will not be stingy with rewards. He can give more. With the opportunity to be promoted to a powerful person, a few great monk resources are nothing. Chapter 891 Cave Battle. The great monk Dai Biao entered the cave together with several other great monks. When he saw the H.L.like scene in the cave, his brain came to his senses. He, a mere great monk, dared to challenge a half-step master. This thought made him tremble all over. Only now did he realize that if there was no secret method of bewitchment used in the words of the great monk Jiaoxian, he would not believe it at all. But now that they are here, the only thing he and a few great monks have done is to kill the half-step almighty. Stepping even half a step into the powerful cave is forging a deadly feud. This is a message that is only circulated among many superpowers. In his own cave, a half-step power needs to constantly add rules to the cave and adjust the energy of the cave. This process is very dangerous, and it is as difficult as using the power of an ant to control an elephant. Any accident may cause irreparable damage to half-step power. Therefore, the half-step powerful cave will not allow any monks to enter. No matter how close the monk is, the cave will not be opened. The great monk Dai Biao saw half-step power. Half-step power's pale face and obviously unstable aura showed that half-step power was in extremely poor condition. When they saw the half-step power in such a bad state, several great monks looked at each other, excitement flashing in each other's eyes. They remembered the reward promised by the great monk Jiaoxian. Whoever kills the half-step master first would be rewarded by the great monk Jiaoxian, a reward that could change their destiny. Although they are only one step away from the peak monks, this step is not easy to cross. The resources to advance to the peak monks are too precious, and they have to wait for many years if they want to contact them. In Ziyun sect, there are many great monks waiting in line for resources. But there are only so many resources to advance to the peak of the great monks. This is their chance. As long as they successfully kill the weak half-step power, they can save hundreds of years of waiting. Kill! A great monk was the first to take action. He flew towards the half-step power in a flash. After approaching the half-step power for a certain distance, he was within the attack range of the flying sword. Then he shouted loudly and flew towards the power. The sword cuts down. This flying sword fell on the body of Bamboo Dongming with the light of fire. Bamboo Dongming seemed to be seriously injured and could not even move his body. The great monk's face showed excitement. This full-power sword mobilized most of his spiritual power and stimulated it through secret techniques. This was his strongest blow. He believed that the power of this sword was enough to cause strong damage to any existence. But when he saw the flying sword bouncing high from the body of half-step power, he was stunned and could not accept the result for a moment. Although the combat power of a peak monk is close to that of a real peak monk, he thinks that the full blow he unleashed using secret techniques is no weaker than the attack of a peak monk. But he never expected that his blow could not break even half a step of powerful defense. He could clearly see that the half-step power did not have any defensive shield on its body, and it relied entirely on its physical body to receive his blow. The other great monks were also shocked. They didn't care about anything else. They all also activated their flying swords and slashed at the half-step powerful man. A sword slash struck half-step Denning's body, but the flying swords bounced off one by one. Bamboo Dogong frowned slightly. He was at the critical moment when he was trying his best to stabilize the energy of the cave. At this time, being disturbed made him extremely angry. Looking for death. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and opened his mouth to say. As he spoke, the great power in the cave's sky pressed against several great monks. The great monks wanted to dodge, but found that they were restricted by the cave's sky and could not even move. They thought of a possibility. The half-step power had the ability to control everything in his cave. He was like the master of the world. Any monk in the cave would be restricted by the cave. At this time, they truly felt the terror of the half-step power in their own cave. It was a feeling of the power of heaven and earth gathered in one person's hands. The half-step power was like a god in this world. They watched as the powerful force pressed down on them, and their bodies shattered into pieces.
Not even nascent soul could escape. Among the several great monks who entered together, only the great monk Dai Biao survived because he fell behind and did not launch the attack together with the other great monks. Probably the half-step power was used on the great monk Dai Biao because he didn't want to waste energy. The whole body of the great monk Dai Biao was trembling. The feeling of being an enemy of the whole world made him rejected by the rules of the cave. All he could use was the energy in his body. And using the energy in his body to fight against the entire cave sky. The feeling of powerlessness made him almost faint. At this time, he felt a familiar breath behind him. It was the arrival of the great monk Jiao Xian, which made him feel relieved.
Why don't you launch an attack?
Brother Jiao Xian asked Brother Dai Biao like a devil. Brother Jiao Xian had no intention of letting Brother Dai Biao survive. If the previous monks had not died, it would be insignificant for Brother Dai Biao to live. However, several previous great monks were driven to death by him. If the great monk Dai Biao were to return to the sect alive, even if he could obtain the inheritance cave, he would still be questioned by the sect. The simplest thing to solve this trouble is to let the great monk Dai Biao die together. Then it will be said that he was attacked by the half-step power of the Yuzhu Islands. Anyway, as long as he is alive, he will say whatever he says. Brother Dai Biao felt a chill in his heart. He heard what Brother Jiao Xian meant. His eyes secretly glanced at the exit. But if he wanted to go to the exit, he had to pass through the position of the great monk Jiao Xian. He didn't have the slightest confidence that he would be able to pass through the blockage of the great monk Jiao Xian. He was very clear about the combat power of the great monk Jiao Xian. He looked at half-step Dagong again. The image of half-step Dagong was even more miserable. The aura on his body was disordered, and the energy in the cave was constantly conflicting. He gritted his teeth. Maybe attacking the half-step Almighty was his only option. If he could really kill the half-step Almighty, maybe when the great monk Jiao Xian was happy, he could still survive. Although he had no choice but to put his life under the decision of the great monk Jiao Xian. The situation was what it was, and he had no other choice. The great monk Dai Biao mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and flames appeared on the flying sword. He drove the flaming flying sword to chop down the powerful sword in half a step. He knew that half-step Dagong's body was extremely powerful. So what he slashed at was not the body of half-step Dagong, but the energy gathering point that was tangled outside half-step Dagong's body. He didn't know what the energy gathering point represented, but he had a feeling that attacking there would be effective. The half-step Almighty has no ability to deal with the attack of the great monk Dai Biao. At present, controlling the energy in the cave is the most important thing. If the energy is completely out of control, his lifelong cultivation will come to an end, and his hope of becoming a powerful person will end at the same time. Now he still has a glimmer of hope, although the hope is very small. He has been through this situation many times in his life, and he has never given up. At this moment, a flying sword that was extremely weak to him struck the energy node he was controlling. With a boom, the energy nodes exploded. The energy in the entire cave suddenly went riot. The separation between heaven and earth disappeared. Everything on the ground was twisted into pieces by the energy. The dark clouds in the sky disappeared, and everything turned into pure energy. The half-step master vomited blood. He ignored the damage to his body and looked at the miserable situation in the cave with dull eyes. He felt that he could no longer control the cave's sky, and at the same time, his physical body and nascent soul were severely injured. Even without this injury and losing the control of Dantian, his longevity will be consumed at an extremely fast rate until he dies of old age. Now he felt the injuries and aging coming, and he only had a short time left in his life.
I'm going to kill you!
Half-step power let out an inhuman howl. His figure disappeared and suddenly appeared in front of the great monk Dai Biao. He grabbed the left and right shoulders of the great monk Dai Biao with both hands. The physical body of the great monk Dai Biao was hit by a huge force, and his body broke into two halves. The nascent soul of the great monk Dai Biao was exposed. Just as he was about to escape, he was bitten by the powerful half-step master. The nascent soul was bitten and turned into energy and merged into the cave. Great monk Jiao Xian waved his hand, and a top-level 4th grade shield appeared in front of him. At the same time, he cast a defensive spell and activated a powerful life-saving jade talisman in his hand. This powerful life-saving jade talisman is a rare high-level defensive spell, which adds an extremely strong defensive shield to him. The powerful life-preserving jade talisman is his confidence. He dares to enter the half-step of the powerful cave precisely because of this powerful life-preserving jade talisman. After the half-step master attacked the great monk Dai Biao, a small half of his body was missing. This is not caused by the counterattack of the great monk Dai Biao. The strength of the great monk Dai Biao cannot do this at all. This is the result of him forcibly mobilizing the little energy left in his body. With a severely injured body coupled with rapid aging, half-step power only uses secret techniques to concentrate the injuries and aging on his legs. This cannot really prevent serious injuries and aging, but it can delay it for a while. The cost of doing this was extremely high, with a sense of tearing in his soul and physical pain. If he didn't have an unforgivable hatred for the invading high monks, he wouldn't be able to do this. His body disappeared from the spot again, and the great monk Jiaxian tensed up. And sure enough, a half-step powerful figure appeared beside him. Great monk Jiaxian didn't know why the half-step master didn't use the monk's fighting method, but used physical attacks. The fact is that the half-step power is no longer able to mobilize energy. He is able to perform spatial movement in a cave, thanks to his little connection with the existence of the cave. It's just that the space movement that can be easily used in the cave now costs more than 10 times. But half-step power didn't care about the consumption. He had lost everything, and his remaining goal was to kill the invading enemy. He punched the 4th grade top shield, and the 4th grade top shield made a sound like breaking. A stream of blood almost spurted out from the mouth of the great monk Jiaxian. With a powerful punch in half a step, his 4th grade top shield was severely damaged, and most of the internal spiritual imprints were broken away. For the first time, he knew that a simple physical attack could have such an effect. The half-step Almighty has such physical attack power, not only because of the physical strength of the half-step Almighty, but also because this is his cave. Dong Tian's energy was chaotic and could no longer provide him with energy. But the connection between Dong Tian and him was not completely interrupted. Dong Tian's every move here could still affect a small amount of rules. This effect of affecting a small number of rules has little effect on other half-step powers. But for the great monks, who have not reached the realm of half-step powers, it has a very strong suppressive effect. The second half-step powerful punch hit the magic shield this time. This magic shield had 2 layers. One layer is the defensive spell cast by the great monk Jiaxian himself, and the other layer is the defensive shield produced by the powerful life-saving Jade Talisman. The defensive shield cast by the great monk Jiaxian himself was broken almost instantly, but the half-step powerful fist was blocked in front of the defensive shield inspired by the powerful life-saving Jade Talisman. The frightened monk Jiaxian found that the defensive shield inspired by the powerful life-saving Jade Talisman was effective. His face showed joy, and he used his flying sword to slash at the powerful man half a step away. It's a pity that the flying sword fell on the body of Banbu Dongning and did not cause any damage. Perhaps in the eyes of the half-step great master, his combat prowess as a peak monk was no different from that of ordinary monks. The half-step expert looked at the last shield on the body of the great monk Jiaxian, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. "Curse of flesh!" he croaked. Following his words, one of his arms turned into a ball of blood mist and flew towards the great monk Jiaxian. After the defensive shield of the great monk Jiaxian came into contact with the blood mist, the defensive shield quickly became thinner and continued to shake. After supporting it for almost 2 breaths, the defensive shield inspired by the powerful life-saving Jade Talisman was wiped out. Disappear. The defensive spells inspired by the life-preserving Jade Talisman made by Deneng are far inferior to the defensive spells cast by Deneng himself. The two are completely different concepts. The energy that the powerful life-preserving Jade Talisman can withstand is the upper limit of the power of the powerful life-preserving Jade Talisman. Brother Jiaxian thought that he could withstand the half-step mad attack of the powerful with the help of the powerful life-saving Jade Talisman. He thought wrong, and he would pay the price with his life for this. After the last defense was broken, the figure of the great monk Jiaxian retreated quickly. This was because he wanted to exit the cave. In the face of life, the opportunity to be promoted to a powerful person can be avoided. In addition, as long as he leaves the cave, in the state of this half-step powerful person, it may not take long for him to fall. He retreated in a hurry, but how could a half-step expert let him go? The powerful figure flashed half a step and blocked his way back. The half-step master and the great monk Jiaxian were almost stuck together. The half-step master hugged the great monk Jiaxian. There was only madness in his eyes, just like a wild beast. Chapter 892 Fisherman. Li Shiming looked at the vision shared from the phantom dragon in horror, and saw the madness of half-step power. He thought that if he really entered the cave, perhaps what happened to this group of great monks would be his fate. He did not let the phantom dragon make any moves. Facing such a powerful being as half-step power, the phantom dragon might be discovered as long as it made the slightest movement. With half a step of madness, I am afraid that the phantom dragon will be found immediately. The final battle in the cave was over. The body of the great monk Jiao Xian was squeezed out of shape. His physical body died, and his nascent soul was annihilated. Half-step power, who had avenged his great revenge, dragged his broken body and suspended it in the void. He stared blankly at the sky of his cave. He spent countless efforts and resources to re-establish the rules and environment of the cave. But now they are all shattered. His life has come to an end, and what awaits him is death. After experiencing crazy revenge, the half-step master is now unusually calm. All that was left of his body was his torso and one arm. And this arm was horribly withered. When he reached the half-step state of great power, his face looked like that of a young man. But now, he looked like a dying old man. Hey! He let out a long sigh. Thousands of years of hard work. Everything disappeared with this sigh. His body's aging stopped. But the breath of life also disappeared. At the moment he fell, the energy chaos in the cave miraculously stopped. However, due to the previous destruction, the world was in chaos. Li Shiming saw the whole process and was touched in his heart. Even if you have cultivated to the level of half-step almighty, and you are still a powerful half-step almighty, you will still die if you are not careful. He couldn't help but tell himself that he must take this as a warning. He walked towards the entrance of the cave. He did not enter the cave immediately, but observed the situation around the space door. After scanning with his divine consciousness and Jedi power, he discovered that the area where the space gate was bound was not the entire island, but only a small part of the island. As his mind moved slightly, the blast flying cloud sword flew out and cut the main island. With the help of Chaos Sword Intention, the protection of the main island seems to be in vain. He cut out the area bound to the space door, and then with a wave of his hand, he lifted up the area with his spiritual consciousness. This cutout island is not big, only about 200 square meters. The most eye-catching thing is the space door on it. He used his spiritual consciousness to wrap up the entire island, and then used arrival in one fell swoop, and he and the island disappeared instantly. After a long time, the monks from the Yuju Islands dared to come out to check. When they found the vacancy on the main island, they screamed in horror. Having lost the great monk, lost the inheritance cave, and lost the half-step power, the Yuju Islands can no longer sustain themselves. Not to mention the monks who peeked at the wealth of the Yuju Islands. Even a small-scale beast tide was enough to destroy the Yuju Islands and all the monks on them. After a period of sluggishness, some monks who woke up thought about the future. They began to grab everything they could take away. Not just resources, but also building materials. They stripped off all the things that the monks who had left before could not carry. In the future, they would need to rely on themselves. The more wealth they had, the more protection they would have. In this kind of fanatical snatching, it was inevitable that some monks would take action, and then a melee among the monks would follow. Li Shiming didn't know what happened after he left. He took a small island and used arrival in one step. When he appeared 8,000 miles away, he felt a huge consumption of spiritual power in his body. He consumed almost 1/10 of the spiritual energy of a nascent soul, which was an extremely huge amount of spiritual energy. He didn't want to use arrive in one move again, so he took out the black and white chess pieces and set up a formation in the air to hide the island. In fact, Li Shiming came to trouble the Yuju Islands and did not want to get this cave. To be boastful, he may be the monk who has the most control over the world of immortality. Tianren Cave is a complete inheritance cave that is not bound to a certain sect. This is extremely rare in the entire world of immortality. Banshing Dongtian, a Dongtian who was unconsciously cultivated by him to have all 5 elements. He still doesn't know how beneficial such a Dongtian is to him. Thunder Cave. This is a special cave. It is the first step to build a cave of half-step power. It is also the cave that is most suitable for Li Xiu. Li Shiming looked at the newly acquired cave sky, which had a formation of black and white chess pieces. He didn't have to worry about being discovered by other monks. He has strong confidence in the formation he has arranged, coupled with the special characteristics of the black and white chess pieces. The power of the formation is even more powerful. He thought for a while, and recruited the great monk Luo Pei. The heavenly ghost drove the great monk Luo Pei into the cave. The great monk Luo Pei came to several corpses suspended in the void, and inspected them one by one. Brother Luo Pei's inspection method was very simple. He put each corpse into a mustard ring. All objects that can be absorbed by the mustard ring are inanimate objects. Even the broken body of the half-step master was successfully put into the mustard seed style. which made Li Shiming let go of his last worry. Li Shiming stepped into the cave. The cave was wider than it seemed from the outside. Considering that this was a heritage cave, this was normal. He looked at the bottom of the cave. There were originally countless spiritual plants growing there. But unfortunately, they all turned into energy at this time. He tried it. But due to the loss of the owner, and the confusion of various energies and rules, there was not much power to suppress him from using his magical power. In the cave's sky, he used "South close to the end of the world. South close to the end of the world" was more stable. And it was used within the scope of his own consciousness. He used "the end of the world" to appear everywhere in the cave. Every time he appeared, he would use his spiritual consciousness to scan the surroundings. At the same time, the natal magic weapon Z15 is also establishing an icon of the scanned area in the cave. The world in the cave is in chaos, and direction sensing cannot have much effect here. "Found it!" Li Shiming said to himself in surprise. In the chaos, his consciousness came into contact with a tiny piece of jade. From the gap in Yujue, a trace of spiritual fluid flowed out. Li Shiming could not judge the quality of Yujue, but he was 100% sure that this was the secret treasure of the cave here. The secret treasure does not have a certain shape. It may be a flame. It may be a stone. Or it may be some soil. The most special thing about the secret treasure is the secret energy contained in it. In the past, he only discovered that the material that could become the core of the cave was special. But he didn't know what was special. But after a trip to the temple, he truly understood the specialness of the Tianji treasure. He injected a master recognition technique into Yujue, and the master recognition technique was absorbed into Yujue. It didn't take long for him to feel connected to Yujue, and at the same time, he was connected to the entire cave. Although he was connected with the entire cave, he could not change anything about the cave in front of him. Perhaps he will not be able to truly influence this cave until he is promoted to the pinnacle of the great monk. The Jade Dew is called Flying Pearl Jade Dew, and it is a water-based heavenly treasure. Since the cave is currently in a state of chaos, Flying Pearl Jade Dew is greatly restricted, and even very little spiritual spring water gushes out. Li Shiming shook his head. If this heritage cave, which he called the Jade Pearl Cave, wasn't bound to a small island and was very easy to move, he might not even be too lazy to take possession of it. He will choose to take away the Flying Pearl Jade Dew and let the Jade Pearl Cave heaven slowly collapse. Of course, he also understood that taking away the core of the cave was actually a waste of natural resources. The formation of a cave requires more than just celestial treasures. It also requires the consumption of a large amount of resources. Many of these resources are in the hands of a very small number of superpowers. It will take a long time to build the cave. And in this process, even one of the almost 10 half-step great masters may not be able to be promoted to a great master. The inheritance of cave heaven can only be passed down by truly powerful people. The half-step powerful cave heaven can only exist after the half-step powerful one dies. Except under extremely special circumstances. Just like the half-step cave heaven, which was left by the half-step power Chiu Hung by accident. The thunder and lightning cave's sky was left by the half-step power Yangxing's soul when it was swallowed up. And it was also left by accident. The caves that can truly be preserved are the caves of great powers. And a small number of them are inheritance caves. Not all great powers are willing to leave the caves they have worked hard to build throughout their lives to future generations. On the contrary, many powerful people prefer to regard the cave as their own tomb and let the cave become their eternal resting place. Li Shiming came out of the Jade Bead Cave and put the island into the Soul Crystal Ring. This was equivalent to carrying the Jade Bead Cave with him at any time. The Inheritance Cave is generally immovable because the Inheritance Cave is bound to the Mountain Gate. However, Yuzhu Cave Heaven is a special exception. After the destruction of the Mountain Gate to which it was bound, Yuzhu Cave Heaven unexpectedly survived. And the Mountain Gate to which it was bound became this small island. At the Yuzhu Islands, the chaos continued, and many monks tried to leave with the stolen spiritual objects. There are still some monks who are reluctant to part with the remaining wealth, and they are still frantically grabbing everything. The monks who leave early may be lucky, as a small number of them will live on other monk islands. A large part of them, with the wealth they robbed, would become the targets of robbery by other monks due to their lack of strength. They were very lucky to survive. Those who stay in the Yuzhu Islands and do not leave will encounter even greater troubles. Not long after, another group of monks who knew about the emergence of the Heritage Cave on the Yuzhu Islands arrived. Needless to say, the strength of the monks who can peek into the half-step powerful inheritance cave, is at least one of the top monks. These monks who were still robbing wealth were suppressed forcefully. Their wealth was taken over as soon as it changed hands. A team with top monks should not value this bit of wealth. But the team of peak monks discovered the missing inheritance cave. They saw that there were monks who had arrived first. They first found the monks left on the Yuju Islands and tortured them in various ways. But they did not get any useful clues. I just knew that a group of great monks had arrived. But they knew almost nothing about what happened after that because they were suppressed by the powerful monks and did not dare to come out to check. The great monks, who had missed the opportunity and were filled with anger, snatched away the wealth from these monks. Some of the monks who reacted fiercely were even killed by the great monks. The matter in the Yuju Islands is not over yet. And more great monks are coming after hearing the news. Since the 6 superpowers were looking for clues about Li Shiming in the waters near the temple. After hearing the news about the Yuju Islands, at least 10 groups of peak monks rushed to the Yuju Islands. Through intelligence analysis and clues obtained from interrogating the monks at the scene, these teams of monks focused on the great monk Jiao Xian of Ziyun sect. However, the news of the death of the great monk Jiao Xian soon came from the Ziyun sect, and the inheritance of the Yuju Islands cave heaven was lost. During this period, Li Shizhen was noticed by many great monks. Who is Li Shizhen the most suspicious? He has the strength, motivation, and time. Of course, there were some great monks who did not agree, because no great monk thought that great monk Jiao Xian would be killed by Li Shizhen. The person involved, Li Shiming, had already changed to the Jade Pearl flying boat, a top-level 4th-grade flying boat, and sailed deep into the Cloud Island Sea. He was extremely excited at this time, because he planned to check out this harvest, especially the treasures left by the half-step master. Of course, the trophies of several Ziyun sect great monks are also worth seeing. He did not take a look at the treasures left by half-step master first, but planned to check the trophies of the great monks of Ziyun sect first, including the great monk Dai Biao. There are 6 great monks who have not reached the peak of the great monk realm. In addition to the great monk Dai Biao, there are 3 great monks who use soul crystal rings, different from Li Shiming's previous cultivation world, probably due to the large number of great monks in Yandahai. Soul crystal rings are not popular among great monks. Only a small number of great monks with high status are qualified to use soul crystals. Quit. Each of the great monks of Ziyun sect carries a large number of great monk elixirs at any time. Unfortunately, they are all junior and intermediate elixirs. And for Li Shiming, they can only be used for trading. When Li Shiming saw these great monk elixirs, he also understood that he was a bit arrogant when he was on Yuju Island. The Ziyun sect is a superpower, but the great monks in it are still using the junior and intermediate level elixirs of the great monks. There are a certain number of high-level elixirs of the great monks, and they are still used in transactions. How could they be targeted by the monks? Fortunately, he used it in the Yuju Islands. The strength of the Yuju Islands was not able to swallow him in one bite, but he survived this trouble without any danger. He even got a lot of benefits from it. But he didn't want this to happen again. He thought that he would use these junior and intermediate level elixirs for great monks in future transactions, and it would be better to use less advanced elixirs for great monks. The great monk's elixir is of no use to him, but some of the great monk's elixir are still useful. Chapter 893 Treasure. Li Shiming discovered a 4th-grade top-level flying boat from the soul crystal ring of Master Jiao Xian. I wonder if it was because the monks from Yandahai he came into contact with were very strong. In the short time he came to Yandahai, he had already obtained 2 top-level 4th-grade airships, as well as a large number of high-grade 4th-grade airships. You must know that although he has a lot of top-level 4th-grade flying boats in his hands, they are trophies obtained from fighting many powerful enemies over a long period of time. Even among those 4th-grade top-level flying boats, most of them have some connection with the great power, which made him put away most of the 4th-grade top-level flying boats in the world of immortality before, and did not dare to use them. The 2 top-level 4th-grade airships obtained in Yundao Sea have nothing to do with the great power. In his opinion, this may be related to the greater resources in Yundao Sea. In addition, flying boats must be used for long journeys in Yundao Sea, so there will be more 4th-grade top flying boats. Li Shiming just glanced at the remaining 4th-grade top-level weapon refining materials and put them away. He is not short of these refining materials. He can refine Lingbao himself, but his strength does not match the Lingbao. Refining more Lingbao will only cause him to encounter greater trouble. Finally, he took out the soul crystal ring of the half-step powerful man. It's funny to say that he still doesn't know the name of the half-step powerful man. And with the death of many great monks in Yuzhu Islands, there is a high probability that there will not be many monks who can remember the name of the half-step power. In the near future, their names will slowly disappear over time, just like the half-step power. As demise, there are many spiritual objects in the half-step Almighty Soul Crystal Ring. When Li Shiming saw this situation, he could only say that the half-step Almighty lacked a strong background. He was the backer of the Yuzhu Islands, which made the Yuzhu Islands the most precious. The treasures are all kept with him. It was another 4th grade top-level flying boat. Li Shiming received the 4th grade top-level flying boat into another space dedicated to storing the flying boat. Then he found a large number of peak monk resources, which surprised him, but it was not unexpected. The Yuzhu Islands are a gathering place for monks operating externally. They occupy the most dangerous area and naturally have access to the most resources in the sea. Even the monks who come here will give priority to the Yuzhu Islands if they want to use the resources they have obtained. This allows the Yuzhu Islands to always obtain a large amount of resources, including the resources needed by the peak monks. But there are no peak monks in the Yuzhu Islands themselves, so the resources of the peak monks will not be distributed, but will be stored here. The Yuzhu Islands had accumulated resources for peak monks for an unknown period of time, all of which were advantageous to Li Shiming. After that, he dug out a bunch of 4th grade late-stage demon elixirs, and he was greatly surprised by the number. Li Shiming looked at the spiritual objects in the Soul Crystal Ring. Although these spiritual objects were of extremely high quality and large in quantity, they were still far from the treasures he imagined. This is a half-step Almighty. What did he get from the half-step Almighty Yongxing last time? Just a teleportation ring, which allowed him to use the teleportation ring to survive the most dangerous moment and come here. Not to mention that he also signed a contract with the Thunder Beast. And the other treasures are also very good. But looking at the half-step power of Yuzhu Islands, although there are a bunch of treasures, the quality of the treasures really cannot match their status. Just when Li Shiming was complaining, he discovered a small jade box made of top-grade 4th grade spiritual jade. The value of this jade box alone is very high. Not to mention that he also felt the runes from the jade box that only half-step masters can inscribe. The power of rules contained in it can allow the jade box to absorb the void on its own energy, thereby nourishing the spiritual things inside. He was about to open the jade box, but stopped. He activated his Shanais and used his spiritual consciousness to carefully scan the jade box several times. Just when he was about to open the jade box, his spirit sent out an early warning. After all, he is a half-step powerful man who is alone outside. Even the spiritual objects in his soul crystal ring are restricted. Li Shiming shook his head and sighed. He understood the opponent's actions very well, and this half-step master had a sense of crisis. Looking at the previous battles, the half-step Almighty showed his weakness when the wave of spiritual beasts arrived. When Li Shiming launched the attack, he was still weak. But when the great monk Jiao Xian led several great monks into the cave, the half-step Almighty still had a certain amount of fighting power and killed all the great monks. This was a manifestation of the sense of crisis. As long as life is not over, there will always be a backup plan. Now that the restriction has been discovered, the ability of half-step power cannot be compared with the restriction in the temple. Li Shiming just put the jade box into the computer room space, and with the control power of 0.5 nanometer precision, coupled with the analysis ability of the natal magic weapon Z15, soon the band was broken. When he opened the jade box, he saw a jade bead. This jade bead gave him a feeling of being full of energy, like a spiritual elixir, and it was as pure as a top elixir. The energy inside could be directly absorbed by the monks. Li Shiming injected a magic spell into the jade bead to identify its owner, and successfully identified the jade bead as its owner. He also learned the information about this jade bead from the information fed back by the jade bead. The jade bead was called Tianling Jade Bead. This was an opportunity he got when he was a half-step powerful boy. It was precisely with this opportunity that the half-step master became a powerful monk step by step from a casual cultivator. And it was possible for the half-step master to become a half-step master after discovering the Cave of Inheritance. The Tianling Jade Bead is a treasure naturally bred in the sea. It has only one simple function, which is to absorb the energy in the void and store it inside the Tianling Jade Bead. The energy stored inside the Tianling Jade Bead will be transformed by the Tianling Jade Bead into an extremely pure energy that can be freely absorbed by all living things. Later, the Tianling Jade Bead underwent a half-step of powerful refining and became a treasure that can be recognized as its owner. The Tianling Jade Bead has no offensive ability at all, but its effect of absorbing and transforming energy is better than any offensive treasure. For monks, realm is always more important than attacking magic weapons. Even if a great monk holds a spiritual treasure in his hand, if there is a powerful person opposite him, the great monk will be as powerless as a baby. Of course, the Tianling Jade Bead is not without its flaws. The speed at which the Tianling Jade Bead absorbs energy is almost equal to that of a peak monk, and he is also a peak monk who is fully committed to seclusion and does not care about any chores. This energy absorption speed may seem astonishing, but it is only equivalent to doubling the cultivation speed of a peak monk. For a half-step master, the effect of the Sky Spirit Jade Bead is much worse, but it has no effect. Therefore, after being promoted to the peak monk, half-step power put away the Tianling Jade Pearl, and let the Tianling Jade Pearl absorb energy independently. He waited until half-step power reached a certain level and needed a lot of energy before absorbing it. At this time, in the Tianling Jade Bead, more than 1,000 years have passed since the peak of the half-step powerful monk realm. The Tianling Jade Bead is stored in the 4th grade top jade box that is conducive to energy gathering, has been in a cave with extremely rich energy for many years, and the energy inside is enough to accumulate the energy of a peak monk for more than 1,000 years. Li Shiming was shocked. He did not expect that the real good thing he would get from half-step power would be this. No wonder a monk who was born as a casual cultivator was able to cultivate to a half-step state of great power. Not only did he get the inheritance cave by chance, but he also had such a heaven-defying treasure. In fact, if the Tianling Jade Bead had not accumulated energy for more than 1,000 years, its effect on Li Shiming would not be considered unparalleled. He has 5 nascent souls, and the energy-absorbing effect of the Tianling Jade Beads is not up to the energy that he has improved through seclusion practice, but it is just equivalent to him having 1 more nascent soul. What he practiced was the Heavenly Man Art. The cultivation speed of an ordinary peak-level monk was almost the same as the cultivation speed of the Heavenly Man Art Master Monk in the middle stage. Li Shiming looked at the Tianling Jade Bead. He knew that with this treasure, he could quickly advance to the peak of the great monk realm. He immediately gave up the idea of exploring the Cloud Island Sea. With the teleportation ring, he would have a chance to come back even if he left here and return to the Dongqi continent. Low strength and weak combat power are the original sin. If he had been stronger, he would not have been forced to travel far away. He put away the black and white chess pieces, then used Arrive in 1 move, and headed into the distance, until he came to a place far away from any islands and monks. This place belonged to the interior of the Cloud Island Sea. The chance of encountering spiritual beasts dropped a lot, and his figure flashed on the bottom of the sea. The Blaze Flying Cloud Sword flew out and dug a cave on the rock on the seabed. Then the black and white chess pieces were used to rearrange the formation, which had the effect of defense and concealment. Of course, this is just a show. His real place of cultivation is in the Tianren Cave, which is the safest place to practice. Sitting down in the Balian Hall, he took out the Tianling Jade Bead, and the Tianling Jade Bead flew to the top of his head under the control of his consciousness. He took 5 high-level monks' high-level elixirs, even though there were Sky Spirit Jade Beads providing energy. Even if he didn't take the high-level monks' high-level elixirs, his cultivation speed would increase to an extremely fast level. But taking the high-level monk's high-level elixir can speed up this rapid cultivation. He doesn't care about the consumption of the high-level monk's high-level elixir. His own cultivation is the most important. As the heavenly art was operating, he felt a surge of energy pouring into the top of his head. This energy was different from the spiritual energy absorbed by the rest of his body. The energy transmitted from the Tianling Jade Bead is extremely pure and is not mixed with anything else. It is a special energy that can be converted into the Yuaning body by the Tianren Ju without any skills. And when Li Shiming was practicing the Tianling Jade Pearl, the Tianling Jade Pearl itself was still absorbing the energy in the Balian Hall to replenish itself. It's just that compared to the energy absorbed by the Tianling Jade Bead, the energy absorbed into Li Shiming's body is dozens of times more. Fortunately, there are more than 1,000 years of accumulation in the Tianling Jade Bead. Even if Li Shiming runs the Tianren Ju at full power and uses 5 nascent souls to absorb the pure energy in the Tianling Jade Bead, the consumption of the Tianling Jade Bead will be very large. It's just an insignificant point for Yuzhu. Based on Li Shiming's current cultivation speed, it only takes him 30 years to advance to the peak of a great monk. You must know that his previous estimate was at least more than 100 years old. This time he took the risk and took action against half-step power, and got the greatest reward. It's not just him. When he returns to the Eastern Qi continent, he can give the Sky Spirit Jade Pearl to his clone Li Yuanba, so that Li Yuanba can be promoted to the peak monk as soon as possible. One of Li Shiming's brains fell into a state of cultivation, and the other brains were also doing their own work. He had plenty of time before. He estimated that he would still have a lot of time to advance to the peak of the great monk. But now it seems that he only has 30 years. He needs to strengthen his understanding of the 5 elements rules within 30 years. He cannot let his understanding of the 5 elements rules affect his progress towards becoming a peak monk. In addition, he also needs his clone Li Yuanba to get in touch with more classics about peak monks. In the rest of his brain, he continued to study the technology of his past life. And he almost never stopped doing this work. Although he has never used the technology of his previous life. That is because his cultivation level has improved too quickly. And ordinary technology has too little help for his current state. Li Shiming's sudden retreat also frustrated some outside forces' attempts to find him. In fact, as long as he appears on any island where monks gather, there is a high possibility that he will be discovered by these super forces. Whether it is Li Shiming's identity or Li Shizhen's identity, they have become the targets that the superpowers want to arrest. Li Shiming's identity was related to the secret treasure, and it also robbed a large number of great monk resources. Li Shizhen's identity is related to the inheritance of Dongtian. Both identities are related to the promotion of the peak monk to half-step to great power. And no great monk can let go of the interests involved. It's a pity that the various forces in Yundahai mobilized a huge group of monks. But they couldn't find any trace of Li Shiming and Li Shizhen. Since Li Shizhen wears a mask every day, in order to prevent Li Shizhen from changing his identity, the intelligence departments of various superpowers have listed any suspicious monks as targets of suspicion. This operation to trace Li Shiming and Li Shizhen lasted for several years, but without any news. The investigation was eventually turned into a long-term task, and it was no longer as vigorous as before. Even some monks are wondering whether Li Shiming and Li Shizhen were caught by some superpower, but it was just not announced. Of course, they couldn't find Li Shiming, and no one could find a cave hidden by the formation on the seabed. Even if they found the cave, only a powerful person could discover the existence of the cave. In the Sword and Tent Chengshao Pavilion, Li Yuanba, who had been in seclusion, slowly opened his eyes. Since there is a better way to practice, he doesn't have to worry too much about retreating now. He has not troubled Yukingzong for so long, and he can't wait any longer. Chapter 894 Leaving Seclusion. Yuanba, after these years of seclusion, your strength has improved a lot. Jian Wuwei looked at the disciple, who was much stronger than himself, and his heart was filled with pride. It is the presence of Li Yuanba in the Jiani Chengshao Pavilion that makes his position as a member of the Jian family extremely stable. This time, after learning that Li Yuanba was out of quarantine, he rushed over as soon as possible. Master, the sword intent in your body has become thicker. It seems that your understanding of the phantom sword intent has become stronger. Li Yuanba also smiled and replied, the progress of my sword intention is far inferior to yours. I can't even understand your sword intention. Jian Wuwei shook his head. Regarding this, he was extremely depressed. As a direct descendant of the Sword Intent Chengshao Pavilion Sword Clan, he should have been far more talented in sword intent than other sword cultivators. This is indeed reflected in Jian Wuwei, but it depends on who he is compared with. If you compare it with Li Yuanba, you will find that Jian Wuwei's sword intent talent is completely inadequate. My sword power cannot be taught at the moment. At least I have to wait until my cultivation level improves a little more before I can hope to teach my sword power. Li Yuanba shook his head and said, it's not that he doesn't want to pass on Chaos Sword Intent to Jian Wuwei. The problem is that Chaos Sword Intent is too high-end, and with his current state, he simply cannot meet the conditions for inheritance. According to his judgment, even if his realm reaches the conditions for inheriting the Chaos Sword Intent, the possibility that Jian Wuwei can learn the Chaos Sword Intent is extremely low. The Sword Intent Chengshao Pavilion has such a legacy, which is the Sword Intent Monument. With Jian Wuwei's identity, it is not difficult to view the Sword Intent Monument. But look at the Sword Intent Chengshao Pavilion for so many years. Why no sword cultivator can get the inheritance of Chaos Sword Intent from the Sword Intent Monument? That is because no sword cultivator can possess his original ability. The main body Li Shiming possesses the natal magic weapon Z15, which allows Z15 to use its own computing power to convert the Sword Intent Monument into data form and record it. It also allows Li Shiming to conduct in-depth and long-term research on the Sword Intent Monument. This is how the Chaos Sword Intent came about. Even so, the Chaos Sword Intent is still imperfect, and Z15 needs to continuously analyze and study the digitalized Sword Intent Monument. Forget about Sword Intent. During the time you were in seclusion, I helped you turn down many alchemy commissions. Now that you are out of seclusion, have you started refining alchemy? Jian Wei waved his hand and asked, changing the topic. Just wait a little longer. I have some things that need to be dealt with. Li Yuanba pondered for a moment and said, as long as you say this. Something happened to your friendly Shurjin. It is said that Luo Danning of the Yuqing sect took action himself. Jian Wei looked around, knowing that no one could spy on them even though he was in the cave conversation. But it was a matter of great power, so he still showed caution. He knew that Li Yuanba had a relationship with Li Shiming, and that Li Yuanba had been in seclusion during the time of Li Shiming's accident, in order to prevent it from affecting Li Yuanba's seclusion. He did not let this incident disturb Li Yuanba. Now that Li Yuanba is out of confinement, it involves Li Yuanba's friends, so he needs to inform him. Is Li Shurjin okay? Li Yuanba knew all the details, more than Jian Wei did, but he still asked, pretending to be surprised and concerned. Luo Danning has lost his face this time. I heard Mr. Jian talking about this matter with sarcasm and ridicule. A great expert personally took action and did not catch Li Shurjin. Jian Wei replied with a smile. The fact that Great Master Luo Yuan sent his avatar to the Eastern Qi continent could be hidden from ordinary monks. But how could he hide it from other powerful men of the same realm? There is no need to speculate about the reason why Luo Yuan Duaning's clone went to the Eastern Qi continent. The feud between Li Shiming and the Yuqing sect was no longer a secret. But he failed to catch Li Shiming, which made all the powerful people feel the surprise. Only a powerful person can know how terrifying a powerful person is. The strength of a powerful thunder cultivator, even if he sends a clone, cannot be compared to that of a great monk. Even if a powerful clone stands in front of a peak monk, it is enough to make the peak monk lose the ability to resist. And it can control the life and death of the peak monk without even using a hand. As for why we knew that Luo Yuan Duaning's clone had not succeeded, it goes without saying that Li Shiming's phantom clone was still accompanying the Taoist companion in Wanfeng Palace. It's just that after this incident, no monk can find Li Shiming's true body anymore. That is to say, the world of immortal cultivators knew very little about Dagong Luo Yuan's arrest of Li Shiming. Otherwise, countless great monks would hate Dagong Luo Yuan and the Yuqing sect to death. Li Shiming's disappearance made it impossible for the monks, who were accustomed to using the high-level monk's high-level elixir, to get new high-level monk's elixir, after enjoying the effects of the high-level spiritual elixirs of the great monks. If they go back to the past, the intolerable effects of the junior and intermediate level elixirs of the great monks will drive the great monks crazy. Fortunately, Li Shiming's phantom clone is still there. The great monks know that Li Shiming is fine, and they are all waiting for when Li Shiming will appear. How long does it take for Luo Danning to recover once he takes action? Li Yuanba asked curiously. There may not be an answer to this question if asked to other monks, but Jian Wei is a direct descendant of the Jian family and knows many secrets that outsiders don't know. Luo Danning's clone crossed the ocean. Although I don't know how many methods were used during the battle, it is only an estimated consumption. It cannot be recovered in less than 100 years. Jian Wei gave an affirmative answer. Li Yuanba actually had many questions to ask, but he also knew that Jian Wei didn't have much to say, and asking more questions would only make things difficult for Jian Wei. Master, I want to check some classics of the top monks, Li Yuanba continued. Although you haven't reached the level yet, I think there is no problem. I will help you apply and give you an answer as soon as possible. Jian Wei didn't pay attention to his request and waved his hand with a smile. Li Yuanba was his disciple and a direct descendant of the Jian family. With Li Yuanba's cultivation speed, it was only a matter of time before he came into contact with these classics. I want to apply for those books that promote you to become a powerful person, so that you can know in advance how difficult it is to be promoted to a powerful person, so that you can prepare in advance. Jian Wei thought for a while, and then said, although Li Yuanba had just been promoted to a great monk not long ago, considering Li Yuanba's level of alchemy, there would be no shortage of other resources. Then Li Yuanba would have enough energy to start accumulating resources to become a powerful person. Otherwise the treasure might be right in front of him, and Li Yuanbao didn't even know it.
Thank you, Master.
Li Yuanbao felt his master's care, and said sincerely,
What are you talking about? Since you have been in seclusion for so long, my spiritual tea has long been exhausted. Do you still have it?
Jian Wei asked with a smile.
When others ask, they will definitely say no. Master wants me to have some here.
Li Yuanbao also replied with a smile. He took out a jade box filled with 4th grade spiritual tea and handed it to the smiling Jian Wei. Jian Wei now controls part of the power of Jinyi Chengshao Pavilion, which consumes a lot of his 4th grade spiritual tea, especially some of the great sword cultivators in the pavilion. Knowing that he has the 4th grade spiritual tea cooked by Li Shiming himself, will always come over to drink his 4th grade spiritual tea on the pretext of discussing things with him. Of course, this is also a good thing. The close relationship with many great sword cultivators will be of great help to him in controlling the power of sword in Tent Chengshao Pavilion. 2 days later, Jian Wei helped Li Yuanbao handle the matter of reading classics. Li Yuanbao's identity jade plate had additional permission to enter a library. After Li Yuanbao obtained the authority, he went to the library without stopping at all. The library pavilion is located in a building near the center of the sword cave. It is close to Jian Lao's residence and is protected by formations. It is the most tightly protected area. Li Yuanbao came to the building here. After entering the building, he felt the scanning of the formation, and at the same time, a consciousness swept across his body.
Yuanbao, you can read the classics, but don't think about being promoted to a powerful person too early. You only need to pay attention to the relevant resources. In addition, some of the resources for your promotion to a powerful person will be prepared for you in the pavilion.
So the old voice rang in his ears.
I know.
Li Yuanbao bowed towards the void and said. Jian Lao said nothing more, and a space gate appeared in front of him. Li Yuanbao was slightly surprised. Judging from this level of rigor, this library was the most important library in Jinyi Chengshao Pavilion. As for Jian Lao's reminder, he could also guess some situations. He has just been promoted to a great monk, and watching the training content of a peak great monk may have some unknown effects. However, Li Yuanbao has his own considerations. In fact, his cultivation is insufficient now. His understanding of sword intention has reached the level of a peak swordsman. In terms of actual combat, with his previous battle accumulation, most of his enemies were enemies beyond his own level, which allowed him to achieve the ultimate in sharpening his sword spirit. In terms of theory, the main body Li Shiming's natal magic weapon Z15 is studying and analyzing the sword intention monument almost all the time. In addition, the main body is at a higher level, and the shared sword awareness is far beyond what he can master at this level. Meaning, after passing through the space door, he appeared in a small space. This should be inside a small space fragment. The difference from Dantian is that the rules inside the space fragment are the same as the outside world, and the preservation of these classics will not be affected by rules issues. It is even less likely that space will become unstable or collapse. The length and width of the space are 100 meters each. Such a space is not as big as a space object, but it is a special space that can support the free entry and exit of life and has extremely high stability and privacy. There are bubbles suspended in the space, and each bubble contains a jade slip. These jade slips are almost all dark gold in color, and they are the highest quality jade slips. The number of bubbles is 260, which means there are only 260 jade slips here. This number is extremely small compared to the ordinary monk's library open to the Jinyi Chengshao Pavilion, which contains tens of thousands of books. Li Yuanbao reached out to touch a bubble, but he was unable to put his hand into the bubble. However, when his consciousness came into contact with the bubble, he sensed the contents of the jade slip. Li Yuanbao immediately mobilized Li Shiming's Z15. Z15 allocated part of its computing power and began to record the contents of the jade slips. He didn't know if there were monks watching here. The most likely person watching here was Jian Lao. Jian Laozhen was monitoring this place, and he couldn't find it, so he didn't dare to scan and put it down as he did before when reading classics. He carefully checked the contents of the jade slips like a normal monk. The classics in hand record how to build a cave. There are some mentions of this aspect in
The Art of Heaven and Man,
but they are far less detailed than the classics in hand. This classic records the step-by-step process of constructing the cave from the perspective of a sword cultivator. It should be something that a senior has personally experienced. And judging from the final results of the classics, this senior was successfully promoted to a half-step almighty, and finally became a true almighty. Li Yuanbao let out a long sigh of relief as his hand left the bubble. Through this senior's experience, he truly understood the difficulty of building a cave. For Daning, the cave's sky is the advantage of getting rid of the world and transcending oneself. And it is also a kind of constraint. Constructing the cave can greatly improve the master's control over the rules. This process until the end of the book. This senior is still improving the rules in the cave. Li Yuanbao put his hand on another bubble and got another piece of content. He stayed in the library for a full month and read all 260 jade slips. He found that all the classics here were suspended at the stage of successful promotion to the great power. And there was no follow-up content. There is also no new technique here, which is understandable. The sword cultivators in the Sword and Tent Chengshao Pavilion all practice the same technique. Sword and Tent Chengshao Ju. All the classics here revolve around them. Sword and Tent Chengshao Ju. To be honest, he was a little disappointed. The classics here were indeed very useful to him. But they were only a reference for Li Shiming. The cave of sword cultivation is different from the cave of heavenly art. Since heavenly art is a brand new skill and does not include the experience recorded by previous generations. If Li Shiming wants to obtain useful information, he must obtain a large number of Peak Monk's classics and use these classics to compile through Z15 after further analysis. We can get the process of constructing the cave of heaven and man. Of course, the difficulty for Li Yuanbao to become a powerful person in the future has been greatly reduced after reading these classics. He also knew how to collect the corresponding resources. And he even had a secret treasure. However, considering the principle of giving priority to the main body Li Shiming, Li Yuanbao will only consider using it after Li Shiming has more secret treasures. Li Yuanbao exited the library and bowed to the void. Although he did not sense the presence of Jian Lao, he knew very well that Jian Lao must be watching here. Yuanbao, you are the most promising person in this generation to become a powerful person. I am optimistic about you. Jian Lao's voice came, with expectations for him in his tone. Chapter 895 Situation. On the second floor of Wanfeng Palace and Fengqi Palace, Yin Shuolan looked at Li Shiming's phantom clone with concern. Although the phantom clone made it clear that it was harmless, Yin Shuolan still stared at the phantom clone whenever she had time. Not only did she inquire about Li Shiming's situation, but she was also afraid that the phantom clone would disappear without even seeing it. Although her worry was not expressed verbally, Li Shiming could still see it in her eyes. Her worries deepened as she learned about the world of immortality. After she knew how powerful Li Shiming was, she became deeply worried about the monk who could force Li Shiming to escape to save his life. Even the most powerful peak cultivator in the nascent soul stage in the world of immortality was killed by Li Shiming in a 2-on-1 situation. You can imagine how powerful the monk who was able to force Li Shiming away was. She even doubted whether the monk was the powerful one she heard in the rumors. After joining Wanfeng Palace, Yin Shuolan learned from her master that the most powerful person in Wanfeng Palace was a powerful person. It was precisely because of this powerful person that Wanfeng Palace became a superpower and occupied enough territory. Resources for all female cultivators in Wanfeng Palace. Although Li Shiming disappeared and only the phantom clone remained, Wanfeng Palace's attitude towards Yin Shuolan did not change at all. Instead, it paid more attention to it. This is not unrelated to Li Shiming's successful escape from a powerful man. As long as Li Shiming does not fall, Wanfeng Palace will still treat Yin Shuolan as the core monk. The phantom clone was currently looking at the information from the Eastern Qi continent, which was collected by Wanfeng Palace for it. Although Li Shiming claimed to be practicing in seclusion, some news still reached the ears of various forces in the Eastern Qi continent, and some forces unwilling to be left alone began to make moves. As soon as he looked at the information, he understood that there must be some superpower behind it. Without the superpower behind it, it would have been impossible for Li Shiming's escape from the East Qi continent to be known to the forces in the East Qi continent. It is even more impossible for any force to dare to attack the 10,000 Beasts sect, which is backed by Wanfeng Palace. Wanfeng Palace has 3 great monks stationed in the 10,000 Beasts sect. He shook his head, not paying attention to the small actions of those forces in the East Qi continent. He said 2 late-stage golden corpses back to the 10,000 Beasts sect. The 2 late-stage golden corpses can be controlled by Li Shiming, and with the super equipment all over their bodies, they can easily defeat even several peak monks. Regarding the instability of the East Qi continent, he is happy to see the consequences. Let there be chaos. The 10,000 Beasts sect only occupies 3/4 of the territory of the East Qi continent. He can only wait for the remaining forces to fall into it, and then these forces can be destroyed. Catch them all in one fell swoop and bring all the territories in the eastern Qi continent under their control. Lianhua Temple and Hidden Sun Sect had the influence of superpowers behind them. However, because Li Shiming was too powerful, these two large sects retreated to a small area under a powerful attack. From the intelligence point of view, it is these two major sects that have the most frequent actions. There was a faint smile on the face of the phantom clone. He was almost certain that the supporters behind the Lianhua Temple and the Masking Sun Sect must have shadows of the Yuqing Sect and the Baidi Sect.
It seems that they are going to cause some trouble for the Yuqing Sect. The Baidi Sect can't be idle either,
Phantom thought in his mind.
Huan, is there any good news?
Inshirlan, who had been staring at the phantom clone, saw the smile on the phantom clone's face and asked quickly. The phantom clone's answers to her were always vague. In fact, it wasn't that Li Shiming didn't want to make it clear, but that Li Shiming himself didn't know whether Yundahai was in the same world as Zhongzhou continent or in another world. Talking too much will make Inshirlan even more worried. In addition, if Yundao Sea and Zhongzhou continent are in the same world, and the powerful people here know about Yundao Sea, it is not impossible that Luo Yuan, the great power of Yuqing Sect, will chase him to Yundao Hai. Li Shiming remembered that the teleportation ring was obtained from Yang Xing, the half-step master of Yuqing Sect.
It's good news. The main body has found a safe place and started to retreat. It will take about 30 years to come back.
The phantom clone couldn't say what it had thought before, so it followed Inshirlan's question and answered.
This puts me at ease.
Inshirlan's face relaxed as soon as she heard that Li Shiming had begun to retreat. During the time she was in contact with Li Shiming, she saw Li Shiming's ability to cause trouble. Li Shiming, who is in the realm of a great monk, has provoked many powerful enemies in the world of immortality. If Li Shiming escaped to other places, he would still be able to cause trouble. She was worried about how Li Shiming could come back alive. She was right to worry. As soon as Li Shiming arrived at Yundahai, he offended 6 superpowers in Yundahai and even killed a half-step master. If Li Shiming hadn't chosen to retreat, Yundaohai would not be so peaceful. In the eastern Qi continent, the Lianhua Temple and the Masking Sun Sect have been shrinking their power in recent years. They have lost a lot of territory, and the resources they harvest every year are not enough to maintain the consumption of their current disciples. The two major sects still have some accumulation, and the insufficient resources will be made up by the accumulation in previous years. But such a thing cannot be carried out for a long time. And the two major sects also know this. And in the most difficult period, a superpower extended an olive branch to them. The superpowers that came forward were the Yuqing Sect and the Baidi Sect. And there were also some superpowers that were secretly supported. And only the great monks of the two major sects knew about it. After gaining support, the Lianhua Temple and the Hidden Sun Sect began to take action. Although they gave up a lot of territory, the intelligence forces they had deployed before did not disappear, because the 10,000 Beast Sect, with its large sect strength, had forcibly swallowed up a sphere of influence beyond its own size. This made it impossible for the 10,000 Beasts Sect to fully control the territory it occupied. The exclusive power of the 10,000 Beasts Sect not only compressed the living environment of Lianhua Temple and the Sun Hiding Sect, but also put some small and medium-sized sects on the verge of life and death. When the Lianhua Temple and the Sunburst Sect expressed their attitude of supporting small and medium-sized sects, these small and medium-sized sects also joined the action against the 10,000 Beasts Sect. A few months later, several great monks in the 10,000 Beasts Sect were sitting together, and the atmosphere was somewhat depressing.
Brother Hu, the situation has been very wrong recently. There have been many attacks in the area under my control, and the sect has suffered heavy losses there,
Brother Chai said with an ugly expression. Brother Hu looked at Brother Chai's somewhat unstable aura and understood that Brother Chai had been working hard recently.
Let the intelligence department investigate what force did it. It seems that we were too merciful at the beginning,
Brother Ding said bitterly, thinking that not long after Li Shiming left, the East Qi continent became unstable, which made Brother Ding feel his own incompetence. The current situation in the Dong Qi continent was brought about by Li Shiming. At the beginning, they considered that the Dong Qi continent could not lose too many powerful monks, so they allowed the Lianhua Temple and the Hidden Sun Sect to survive. I originally thought that Li Shiming could at least suppress the Eastern Qi continent for more than 1,000 years. It would not take even 1,000 years. It would only take more than 100 years. When the 10,000 Beast Sect trains a few great monks, it would be enough to completely stabilize the territory occupied by the 10,000 Beast Sect. But he never expected that in just a short period of time, Li Shiming would have to leave the Eastern Qi continent. causing the forces that were not completely suppressed at the beginning to show signs of rebounding. First, withdraw important resources into the sect and guard the Taichu branch. As long as our sect and the Taichu branch are fine, there is no need to worry about the rest. Brother Hu waved his hand lightly and said, in the 10,000 Bees sect, he was the only one who knew about Li Shiming's backup plans. 2 late-stage golden corpses were hidden in Li Shiming's cave. The 2 late-stage golden corpses are terrifying existences that can stand alone against the peak monks. With such powerful combat power in hand, the small actions of those forces are nothing more than scabies to the monk who, as long as the superpowers of the world of immortality are not directly involved, he is not afraid of the actions of these forces at all. Are we going to fight back? Brother Ding stopped when he heard this and asked loudly. The 10,000 Bees sect has become the largest sect in the eastern Qi continent, which makes him confident and looks down on his former equal enemies. He believes that the best way to deal with the enemy is to fight back. Let them make trouble first. If they don't make trouble, how can we eradicate them from the root? Brother Hu said calmly. Several great monks all looked at Brother Hu and began to figure out the meaning of Brother Hu's words. There is a mountain peak named Yuqing Mountain in Zhongzhou continent. This is the branch of Yuqing sect in Zhongzhou continent. It is said to be a branch sect, but in fact it is more like a base and has no real function of branching sects. It is impossible for the superpower of the Zhongzhou continent to allow the branch of the Yuqing sect to recruit disciples in the Zhongzhou continent and pass on their skills here. The Yuqing branch is mainly used to receive Yuqing sect Lei Xiu who come to Zhongzhou continent, and to provide intelligence and other support to these Lei Xiu, because the strength of the Yuqing sect had declined significantly before. The Yuqing branch of Zhongzhou continent became more important. Yuqing sect sent many great monks to contact the superpowers of Zhongzhou continent privately through Yuqing branch sect. Even if the Yuqing sect is now greatly weakened, if such a super force stands on a certain side, it will greatly enhance the strength of the super force. There has never been any real hatred in the world of immortality, and interests are the most important thing. The strength of the Yuqing sect has declined and will not be restored for at least 100 years. This is in line with the conditions for many superpowers to win over. And the Yuqing sect will not become powerful in a short time just because of the wooing. Li Yuanbao was standing 100 miles away from the Yuqing branch in Zhongzhou continent, observing the situation of the Yuqing branch. He made a request to the intelligence department of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion to pay attention to the Yuqing sect. And the intelligence department handed all the relevant information about the Yuqing sect into his hands. He originally planned to go to the ocean to rob the Yuqing Zong's voyage ship. You must know that the voyage ship is the lifeblood of a force, and one of its main sources of income. When the Yuqing sect needs resources the most, robbing the Yuqing sect's voyage ship can make the Yuqing sect's resources even worse. But when he saw a piece of information, he changed his original mind. The intelligence mentioned that 3 great monks from the Yuqing sect came to the Zhongzhou continent from the Xi'an continent. According to the comparison of previous intelligence, these 3 great monks should be on a mission to communicate with certain superpowers. The Ministry of Intelligence also specifically explained that the gifts given by the Yuqing sect when communicating with certain superpowers were extremely precious resources. Li Yuanbao didn't care about the extremely precious resources. He was thinking of the 3 great monks. In addition, there was a great monk staying in the Yuqing branch itself, which meant that there were 4 great monks of the Yuqing sect. He believed that even if the Yuqing sect expanded its business and trained a lot of great monks, if 4 more great monks were lost, the Yuqing sect would be powerless to do anything it wanted to do. So he came. And his target was the 4 great Lei Xiu monks. I'm afraid not many monks would believe it. But a newly promoted sword cultivator took up the idea of 4 veteran thunder cultivators. And the 4 great sword cultivators are still in the formation. Although the formation of the Yuqing branch is far inferior to the real superpower formation, it at least has the power of the large sect formation. Li Yuanbao summoned the body's natal magic weapon Z15 in his heart. He observed the distant formation through his divine vision and passed the observed data to Z15. After being analyzed by Z15, the detailed information of this large formation was transferred to his mind. He checked the detailed information of the formation, and his Shen eyes focused on one place in the formation. There was a special node there, and there would be a short-term loophole when the energy returned. This phenomenon is not considered a shortcoming of the large formation. It is a normal thing. The shield formed by energy relies on the operation of the formation nodes, and there will always be nodes for energy return. During the energy return, a small area with no energy will appear, but this area is very small and exists for a short time. Regardless of whether any formation master can accurately find the loophole in the energy return of this formation, even if he can find this loophole in the energy return. The short time will not allow the monks to effectively exploit it. But Li Yuanba is different. He has Z15 computing power, which allows him to accurately know the timing of the energy return loophole. Arrival in one fell swoop also allows him to appear directly inside the formation from 100 miles away. If you pass through that energy return loophole, you will not be restricted by the formation that isolates the space. Li Yuanba's figure flashed and disappeared 100 miles away. And then his figure appeared in the formation. As soon as he entered the formation, he used south close to the end of the world. Again. This time, the space movement he used was at the core of the formation. When his figure appeared inside the formation began to scan his identity. There was not much time left for him. As soon as the formation discovered that a monk with a questionable identity appeared inside, it would immediately sound an alarm. By then, his infiltration plan would have failed. Even if he can defeat the 4 Great Thunder Cultivators by then, it will be difficult to realize the idea of keeping all 4 Great Thunder Cultivators. Chapter 896 Killing Li Yuanba. So close and so far away. This time is actually not 100% sure. He gave the core position of the formation based on Z15's analysis of the formation, and the fact that the formation book of the Yuqing sect was in the Z15 database. The accuracy of this kind of budget for the core position of the formation is only 70%. Obviously, he was very lucky. The place where, so far, brought him appeared was the core of the formation. Who is it? His appearance was spotted by a monk guarding the core of the formation. The monk asked slightly in surprise. This monk is the formation master who manages the formation. Out of concern about the current situation, he was arranged by the sect to guard the core of the formation. He didn't think it was an enemy breaking in. He just thought it was a fellow disciple coming over. Li Yuanba didn't even pay attention to the formation master. He killed the formation master with a flash of his sword. Then he came to the core of the formation and fired a magic formula at the core of the formation. Just before the formation was about to sound an alarm, he gained control of the core of the formation. It seems that he easily sneaked into the Yuqing branch sect's formation and gained control of the formation. But to do this, the only ones in the entire world of immortality who really rely on their formation abilities are probably Li Shiming and Li Yuanba. Having been an enemy of the Yuqing sect for a long time, Li Yuanba obtained many jade slips from the monks of the Yuqing sect, including relevant classics on the Yuqing sect's formations. The formations of any force can be traced, especially with the help of formation books. Although the formations will be different, some habits will be passed down from generation to generation. It is very easy to crack the formation, and it is also very simple to control the core of the formation in an instant. The difficulty lies in entering the formation and finding the core of the formation before the formation can react. Li Yuanba connected his spiritual consciousness to the core of the formation. He mobilized the energy of the formation and began to make some changes. This kind of large array will send out a scan from time to explore everything inside the large array. This allowed him to grasp the location of all the monks within the Yuqing branch without disturbing any monks. The array sent out a scan, and the feedback results were received by Li Yuanba. Although Yuqing sect's strength was damaged, the strength of Yuqing branch still surprised him. There were hundreds of monks in the early and middle stages of nascent soul. As for the great monks, it was also beyond his expectation. There were 6 great Lei Xiao monks in this branch. One of the great monks, Lei Xiao, was close to the peak monks in strength. It is a superpower after all. This background is really terrifying. Li Yuanba thought that he had killed many great monks of the Yuqing sect. He thought that the number of great monks would be small, but he did not expect that just the branch of the sect would be so powerful. There are 6 great monks of Lei Xiao. Although the number of Lei Xiao monks in the Yuqing branch was beyond his expectation, his plan did not change. The area of this branch is not large, and the main spiritual vein is only located on a mountain peak. All 6 Lei cultivator monks live on this mountain peak, located in caves on various parts of the mountain. Li Yuanba smiled coldly. His figure flashed. South close to the end of the world was activated, and he appeared above the mountain peak. He released 10,000 Swords Peak from his body, and 10,000 Swords Peak instantly turned into a huge mountain peak, enveloping the peaks below. At the same time, he released the late-stage Golden Corpse, which was wearing a full set of equipment. His order to the late-stage Golden Corpse was to kill all living things. The sudden and terrifying gravity, along with the active cooperation of the Yuqing branch sect formation, the gravity induced by the Wanjian Peak and gravity bricks all pressed against the cave defense formation where the 6 Lei Xiao monks were. The cave defense formation is usually used more as a warning method. Only with the cooperation of a large formation can it intercept the attacks of monks of the same level in a short time. At this time, not only did the formation not cooperate with these cave formations, but it also interrupted the energy supply of the cave formations. The spiritual power inside the cave can still be provided to the cave's defensive formations, but without subsequent energy support and under the suppression of the terrifying gravity field. The 6 cave's defensive formations were broken without lasting 2 breaths. The 6 Lei Xiao monks still didn't understand what happened. The sudden attack made them confused for a moment. They only relied on their instinctive reaction and left the cave before the cave's defense formation failed. As soon as they left the cave, the 6 Lei Xiao monks felt the heavy gravity, which made their movements slow down. "It's the gravity field! Activate Thunder Escape!" The strongest Lei cultivator shouted in a deep voice. In the Thunder Escape state, the body turns into lightning, which can minimize the impact of the gravity field. Several great Thunder cultivators activated Thunder Escape at different speeds. Among them, the strongest Thunder cultivator was the fastest, 1 breath faster than the other great Thunder cultivators. Under normal conditions, the Lei Xiao monks could activate Lei Escape with just a slight movement of their minds. But under the influence of the gravity field, their movements were much slower. 2 screams came out, and the 2 great Thunder cultivators, who were activating the Thunder Escape, were attacked at the same time. A great Lei Xiao monk was hit by Xing Yijian. Xing Yijian carried the Chaos Sword intent with the speed of Xing Yi's sword. Even if the Lei Xiao monk was prepared, it would be difficult to defend against this sword. Not to mention that the defensive spells on this great Thunder cultivator were cancelled because he needed to enter the Thunder Escape state. There was almost no resistance to Xing Yi's sword, which penetrated into the body of the great monk Lei Xiao, annihilating his physical body and nascent soul. Another great monk of Lei Xiao was killed by a heavy hammer from the late-stage golden corpse. This great monk of Lei Xiao was even worse than the previous one. He was a 4th-grade late-stage peak using the White Emperor sect. The hammer made of magic weapon, coupled with the huge strength of the later golden corpse and the cold energy in the body. Under this blow, the great monk Lei Xiao only let out a scream, and no bones were left. Escaped separately. The strongest Thunder cultivator judged the enemy's strength and issued a warning. The Thunder Escape that he transformed into was about to escape into the distance. But just when he used his Thunder Escape to walk through dozens of meters, he found that the energy of the formation was blocking him. Even if his Thunder Escape could forcibly penetrate one formation energy, he could not easily pass through multiple formations. Formation energy. The most critical thing is that the energy passing through the formation will greatly reduce his speed. What's going on? The authority of the formation has been taken away? His mind was confused, and he couldn't understand this situation. In the world of cultivating immortals, every monk has the utmost trust in the formation. The formation protects the monks, and the monks can practice in the formation with peace of mind, protect their belongings, and hide their secrets. The Grand Formation, in particular, has gone through countless years of testing to prove its reliability. Although the Yuqing branch sect is not protected by a cave barrier, in theory, with the existence of a large formation, it will not be attacked in the large formation without any preparation. As his mind was whirling, he sensed countless terrifying sword intentions. His eyes and consciousness noticed the appearance of a large number of flying swords. Each of these flying swords was a 4th-grade quality, and contained a kind of sword intention that made him instinctively fear. He can be sure that the power of any flying sword among them is even more powerful than that of an ordinary swordsman. In his perception, more than 2,000 flying swords surrounded him, and the 3 living Lei Xiao monks. The enemy has not spared us all. With this in mind, he took out a life-saving jade talisman as his last hope. This is a life-saving jade talisman made by a peak monk, which allows him to activate the Thunder Escape at the peak monk level. When using this life-saving jade talisman, he can possess the lightning escape ability of a peak Thunder cultivator for a short period of time. It's not that he doesn't want to use a better life-saving jade charm. It's just that he doesn't have one. It is pitiful to say that although he is currently at the forefront of the great monks in the Yuqing sect, he has not reached the peak level of a great monk. So he cannot get the life-saving jade talisman from the powerful Luo Yuan. The moment he activated the life-saving jade talisman, the Thunder Escape state on his body had a strong aura of thunder and lightning rules, which greatly increased his speed and penetration. His figure passed through multiple formation energy walls in a row. At his current speed, It was entirely possible to find a glimmer of hope in the blockade of more than 2,100 energy flying swords. But just when he was about to pass through the blockade set by the energy flying sword, Li Yuanba's figure blocked him. Li Yuanba swept out a 4th grade sword base in his hand. This was the secret method of melee sword cultivation in the Unknown Sword Codex. A close encounter with a Lei Xiao monk who had no melee combat experience could determine life or death in an instant. The remaining 3 Lei Xiao monks were killed by energy flying swords, and none of the Lei Xiao monks could successfully escape. The battle here has long been discovered by the other monks. But the battlefield of the great monks here is not something that those monks in the early and middle stages of nascent soul can participate in. What's more, because the battle started and ended too quickly. By the time the monks in the early stage of nascent soul discovered something was wrong, the late golden corpses were already massacring the monks in the early stage of nascent soul. The formation formed a cage of trapped beasts, and the monks in the early and middle stages of nascent soul inside had no way to escape. They screamed in despair, and the courageous monks launched a counterattack against the late golden corpse. But the courage of these monks is quickly fading with the effects of the attack. The late-stage golden corpse wearing full equipment, let alone these monks in the early and middle stages of nascent soul. Even the full attack of the peak monks cannot break the defense of the late-stage golden corpse. The speed of the late golden corpse is extremely fast. It has the speed rule mark. Its figure flashes back and forth among the monks in the early and middle stages of nascent soul. Although it does not move in space, when it moves in a short distance, it makes people feel like space. Moving effect. Li Yuanba did not care about the massacre of the golden corpses in the later period. Based on the sensitivity of the golden corpses to life in the later period, no life can escape the detection of the golden corpses in the later period. He began to clean up the battlefield. He collected the trophies of the 6 Lei Xiao monks and searched all over the mountain where the Lei Xiao monks were. When the golden corpse ended the battle in the later stage, he also found a small treasure house and emptied them all. While cleaning the battlefield, he also contacted Z15 and removed all scanned traces of sword cultivation. He didn't want to expose himself too early, lest the Yuqing sect know that he was responsible for killing the monks of the Yuqing branch. Hiding his identity will allow him to kill more Yuqing sect monks, maximizing the Yuqing sect's losses. After cleaning up the traces of the sword cultivator, he put away the late golden corpse and disappeared into the Yuqing branch. Using at one step, he returned to the sword in a short time. It means Chongshao Pavilion. Li Yuanba showed up intentionally in the sword intent Chongshao Pavilion. No one knew that he had mastered the one-stop technique. If any monk really suspected him, they would not be able to match the time. In fact, the impact of the destruction of the Yuqing branch exceeded Li Yuanba's expectations. The tragic situation of the Yuqing branch was discovered by a Lei Xiao from the Yuqing sect when he returned to the branch. This Lei Xiao was very lucky. He went out for something that day and did not stay in the branch sect. When he came back, he saw corpses all over the ground when he entered the formation. All the brothers he knew were turned into corpses. Although he did not see the corpses of the Lei Xiao monks, the entire branch was completely silent, and the lack of any life at all spoke volumes. Fortunately, the communication array could still be used, and he used the communication array to send a message back to Yuqingzong. What happened in the Yuqing branch was not concealed for long before it was known to all the superpowers. All superpowers, including the Yuqing sect, placed suspicion on Li Shiming. Luo Yuan of Yuqingzong did not retreat. He had been paying attention to the situation of Yuqingzong. The intelligence department of Yuqingzong used almost all its energy to investigate Li Shiming's situation. The dignified power failed to deal with a great monk, which made him lose face in front of all the powers, and became a joke among the powers. He even received a message from several powerful figures directly asking if it was true. He made up his mind to catch Li Shiming, even if it cost Dong Tian hundreds of years of accumulation. Early that morning, he received the latest information, which was from the Yuqing sect. Immediately recall all the peak monks in the middle stage of nascent soul and increase the supply of resources to these monks. After seeing the information, he issued the order in a deep voice. Funny to say, the number of Lei Xiao monks in Yuqing sect dropped to 5. Among them, there are 2 great Lei Xiao monks who are nearing the end of their lifespan and are waiting to die in their sect. In other words, there are only 3 great Lei Xiao monks from the superpower Yuqing sect left. After the death of 6 of the Lei Xiao monks trained by Yuqing sect, their strength has dropped to an unprecedented level of weakness. The 6 Lei Xiao monks are in Zhongzhou continent. They are not only communicating with various superpowers, but also planning to lure out Li Shiming's phantom clone. Unexpectedly, before the plan was implemented, all 6 Lei Xiao monks died. Great Master Luo Yuan could only forcibly promote a group of great monks from the peak monks in the middle stage of nascent soul to come out for emergency response. It is not a good thing to do this. The middle stage of nascent soul is a period of laying a solid foundation. Those who can be promoted to great monks on their own can naturally be promoted. Those who cannot be promoted have insufficient talents. The great monks who are forcibly promoted have little potential and will most likely remain. Stay in the early stage of the great monk. Chapter 897 Trap. In the world of immortal cultivation, only Li Yuanba's master Jian Wuwei knew about the attack on the Yuqing branch. Jian Wuwei's authority in Jiani Shao Pavilion was extended to the intelligence department. He knew about Li Yuanba's concern for the Yuqing sect. And Li Yuanba was also one of the few great monks who could kill 6 great monks and destroy the Yuqing branch. However, Jian Wuwei did not interfere with what Li Yuanba did. The sword cultivator at Jiani Shao Pavilion did not have many scruples. Many of the sword cultivator's resources were snatched back with flying swords. Jian Wuwei compiled a series of information from the intelligence department and sent the information about the Yuqing sect to Li Yuanba as before. Knowing the content of the intelligence, he mourned for Yu Qingzong's long-distance flying ship. One of Yu Qingzong's long-distance flying ships was going to pass through Zhongzhou continent, trade some resources there, and then return to Xi'an continent. According to intelligence, there was not a single great monk on board the long-distance voyage ship, and only 5 mid-stage nascent soul monks were guarding it. To be honest, having 5 mid-nascent soul monks guarding a long-distance spaceship is already very important to ordinary sects. But the Yuqing sect is a superpower, and the wealth on the superpower's long-distance spaceship is not comparable to that of ordinary sections of. Under normal circumstances, the superpowers would send great monks to follow the voyage ship, unless the resources on the voyage ship are of extremely low value. But the value of the resources on the voyage ship this time was not low, which made Jian Wuwei wonder whether the great monks of Yuqing sect were insufficient in combat power. It's not just Jian Wuwei who thinks so. Many forces have discovered this. Even though the Yuqing sect has great achievements, it has lost so many great monks in a row, and even the top great monks have fallen. It is normal that there are not enough great monks in the sect. As a result, various forces in Xi'an also focused on the Yuqing sect. Yuqing sect and Baidi sect are 2 superpowers in Xi'an continent. But that doesn't mean that there are no other powers. Although the other powers are weaker than these 2 superpowers, the difference is that they lack powerful beings. Now that Yuqingzong is in a weak state, various forces want to take a bite of flesh from Yuqingzong. Even the Baidi sect, an ally, was secretly eroding the interests of the Yuqing sect. Although there are great powers in Yuqing sect, they cannot always let great powers come forward for everything. Great powers cannot do whatever they want. Great powers will be supervised by other great powers. If every great power were to interfere in the sect's interest disputes at will, then the conflicts between the superpowers would rise directly to the level of great powers, which no one wanted to see. What's more, even if a powerful person wants to intervene in general affairs, he still needs to consider his own situation. The price of a powerful action is very high. Li Yuanba went out again. When he left Jiani Shao Pavilion, he used arrive in 1 move. His figure appeared 8,000 miles away, and no one in the entire Jiani Shao Pavilion knew that he left Jiani Shao Pavilion except Jian Wuwei, who had greeted him in advance. With clear intelligence support, he calmly took the airship and sailed towards an island. Since the monks of the Yuqing branch in Zhongzhou continent were massacred, the Yuqing sect did not send another group of monks to take over, which forced the Yuqing branch to close. So this time Yu Qingzong's voyage ship stopped at Chanshui Island. Chanshui Island is a sea trade island, where many forces conduct large-scale resource transactions. Since the sea trade business here is very good, even superpowers sometimes exchange resources here. Yu Qingzong's voyage this time passed by Chanshui Island, where he conducted transactions with some forces in Zhongzhou continent. Li Yuanba came to the vicinity of Chanshui Island, and he looked at the information coming from the intelligence department of Jiani Shao Pavilion. Because the transactions between the Yuqing sect's voyage ship and some forces in Zhongzhou continent were public, the time and place of the transaction could not be kept secret at all. The information in his hand contained the exact time of the voyage ship's arrival. As for the route of the long-distance ship, the intelligence department has not learned about it. This forced him to wait at Chanshui Island. In fact, this information was enough. The route was top secret to any force, and could not be known to other forces. There were many monks near Chanshui Island, and the area was extremely lively. Li Yuanba did nothing to hide himself. He just parked the flying boat in the air without attracting much attention. Until the time was almost up. He put away the flying boat, stood on a high place with his Shen eyes fully opened, and patrolled into the distance. Soon he saw a long-distance flying boat sailing towards Changshui Island. There was the mark of the Yuqing sect on the long-distance flying boat. Joy flashed in his eyes. And with a flash of his figure, arrival was activated. And he appeared above the voyage ship. Just when he was about to break through the formation of the voyage ship and enter the interior of the voyage ship, suddenly there was a wave of space energy from the voyage ship. And he found that the entire area was locked by a wave of space energy. This is a trap! He was startled and realized that this was a trap for him. But he didn't panic too much. He didn't sense the existence of Daneng. As long as Daneng didn't take action himself, he had nothing to worry about. Although the divine foot power cannot be used, his sword escape speed is still not comparable to that of other great monks. What Xingyijian is best at is speed. With the blessing of the speed rule mark, his speed when performing sword escape is far superior to those of the great monks who have not mastered the speed rule. In the world of immortality, there are very few great monks who have mastered the rules of speed. Even if they master the rules of speed, the combat power of such great monks will only be extremely low, because the great monks whose main rule is speed do not have powerful attack rules. The only way is speed, which can only be used for escape. From the voyage ship, 5 great monks flew out. Not the 5 mid-stage nascent soul monks as stated in the information given by the Sword and Tianchen Chongshao Pavilion Intelligence Department. Among the 5 great monks, there are 4 peak great monks. Although the other great monk is not a peak great monk, his aura is a bit weird. Fellow Taoist Chui. Fellow Taoist Yu. When did you two join the Jade Qin sect? Li Yuanbao recognized 2 of the top monks, and asked with a hint of sarcasm. Master Cui Chung is the peak monk of Wuyang sect, and Master Yu Chao is the peak monk of Beidu sect. As for the other 2 peak monks, they should also be the peak monks of some superpower. Unexpectedly, they were all hidden in the Yuqing sect's voyage ship. It seemed that they came specifically to attack the monks of the Yuqing sect. Li Yuanbao ran into this trap without knowing why. I didn't expect it to be fellow Taoist Li. It seems that fellow Taoist Li has a big feud with the Yuqing sect. And he's so ruthless. Brother Cui looked at Li Yuanbao with eyes filled with resentment. He remembered how he was defeated and escaped by Li Yuanbao. Every time he thought about that incident, he thought about when he would have a chance to take revenge. Unexpectedly, he took advantage of the Yuqing sect this time and teamed up with several top monks to ambush the monks targeting the Yuqing sect. But Li Yuanbao was caught. Li Yuanbao ignored the words of the great monk Cui. He looked at the only great monk who was not a peak monk, and doubts flashed in his eyes. Who are you? Have we met? Why do you hate me so much? He looked at the great monk and asked. Li Yuanbao. I am Lin Yuan of the Guiyuan sect, and I am not thanking you for being like this. The great monk replied through gritted teeth. Li Yuanbao couldn't help but suddenly realize that no wonder he felt that the other party's breath was familiar. But he never thought of it. It turned out that the other party was the one who had his body beheaded and took away the Yuaning. Later, the Yuaning was exchanged for treasure by the great master who returned to the Yuan sect. He observed Brother Lin's physical body with some curiosity. The great master of Guiyuan sect must have used some method to make Brother Lin return to the realm of a great monk so quickly. You must know that ordinary Yuaning reconstruction is to reintegrate the Yuaning into a new body. Use the energy cultivated by the Yuaning to strengthen the body, and convert the extra energy of the Yuaning into the body's cultivation. Judging from the state of Brother Lin, it should be at the cost of sacrificing part of Yuaning's cultivation, so that Brother Lin does not need to practice again when he resumes cultivation, but starts from the realm of a great monk. Fellow Taoist Lin, you shouldn't have come. I spared your life last time, but I won't hold back this time, Li Yuanbao said in a deep voice. Li Yuanbao, you must die today. Brother Lin looked at Li Yuanbao with extremely hostile eyes and said. Li Yuanbao couldn't help but shook his head, and looked at the other 2 peak monks. However, it was obvious that these 2 peak monks did not want to introduce themselves. They just offered their magic weapons, and looked like they were preparing for war. He didn't bother to ask the identities of these 2 people. He thought they were just top monks of a certain superpower. He is not a great monk without foundation. It is impossible for the other party to suppress him with great power, unless the sword master behind him does not support him. As for the threats from other monks, he now has the ability to fight against the peak monks. So why should he be afraid of the peak monks? I originally thought it was Li Shizhen, but I didn't expect it to be fellow Taoist Li. It seems that Yukingzong had expected it wrong.
But this also makes our task easier, Brother Chui said calmly. Li Shizhen's combat power was capable of killing 2 peak monks. And it was even said that a half-step master was killed by him. It's just that there are only rumors and no solid evidence about the half-step power. If there was any real evidence, the 5 great monks would not dare to take on this task. It is precisely because they are all super powerful peak monks, among whom Brother Lin was also a peak monk before. He knows the gap between a great monk and a half-step almighty. So he does not believe that Li Shizhen can kill a half-step almighty. Li Yuanbao was not angry at all when Brother Chui said that his strength was not as good as Li Shizhen's. Instead, he wanted to laugh. He is Li Shiming's clone. He knows the strength of Li Shiming's body clearly. He is indeed not as strong as Li Shiming. In fact, until now, there are few monks who can force Li Shiming to use his full strength. You must know that Li Shiming's strongest point is that all 5 nascent souls participate in the battle. And he has never shown such a fighting state. I'm curious, what benefits has the Jade Qing sect given you that are worthy of gathering together to design a trap? Li Yuanbao asked with a smile while using his own flying sword. I will answer you before you are killed by us, Brother Chui replied coldly. Kill! Li Yuanbao launched the attack first. If he didn't attack, the 4 peak monks would occupy the best position. Facing the 4 peak monks, he did not dare to take it lightly. And such a battle also made the blood in his body boil, and he was full of fighting spirit. Although the main body and the clone are one, the clone Li Yuanbao is very warlike. Along the way, Li Yuanbao fought many times more battles than the main body Li Shiming. Most of their combat experience was provided by Li Yuanbao. As he said, cut! A sword light appeared in front of the great monk Chui. Before Master Chui could react, Xing Yijian appeared in front of him. Just when Li Yuanbao thought that with the speed of Xing Yijian, he could kill the great Chui first, an ice crystal fortress appeared, protecting the great Chui inside. Xing Yi's sword struck the ice crystal fortress and let out a soft cry. A slight crack appeared on the ice crystal fortress, but the damage could not destroy the ice crystal fortress. Li Yuanbao glanced at Brother Yu of Beidu's sect. This ice crystal fortress was an application of formation, which was what Brother Yu was best at. This wasn't the first time he encountered the ice crystal fortress. He had already had experience fighting against it. But before he could continue his attack, the attacks of the 4 peak monks had already arrived. Li Yuanbao shook his head helplessly. He flew back with a move and a sword. His figure turned into sword light, and he flew to dodge before the attack came. At this time, the speed advantage was fully displayed. When he escaped with his sword, the speed rule mark acted on his sword escape, making his sword escape speed faster than the 4 attacks coming towards him. Li Yuanbao flicked his finger on Xing Yi's sword, and a sword light emerged from his own sword. The sword light supported his body. Although it was a little slower in doing so, it still maintained a slight advantage over the attack speed of the 4 peak monks. As for Xing Yijian's body, he attacked the ice crystal fortress again. Without breaking the defense of the ice crystal fortress, he would not be able to harm the bodies of the 4 peak monks. Although the 4 peak monks wanted to intercept Xing Yijian was always able to shuttle between several attack energies, like a swimming fish, and accurately hit the designated position of the ice crystal fortress. After only 3 attacks, the ice crystal fortress made a crisp sound and turned into ice crystals and scattered. This ice crystal fortress formation secret method needs to be prepared in advance. Once it is broken, it cannot be used a second time in a short period of time. The 4 peak monks all had extremely solemn expressions. They each took out their defensive magic weapons and blessed themselves with them. They also discovered that this battle would not be easy. Li Yuanbao's speed was too fast, and this was despite limiting Li Yuanbao's magical power. If his magical power had not been restricted, this battle would not have been necessary. Chapter 898 Battle. Be careful. Li Yuanbao still has a mountain magic weapon that he hasn't used yet, Brother Chui reminded him. It's a pity that he didn't face 10,000 Swords Peak directly in that battle. Li Yuanbao was fighting with several other great monks beside him. He was still fighting at that time, and only saw Li Yuanbao use 10,000 Swords Peak to kill him. Several great monks don't know much about the actual situation of 10,000 Swords Peak. But thinking about it, a magic weapon that can kill several great monks instantly must be extremely powerful. Although the cultivation levels of those great monks did not reach the peak of the great monk realm, they were very close. But they all fell under the 10,000 Swords Peak. Everyone, please don't hide any tricks. Otherwise we may be trapped here, Brother Yu said in a deep voice. In the last battle, he escaped early.
Even now, Brother Lin is still indignant when he sees him. This time, Brother Lin did not give him a good look. The other two peak monks looked at each other, contempt flashing in each other's eyes. They had heard about Li Yuanba's famous battle. They thought that Brother Cui and Brother Yu were frightened by Li Yuanba. They were still so fearful when they were 4 against 1. They recognized Li Yuanba's strength. But judging from the current battle, Li Yuanba was just taking advantage of his speed. They believed that as long as the attack of any of the great monks hit Li Yuanba would be severely damaged immediately. And even if they were attacked by Li Yuanba, they could still withstand it. This was the difference in realm. The battle between Li Yuanba and the 4 peak monks became intense. The attacks of the 4 peak monks were so fierce that he had to dodge at full speed with every attack. But his attack was blocked by 4 peak monks. But slowly, including the 2 peak monks who looked down on him at first, now began to be careful. They had to use defensive magic weapons to resist every attack from Li Yuanba. They were not Li Yuanba, and they did not have Li Yuanba's speed to dodge Xing Yijian's attack. The speed of Xing Yijian's sword is so fast that it can be resisted only by preparing a defense in advance. The problem is that every time Xing Yijian attacks, the defensive magic weapon that resists its attack will suffer a certain amount of damage. The Chaos Sword intent carried on Xing Yi's sword, especially after Li Yuanba was promoted to a great monk. The Chaos Sword intent also contains the rules of the sword. When such a sword hits a defensive magic weapon, it will penetrate to a certain extent. Defend the magic weapon from invading the inside of the magic weapon. The spiritual imprint inside the magic weapon will be partially weakened by every attack of Chaos Sword intent. If the magic weapon had not been blessed by the spiritual power of a peak monk, even the magic weapon itself would have been damaged first. Of course, there is also the reason why Li Yuanba did not activate all the qualities of Xing Yijian. He just maintained the quality of Xing Yijian at the top level of the 4th grade, when he was not sure that all the monks present would be left behind, and there were no survivors around him. He would not expose the matter of using a sword and spiritual treasure. There are many monks near Changshui Island, and some monks are currently observing this place from a distance. Just because the battle here was at the peak monk level, those monks only dared to stay far away, and did not dare to get close to avoid any misunderstanding. As for Brother Lin, it seems that both parties have forgotten him at the moment. Although Brother Lin was a peak monk before, his current state is only in the early stage of a monk, and his combat power cannot be compared with that of a peak monk. However, his identity is not simple. He has the love of a powerful person and his previous friendship, so he took him with him to do this lucrative task. Brother Lin stood aside, his eyes fixed on Li Yuanba's figure. If eyes could kill, Li Yuanba's body would already be riddled with holes. Li Yuanba didn't dare to be distracted when facing the 4 peak monks. The look in Brother Lin's eyes made him very dissatisfied. He thought that after he had dealt with the 4 peak monks, he would deal with Brother Lin together. As for the powerful person behind the great monk Lin, as long as he kills the great monk Lin in a head-on battle, it will be difficult for the other party to find him. Cut! Cut! Li Yuanba slashed down with a sound, and Xing Yijian maintained a strange fighting rhythm, constantly attacking the defensive magic weapons of the 4 peak monks. But he keeps moving quickly, and this fighting method is being used more and more flexibly by him under his constant movement and attacks. The Shen Eyes allows him to see the situation on the battlefield clearly, and the 2 minds can enhance his perception of attacks. He could not sense the psychology of the 4 peak monks through other mind communication, but the attacks of spells and magic weapons could be felt through the strong killing intent of the 4 peak monks. Finally, a defensive magic weapon belonging to the 4 peak monks could no longer hold up. The spiritual mark inside was completely destroyed and fell from the air. This seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. The 4 peak monks were constantly rotating their defensive magic weapons to resist attacks. The magic weapons participating in the defensive rotation all shared the attack power of Xing Yijian equally. This resulted in the condition of all the defensive magic weapons being about the same, and the spiritual imprints inside them were on the verge of complete destruction. Li Yuanba's attacks were continuous. The loss of the first defensive magic weapon caused the subsequent loss of control of the magic weapons. The 4 peak monks had no choice. Unless they left the battlefield at this time, they had to find a way to resist Li Yuanba's attack. Fortunately, the 4 peak monks are all extremely wealthy, so they will not only have one defensive magic weapon, but the backup defensive magic weapon is not of the top quality of the 4th grade. The newly taken defensive magic weapon could only be hit by 2 or 3 swords at most under Li Yuanba's sword. This time, It was not that the internal spiritual imprint was destroyed, but that the magic weapon was directly cut through. Although Xingyijian is suppressed to the top quality of the 4th grade, its own quality is actually Lingbao level. Even if its quality is suppressed, it is still the strongest among the top quality of the 4th grade. When facing a 4th grade top magic weapon of the same quality, with the spiritual blessing of a peak monk, he can still persist until the internal spiritual imprint is destroyed. But when facing a 4th grade upper level magic weapon, the power of Xingyijian is not that of a 4th grade magic weapon. High-level magic weapons can resist it. Attack with all your strength, Master Cui said to the 3 peak monks. The feather fan in his hand fired the strongest blow. Fire to the sky! And a sea of fire rushed towards Li Yuanba, blocking the front of Li Yuanba. Brother Yu waved his hand, and a formation disc flew out. The formation disc instantly appeared behind Li Yuanba, and turned into a formation to block Li Yuanba's retreat. The other 2 great monks at the top also launched their most powerful secret methods simultaneously. 2 long-prepared secret methods for large-scale attacks appeared on the left and right sides of Li Yuanba respectively. In an instant, Li Yuanba's front, back, left, and right were all surrounded by attacks, and his speed could no longer be used. This was what the 4 peak monks had long discussed. They had been suppressed by Li Yuanba, and were continuously attacked by Li Yuanba just for this moment. They are all silently using their strongest methods. This kind of secret method requires time to prepare. But once activated, the power is the strongest attack of a peak monk. Among them, only Brother Yi used a formation. But there was no way around it. Only his formation could suddenly appear behind Li Yuanba. The only function of his formation is to block Li Yuanba. Attacks from the other 3 directions only need to hit Li Yuanba. Not to mention killing Li Yuanba on the spot. It is not a problem to severely injure Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba was facing a desperate situation. In fact, he had not used all means just to make this battle more comfortable. Fighting as a swordsman is the only way to improve your strength. For extremely powerful peak monks, this is a rare and powerful opponent. If he uses 10,000 swords peak, he will lose the fun of fighting. This seemed like a desperate situation. But he smiled slightly and retreated into the formation. For him, the formations released by the formation disc are almost like the formation disc given to him. Even though this formation disc has been recognized by Master Yu and made various improvements, making it more suitable for use in battle, the formation disc is still a formation disc. Li Yuanba just glanced at it with his spiritual eyes. And Z15, who was in contact with him, gave the formation disc cracking information. He entered the formation, and a ray of divine consciousness forcibly broke through the master recognition mark of the great monk Yu. There was a burst of pain in Brother Yu's brain, which was the backlash of the master's mark being forcibly erased. However, this backlash was quickly suppressed by him, and he found that the other 3 peak monks were looking at him with reproachful eyes. Obviously, the 3 peak monks put their best chance of solving the reasons for Li Yuanba's failure on him. When he was about to explain, Xingyijian appeared in front of a peak monk. Li Yuanba's sword was really done with all his strength. He blessed Xingyijian with his own sword intention rules. Using the sword intention rule blessing at his level would weaken the sword intention rule mark on Yuaning. He has no worries about this. His sword intent rule mark as Li Shiming's sword intent rule mark as a reference, and it has been in a state of rapid improvement. As long as his realm is reached, his sword rules will automatically be upgraded to match the realm. Even if the sword intention rules and the sword intent rule mark are consumed now, they will recover on their own after resting for a while. Xingyijian slashed at the 4th grade high-level defensive magic weapon of the peak monk. This 4th grade high-level defensive magic weapon had been attacked twice by Xingyijian before. Li Yuanba has the help of Z15, and he knows all the situations on the battlefield clearly. The reason why he chose to attack this peak monk was precisely because his 4th grade high-level defensive magic weapon was on the verge of collapse. Xing Yi's sword slashed at the 4th grade upper-level defensive magic weapon. This spare defensive magic weapon was shattered into pieces in one blow. Xingyijian's speed did not decrease much, and he still slashed towards the peak monk. The peak monk wanted to take out the life-saving Jade Talisman, but he was careless. Before he could take out the life-preserving Jade Talisman, his physical body and nascent soul lost the ability to move. The Chaos Sword Intention launched an attack on his physical body and nascent soul at the same time. In just one breath, the peak monk lost his life. In fact, facing a swordsman like Li Yuanba with powerful attack power, if you want to have the opportunity to use the life-preserving Jade Talisman, You can only successfully activate it if you put the life-preserving Jade Talisman in the palm of your hand and ensure that it can be accessed at any time. Brother Chui and Brother Yu were horrified in their hearts. They thought of the previous battle, where Brother Lin's physical body was beheaded before their eyes, and even nascent soul was captured alive. Now 4 of their top monks were besieging Li Yuanba. But one of them died first. Li Yuanba's Xing Yijian returned to his side, and he once again blessed Xing Yijian with Chaos Sword Intent and Spiritual Power. The sword strike just now caught the opponent off guard. The 4 peak monks were in the moment of going from elation to frustration. It made them lose their minds, and allowed him to successfully use the speed of Xing Yijian to make a decisive blow. That is to say, he has an excellent mentality. When he encountered a fatal threat, he not only found a way out, but also launched a counterattack at the same time. Brother Chui and Brother Yu both took out the life-saving Jade Talisman and put it in their hands. Their actions showed that they had no confidence in the next battle. Their movements were very covert. Another peak monk didn't notice this. His eyes were fixed on Xing Yijian. He couldn't believe that just a flying sword killed a peak monk without even nascent soul able to escape. Since the monk was promoted to the nascent soul stage, the monk has 2 lives. Because even if the Yuanying monk is killed, his Yuanying still has the advantage of speed, and can successfully escape with his life, and find a spare body to rebuild. It was possible to attack with 1 sword, but it killed even the Yuanying. How could this not frighten the peak monk? Behead! Li Yuanba's voice sounded again. Xing Yijian turned into a phantom, and struck the defensive magic weapon. Obviously, the sword intent he blessed on Xing Yi's sword was stronger, which caused the damage to the defensive magic weapon that was hit to be more intense. Brother Chui and Brother Yu looked at each other. The defensive magic weapons on their bodies were almost exhausted, and they had no capital to continue fighting Li Yuanba. So they didn't wait for the next round of attacks from Xing Yijian, and all activated the life-saving Jade Talismans in their hands. They turned into 2 rays of light, fled into the distance, and soon disappeared. When the remaining peak monk noticed that his companions were leaving, he couldn't help but want to take out the life-saving Jade Talisman. But Xing Yijian had already struck him. The reason why Brother Chui and Brother Yu did not notify the peak monk was because there was no great monk left to hold back Li Yuanba. They were not confident that they could match Li Yuanba's sword escape. Among the life-preserving Jade Talismans made by great powers, the escape method is at the great power level. Even if the energy in it is insufficient, the speed is far beyond that of a peak monk. But they had seen Li Yuanba's Xing Yijian. The flying speed of this sword was so terrifying that they had no choice but to do this. Especially Brother Yu. This was not the first time he had escaped first. He was particularly skillful. Chapter 899 Ice Needle. Xing Yijian slashed through the defensive magic weapon of the peak monk that had not come to activate the life-preserving Jade Talisman, and then hit his body. The physical body and the nascent soul were both attacked by the Chaos Sword Intent and Xing Yi's sword. His life-saving Jade Talisman just came out of the Soul Crystal Ring, and the life-saving Jade Talisman lost control and fell down weakly. Li Yuanba swept over it with his spiritual consciousness, caught the life-saving Jade Talisman and put it away. His eyes fell on the great monk Lin, who was only in the early stage of the great monk after Yuanying's transformation. He turned to his side with a sword, re-injected spiritual power, and replenished his sword intent, preparing to kill Lin with the next sword. Great monk. Brother Lin did not run away. There was an inexplicable madness in his eyes. He knew that today was the day of complete death, when he was brought back to the sect by the great master of Guyuan sect. He had no other spiritual objects except his natal magic weapon. Even the soul crystal ring was given to Li Yuanba by the great master. Deneng asked him what he wanted. He did not ask for another life-saving Jade Talisman, but asked for an attack treasure based on his last friendship with Deneng. With this attack treasure, he will never get any help from the powerful in the future. This consumed almost all of his family's friendship with the Almighty. But he thought it was worth it. He knew very well that even if his physical body was not destroyed, he would not be able to defeat Li Yuanba with his strength. Not to mention that he is now in the state of Yuanying reconstruction. And returning to the peak monk realm is the limit he can reach. But an attack treasure can give him a chance to kill Li Yuanba. The offensive treasure given by Dang Nung was not given to Brother Lin, but was only given to him for 100 years to use, and would be taken back after 100 years. Now, this offensive treasure is in the palm of Brother Lin, ready to be activated at any time. He even knew that with the speed of Li Yuanba's flying sword, even if he hit Li Yuanba with an attack weapon, Li Yuanba's flying sword would hit him at the same time. "Let's die together!" Brother Lin yelled like he was about to drag Li Yuanba to L. Li Yuanba felt the special lock on Brother Lin's palm. And a creepy feeling arose in his heart. Without any hesitation, he activated Xing Yijian. And Xing Yijian slashed at Monk Lin at the fastest speed. The attack treasure in Brother Lin's hand was also activated and shot towards Li Yuanba. Xing Yi's sword slashed at Brother Lin. Even though Brother Lin was hit in the body by Xing Yi's sword, his physical body and nascent soul were attacked by Chaos Sword Intent. He was still trying to look at Li Yuanba. Looking at Li Yuanba and him go to H.L. together. It's a pity that he saw a scene that disappointed him so much that it made his eyes wide open until he died, with a look of death and silence. When Li Yuanba knew that Brother Lin had a very threatening method in his hands, how could he use his body to force it? He summoned the late Golden Corpse. The late Golden Corpse, wearing a full set of armor, was hit by the blue light. The blue light instantly enveloped the late stage Golden Corpse, and a layer of blue ice appeared on the late stage Golden Corpse. Although this ice has a freezing effect that is extremely threatening to peak monks, the defensive power of the Golden Corpse in the later stage is really amazing, far exceeding that of peak monks. Just as soon as the body was covered by the ice, the Golden Corpse in the later stage shattered the ice from the inside. Li Yuanba's eyes fell on an ice needle, and his eyes were slightly focused. He could not judge the quality of this ice needle. This situation can only occur with certain treasures, like the Chishao Thunder Bead, which is a powerful treasure. He grabbed the ice needle with his spiritual consciousness and immediately discovered that there was an extremely powerful spiritual imprint inside the ice needle. This spiritual imprint reminded him that the owner of the ice needle should be a powerful person from the Guyuan sect. He immediately took out an isolation jade box and put the ice needle into the isolation jade box. Then he cleaned up the battlefield and sent away the other monks on the long-distance ship. There were too many monks watching here, and he did not massacre all the monks on the voyage ship. He arrived at the top level of the voyage ship and controlled the voyage ship towards Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion, the place in the world of immortality that is most capable of dealing with such robbed spiritual objects is the Jinni Chongshao Pavilion. He returned the voyage ship to the pavilion, and there would be a dedicated person to handle the voyage ship, although this time it was a trap. In order to make the trap more real, the goods on the voyage ship were not fake at all and were filled with goods. No monk dared to block the departure of the voyage ship. These monks were not fools, nor did they not see the two peak monks escaping, and the remaining peak monks were killed. Some monks have already recognized Li Yuanba. He is the best to be recognized without hiding his face. His face is so recognizable. When Li Yuanba controlled the long-distance flying boat and approached Jinni Chongshao Pavilion, he sent a message to Jin Wuwei. After returning to Jinni Chongshao Pavilion, Jin Wuwei sent several monks to take over the voyage ship. Yuanba, why is there such a big commotion? Jin Wuwei still felt strange that Li Yuanba had brought back a long-distance voyage ship. So he asked aloud? Li Yuanba's previous actions were all carried out secretly, and he did not want to expose any traces. The world of immortal cultivation thought that the attack on the Yuqing branch was caused by Li Shiming. But today Li Yuanba sent the long-distance flying boat back to Jinni Chongshao Pavilion. This cannot be concealed, and will soon be known to many forces. This time it's a trap. There are 4 peak monks waiting for me when I go there. Li Yuanba also replied with some annoyance. He really wanted to keep it secret. But under the circumstances, how could he keep it secret? Could it be that all the monks near Chanshui Island were killed? Even if that was the case, what would be the use? Brother Cui and Brother Yu successfully escaped, and the news would be leaked sooner or later. It seems you won. Otherwise you wouldn't have brought the voyage ship back. Jian Wuwei looked at the voyage ship being processed and shook his head. He is not surprised at all about Li Yuanba's combat power now. When Li Yuanba was in the middle stage of Yuaning, he had the combat power to challenge the great monks. Now that he has been promoted to a great monk for some time, his combat prowess has naturally increased, and it is reasonable to defeat several peak great monks. Of course, Jian Wuwei would not think so of other sword cultivators. The reason why he thought so about Li Yuanba was because Li Yuanba's Chaos Sword Intention, that kind of terrifying sword intention that could ignore the difference in realm, fully reflected the sword cultivator's ability to break through all methods with one sword. Master, I want to see Mr. Jian. Li Yuanba made a request to Jian Wuwei. What's the big deal? Jian Wuwei asked after a slight hesitation. Jian Lao spent a lot of money last time. He has reduced his involvement in mundane affairs recently in order to replenish the previous consumption as soon as possible. Any powerful superpower is not alone. Behind him is the entire superpower. The cave energy he consumes is the cave energy of the entire super force. Less energy is equivalent to reducing the resources and spiritual energy supply for the core monks of the super force.
I got a treasure this time.
And there is a spiritual mark inside that cannot be deciphered.
Li Yuanba replied without any concealment.
Is it a powerful treasure?
Jian Wei immediately knew what level of treasure it was. With Li Yuanba's ability, even the treasures of the peak monks are capable of cracking the spiritual mark inside. It's just a matter of how long it takes. And Li Yuanba wants to ask Jian Lao to take action. Which means that Li Yuanba has no self-confidence and cannot hand over the spiritual mark to crack it no matter how much time he takes. That's it. Li Yuanba took out the box containing the ice needle and opened it for Jian Wei to see. Then he said,
I suspect it is the treasure of the powerful Guyuan sect. I got this treasure from Lin Yuan of the Guyuan sect. It almost killed me. Follow me. Everything is in our hands.
It's ours. Jian Wei said excitedly after hearing that it was a powerful treasure. He led Li Yuanba into the sword cave, reached the core, and cast a spell. Following a burst of space energy, Li Yuanba and Jian Wei were enveloped, and they disappeared. When they reappeared, they were in a room somewhere. The room was full of energy. Jian Lao was sitting on a futon with his eyes closed, ignoring the two of them.
Yuan Ba has brought back a powerful ice needle, and I would like to ask you to help expel the spiritual imprint inside it.
Jian Wei stepped forward and said with a smile,
Lao Gui Zhang's Han Yu Ice Soul Needle. I smelled it as soon as you came in.
Jian Lao still sat still, but his voice came from his body.
Mr. Jian, is this ice needle the Han Yu Ice Soul Needle?
Li Yuanba took out the jade box and opened it, revealing the ice needle inside.
It's the Han Yu Ice Soul Needle. It's no worse than the Lingbao. How did it fall into your hands?
Came the old Jian's voice.
This time I met Lin Yuan outside, who I let go last time. After retraining, he was only a novice monk. He attacked me with this ice needle in his hand.
Li Yuanba explained.
Did the other party make the first move?
Jian Lao asked again.
Yes. For peak monks plus Lin Yuan set up a trap.
Li Yuanba answered honestly.
Then it doesn't matter. Lin Yuan is seeking death on his own. I'll take care of this Han Yu Ice Soul Needle, and then you put it away.
Jian Lao said calmly. Then, from the jade box held by Li Yuanba,
the Han Yu Ice Soul Needle
automatically flew up and flew towards Jian Lao. Just when he was approaching Jian Lao, a sword light rose from Jian Lao's body, and the sword light shot into the
Han Yu Ice Soul Needle. Old Ghost Jian, this is my treasure.
An old voice came from inside the
Han Yu Ice Soul Needle. Go find out what happened yourself. Besides, do you still need to return the things that fell into my hands?
Jian Lao said calmly.
I will inquire. If
the old voice became smaller and smaller, and finally became inaudible.
Okay, but be careful when you use it. Don't let the monks of Guyuan sect discover it,
said the sword veteran as he returned the
Han Yu Ice Soul Needle
to the jade box held by Li Yuanba. He was not worried about Li Yuanba's ability to keep secrets. Look at Li Yuanba's natal flying sword. Xingyi Jian. This flying sword at the level of a spiritual treasure has not been discovered by other monks for so long.
Thank you, Mr. Jian.
Li Yuanba looked at the
Han Yu Ice Soul Needle
and thanked him happily. Through the conversation between the two powerful men, how could he not know that this
Han Yu Ice Soul Needle
was a good treasure for the powerful men? That is to say, Jian Lao is a powerful swordsman and has little interest in other treasures. Jian Lao only needs his own flying sword. If it were a powerful person from other sects, even if their own disciples came with such treasures, they would put the treasures away and at most reward the disciples with some spiritual objects of much lower value. Jian Lao stopped talking. Jian Wei gently pulled Li Yuanba, and then they were sent out by space energy.
You have stayed in the pavilion recently. This time you have offended a lot of forces. Be careful of their revenge.
Jian Wei reminded.
Master, I will be in seclusion for a period of time recently.
Li Yuanba nodded and said. He looked at the
Han Yu Ice Soul Needle
with joy on his face as he returned to his cave. Jian Wei looked at his leaving figure and couldn't help but sigh. Jian Wei was really worried about his disciple's ability to cause trouble. When Li Yuanba was communicating with Jian Lao,
he received the latest information from the intelligence department. It was about the detailed information about Li Yuanba's battle on Chanshui Island. He knew who the 4 peak monks who fought with Li Yuanba were, and also knew the identities of the 2 peak monks who died among them. The 2 peak monks were the peak monks of 2 superpowers. Fortunately, they were not superpowers in the Zhongzhou continent, even if the other party wanted to retaliate. it would be difficult to take any action against the Yuanba in the Zhongzhou continent. At most, like this time, they can gather some powerful monks and lay a trap or something. But after this time, Li Yuanba defeated 4 peak monks 1 against 4, and killed 2 of them, which suddenly raised Li Yuanba's combat power to an extremely high level. Even the intelligence department's analysis showed that Li Yuanba and Li Shizhen's combat capabilities were at a comparable level. Li Yuanba returned to the cave. He couldn't wait to take out the On Ui Soul Needle, and immediately entered a master recognition technique. As the master recognition technique entered the On Ui Soul Needle, he felt the response of On Ui Soul Needle. On Ui Soul Needle is an ice-based treasure. Its attack power is extremely powerful, and it has the power to fight across levels. This is also somewhat similar to Chishao Thunder Bead. Chishao Thunder Bead increases the power of lightning, while On Ui Soul Needle increases the power when using ice needles to attack. The function is relatively simple, but in terms of power, the bonuses are almost the same. That is to say, when the On Ui Soul Needle falls into the hands of Monk Lin, the attack power it launches is enough to kill an ordinary peak cultivator. If it fell into the hands of a peak cultivator, its power would probably cause some damage to the golden corpse in the later stages. No wonder Li Yuanba sensed a threat to his life at that time. His defense was not as good as that of a peak monk. If it hadn't been for the late-stage golden corpse to help resist the attack of the On Ui Soul Needle, he might have really killed the great Monk Lin this time. What a pity! Li Yuanba muttered to himself. He is a gold-type sword cultivator. This On Ui Soul Needle is of very little help to him, and he is not good at using needle attacks. Chapter 900 Decision. Although there were rumors that Li Yuanba had defeated several top monks such as Cui Great Monk, Jiantiani was present in that battle and sword intent Chongshao Pavilion. Many monks believe that Jiantiani played a decisive role in that battle. But during the battle on Chanshui Island, only Li Yuanba, a great swordsman monk, was present. With this battle, Li Yuanba succeeded in surpassing the reputations of many top monks such as Great Monk Cui and Great Monk Yu, and became the top being among the great monks. The turmoil in the world of cultivators has little to do with Li Yuanba. Even if there are cultivators who want to find Li Yuanba, they can't do it. Li Yuanba went into seclusion and declined all visits. The Yuqing sect wanted to seek revenge on Li Yuanba, but there was no way to do it. Now the only ones the Yuqing sect could send were powerful ones, regardless of the number or strength of our great monks. Even if they were all added up, they could not defeat Li Yuanba. If they came to trouble Li Yuanba, they would be sent to his door to seek death. And if he wants to hire powerful monks to surround and kill Li Yuanba, after the failure of the 4 peak monks, no peak monk is willing to take action. There are not many peak great monks in the world of immortality. Many superpowers only have 1 peak great monk. As for sending a powerful man, Li Yuanba was not a monk without background, so he couldn't force Li Shiming to escape just by sending a clone like he did with Li Shiming. If Great Master Luo Yuan really dares to send a clone to Zhongzhou continent, he may be destroyed by many great powers in Zhongzhou continent before he can take action against Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba's move this time was not without trouble. His hatred with the Yuqing sect was brought to light, and he also had a new enemy. Of course, his action brought some benefits. That is, the Yuqing sect was no longer able to interfere in the affairs of the Eastern Qi continent. The Yuqing sect is now unable to protect itself. A large number of resource points have been invaded, under the simultaneous attacks of multiple forces. The Yuqing sect is exhausted and unable to devote its energy to the Eastern Qi continent. Only the Baidi sect and some superpowers with hidden identities are left, secretly supporting the sects in the Eastern Qi continent against the 10,000 Beasts sect. Due to Li Yuanba's strong attack, the Baidi sect also felt that there seemed to be some connection between Li Yuanba and the 10,000 Beasts sect. Its intelligence department obtained a key piece of information during its investigation. Li Yuanba and Li Shizhen were good friends. The reason why we can come to this conclusion is that when Li Shiming started refining alchemy, Jianichou Shao Pavilion was always able to obtain the high-level spiritual elixirs of the great monks in advance, without waiting in line. Through some connections, the person who heard about this matter was none other than Li Yuanba. Therefore, Li Yuanba took action against the Yuqing sect, probably to share the pressure on the 10,000 Beast sect. Otherwise, given Li Yuanba's identity, why would he deal with Yuqing Zone like this? Judging from his behavior, it is simply to offend him to death. Therefore, the Baidi sect withdrew most of its strength from the Eastern Qi continent, leaving only a small number of monks responsible for contact. They did this because they did not want Li Yuanba to take action again. Li Yuanba was so ruthless that even a superpower like the Baidi sect would be afraid of him. A branch of the Yuqing sect, from the great monks to the ordinary monks, was exterminated. You must know that only Li Yuanba took action. Lianhua Temple and Hidden Sun sect were not aware of Baidi sect's actions. This could not be blamed on them. All their intelligence networks were devoted to the investigation of the behemoth of 10,000 Beast sect. The situation of the Baidi sect in the Eastern Qi continent is not something that the two sects can inquire into. The Baidi sect, like the other superpowers, all left behind liaison monks. But no actual combat monks remained. In a sense, these superpowers have given up on the idea of dealing with the 10,000 Beast sect. They are not too worried about Luanfeng Palace, an ally of the 10,000 Beast sect. Luanfeng Palace's code of conduct is to keep a low profile, unless there is a major incident targeting Luanfeng Palace. Luanfeng Palace is unlikely to make any big moves. But Li Shizhen's friend Li Yuanba was the most terrifying trouble. Li Yuanba acted without any scruples at all. Even the top monks were defeated by 2 in his hands. With this kind of strength, he was almost like another Li Shizhen. Originally, when Li Shizhen was around, the Yuqing sect and the Baidi sect had no intention of dealing with the 10,000 Beast sect. Now that Li Yuanba appeared, the Yuqing sect had to withdraw from the Eastern Qi continent. And the Baidi sect also took the initiative to withdraw. In the 10,000 Beast sect, monk who looked at a letter in his hand with a strange expression. This letter was sent to the intelligence department of the 10,000 Beast sect by a monk from the Baidi sect. And then, the letter was transferred to him. The letter was written by the Baidi sect to Brother Hu. The content was that the Baidi sect promised not to interfere in the affairs of the East Qi continent. It also stated that other non-East Qi continent forces would not send any monks to interfere in the internal affairs of the East Qi continent. Brother Hu took out another piece of information, which was about the evacuation of the Baidi sect monks from the Eastern Qi continent. Unlike the Lianhua Temple and the Hidden Sun sect, the intelligence department of the 10,000 Beast sect is expanding rapidly. And those two sects are no longer able to support the huge intelligence network and are still struggling to support it, let alone the Baidi sect. Intelligence probe. The intelligence department of the 10,000 Beasts sect discovered that the fighting monks of the Baidi sect had left the Eastern Qi continent. And combined with this letter from the Baidi sect, it explained the attitude of the Baidi sect. What happened? How could this happen? Could it be a trap? Monk Hu murmured to himself. The 10,000 Beast sect has the power to control everything in the Eastern Qi continent. But in the Zhongzhou continent and other continents, the intelligence is much worse. Regarding Li Yuanba's matter, the 10,000 Beast sect has not received any information yet. This made Brother Hu unable to judge. He looked at the 2 documents in his hands and thought deeply. No matter what, destroy the Hidden Sun sect first. After a moment, his eyes flashed with a stern look, and he said in a deep voice, among the 2 sects of Lianhua Temple and Hiding Sun sect, Hiding Sun sect is the most harmful. The Hidden Sun sect is a demon sect, and its behavior is more ruthless. Lianhua Temple is a Buddhist sect. Even if the sages of Lianhua Temple do anything, their special identities will be discovered immediately. Moreover, after this action between Lianhua Temple and the Hiding Sun sect, the 10,000 Beast sect found an excuse to deal with the Hiding Sun sect. After making a decision, he left his cave and came to Li Shiming's cave. He fired a sound transmission spell into the cave, and then waited. After a while, the formation of the cave was activated, and the entrance to the cave was opened. Brother Hu walked into the cave. There was a cold atmosphere in the cave hall, and a corpse refining formation was arranged here. 2 late-stage golden corpses stand in the corpse refining formation. This method is equivalent to the cultivation of late-stage golden corpses, but the effect of this practice is very weak. Master, is something wrong? The other late-stage golden corpse bowed to Monk Hu and asked. This is where Brother Hu's confidence lies. The outside world thinks that Li Shiming has escaped from the 10,000 Beast sect, and Li Shiming's phantom clone is still in Luanfeng Palace in Zhongzhou continent. The 10,000 Beast sect lost contact with Li Shiming and could no longer borrow Li Shiming's powerful strength. But in fact, Li Shiming has always been able to grasp the information of the 10,000 Beasts sect through the 2 late-stage golden corpses and communicate with Brother Hu. Brother Hu did not tell anyone about this matter. He still had some ambitions, which was to let the 10,000 Beast sect occupy the entire Eastern Qi continent. Previously, Lianhua Temple and Hiding Sun sect had the shadow of superpowers behind them. Lianhua Temple and Hiding Sun sect took the initiative to surrender, making it impossible for 10,000 Beast sect to drive them all away. But this time the Lianhua Temple and the Masking Sun sect took the initiative to cause trouble, giving Brother Hu a chance to realize his wish.
Shurjin, I want to use the power of the later Golden Corpse to destroy the Hidden Sun sect.
Brother Hu said his thoughts in a deep voice.
If Master feels it is necessary, then do it.
Li Shiming had no idea about destroying the Hidden Sun sect. He rarely interfered with the affairs of the 10,000 Beast sect, since his master, the great monk Hu, thought it was necessary.
How is your current situation? Is there any danger?
Brother Hu hesitated but asked with concern. He rarely came to disturb the two later Golden Corpses because he was afraid of affecting Li Shiming. He knew that Li Shiming was in a strange place. But Li Shiming did not tell more details, which made him even more worried.
I am in seclusion to reach the peak of the monk realm. I can return when I come out of seclusion,
Li Shiming replied. Brother Hu's eyelids twitched. This answer was something he never expected. He felt his heart beating very fast, as if a possibility was very close to him. In the past, he only hoped that Li Shiming could be promoted to a powerful person. But he also understood that even if he had that hope, his longevity might not last until that time. But Li Shiming is in seclusion at this time to reach the peak of the monk realm. So maybe he can still see Li Shiming promoted to a great power in his lifetime. By then, the 10,000 Beast sect will be promoted together with Li Shiming and become a new super force in the world of immortality. This is the dream of every generation of monks in the 10,000 Beast sect. And all the monks' efforts are to get closer to this dream step by step.
How about you practice in seclusion? It doesn't matter if the Hidden Sun sect stays.
Brother Hu suddenly felt that the existence of Sun Hidden sect didn't matter anymore. Li Shiming's cultivation was the most important thing.
It doesn't matter. Solving the troubles of the 10,000 Beast sect will help my state of retreat,
Li Shiming said with a smile.
If it helps, then destroy the Hidden Sun sect.
Brother Hu changed his mind again in an instant and said loudly. Although the Hidden Sun sect has been in decline for 10,000 years, the Mountain sect still maintains the momentum of a large sect. Two late-stage Golden Corpses wearing armor and holding heavy hammers were standing thousands of miles away from the Hidden Sun sect. Behind the two late-stage Golden Corpses, there was a large flying boat. On the large flying boat, Brother Hu and Brother Ding were seated. The rest were dozens of monks in the early and middle stages of nascent soul, and as many as 1,000 Golden Core monks.
Is there really no need for us to take action?
Brother Ding looked at the two late-stage Golden Corpses and asked with doubt in his eyes. He knew that Li Shiming's late-stage Golden Corpse was very powerful, but it was really hard to say how much combat power a late-stage Golden Corpse without the control of its owner could exert.
Our mission is to take over the mountain gate of the Hidden Sun sect,
Brother Hu replied confidently. Then he deliberately amplified his voice, and his consciousness enveloped the entire large spaceship so that all the monks could hear his voice.
Everyone, your task is to try your best to ensure the smooth transition of the Hidden Sun sect's property. Spiritual fields, spiritual plants, spiritual veins, spiritual mountains, etc. A large number of monks among you have had the experience of accepting the Taichu sect. I believe you can do this mission seriously.
His voice was full of bewitching. In fact, there is no need to bewitched. When they heard that they were here to take over the mountain gate of the Hidden Sun sect, every monk of the 10,000 Beasts sect flashed with fanaticism in their eyes. The conflict between the 10,000 Beasts sect and the Masking Sun sect has always existed and lasted for tens of millions of years. Some of these monks have also heard that the Hidden Sun sect has recently competed for interests with the One Beast sect. Due to the disappearance of Li Shiming, the One Beast sect has been in a stage of forbearance. Now it finally takes action. And it is a big move. The two late-stage Golden Corpses made a move, and they all rushed towards the cave sky barrier in front of them. The Dongtian barrier covers the entire 1,000-mile radius of the Hidden Sun sect. Without the Hidden Sun sect's identity jade disc, or the Hidden Sun sect's consent, it is impossible to enter the Dongtian barrier. This is also the first line of defense. Although it cannot stop the attacks of powerful monks, it also prevents powerful monks from sneaking into the mountain gate, giving the mountain gate time to activate its strongest defense. The two late-stage Golden Corpses just waved their heavy hammers gently, and the cave sky barrier was broken, and even their speed was not affected much. Brother Hu watched as the two late-stage Golden Corpses turned into illusory shadows and disappeared from sight. His face also showed excitement, and the battle began. He drove the large flying boat and chased in the direction of the two late-stage Golden Corpses. He was not worried that his side would be attacked. He believed that with the combat power of the two late-stage Golden Corpses, the Hidden Sun sect would not have the energy to attack them anymore. The two late-stage golden corpses are controlled by Li Shiming's two brains respectively. In fact, against a sect of the level of the Hidden Sun sect, even the wisdom of the late-stage golden corpse itself is enough to destroy the Hidden Sun sect. But considering the integrity of the Hidden Sun sect's mountain gate, all the resources here belong to the Eastern Qi continent and the 10,000 Beasts sect. Li Shiming personally controls two late-stage golden corpses. The Hidden Sun sect may have been called a powerful sect among large forces before, but since it was forced by the 10,000 Beasts sect to give up a large amount of territory, its own strength has dropped to the middle-lower level among large forces. When Li Shiming was in the middle stage of nascent soul, he could destroy large sects. Not to mention the two late-stage golden corpses now. A shrill alarm sounded in the Hidden Sun sect, and the sect protecting formation was automatically activated, and the spiritual energy from various spiritual veins was actively introduced into the formation. After the monks heard the alarm, they were reminded of the previous alarm, when two peak monks almost destroyed the gate of hiding the Sun sect. Unexpectedly, just a short time later, the Hidden Sun sect encountered the same attack again. 5 great monks rose up from everywhere, and they all contacted the sect protecting formation, wanting to know what happened. The reason why there are 5 great monks is that the Hidden Sun sect recalled the great monks who were outside and the great monks who had been in seclusion for a long time. Chapter 901 Destroy the Sect. The great monk Baron of the Hidden Sun sect commanded several great monks to enter the large formation. After experiencing the last time the great monk Wang He and the great monk Yan Gao attacked the mountain gate, this time he had experience and his reaction speed was much faster. Seeing that several great monks have entered the formation, they can use the formation to protect themselves, and the great monks can also enhance the formation. But he didn't feel much sense of security in his heart. The forces that could attack the gate of hiding Sun sect had absolute confidence in their own strength. According to the analysis of the great monk Baron, coupled with the recent actions of the Hidden Sun sect, he is almost 100% sure that the force attacking the Sun gate of the Hidden Sun sect this time is the 10,000 Beasts sect. The combat power of the great monks of the 10,000 Beasts sect is not much higher than that of the Hidden Sun sect. The combat power of the great monks of the 10,000 Beasts sect is equivalent to twice that of other great monks. The Sunshining sect, relying on the large formation, is still capable of resisting. But considering that the truly powerful member of the 10,000 Beasts sect is Li Shizhen, if Li Shizhen were to participate this time, it would be hard for the great monk Baron to imagine what the outcome would be. However, after thinking about it, Li Shizhen's disappearance was confirmed by his own intelligence department. Yuqing sect, Baidi sect, and other superpowers. It should be impossible for him to appear in the Eastern Qi continent so soon. Thinking of this, great monk Baron felt a little more at ease, and he looked into the distance. Because the 2 late-stage golden corpses attacked too quickly, he who controlled the cave was unable to detect the traces of the intruders. At this time, with the help of the scanning effect of the formation, he sensed the existence of 2 late-stage golden corpses. Of course, great monk Baron did not recognize those 2 late-stage golden corpses, but thought they were 2 weird great monks. It was indeed strange. Although the great monks in the world of immortality had many habits, he had never seen a great monk wearing armor. Moreover, the speed of these 2 great monks in armor was too fast. When he sensed the 2 late-stage golden corpses, the 2 late-stage golden corpses approached the formation of the Hidden Sun sect. Prepare area spells. Their speed is too fast. We cannot let them attack the formation. Senior Monk Baron thought that the previous cave barrier was quickly broken through by 2 senior monks wearing armor. He suspected that the 2 senior monks the monk had some special secret method of using speed impact. So he gave the order loudly. Li Shiming's 2 brains controlled 2 late-stage golden corpses respectively. He used the perception ability of the late-stage golden corpse to check the sun-hiding sect's formation. The natal magic weapon Z15 made a good analysis of the sun-hiding sect's formation. When he was in the 10,000 Beasts sect, he also obtained relevant information about the sun-hiding sect's formation. Therefore, although the golden corpse could not use the divine eyes in the later period, but he still found out how to crack the formation through a short period of observation. The 2 late-stage golden corpses did not slow down and rushed towards the shield of the Hidden Sun sect's formation. The range attack spells prepared by the 5 great monks including Great Monk Baron also launched, and a large group of strange colored energy blocked the path of the 2 late-stage golden corpses. The later golden corpse itself is a refined corpse, and its resistance to the evil energy of this demon sect is many times higher than that of normal monks. Not to mention the late-stage golden corpse wearing armor, whose defenses cannot be broken through by the great monks of the Little Masking Sun sect. The great monks of the Hidden Sun sect are all in the early stage of great monks. This is also the general strength of great monks in the Eastern Qi continent. Why do you think that the Eastern Qi continent lacks the resources of great monks? 2 late-stage golden corpses impacted the strangely colored energy area. And then the shield of the formation shook slightly. Something happened that shocked the great monk Baron. He found that the shield of the formation did not block the 2 late-stage golden corpses at all. 2 late-stage golden corpses rushed into the formation of the Hidden Sun sect and rushed towards the great monks.
Hurry up and mobilize the power of the great formation together to restrain them.
Great monk Baron was horrified but still thinking of a solution. The formation has not been forcibly broken, and the formation can still be used. The formation of the Hidden Sun sect can use internal energy to imprison any target inside the formation. In his opinion, the 5 great monks working together to control the confinement power of the formation could at least limit the movement speed of the 2 late-stage golden corpses. But in fact, although the power of confinement was released, the golden corpse in the later stage ignored it. For this power of confinement, the speed of the golden corpse in the later stage had no impact at all. At this time, the auras of the 2 late-stage golden corpses spread. When Great Monk Baron sensed the terrifying aura of the late-stage golden corpses, he finally understood what the enemy was. As a great monk of the demon sect, he has a way to deal with corpse refining, but that refers to ordinary refined corpses. These late-stage golden corpses with special abilities have unmatched combat power in the Eastern Qi continent. A late-stage golden corpse flashed and appeared next to a great monk. The heavy hammer in his hand was swept out. The great monk had no time to react. The defensive magic weapon on his body, together with the great monk's physical nascent soul, were hit by the heavy hammer, became a powder. Another late-stage golden corpse made the same attack, killing another great monk.
We surrender!
A senior monk shouted loudly when he saw 2 senior monks from his sect being killed instantly. It was a pity that the late golden corpses ignored him. After the 2 late golden corpses killed the 2 great monks, they did not stop, nor did they accept surrender. With the blessing of the speed rule mark, their speed almost exceeded the visual range of the remaining 3 monks. The 3 monks could not even lock on, let alone launch an attack. How could they attack the enemy? This is not outside the previous formation. This is the mountain gate of hiding the Sun sect. The consequence of casting a wide range of spells at will is the fall of a large number of buildings and monks in the sect. The moment after the great monk shouted surrender, a late-stage golden corpse appeared next to him and took away his life. The hairs all over the body of the great monk Baron stood up. He did not launch an attack. A life-saving talisman appeared in his hand. Then his figure turned into a ray of light and fled towards the mountain gate. Just when the escaping light was emitted, a late-stage golden corpse that had lost its target turned into a phantom and chased the escaping light. Something unimaginable happened. The escape technique, which is known as the fastest way to move in the world of immortality, was actually chased closer and closer by the late golden corpse using its own speed. Although the great monk Baron did not have any powerful life-preserving jade talisman, the life-preserving talisman in his hand was also a treasure passed down by the Hidden Sun sect. It was a life-preserving talisman made by a peak monk that was obtained by a senior Hidden Sun sect. Under normal circumstances, a life-saving talisman of this grade can definitely save lives in the Eastern Qi continent. But when encountering the late-stage golden corpse who mastered the speed rule mark, the escape technique produced by this life-saving talisman would no longer have an advantage. Senior monk Baron felt that the speed was far beyond his ability to escape. Although escaping from this sect made him extremely uncomfortable, he did not have to be killed like the senior monks from his sect. He felt like he had a sacred mission. He had already after thinking about leaving. I must rebuild the Hidden Sun sect. In the extreme speed of the escape method, when he felt a speed that he had never experienced before, he seemed to feel something in his heart and looked aside. He saw an incredible sight. In the later period, the figure of the golden corpse, wearing armor, was almost level with him. In the later period, the golden corpse raised such an exaggerated heavy hammer that the great monk Baron wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, this escape method was not inspired by his power, which made this escape method only able to move in a straight line and not like an arm. A random turn at the command. With a boom, the great monk Baron lost consciousness.
All monks, stand still and don't move. Anyone who violates this will die.
Another figure of a late-stage golden corpse patrolled back and forth in the mountain gate of the Hidden Sun sect, and it made an unpleasant sound. The terrifying aura of the golden corpse in the later stage caused all the monks who had not reached the nascent soul stage to faint. Only the monks in the early stage of Yuanian could still support it. Two monks in the middle stage of Yuaning were unwilling to have their sect destroyed like this. As soon as they flew into the air, before they could make any move, the figure of the late golden corpse flashed from their side. Pass. The bodies of the two middle-stage nascent soul monks were hit by heavy hammers and turned into a rain of blood. After that, no monks dared to make any changes, and they stayed where they were. At this time, the late-stage golden corpse that was chasing the great monk Barin came back. It flew towards a building, forcibly breaking through the building's defense and rushing into it. There was a faint light inside the building, and on the ground in the center was a miniature of the entire Hiding Sun sect, with some marks constantly flashing on the miniature. This is the core of the Hidden Sun sect's formation. In the later period, the movements of the golden corpse were very gentle. It stretched out its finger and tapped lightly, and a magic formula invaded the core of the Hidden Sun sect's formation. Multiple formation defenses were easily cracked, and the authority of the core of the formation was taken away. The nascent soul monks of the Hiding Sun sect standing on the ground felt a sudden shock in the formation. And then, their identity jade plates were forcibly erased by the formation. The Hiding Sun sect's formation had a repelling effect on these Yuaning monks, and it also made these nascent soul monks understand that Hiding Sun sect's formation changed hands, and Hiding Sun sect completely lost its defense. The late golden corpse, who took control of the Hidden Sun sect's formation, found a key place with the help of the formation's information. Later, the figure of the golden corpse flew out of the building and flew towards a valley. That valley is inconspicuous among the mountain gates of the Hidden Sun sect. It doesn't look like anything special, but it is under the strictest protection of the formation. The formation in the valley automatically separated, revealing the passage into it. In the later period, the golden corpse saw the space door protected by the formation as expected. This was the entrance and exit of the cave, and it was also the most precious heritage of the Hidden Sun sect. Without any hesitation, the late golden corpse passed through the space door. As soon as he entered the cave, Jinji looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but be startled. This place was completely different from the demonic cultivation cave he imagined. This place looks exactly like a spiritual plant cultivation base. There is nothing so-called weird about demonic cultivators, and it has not been eroded by the energy of demonic cultivators. It's normal to think about it. If the cave's sky is really made into the kind of environment full of negative energy that demon cultivators like, it may be helpful to the cultivation of demon cultivators, but it will not allow most spiritual plants to grow. Demon cultivators are also monks, and they also need a lot of resources. Dantian is the most important resource production of a sect. Especially most of the high-end resources are produced by Dantian. Since all the great monks have left the cave, there are no monks in the cave. Later, the golden corpse sensed it and flew in one direction. Li Shiming knew the cave very well, and there were not many hidden methods in this cave, allowing him to clearly sense the direction of the flow of spiritual energy. Through this seemingly inconspicuous flow direction of spiritual energy, Z15 can analyze the core area of Dantian's spiritual energy. Later, the golden corpse came to a thatched house, which was the core of the entire cave. Li Shiming controlled the later golden corpse and reached out to open the wooden door of the thatched cottage. The moment he opened the wooden door, the howls of countless souls came from inside the wooden door, and then more than 100 fourth-grade ghosts rushed out, biting towards the late-stage golden corpse. This is the last resort of the Hidden Sun sect. It is indeed very cruel. Li Shiming couldn't help but praise. With the ability of the Hidden Sun sect, it may not be possible to control more than 100 fourth-grade ghosts, but it can still be done as long as the demon sect has enough time to gather more than 100 fourth-grade ghosts into one place. If a normal great monk is really unprepared and is attacked by more than 100 fourth-grade ghosts, the chance of his death is very high. The fourth-grade ghost is a very special kind of creature. It is not affected by most attack methods, except for soul attacks and a few attacks that can affect the soul. It is not easy to affect the fourth-grade ghost. Of course, this does not mean that the fourth-grade ghosts are really powerful. As long as the monks are prepared, there are still many ways to deal with the fourth-grade ghosts. But after entering the cave, the scene of a common spiritual plant resource cultivation area will make enemies who sneak into the cave lower their guard to the lowest level. The thatched cottage made the enemy less prepared. The moment the wooden door was opened, more than 100 fourth-grade ghosts rushed towards them. Even if there were means to fight against fourth-grade ghosts, it would be difficult to be effective against so many fourth-grade ghosts. The fourth-grade ghosts pounced on the late-stage golden corpse. After encountering the armor of the late-stage golden corpse, they were blocked. Then a spiritual light flashed on the armor's surface. and the armor was suddenly upgraded from the ordinary 4th grade top quality to the spiritual treasure level. In the later period, the cold energy in the golden corpse impacted the surroundings through the Lingbao armor, and all 4th grade ghosts were affected by the cold energy. In the later stage, the golden corpse opened its mouth and sucked the 4th grade ghost into its body. It does not devour these 4th grade ghosts, but uses the body as a container to temporarily seal these 4th grade ghosts. It walked into the thatched house. There was no other means of defense in the thatched house. A short, glowing black grass grew at the corner of the thatched house.
It's quite special that a wood-type secret treasure is infected by evil energy like this.
Li Shiming looked at the short black grass through the late-stage golden corpse, and said to himself in slight surprise. He didn't know whether this wood-type secret treasure was like this naturally, or whether it was modified by magic modifications the day after tomorrow. But no matter what, this was the first time he had seen this kind of wood-type secret treasure. He controlled the late-stage golden corpse, and injected a spell into the short black grass. Then he felt that the late-stage golden corpse had become the master of this cave. Chapter 902 Peak. Brother who controlled the large flying boat and flew slowly. When the large flying boat flew thousands of miles, and arrived at the mountain gate of Hiding the Sun sect, he looked at the large formation of Hiding the Sun sect. This formation is in a semi-closed state at this time, and the original shield of the formation has disappeared.
We entered the Hidden Sun sect and asked Brother Ding to lead the fighting monks to collect the prisoners, while the remaining monks took over the mountain gate,
he said in a deep voice. The large flying boat entered the mountain gate of the Hidden Sun sect. At this time, the Hidden Sun sect was quiet, with only a figure standing in the void. Brother Ding stared slightly at the figure, which was Li Shiming's late-stage golden corpse. At this time, the late-stage golden corpse single-handedly suppressed the entire Hidden Sun sect. Then, he saw the corpses of several great monks. Since there were only a few great monks in the Eastern Qi continent, he recognized the identities of those great monks at a glance. He retrieved the corpses of several great monks, and looked at various places at the gate of the Hidden Sun sect. He was surprised to find that the main gate of the Hidden Sun sect had not been damaged at all. The harvest from this forceful attack on the Hidden sect will be huge. He waved his hand, and led the battle monks towards the bottom. There was no resistance at all in what happened after that, and the morale of all the monks of the Hiding Sun sect was destroyed by the thunderous means of the golden corpse in the later period. When they found out that the 10,000 Bees sect was taking them into custody, they became even more cooperative. They didn't want to see that figure standing in the void again for a moment. Brother who received the message sent to him by Li Shiming through the later golden corpse, and he followed it to find the valley that entered the cave. After entering the cave, he looked at the well-preserved spiritual fields and various growing spiritual plants, and couldn't help but have the urge to shout. With these resources, the 10,000 Bees sect is equivalent to concentrating the resources of the previous 3 major sections. What the 10,000 Bees sect needs next is time to grow. As long as the 10,000 Bees sect is given time to grow, the 10,000 Bees sect can cultivate several times more great monks. And then, it can truly control the Dongqi continent. The 10,000 Bees sect acted too quickly this time. It was only when the second batch of monks from the 10,000 Bees sect entered the mountain gate of the Hiding Sun sect that the monks in the Eastern Qi continent learned of the destruction of the Sun Hiding sect. The 10,000 Bees sect then spread the news that it would establish a second branch at the mountain gate of the Hiding Sun sect, called the Hiding Sun branch. The 10,000 Bees sect's takeover of the Hidden Sun sect this time is extremely comprehensive. All the classics and inheritance of the Hidden Sun sect, including the treasure trove, etc., have been accepted. In addition, there are large areas of land that used to belong to the Hidden Sun sect. A large number of mortals live in these places, which are also the source of the sect's disciples. All the monks in the Eastern Qi continent understand that the 10,000 Bees sect's unstoppable momentum to unify the Eastern Qi continent is unstoppable. At the same time, some superpowers also guessed that Li Shizhen had left a backup in the 10,000 Bees sect. At least a backup that could compete with the peak monks, since almost all the disciples survived when the Hiding Sun sect was destroyed. Some details of the battle of Hiding the Sun sect were spread. The strength of these disciples was only in the middle stage of nascent soul. They could not recognize the identity of the golden corpse in the later stage. They only knew that the 2 great monks from the 10,000 Beasts sect broke through the Sun Hiding sect's formation in just tens of breaths. Kill all the great monks. This kind of combat power can be compared, and the objects of comparison are the fallen monks Wang He and Yin Gao. They also attacked the gate of the Hidden Sect, but they did not capture the Hidden Sect so quickly. And the Baidi sect's voluntary withdrawal from the Eastern Qi continent made those superpowers re-examine the strength of the 10,000 Beasts sect. No matter what, There will be no more superpowers interested in the Eastern Qi continent in the short term. Dong Qi continent itself does not have many resources. It is not cost-effective to seize Dong Qi continent at a huge cost. In the current Dong Qi continent, the one facing the greatest pressure is the Lianhua Temple, the only major sect left. Just when the entire Eastern Qi continent was speculating on when the 10,000 Beast sect would take action to kill the Lianhua Temple, the Lianhua Temple took the initiative to ask the 10,000 Beast sect to evacuate from the Eastern Qi continent in order to preserve its own inheritance. Of course, the resource points, mountain gates, caves, etc. that cannot be taken away from Lianhua Temple will all belong to the 10,000 Beast sect in exchange for the 10,000 Beast sect's promise not to pursue Lianhua Temple. The negotiation on this matter went very smoothly. And brother who did not want to take things too far. Lianhua Temple was related to the Buddhist superpower. But the other party did not interfere in these affairs. But if the 10,000 Beasts sect really wants to destroy Lianhua Temple, it is hard to say whether the superpowers of Buddhism will ignore it. Buddhists are a special group in the world of immortality. And they are more united. It only took a month of preparation for the Lianhua Temple to evacuate the Eastern Qi continent as a whole. They will go to an island between the Zhongzhou continent and the Xi'an continent to rebuild the Lianhua Temple there. The 10,000 Beasts sect also successfully occupied the original mountain gate of Lianhua Temple and became the third branch of the 10,000 Beasts sect, the Lotus branch. Since then, the entire Eastern Qi continent has been occupied by the 10,000 Beast sect. And the 10,000 Beast sect has become a super force that is not a super force. The reason why I say this is because the 10,000 Beast sect does not have powerful existence. So it cannot be regarded as a super force. However, the 10,000 Beast sect can monopolize a continent. And it also has the strength to suppress the peak monks. In addition to not having great power, it is not as powerful as the 10,000 Beast sect. Superpowers don't make much of a difference. After the Eastern Qi continent was monopolized by the 10,000 Beast sect, the 10,000 Beast sect had more sources of disciples, which caused the number of disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect to increase exponentially. The 10,000 Beasts sect is no longer limited to allowing disciples to have spiritual pets. The main reason is that there are too many disciples. Even if the 10,000 Beasts cave can breed powerful spiritual beasts, it cannot withstand a large number of disciples contracting spiritual pets. Fortunately, both the Taichu branch and the Hiding Sun branch left behind a large amount of inheritance. Even when Lianhua Temple was evacuated, most of the classics were copied down, which greatly improved the inheritance of Wanshou sect's techniques. Of supplement, with the supply of a large amount of resources, many great monks appeared in the 10,000 Beast sect in just 30 years. The original monk who and several other great monks finally made a breakthrough in their cultivation. Of course, due to the short time, even if there are so many great monks, their strength cannot be compared with the superpower. The reason why the 10,000 Beast sect can compete with the superpowers is because of Li Shiming. In the Balian Hall of Tianren Cave, 30 years have not left any traces on Li Shiming. The Sky Spirit Jade Bead on top of his head has a glow that is indistinguishable from what it was 30 years ago. But he knew that the Tianling Jade Bead lacked 500 years of accumulation. The pure energy required to practice the heavenly art far exceeded his imagination. Even after Z15's precise calculations, there were huge errors in the actual practice process. This cannot be blamed on Z15. Z15 does not have data on the subsequent training of Tianrenju. Z15 is calculated based on the data collected by Li Shiming's initial training with Tianling Jade Beads. In addition, Li Shiming has 5 nascent souls, which greatly increases the difficulty of his cultivation, especially when reaching the peak monk realm. He needs to increase the spiritual power of the 5 nascent souls to the limit of the nascent souls. The previous 5 nascent souls practice together, allowing him to feel the rapid growth of spiritual power, allowing him to pass through the process of the early to mid-level monks. But the further he went, the higher the requirements for the accumulation of spiritual power in the nascent soul body. It is not that the spiritual power accumulated in a certain nascent soul's body can be raised to a certain level. The 500 years of energy in the Tianling Jade Bead is equivalent to the 5 Yuan Yings who have been practicing in seclusion day and night for a full 100 years. Fortunately, he obtained a treasure such as the Tianling Jade Bead, which allowed Li Shiming to complete the cultivation that took 100 years in just 30 years. Huh? After 30 years of seclusion, although his brain can control activities such as phantom clones and later golden corpses, and can also separate some brains to study other knowledge, His main brain has actually been in seclusion for 30 years. Year time. He stood up slowly, feeling the changes brought about by the peak monk realm. The imprints of the rules and the 5 nascent souls are all clearly visible, and are no longer as blurry as before. The 5 elements rule marks, the thunder and lightning rule marks, and the sword and tit rule marks all made him feel extremely powerful. Being able to reach the peak monk realm with these imprints of rules is also thanks to the encounter he had in the temple. In the God-sensing monument, he could feel everything he had to cultivate to reach the peak monk realm. In addition, the transformation of the 5 elements rules in the Banshan cave, the thunder and lightning rules in the thunder cave, and the sword and tension monument all played an important role in improving his various rule marks. It was these foundations that allowed him to reach the peak monk realm in just 30 years after obtaining the Sky Spirit Jade Bead. In the world of cultivating immortals, the increase in spiritual power within the body is not all that improves the cultivation level. Without the corresponding understanding of the cultivation level, no amount of external objects can allow a monk to improve his cultivation level. The real effect of the Tianling Jade Bead is not as bad as imagined. At most, it can only reduce the growth time of the spiritual power in the body. But you still have to understand it yourself. What a pity! Li Shiming checked the research results of the natal magic weapon Z15 in the past 30 years. And the God-sensing monument still could not be virtualized. He thought of something, and his figure flashed out of the cave of heaven and man, and stood in the temporary cave at the bottom of the sea. He looked at the teleportation ring on his finger. After 30 years of energy recovery, the energy of the teleportation ring had long been restored. He sensed that the coordinates of Dongqi continent when he left were already lit, and he could teleport away at any time. However, the teleportation coordinates that he imagined could be used to enter the temple were still in a gray state, and could not be activated. This is not a lack of energy in the teleportation ring, but a problem with the teleportation coordinates of the temple itself. It seems that only when the temple opens can we teleport into the temple, Li Shiming murmured to himself. Of course, the authority of the teleportation ring is definitely much higher than that of the jade cards that enter the temple. If for various reasons, he did not activate it immediately when he got the teleportation ring, maybe he would have explored the temple alone. The function of the 6 temple jade tablets is more like a signal to close the temple. He was lucky. If it was late at night, he might not be able to use the teleportation ring at all. In that case, he would not be able to escape the pursuit of powerful Luo Yuan. Can you add another coordinate? Just as he was thinking about it, the connection between him and the teleportation ring made him understand the function of the teleportation ring. In addition to the certain coordinates of the temple, he can also customize 2 spatial coordinates and perform spatial teleportation between the 2 spatial coordinates. If he wants to add more spatial coordinates, he needs to overwrite one of the 2 spatial coordinates. After learning about this function, he immediately bound the spatial coordinates of the temporary cave on the seabed into the teleportation ring. For him, the teleportation ring not only has the function of remote teleportation, nor is it just the ability to connect Dongqi continent and Yundao Sea. It is also a means of saving life. As long as the energy of the teleportation ring is sufficient, he can carry out ultra-long-range spatial movement at any time. After the last chase by Great Master Luo Yuan, he determined that the spatial movement level of the teleportation ring was very high. At least it could not be restricted by Great Master Luo Yuan. Thinking of this, Li Shiming had a bold idea. Maybe we can use this ultra-long distance space teleportation to do something and get the maximum benefit. Anyway, if he teleports back to the eastern Qi continent, no monk in Yundahai can stop him. And it will take 20 years for the teleportation ring to recover its energy. In other words, no matter how much trouble he causes, he will not be able to return to Yundahai within 20 years. Even if he comes back in 20 years, he will not be wanted so tightly by then. Li Shiming used south close to the end of the world to leave the temporary cave and appeared on the sea. He released the golden winged roc, Xiaofeng, and the phantom dragon. They were imprisoned in the Tianren cave for 30 years. Although the Tianren cave was large enough, it was not as wide as the real world, especially for the golden winged roc. Because it has been living in the temple, it is extremely yearning for the outside world. After being brought out by Li Shiming's contract, it was locked up in the cave of heaven and man. At this time, the golden winged roc soaring in the sky screamed excitedly. Xiaofeng then made a phoenix cry, and the phantom dragon made a dragon cry. Suddenly the creatures in the sea area were in bad luck. The creatures in the deep sea were better off, but the creatures in the shallow sea heard their cries. All of them could not help but tremble. Whether it is the golden-winged roc, Xiaofeng or the phantom dragon, they are all top beings among spiritual beasts. Since Li Shiming had the safety guarantee, he relaxed his mind and sat on the back of the golden-winged roc in a flash, playing with his 3 spiritual pets. Sitting on the back of the golden-winged roc, the golden-winged roc wanted to show its power in front of its owner. It disappeared from the place in a flash, and then appeared 100 miles away. Li Shiming was not surprised by the golden-winged Daping's spatial movement. He knew this when he contracted the golden-winged Daping. But he discovered that the golden-winged roc's spatial movement had a special effect. He took out the black and white chess pieces, arranged a formation in the air to restrict space movement, and then issued an order to the golden-winged roc. Then the golden-winged roc appeared inside the formation in a flash. The golden-winged roc ignored the formation's restricted space movement function. Chapter 903 Mood. On Li Shiming's shoulders stood the shrunken Xiaofeng. The phantom dragon also shrunk and turned into a bracelet, and he himself sat on the back of the golden-winged roc. The golden-winged roc likes to fly, and is willing to fly with its owner on its back. On the other hand, Xiaofeng and phantom dragon preferred to shrink their bodies and accompany Li Shiming. The golden-winged roc will move in space every 10 breaths or so. Although the distance it moves in space is not very far, it is still hundreds of miles. In addition, its flying speed is extremely fast, which is no better than the speed rule. Mark's late-stage golden corpse is slow. If you include the golden-winged roc's spatial movement, its speed still exceeds that of the later golden corpse. The flight of the golden-winged Daping is not a short-term flight. Its flight can last forever. The legendary golden-winged roc never puts its feet on the ground in its entire life and makes the sky its home. For it, flying is an instinct of life, just like human breathing. Li Shiming has always been cautious and has never been as relaxed as he is now. He doesn't care about powerful monks, and he doesn't even care about the fact that they are everywhere in Yundahai. As a peak monk, he is not afraid of any great monk in the realm of nascent soul. Even if the enemy wants to defeat him due to sheer numbers, he will not be able to do so. It can be said that at the moment when his realm reached the peak of a great monk, he was the strongest monk in the world of immortality with great power and half-step power, and with the guarantee that the teleportation ring can teleport at any time. He is sure to escape unscathed even if he faces a powerful person. In addition, he decided to deliberately cause something, so he no longer had any scruples in his behavior. This time, there was no mask on his face, and the aura on his body returned to that of Lei Xiao, revealing the person he was when he was fighting for resources in the temple. Although Yun Dao Hai has a vast area, his arrogant flying, especially a spiritual pet of the level of a mythical beast such as the golden-winged Daping, made every monk who met him and the golden-winged Daping treat him and the golden-winged Dap greatly as concern. Even though decades have passed, Yun Daohai has not forgotten Li Shiming or the terrifying Lei Xiao who killed many top monks. The back of the golden-winged Daping is very stable, and the golden-winged Daping's own energy protects its back, allowing Li Shiming to fly at extremely fast speeds while sipping spiritual tea leisurely. He read the map and passed it to the golden-winged roc. Golden-winged Daping is extremely sensitive to maps, but after referring to several islands, he established a complete impression of the Cloud Island Sea in his mind. The periphery of the Cloud Island Sea is occupied by major and medium-sized forces. You must pass through the periphery before you can come into contact with 6 super forces. The 6 super forces are scattered in the 6 directions of the Cloud Island Sea, guarding the largest human-gathering archipelago in the Cloud Island Sea. Of course, the center of this sea of Cloud Islands is also divided between 6 superpowers, and they are protecting their own interests. Li Shiming's target is the area of the 6 superpowers, but he has to choose which superpower to attack, and he has to get close to that area before deciding based on the situation. Although his realm has reached the peak of the Great Monk realm, he has no idea of immediately achieving half-step power. On the one hand, he was insufficiently prepared. The preparation mentioned here was not in terms of resources. In terms of resources, he was very sufficient. He has a complete collection of secret treasures, as well as some resources for peak monks to advance to half-step power. He also got a lot from the half-step power in Yuzhu Islands, which is enough for him to consume. But what he lacks is the experience of being promoted to half-step power in the heavenly art, and some theoretical foundations. Considering the special technique of Heaven and Man technique, the possibility of him gaining the experience of being promoted to a half-step to great power is almost zero. This Heaven and Man technique is a newly created technique. In addition, the training conditions for the Heavenly Man art
are too harsh. Even if the heavenly man art is passed down outside, it is probably not possible to find the training experience to advance to a half step to great power. But he is waiting for the results of the research on the God-sensing monument by the natal magic weapon Z15. Or when the temple opens next time, he will enter the temple again and realize it again at the God-sensing monument. Both methods are feasible, as long as there is a breakthrough in the research of the God-sensing monument by the natal magic weapon Z15. A virtual digital God-sensing monument can be generated. If Z15 cannot make a breakthrough in 200 to 300 years, then he will consider re-entering the temple. It doesn't matter if he waits 200 or 300 more years to reach the peak of the great monk realm. He is only over 200 years old now, and he is still young among the great monks in the world of immortality. Not to mention the peak great monks. Each of those who can be promoted to the peak great monks have practiced for more than 1,000 years. Another reason for not immediately attacking the half-step power is that his own accumulation is not enough. The spiritual power in the 5 nascent souls has reached its extreme. But he always feels that the nascent soul has not really reached its limit. This requires long-term precipitation. Bit by bit, the spiritual power in the body, and the control of one's state of mind. After a normal monk reaches the peak monk level, he will start to think about collecting resources. Some obtain resources from the sect by serving the sect, and some go out to take risks and obtain them from some dangerous places. Li Shiming didn't need to think about this. His resources were ready, so he was relaxed. He only needed to sharpen his mentality and hone his spiritual power. This feeling of relaxation all over his body caused a strange change in his state of mind. He felt that his spirit had reached the peak of a great monk, and he had an inexplicable enhancement. Although this mental enhancement is extremely subtle, with Z15 monitoring its own situation, any changes will be discovered. He knew that his mentality was beneficial, which allowed him to deliberately relax his mind. Unfortunately, this freedom did not last for many days, and finally a team of high monks appeared to intercept him. Mirror Moon Sect's Dharma Holding Hall. Fellow Daoistly, let's just go ahead and capture him. There were 6 great monks in total, including 2 peak great monks. One of the peak great monks who led the team said in a deep voice. These 6 great monks stood in the void, and their auras were completely different from those of ordinary great monks. Li Shiming frowned slightly, and he felt a strong killing intent from the 6 great monks. To be honest, in the world of immortality, it is very rare to be able to feel the actual murderous intention from a cultivator. Generally speaking, unless they practice a special secret method to cultivate murderous intent, no monk will fill themselves with murderous intent. Take Li Shiming and his clone Li Yuanba as an example. They are one body. In theory, whether it is the monk Li Shiming kills or the monk Li Yuanba kills, they belong to the monks they kill. Judging from the number of monks Li Yuanba slaughtered, Li Shiming should also be filled with murderous intent. But at the nascent soul realm, most of the techniques can adjust the monk's state of mind, allowing the monk to get rid of the murderous intention on his body, so that the murderous intention will not affect the monk's practice. The 6 great monks on the opposite side deliberately contained murderous intent in their bodies, causing ordinary monks to fight against them, which would naturally form a deterrent effect. Mirror Moon Sect, you underestimate me too much. Li Shiming shook his head and said. The aura on his body was fully revealed, and the terrifying aura of the great thunder cultivator rose into the sky, and there was a faint flash of thunder in the void. The face of the peak monk who led the team changed slightly. His first action was to use his divine consciousness to control and send back the information about Li Shiming's promotion to the peak monk. Since Li Shiming is already a peak monk, the plan to deal with him needs to change. However, this team of great monks holding Dharma Chong had no idea of retreating. They wanted to at least fight Li Shiming. Not to mention that they must capture Li Shiming. But they also needed to understand Li Shiming's actual combat power. Go! The top monk leading the team waved his hand, and the monks beside him rushed towards Li Shiming. Each of the great monks sacrificed their precious mirrors, and once they got close to within the attack range, they would launch an attack with all their strength. Li Shiming did not rely on others. He summoned the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer from his body, activated 40 more brains, and then activated 40 thunder strikes at once through the blessing of the Chishao Thunder Bead in the computer room space. Technique. Since he was promoted to the peak monk, his spirit has been greatly improved, allowing him to use more of his brain at once. 40 brains are just in normal state. Since they don't consume much, they can be used for daily combat. His figure disappeared from the spot, and with the activation of South close to the end of the world, he appeared in a rather special position among the 6 great monks. This position is exactly the same distance from each of the 6 great monks, and puts all the great monks within his attack range. 40 thunder techniques bloomed in the void, turning into 40 thunder dragons and blasting towards the 6 great monks. The 6 great monks have extremely rich combat experience. They have seen many powerful monks, and relying on the cooperation between their teams. Even the peak great monks, who are stronger than them, have a record of being defeated by them. The Jifa Hall has a special status among the various forces in Yunda High. This is a department designed to deal with powerful enemies or internal traitors. Each of the monks inside is a fighting genius, and they have learned skills specially for fighting. Secret method. In the world of cultivating immortals, one does not have to be strong in combat, but one must be a genius in cultivation. Some secret techniques specially designed for combat can effectively improve a monk's combat effectiveness. However, practicing these secret techniques will have some side effects, which will affect cultivation to a certain extent. The 6 great monks practiced the secret method specifically for fighting. When they discovered that Li Shiming used space movement and then released thunder and lightning, they all crushed a bead. Then, they were engulfed by multiple thunder and lightning. Li Shiming himself was a peak monk. He used the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer to strengthen the power of the thunder method, and the Chishao Thunder Bead forcibly strengthened the thunder method by 1 level. This makes the lightning technique he performed based on its power alone. Even a peak monk would be unable to withstand any of the lightning. Not to mention that he used 40 of this powerful lightning technique at once. It can be said that he showed no mercy from the beginning of the battle, and he came to kill with 1 strike. The speed of thunder and lightning was very fast, and after the huge roar disappeared, the battlefield became quiet. Li Shiming did not take action. He was also curious about the beads that the 6 monks took out. The thunder disappeared. Among the 6 great monks, only 2 peak monks survived. The remaining 4 close to the peak monks were unable to withstand the lightning blast and fell under such a powerful lightning attack. Both the physical body and the nascent soul appear extremely fragile. The 2 top monks who survived did not come without a price. The 4th grade top quality treasure mirror was broken, and a large part of their robes was scorched black. Although they were still standing in the void, their bodies were severely injured. They still wanted to talk, but Li Shiming appeared beside them in a flash, pressed his hands on their bodies, and terrifying thunder and lightning poured into their bodies. It seems that the effect of the beads has passed. Li Shiming couldn't help but shook his head when he noticed that the vitality of the 2 peak monks had disappeared. He immediately summoned the corpses of 6 great monks and found space items from their bodies. In the end, he only found the beads they used before from the soul crystal ring of the leading peak monk. Li Shiming's consciousness scanned the bead. It was some kind of one-time magic weapon. The enchanted runes inside were very unfamiliar, but he had almost guessed its function. This should be a one-time magic weapon specially designed to resist lightning attacks. It can enhance the monk's lightning resistance, but it seems that the time to increase the lightning resistance is very short. In addition, the material of the beads is the top level of the 4th grade. Thinking of such beads as a one-time magic weapon, even a superpower cannot make many. You really dealt with me in a targeted manner, but it's a pity that I'm not a pure Latio. Li Shiming played with the beads in his hand, shook his head, and whispered to himself. Even with the help of beads, he was confident that he could kill these monks by force without using too many great monks at once. Just like the 4 great monks who were killed in the first round, they also used beads that increased lightning resistance. But these one-time lightning resistance beads also had an upper limit. It was obvious that Li Shiming's attack exceeded the upper limit of the thunder resistance beads, which caused the 4 great monks to be directly killed. Even if the other 2 peak monks were not killed by lightning in the first round, the side effects of lightning caused them to lose their fighting ability for a short time. In fact, Li Shiming has not used all his strength. If he really uses 100 brains at once, which is also the limit of his current thunder method, then under the bombardment of 100 thunder techniques, he is afraid that the corpse of the peak monk will be killed. None of them could be saved. He searched the soul crystal ring again, and found that there were no spiritual objects on the top monks of the Dharma holding hall. This was confirmed by the space items of the other great monks. The only thing that was useful was a 4th grade top level flying boat. He really looked down on other spiritual objects. Those great monk elixirs that were extremely precious to other great monks were just like currency in his eyes. Chapter 904 Battle. After meeting a group of monks from the Mirror Moon sect, Li Shiming did not encounter any obstacles in the following days. What he didn't know
was that his promotion to the peak monk was known to the 6 superpowers. And the fact that he killed a group of monks from the Mirror Moon Sect's Dharma Holding Hall was also spread. This caused the forces that were originally planning to attack him to stop their actions. Although wealth is attractive to people's hearts, it is not the idea of these forces to risk their lives knowing that they are outmatched.
This is the 10th monk I met today.
Li Shiming sat on the back of the golden-winged rock and murmured to himself as he looked at the monks passing by several miles away. He felt the monks peak, but the other party didn't take action against him, and he didn't bother to pay attention. He took a look at the map. There was no big island in this area on the map, so he shouldn't have encountered so many monks. From the previous peaks of several monks, he guessed that these monks should all be spies, just to determine his whereabouts.
What's waiting for me ahead?
He said with interest. It's not that he is arrogant, but that he wants to meet the powerful monks in Yundahai when he has the power to protect himself. After another 2 days of flying, the golden-winged rock was still very excited about flying. From time to time, it expressed to Li Shiming how happy it was to fly in the sky. Li Shiming communicated with it from time to time. It had been in the Divine Beast Garden of the temple since it was born. Although it later acquired special abilities and could escape from the Divine Beast Garden, it was just moved to the temple space outside the Divine Beast Garden. Whether it is the mythical beast garden or the temple space, it is not the real sky for mythical beasts such as the golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock yearns for the sky outside, and once it has the opportunity to fly, it almost doesn't want to stop for a moment. Suddenly, a team of 6 high monks appeared in front of him from the void, and then in all directions, 5 teams of high monks appeared. What surprised him the most was that there was a suspended mountain peak behind each team of great monks. The 6 teams of great monks were not discovered by Li Shiming in advance, which should be due to the ability of the 6 suspended peaks. After they all showed up, Li Shiming was surrounded by them, and the 6 suspended peaks also formed a trap. Even if Li Shiming believed in his own strength, he couldn't help but be shocked by the combat power Yundaohai sent to deal with him this time. The 6 teams of great monks, judging from the murderous intent on their bodies, were all great monks from the Dharma Holding Hall. Judging from the robes on their bodies, these 6 supporting Dharma Hall teams come from 6 superpowers, which are the 6 superpowers that have a big enmity with Li Shiming. Each of the 6 supporting Dharma Hall teams has a peak monk who leads the team, and the rest of the monks are also in the middle to late stage of the monks. In order to deal with Li Shiming's magical feat, the trap formed by 6 peaks has the effect of limiting the magical feat. The arrangement this time was extremely precise and effective. They thought that no matter how strong Li Shiming's combat power was, they had the floating mountain as their support and the help of the formation. If 36 great monks could deal with Li Shiming alone, Li Shiming would not be able to stand up at all. Li Shiming was also thinking about how to deal with it. Perhaps he could use 100 lightning techniques to forcefully open a passage, or find loopholes in the formation. Anyway, he didn't have as many means of response as these great monks imagined. But no one thought that something happened that even Li Shiming didn't expect. The golden-winged rock was very dissatisfied with its flight being disturbed. Flying is such a sacred thing. Its figure flashed, and then it led Li Shiming out of the trap set up by 36 great monks and 6 suspended peaks. It ignored the trap set up by the 6 superpower monks of the Dharma Holding Hall.
I forgot about your ability.
Li Shiming couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He smiled and patted the golden-winged rock's neck in praise. The golden-winged rock can break through the restrictions in the Divine Beast Garden in the temple, and the restrictions are much stronger than the formations arranged here. At least when Li Shiming was in the temple, he was unable to break through the restrictions of the Divine Beast Garden and Tianji Garden in the temple. But the golden-winged rock could easily enter and exit the Divine Beast Garden. The golden-winged rock let out a triumphant cry in response to Li Shiming's praise.
You can fly and play by yourself for a while, and I'll take care of the trouble.
Li Shiming jumped off the back of the golden-winged Daping and said to the golden-winged Daping. He put Xiaofeng and Phantom Spirit Dragon on the back of the golden-winged rock. He had no intention of letting his spirit pets participate in this battle. He has too many enemies. Although Xiaofeng, Phantom Dragon, and golden-winged Daping are powerful, he still doesn't feel comfortable letting them face so many great monks. In addition, his fighting method is a bit special, and he cannot compete with them. Cooperate with your own spiritual pet. Although the golden-winged rock is unwilling, it must obey its master's orders. Li Shiming arranged for his spiritual pets. At this time, he was hundreds of miles away from the great monks. He turned on his spiritual eyes to observe the enemy's situation. At this moment, All the great monks in the 6 superpowers Dharma holding hall were at a loss. They carefully laid the trap. For this arrangement, the 6 superpowers worked together, and the good and the devil cooperated. This has never happened before. But looking at the effect, the trapping formation was revealed. Before any action was taken, Li Shiming escaped from the trapping formation and fled away. "Take back the formation and find another chance," a peak monk said in a deep voice. Face has been lost. But fortunately, it is not a superpower that has lost face. But everyone has lost face together, and there is no need to worry about laughing at each other. Now that Li Shiming has escaped, staying here is not a problem. Following the words of this peak monk, other peak monks also ordered the monks in their respective teams to spread out the trap formation and prepare to pack up and leave. Just when the trapping formation was lifted, and the monks were preparing to deal with the suspended mountain peak, Li Shiming's figure appeared. Li Shiming used his spiritual eyes to observe the situation here. When the trap was lifted and the monks relaxed, he used "arrive in one move" and appeared at a suspended mountain peak. He did not choose to kill the great monk, but instead set his target on the suspended mountain peak. It's because he saw the specialness of the suspended mountain peak. This suspended mountain has its own complex formations, which can form a powerful formation that can be defended and attacked. The merging of 6 suspended peaks will make the formation superimpose. The power is naturally more powerful. If you cooperate with the great monks, even the peak monks will be trapped in it, and they will be extremely passive. Li Shiming appeared next to a suspended mountain peak. His consciousness wrapped around the suspended mountain peak and directly put the suspended mountain peak into an empty soul crystal ring. The soul crystal ring is the most powerful space item in the world of immortality. The space inside it can accommodate even 10 suspended mountains, let alone one. His sudden appearance shocked the monks, and their first thought was to surround and kill Li Shiming. Li Shiming collected the first suspended mountain peak, smiled slightly and disappeared again, then appeared next to another suspended mountain peak. His consciousness once again wrapped the suspended mountain peak and put it away. It was only then that the great monks realized that Li Shiming wanted to capture the suspended mountain peak. Among them, some of the great monks turned around to protect the suspended mountain peaks, while some of the great monks wanted to pursue Li Shiming because their own suspended mountain peaks were taken away by Li Shiming. In this chaos, Li Shiming mobilized 100 brains in his body, combined with a Sky Strike Thunder Hammer and Shishao Thunder Bead. This was also the most violent attack he had made since he was promoted to the peak monk. Attack. The sound of thunder could be heard faintly in the sky, but it carried a sense of fear that made all the great monks palpitate. This scene has never been attempted in the world of immortal cultivation. 100 monks at the peak of thunder cultivation all performed the lightning technique. Li Shiming used 100 thunder techniques, this time, which almost consumed most of a Yuani's spiritual power. This is different from a normal battle. In a normal battle, 100 lightning techniques cannot be consumed, let alone 100 lightning techniques cast at once. The consumption is huge. When he actually uses it, only then did he realize that it was beyond his imagination. But the power is really amazing. In order to maximize the power, he chose 10 great monks to pursue, including 2 peak monks. In the eyes full of lightning, the figures of the 10 great monks were covered by the white light of thunder and lightning. On the entire battlefield, all the great monks stopped their movements. They were all staring blankly at the area covered by 100 lightning techniques, waiting for the fate of the 10 great monks. In fact, after sensing the power of 100 thunderbolt techniques, they guessed the ending of the 10 great monks. The battle started in an instant and ended in an instant. The scene where the thunder and lightning disappeared was revealed. Among the 10 great monks, 8 ordinary great monks didn't even leave any dregs behind. Their physical nascent soul and all their magic weapons were all turned into ashes. The other 2 peak monks were doing better. They seemed to have used some kind of secret method, and at least the bodies were still intact. The remaining great monks at the scene were shattered. This was their first confrontation, and they had lost nearly 1/3 of their combat strength. As for Li Shiming's magical foot power, without any restriction means, it is almost difficult to restrain Li Shiming, let alone attack Li Shiming. Li Shiming was not as stunned as these great monks. His figure flashed quickly, and he successively collected the remaining 4 suspended peaks. He has confirmed that each suspended mountain contains a super force's highest research results on formations, and a large amount of 4th grade top formation materials have been invested in them. It can be said that the 6 suspended peaks are 6 top grade 4th grade magic weapons. This is not accurate. The more accurate statement is that they are super formation magic weapons gathered from a large number of top-grade 4th-grade magic weapons. That's why he gave priority to collecting the suspended mountain peaks. As long as he studied the suspended peaks thoroughly, he would have gained most of the formation knowledge of Yundao High. Just when he collected all the suspended mountains, and was about to take action against the other great monks, what happened in front of him made him unbelievable. The remaining 26 great monks all took out their life-saving jade talismans, and their figures fled in all directions.
What's this?
Li Shiming didn't know which way to chase for a moment. And finally, he chose not to chase. He did not expect how exaggerated his combat power was. Among all his magic weapons, the natal magic weapon Z15, which had the least combat power, would be the most helpful to him in the later stages. Think about it. With 191 brains, if his spirit is strong enough, he can release 191 spells at once. This is equivalent to 191 monks of the same level. After he becomes the peak monk, 191 peak monks will take action at the same time. Of course, he can currently only mobilize 100 brains to cast spells at the same time. But through this result, we can see how powerful this trick is. 10 great monks, 2 of whom are at the pinnacle, are all great monks from the super powerful Dharma Holding Hall. The combat power of any great monk far exceeds that of a great monk of the same level. But in front of him, he was killed instantly. If there is no Z15, 191 brains, and only 1 brain, even if he has the spiritual treasure,
Sky Strike Thunder Hammer,
and the
Shishao Thunder Bead,
he will at most be more powerful than an ordinary peak monk. It is impossible to instantly kill the same level monks on a large scale. It was the terrifying combat power he showed that scared away the other great monks. These 6 superpowers full-time fighting cultivators were truly frightened. The better they were at fighting, the more they understood how powerful Li Shiming was. Li Shiming shook his head and collected the bodies of the 2 peak monks. There were also no special spiritual objects in the Soul Crystal Ring, so he gained some spiritual objects that he considered popular.
Golden Wings. If you, Xiaofeng and Phantom Spirit Dragon go to play in the Tianren Cave, it will be a bit dangerous in the next few days.
Li Shiming summoned 3 spiritual pets, and he ordered the Golden Winged Dapeng. Although the Golden Winged Dapeng was a little reluctant, he was very obedient and returned to the Tianren Cave with Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon. Li Shiming had no choice. He believed that after this battle, it would be absolutely impossible for the 6 superpowers to send great monks to deal with him again. So as long as the 6 superpowers are unwilling to let go, the one who comes to him next will definitely be the great power. No matter it is the powerful clone or the powerful body, he is not able to deal with it. He has a teleportation ring, but if he lets the Golden Winged Rock and the others stay outside, he will not be able to recall the 3 spiritual pets in time if something really happens. He was already preparing for the worst, and he believed that this was the inevitable outcome.
Let's take a look at the central area of Yundao Sea first.
After arriving at Yundao Sea, he read some travel notes from the spoils, which made him very curious about the central area of Yundao Sea. Even if he was driven away by the powerful, he would not usually leave after seeing the central area of Undahai. He did not ride on a flying boat, although the flying boats he could use were all of the top quality of the 4th grade. His
getting there in one go
was faster than the top quality of the 4th grade flying boat. Chapter 905 Powerful. The cultivation level of the peak monk has allowed the spiritual power in Li Shiming's 5 nascent souls to reach an extremely huge level, and they can be used
in one fell swoop
without any pressure. His figure keeps flashing in the void, and he has mobilized 5 brains to prepare to
arrive in one fell swoop.
Every time he appears in the void, there will only be a shadow, and he will be teleported in
one fell swoop.
Again, go out. This also gives no chance to the monks who want to detect his location, unless they encounter a monk with a high level of cultivation. Ordinary monks will not be able to sense his figure during the transmission process. Even if there are a lot of great monks in Yundao High, the chance that he happens to meet a great monk every 8,000 miles on the way is still too small. Therefore, he was not discovered again until he approached the inner waters of the Cloud Island Sea. In this direction, the closest superpower is the insect, and he deliberately avoided the range of the insect's mountain gate. In fact, when he arrived at the inner waters of Yundao Sea, he discovered how strong Yundao Sea's control over the ocean was. In this sea area, monk ships can be seen from time to time on the sea. Some monks who are only in the foundation building stage are busy on the ships, and go to the sea from time to time to look for something. This place is far away from large islands. On the Dongqi continent, it is extremely dangerous for monks in the foundation building stage, not to mention going deep into the ocean. Even in shallow waters. Since the foundation building monks can appear here, it means that this place has been completely conquered by the monks from Yundahai. And the ocean here has become a resource for the monks. He did not disturb these monks. He just observed them for a while, and then used arrive in one move to move forward. Finally, he saw the central area of Yundao Sea. The reason why Yundao Sea has this name is named after the central area. Yundao is the name of the central area. Li Shiming had read records about Yundao in classics. But when he actually saw Yundao, he was extremely surprised. Yundao is not an island, but a group of islands. Unlike the islands he has seen before, Yundao's islands are surrounded by a large number of clouds. Viewed from a distance, thick clouds and mist appeared on the sea when it was still 1,000 miles away from Yun Island. The clouds and mist float above the sea, forming a special scenery. Li Shiming flew into the clouds and mist, and he found that there was a repulsive force inside the clouds and mist. Of course, this repulsive force could not stop him. But the feeling of entering the clouds and mist was very bad. There is a special force field in this cloud that can disrupt the monk's sense of direction. Once it enters the cloud, the monk will lose his sense of direction. He has the help of Z15, which can also point him in the direction. But it doesn't have much influence. In fact, it is not really impossible to get out of the clouds and mist. But it will be very troublesome. You need to keep trying to look around. When you can fly out of the clouds and mist, you can regain your sense of direction. He felt very strange that there was such a strange cloud in the world. When he saw the first island, he realized what was even more novel. A not too big island appeared in front of him. He saw that the island was floating on the clouds and mist. It was not that he was mistaken. The Shinmu allowed him to faintly see through the clouds for a distance and see clearly in the clouds. He could see clearly that there were clouds and mist below the island. And there was something suspended in the clouds and mist below the island. Most of the humans living on this island are mortals. And this is the first time he has seen mortals when he came to Yundao Sea. Mortals also have ships. These ships sail on the clouds and mist, and they look like they are flying. However, due to the repulsive force of the clouds and mist, the ships are actually no different from sailing on the sea. The further inside, the larger the islands Li Shiming saw, and the number of islands increased. The mortals here live on these islands, and use ships on the clouds and mists to communicate between islands. Li Shiming landed on a relatively large island. He used the ability of his robe to change the style of the robe into the clothes of the residents here. He walked into the city on the island like a mortal. If this city wasn't above the clouds and mist, he would have thought it was an ordinary city in the world of immortality. His spiritual consciousness casually scanned it, and found that the meanings of the classics learned by the mortals here were no different from those of the mortals who had previously cultivated in the world of immortality. He couldn't help but smile. He had recited the meanings of these classics that mortals learned when he was a child, thinking that there should be some connection between this Yundao Sea and the world before him. Otherwise it would not be the case that the scriptures and meanings learned by mortals would be the same. Thinking of the environment of the Cloud Island Sea and the powerful forces here forming several lines of defense on the inner and outer perimeter of the Cloud Island to protect the mortals on the Cloud Island, he suddenly lost the idea of destruction. Originally, with his idea, he had to teach the 6 superpowers an unforgettable lesson. His figure flashed and disappeared from the mortal city, and no mortal around him noticed this. In the following time, he traveled around the central area of Yundao, admiring the rare way of survival here. He didn't know that because he entered the central area of Yun Island, the search for him failed. Digitally powerful clones were dispatched just to find him. Li Shiming hadn't realized how big his trouble was. First of all, he appeared in the temple. This was a particularly strange thing. You must know that every great monk who enters the temple receives jade tokens randomly scattered in the temple. During most of the opening periods of the temple, the 6 superpowers will find the jade tablets in advance. After countless years of exploration, the 6 superpowers have their own methods to find the jade tablets. The 6 superpowers have also formed a tacit understanding. No matter what the other superpowers are, any superpower will only have 1 jade card. Within the 6 superpowers, the best are selected from among the best. And through competition, a peak monk who enters the temple is selected. The peak monks who enter the temple will soon be able to try to reach the half-step power, and have the opportunity to realize the God-sensing monument. They have a greater success rate than other peak monks, and they are also more popular with the sect. Support. Li Shiming broke the convention of only 6 great monks entering each time the temple was opened. The 6 superpowers, and even many powerful forces, were looking for him and wanted to get the secret of how to enter the temple from him. Secondly, the secret treasures and the large amount of great monk resources on his body are also the reasons why many forces are looking for him. As for the reason why he killed so many great monks, it is not that important compared to the previous reasons. The reason why the forces searching for Li Shiming did not enter the central area of Yundahai is because this is a tacit understanding of Yundahai. The monks who can stay in the central area of Yundahai are the monks responsible for garrisoning by various forces. The people living in the central area are mortals. If monks whose strength has reached the nascent soul stage really want to fight in the mortal world, the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, ordinary monks in Yundahai rarely enter the mortal world. Once discovered, they will be hunted down by the monks stationed by the 6 superpowers, and may even be jointly wanted by the 6 superpowers. Li Shiming was ignorant and fearless, and the magical power he used allowed him to enter the mortal world silently. Of course, another reason why he was not discovered was that he did not disturb the peace of the mortal world. After traveling in the mortal world for a month, he finally left the mortal world from the mountain gate of Feng Imo's sect. According to what is shown on the map, he has traversed the entire central area of the mortal world. He didn't get too close to Feng Imo's sect, but used arrive in one move to pass far away. The month he spent in the mortal world was not in vain. Observing life in the mortal world gave him more understanding of life, and his state of mind also strengthened to a certain extent. He was already considering whether to separate a brain and control a body to go to the mortal world. The life of a mortal may seem ordinary, but the life experiences of an ordinary mortal can make him feel the kind of emotions that belong to human beings. Li Shiming is already special among monks. He has his own Taoist companion, and he is a Taoist companion whom he has known since the Qi Chain stage. This is extremely rare in the world of immortality. But even so, during his long years of practice, he rarely felt much human emotion. While thinking about it, he was about to use arrive in one fell swoop to move towards the distant space. At this time, a light breeze blew, and then a refreshing fragrance came from the breeze. Li Shiming himself is a master of alchemy and is particularly sensitive to smells. When the fragrance appears, he closes all connections between his body and the outside world. But even so, his body was still invaded by the scent. He quickly mobilized the chaos spiritual power of heavenly art to get rid of the scent that entered his body. It's not that he is careless, but that he is in the air and there is nothing around him. Even if some heavenly material and earthly treasure appear in the sea, it will not be so weird. Little friend, you are not a monk from Yundao Hai, which makes me very curious. Suddenly, a lazy female voice came from beside him. Only then did Li Shiming realize that at some point, a female cultivator in colorful clothes was standing in the void 10 meters away from him. He could not sense the cultivation level of this female cultivator in colorful clothes. She felt like a mortal. Li Shiming has met your senior. Do you know your senior's surname? Li Shiming separated a brain and was ready to activate the teleportation ring at any time and teleport away if there was any danger. He bowed, okay, respectfully on the surface. He didn't need to find any lies at all. Needless to say, the female cultivator in front of him was a powerful one. Li Shiming is very conceited. Among the great monks in the world of immortality, it is impossible for anyone to get closer than 10 meters to him without being discovered by him. He is not alone. He also has the magic weapon Z15 to monitor all the surrounding situations at any time, as well as the danger perception brought by his strong spirit. Not to mention if a monk comes closer to 10 meters. Even if he comes close to 1,000 meters, it is enough to make him feel uncomfortable. He noticed. I am a bold one. I am Wuda from the Feng Imo sect. This is not my true body. The Mahayana stage is no longer allowed in this world. It is very troublesome to go out as a clone. Wuda looked at Li Shiming with some appreciation and introduced himself. Road. Being able to maintain a calm attitude when facing her made her very interested in Li Shiming. It also gave her a sense of communication. Otherwise she would just have to deal with Li Shiming as she thought. Senior Wu, please forgive me for disturbing my senior. Li Shiming was startled. A powerful figure from the demon sect made him highly nervous. Answer me a few questions, and if I'm satisfied, I'll let you go. Wu Dineng waved his hand and said calmly. She was very confident that Li Shiming would definitely answer her questions. Even we can't crack the temple. How did you enter the temple? Where did you come from? How did you get here? She asked multiple questions in succession.
Then she looked at Li Shiming, waiting for Li Shiming's answer. Senior, it's a secret about me. I can't answer it. Li Shiming knew as soon as he heard this that he couldn't be kind. In fact, he never thought about the possibility of becoming good. He killed the great monks of Feng Mo sect, robbed a lot of the great monks' resources, and mastered many secrets. I really don't want to fight. This world cannot tolerate me. Every time I fight, I will consume all the energy I have accumulated. Wu De was somewhat dissatisfied with Li Shiming's answer and said dissatisfied. In her eyes, Li Shiming had no chance of escaping, so she spoke without much scruple. Not caring at all about the powerful secrets she accidentally revealed. Senior, please allow me to have a fair fight with you. Li Shiming's eyes shone, and he said, okay, as a monk. Forget it. I haven't made a move for many years. I heard that your combat power is very strong among the top monks. So let me see it. Now that Wu De has decided to take action, he has some plans for the next battle. Expectations? How many years had passed since she was promoted to powerful, and she had no chance to take action. A stable situation has formed in Yundahai, and none of the 6 superpowers will break this situation. Normal battles cannot even reach the level of a great monk, let alone require powerful action. It is true that Li Shiming went too far this time. He defeated the siege of the 6 superpowers by one person, causing the 6 superpowers to lose face. Li Shiming could only blame himself when he was stopped by Wu De. Wu De was invited by other sect powerful officials to participate in the search for Li Shiming, but she was too lazy to go out to search, and just paid more attention to the vicinity of Feng Mo's sect. Li Shiming used arrive in one fell swoop near Feng Mo's sect for the great monk, because the spatial movement distance of his arrived in one fell swoop was too far. He could not sense the space energy fluctuation caused by arriving in one fell swoop. But for Wu De, Li Shiming's at one speed was as obvious as a pillar of fire in the dark night. Sure enough, when Wu De dispatched his clone, he immediately found Li Shiming. Chapter 906 Return. Li Shiming carefully retreated to a position 1,000 meters away from Wu De. This position was suitable for a battle between the great monks. He also understood that this distance was still too close for the powerful clone. But he didn't know that he had made a request for a fair fight. If he was really far away, Wu De would think that he was going to escape and take action immediately. The thought of fighting a powerful clone filled him with excitement. The last time he came into contact with the powerful clone, he was chased by the powerful clone with no way to escape. At that time, his combat power was so far behind that of the powerful clone that he didn't even have the slightest idea of fighting. But this time it was different. He had been promoted to the peak monk realm, and the powerful Wu De in front of him was willing to fight with him. The most important thing is that he has a teleportation ring. At least without Wu De's knowledge, he can escape at any time. Senior, I'm about to take action. After Li Shiming stood still, he respectfully bowed, okay, to Wu De. Wu De was looking at him with interest, wanting to see something in him that would make her eyes shine. As a powerful person of the Wind Demon sect, she has been practicing in the cave every day since she became a powerful person. She is a witch with an extravagant nature. Now that there is something that arouses her interest, she will continue to play no matter what. As for Li Shiming threatening her, it is impossible for such a thing to happen. Although she exists in the form of a powerful clone, the energy in the powerful clone's body cannot be shaken by a peak monk. Wu De nodded slightly, and the information revealed told Li Shiming, allowing Li Shiming to take action with all his strength. Li Shiming will not be polite. This is a rare opportunity for him to judge how big the gap is between himself and Dening. He mobilized the largest brains he could mobilize. 100 brains simultaneously stimulated 100 lightning techniques, and at the same time released the quality to the greatest extent. He used the Lingbao level Sky Strike Thunder Hammer in conjunction with the Chishao Thunder Bead in the computer room space. With the blessing of lightning technique, every lightning technique is the strongest blow he has ever sent. He didn't have any reservations. With Wu Da's ability to explore his secrets, having one more spiritual treasure, Thunder Hammer, was nothing. Anyway, he chose ultra-long distance teleportation. Even the mighty Wu De didn't have the ability to go to the eastern Qi continent, then he didn't even know how far away to find him. Ling Bao. Wu Da's beautiful eyebrows moved slightly, and she said with a chuckle, in her eyes, this spiritual treasure, Thunder Hammer, belongs to her. She would like to thank Li Shiming for choosing to pass near the mountain gate of Feng Mo's sect.
Otherwise other powerful people would catch Li Shiming. And such a spiritual treasure would fall into the hands of other powerful people. Just as she was thinking about it, she suddenly felt a change in the void. She immediately discovered something was wrong. This was simply not the power that a peak Lei Xiao monk could unleash. The reason why Li Shiming chose Thundercloud Technique instead of Thundercloud Technique was because the preparation time for Thundercloud Technique was too long. Although the power of 100 Thundercloud Techniques displayed at the same time is definitely not 100, the Lightning Technique is comparable. But the preparation time is too long, which may give Wuda the time to respond. The Lightning Technique is a streak of lightning, while the Thundercloud Technique is a continuous stream of lightning that continuously attacks targets within a certain range. Wuda could sense that something was wrong. But 100 lightning techniques had been activated. Countless thunder and lightning bombarded her. With the lightning technique issued by the Peak Thunder Cultivator, coupled with the dual blessings of the spiritual treasures, Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, and Chishao Thunder Bead, the thunder technique of the power has almost touched the edge of half-step power. With a boom, the position where Wu Da's powerful clone was located was hit by 100 lightning bolts at the same time, causing a light that made the sea and sky pale. Li Shiming even felt the vibration of the void. He felt that if the power was stronger, he might be able to directly break the void in front of him. He himself felt like his scalp was numb due to the power caused by these 100 lightning techniques. With his defense power, not to mention the 100 lightning techniques, even one of them would be useless. It was enough to hit him hard. He looked expectantly at Wu Da's powerful clone, who was hit. The result would allow him to clearly judge the true strength of Wu Da. The light disappeared, revealing Wu Da's powerful clone. The lightning technique, that had been enhanced by a large level and issued by 100 peak monks, had no impact on Wu Da's powerful clone. At least Li Shiming couldn't see any changes in Wu Da's powerful clone from before. It's my turn! Wu Da was trying hard to maintain her emotional stability. As a powerful person, she didn't want to be embarrassed. She tried hard to suppress the urge to kill. She needed to catch Li Shiming. The secrets about Li Shiming were what she wanted most. She mobilized the energy in her body, and an indescribable energy spread out, turning into an invisible and qualityless wind, heading towards Li Shiming. Li Shiming saw that Wu Daning's clone was intact. And then he clearly sensed Wu Daning's vague anger. He understood that his attack just now had angered Wu Da. And he also knew the gap between himself and Wu Da. Wu Da's next powerful attack was not something he could withstand. He immediately activated the coordinates of the Dongqi continent in the teleportation ring through his prepared brain. Wu Da is very conceited, and the attack she launches will definitely catch Li Shiming. She was already thinking about how to deal with Li Shiming after catching him. In the eyes of other monks, she took Li Shiming's lightning attack very easily. But only she understood the price she paid. Most of the energy in this body was consumed in order to resist Li Shiming's lightning attack. She was too trusting, allowing Li Shiming time to attack first. If she didn't give in, even if Li Shiming was a Lei Xiao monk, her attack would hit Li Shiming first before Li Shiming. There were 100 lightning attacks that were close to being half powerful. Each of them consumed almost 10 years of her energy. This doesn't sound like much, but the consequence of 100 lightning techniques was that she was forced to consume 1,000 years of energy. These energies were all accumulated by her hard work in the cave. Now she had used up 1,000 years of accumulation, which made her so distressed that she couldn't breathe. Of course, as a powerful clone, she didn't need to breathe. Just when the invisible wind blew towards Li Shiming's body, Li Shiming's body became inexplicably empty. Wu Da could feel the energy she emitted passing through Li Shiming's virtual body, and she let out a sharp roar. She missed. Facing a great monk, she failed to catch him. And she has spent thousands of years of accumulated energy for this. How will she face other powerful people? On a sea surface, Li Shiming's figure appeared out of thin air. He felt a familiar aura. The spiritual energy here, and the sea breeze here were all very familiar. This was his Dongqi continent. Through Z15's positioning, his location was where Luo Yuandong's clone was chasing him. And he used the teleportation ring to leave. It seems that the positioning of the teleportation ring is very accurate. Even after 30 years, he is still back to the starting point. Li Shiming felt strange changes in his body. It was after his battle with Wu Da's powerful clone that he experienced strange changes in everything from mental to spiritual power. Fighting with a truly powerful man, and having the opportunity to attack with all his strength, had a great impact on him. This impact may not be helpful in improving his combat power, but in the long run, It is a very important change. His spiritual power is changing in a more solid direction. It seems that the battle with the powerful clone has allowed his chaos spiritual power to grow. In terms of spirituality, he has gained strength after facing the powerful clone. Not a small bit of it. He glanced at his teleportation ring, and the space energy in the teleportation ring was exhausted. The 3 internal spatial coordinates are currently gray and unusable. Li Shiming hesitated slightly. Although it would be the best choice for him to wait 20 years for the teleportation ring to be filled with space energy before returning to the 10,000 Beasts sect, he decided to return to the 10,000 Beasts sect first. He has been hunted down by powerful clones twice. Through these 2 experiences, he gained some in-depth understanding of might. It seemed that the great power he encountered was somewhat different from the great power described in The Art of Heaven and Man. He didn't understand the difference before, but through this contact with Wu Danung, he had some guesses about the difference. The great powers he encountered, such as great power Luo Yuan and great power Wu De, all had one characteristic. That is, they were powerful powers of superpower. And they were all powerful powers who stayed at the mountain gate. Through the few words revealed by Wu De, Li Shiming heard that powerful people like Wu De were rejected by the outside world. And even if Wu De used his clones to fight, he was still consuming his own energy. It is impossible to replenish energy from the outside world. According to Li Shiming's judgment, both Wu De and the former Luo Yuan paid a high price to catch him and send out clones. And with the experience of escaping from the avatar of the Almighty, it is extremely unlikely that the Almighty will send out a clone again. He has not returned to the 10,000 Beasts sect for 30 years. Although the 10,000 Beasts sect has powerfully controlled the Eastern Qi continent, without his suppression, the 10,000 Beasts sect will be under considerable pressure. Even if he shows up once in the 10,000 Beasts sect and then hides out, it will be of great benefit to the 10,000 Beasts sect. Thinking of this, Li Shiming did not use arrive in one go, but chose to take out the 4th grade top Jade Pearl flying boat in a very high-profile manner and sailed towards the 10,000 Beasts sect. This place was originally located in the sea area near the Dongqi continent. When he entered the offshore waters of the Dongqi continent, he used his identity Jade Plate to get in touch with his master, Brother Hu. When the Jade Pearl flying boat arrived outside the mountain gate of 10,000 Beasts sect, he saw several great monks standing outside the mountain gate waiting for him. Not only the great monks, but also the Yuanying monks in the 10,000 Beasts sect. Except for the Yuanying monks who were inseparable from the key positions, all stood outside the mountain gate. This was a huge welcome ceremony. And with Li Shiming's intentional display, he took a 4th grade top flying boat and stopped in front of the monks. Although the 10,000 Beasts sect is now regarded as the top existence among large sects, and is infinitely close to the strength of a super force, most of the monks in the entire sect have never seen a top-level 4th grade flying boat. In other words, there has never been a 4th grade top flying boat in the Eastern Qi continent. The 4th grade top flying boat that Li Shiming rode on was an eye-opener for all the monks. Shurjin, just come back safely. Brother Hu came to Li Shiming. He did not look at the 4th grade top flying boat. He looked at Li Shiming up and down. After finding that there was nothing abnormal about Li Shiming, he said with relief, "No, your aura is stronger. This is the aura of a peak monk." Monk Ding was so surprised that he couldn't control his voice and said loudly. Only then did the other great monks notice the change in Li Shiming's aura. They were all at the early stage of great monks. Unlike Great Monk Hu and Great Monk Ding, who had improved their realm and had seen peak great monks before. Only then did I discover the difference in Li Shiming's breath. "We have a top monk!" Brother Chai shouted excitedly. The great monks lost their usual demeanor, and they were all venting their emotions. No one understands better than them what having a peak monk represents. The 10,000 Beasts sect forcefully destroyed the sun-covering sect and drove away the Lianhua temple. However, the shortcomings of the 10,000 Beasts sect's own strength were also revealed in the following period. If it weren't for the 2 late-stage golden corpses left by Li Shiming to suppress the situation and prevent the great monks from the Eastern Qi continent from taking any rash actions, perhaps the Eastern Qi continent would not be so stable today. Now that Li Shiming has become a top monk, as long as this news is spread, the status of the 10,000 Beast sect will be extremely stable, and no force or monk will question the strength of the 10,000 Beast sect. Li Shiming appropriately emitted some auras belonging to the peak monks. When the monks of the 10,000 Beast sect sensed the terrifying aura belonging to the peak monks, for the first time, they did not have the slightest fear, but instead felt extremely proud. Under the guidance of the great monks,
Li Shiming and his master, Great Monk Hu, entered the gate of 10,000 beasts sect side by side. Master, I will stay for a while this time to restart the alchemy commission. But I will not stay at the mountain gate for a long time. It will be said to the outside world that I am advancing to the peak monk realm, and it will take a while to travel. Li Shiming told Hu. The monk explained. Are you worried that the mighty might take action against you? Brother Hu asked softly. Yes. My strength is still far behind. But even a powerful person needs to pay a price for taking action against me. Li Shiming didn't shy away from anything and nodded in reply. He is now very aware of how big the gap is between himself and the great power. And that gap cannot be bridged through quantity. Even 100 of himself can't shake the powerful clone, let alone the real powerful one. Chapter 907 Meeting. The news that Li Shizhen, the alchemy master of the 10,000 Beast sect, had once again accepted the alchemy commission, spread throughout the entire world of immortality in just a short time. After 30 years, many great monks have accumulated a small amount of great monk's elixir. However, they did not find other alchemy masters to refine them. Instead, they kept these great monks' elixirs in their hands and waited for Li Shiming's return. The refining of the elixirs of great monks in the world of immortality is monopolized by Li Shiming. The other alchemy masters can only refine the fourth-grade elixirs of the early and middle stages of nascent soul. Li Shiming can only refine the elixirs of great monks to others, leaving these alchemy masters to their elixirs to refine. Although this also made the alchemy master somewhat resentful of Li Shiming. In the profession of alchemy master, the alchemy ability is the most important. In addition, Li Shiming has not joined any organization of alchemists in the world of immortality at all. Even if these alchemy masters want to attack, there is nothing they can do. Besides, with Li Shiming's current reputation, who can suppress them? The 10,000 Beast sect became lively once again, and great monks came from other continents from time to time. Li Shiming did not stay at the mountain gate of the 10,000 Beast sect. He arranged a space teleportation array in a building belonging to him in the 10,000 Beast sect. This space teleportation array has been a topic studied by the natal magic weapon Z-15 for decades, and now it has achieved results. This formation is based on the research of space acceptance formation and can truly realize long-distance space transmission. Of course, this space teleportation array has limited effect on him, because the range of the space teleportation array is only 100,000 miles. The range of 100,000 miles sounds very far, but in fact he can reach 8,000 miles in one snap, and can travel 100,000 miles in a short time. This formation is an in-depth study of the space reception formation, and the owner of the space reception formation is Li Yuanba. So Li Shiming has no intention of making the space teleportation formation public. In the 10,000 Beast sect, the monks of the 10,000 Beast sect are responsible for receiving the elixir seekers, and then handing all the elixirs to the hands of the great monk Luo Pei, who then delivers the elixirs through the space transmission array. Go to Li Shiming. Li Shiming himself is on the seabed 100,000 miles away from the 10,000 Beast sect. Only the space teleportation array can reach it, and no other monks know his location. It's not that he is too careful, but that his enemy is Da Nung. After seeing Da Nung's strength many times, he still feels very insecure even if he is in the 10,000 Beast sect. This will be the case for at least 20 years. After 20 years, when the space energy in the teleportation ring is full, he will have less worries. However, some things in the world of cultivating immortals were beyond his expectation. He was worried about the great master Luo Yuan of the Yuqing sect. After the news of his return to the 10,000 Beasts sect came out, this great master Luo Yuan received many great comments. Warning. Previously, Great Nung Luo Yuan sent his clones to the eastern Qi continent. But at that time, the Great Nung was still unaware of his plans. It was later learned that the clones sent by Luo Yuan were to deal with Li Shiming, and Li Shiming had been missing for 30 years, causing the cultivation progress of almost all the great monks in the entire world of immortality to slow down. Without Li Shiming's alchemy, the monks would not have the high-level spiritual elixir to assist them in their practice. The Yuqing sect has touched the interests of almost all the forces. If the Yuqing sect had not been so miserable recently and had all reduced its own power, perhaps some suppression of the Yuqing sect had already begun. Although Great Nung Luo Yuan never forgets the Chishao Thunder Bead, it is obvious that he is also in the world of cultivating immortals, and needs to abide by certain rules. Even a powerful person like him would not be able to offend all the powerful people, and go to the eastern Qi continent to capture Li Shiming again. If you really want to do that, I'm afraid it will really give some powerful people an excuse to join forces and wipe out the Yuqing sect. This piece of information involving powerful people should not have been known to large sects such as the 10,000 Beasts sect. However, in order to befriend Li Shiming, those superpowers who contributed their efforts informed Li Shiming that their powerful people had come forward to mediate. The 10,000 Beasts sect. Li Shiming, who was sitting in the undersea cave, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he looked at the information in his hands. He asked the 10,000 Beasts sect to respond to all the superpowers who had contributed and expressed his gratitude. In Fengqi Hall of Wanfeng Palace, Yin Shiluan was staring at the phantom clone. After learning the news that Li Shiming had returned to the 10,000 Beasts sect, she had been chasing the phantom clone and wanted to return to the 10,000 Beasts sect. Huan! If the 10,000 Beasts sect is so dangerous, why did you come back? Yin Shiluan asked accusingly. She had not seen Li Shiming for 30 years. Although her phantom clone was always by her side, she still wanted to see Li Shiming with her own eyes, hear Li Shiming speak with her own ears, and be able to reach out and touch Li Shiming. Wait another 5 days. It just so happens that Wanfeng Palace has a long-distance ship heading to the eastern Qi continent. You will go with the long-distance ship. The phantom clone showed helplessness and shook its head. He thought to himself that the time should be enough to arrange. We still have to wait 5 days. Yin Shiluan thought that she would be able to see Shiming soon. But 5 days plus the time required on the voyage ship made her feel that it was too long. She was just complaining a little. And she understood that given the current situation, it was safest to travel with Wanfeng Palace's long-distance ship. The combat power of the phantom clone is average, and can only be regarded as an ordinary great monk's combat power. The 2 late-stage golden corpses are very powerful, but the late-stage golden corpses are good at close combat, and it is difficult to take care of targeted enemies. Traveling with Wanfeng Palace's long-distance ship, there will be several great monks from Wanfeng Palace on the long-distance ship, and few superpowers like Wanfeng Palace are willing to offend. This is also the reason why Li Shiming sent Yin Shiluan to Wanfeng Palace in the first place. Wanfeng Palace seems to be a peaceful superpower, but if it really wants to touch the people of Wanfeng Palace has a network of relationships throughout the entire world of immortality. Give any enemy a headache. Time passed slowly according to Yin Shiluan's calculations. 5 days later, she boarded Wanfeng Palace's long-distance ship. For her safety, Wanfeng Palace specially sent 3 powerful monks to accompany her, plus 2 late-stage golden corpses and phantom clones. Unless she really did it. It's a powerful move. Otherwise it would be impossible to get such a lineup, because Yin Shiluan returned home as fast as an arrow could. 3 powerful monks continuously input energy into this voyage, allowing the voyage to reach the eastern Qi continent in only 20 days. The voyage ship has been sending Yin Shiluan outside the mountain gate of the 10,000 Beast sect. That means Wanfeng Palace and the 10,000 Beast sect are in an alliance. Otherwise the voyage ship cannot enter the cave sky barrier at all. Yin Shiluan flew out of the long-distance flying boat, her palace robes fluttering around her body, and flew towards the 10,000 Beast sect. When she entered the 10,000 Beast sect, she saw the extra parts of the 10,000 Beasts sect from a distance. Those are 7 peaks floating in the air. The mountain gate of 10,000 Beasts sect originally did not have floating peaks. The energy required to float the peaks is too great, and it is usually only achieved in caves with sufficient energy. But the 7 peaks in front of them are suspended above the 10,000 Beast sect and are not in the cave sky. What caught her attention the most was a peak in the center of the 7 peaks. It was the peak where she had lived for 100 years. The remaining 6 peaks surrounded this peak that had special meaning to her, which surprised her. Something even more surprising happened to Yin Shiluan. Just as she was approaching the 7 peaks, the 2 peaks near her moved to the left and right, revealing a passage. She flew away from the passage, and the 2 peaks returned to their positions. She had already sensed that these 7 peaks formed a great formation, and that this great formation was connected to the great formation of the 10,000 Beast sect. Shiming! When Yin Shiluan saw Li Shiming standing in front of the central mountain cave, she no longer had this strange suspended mountain peak and the formation in her mind. She only had Li Shiming in her eyes. She held Li Shiming's hand with both hands, feeling Li Shiming's temperature, and her longing for him for many days turned into tears flowing down her cheeks. Lord, I'm worrying you. Li Shiming gently held her shoulders and said softly. Yin Shiluan didn't speak, just leaned quietly in Li Shiming's arms. What formation is this? Why have I never seen it before? After a long time, Yin Shiluan recovered and asked curiously, looking at the formations around her.
since she received a large number of formation books from Li Shiming. She joined Luanfeng Palace and became the core monk of Luanfeng Palace. She can see the formation books collected by Luanfeng Palace. Formation is her favorite knowledge, and her attainments in formation are not low. At least she is at the level of an ordinary formation master. But when she saw the large formation arranged by the 7 peaks, she didn't even recognize what kind of formation it was. She couldn't even find a similar formation. This is still a large formation. She has authority over the 7 peaks here. She can sense the formations inside each peak, which she has never seen before. Just like the formation that held up the mountain below. She knew several such formations. But those formations had no resemblance to the formation here. These 6 peaks are my trophies, and the gifts I prepared for you. They are equipped with many powerful formations. Together, they can achieve a very powerful defensive effect, Li Shiming said, as he took out a jade Ji and handed it to Yin Shiruan. He and Yin Shiruan have known each other since the Qi period, and he is very clear about Yin Shiruan's preferences. Giving Yin Shiruan other treasures is not as good as giving her a unique formation and related formation knowledge. The jade slip contained the relevant formation knowledge of the 6 peaks, which he asked Z15 to sort out. It was he who snatched the 6 peaks from the hands of the Dharma-holding monks of the 6 superpowers in Yundao High. He also arranged the unique floating flying formation of Yunda High on Yin Shiruan's mountain peak, allowing Yin Shiruan's mountain peak to fly freely. The combination of this mountain peak and the 6 other peaks will form a variety of defensive formations, which can better protect Yin Shiruan's safety. Come in and take a look. I have prepared a life-saving formation for you. Li Shiming called Yin Shiruan into the cave. In a newly opened room in the cave, he arranged a space teleportation formation. The target is the underwater cave 100,000 miles away. The protection measures Li Shiming prepared for Yin Shiruan were extremely strict. First of all, this was the mountain gate of the 10,000 Beasts sect. It is not easy to enter the mountain gate of 10,000 Beasts sect. This is the first line of protection. The 6 formation peaks can connect to the great formation of the 10,000 Beasts sect, and they themselves also form a second layer of protection. Even if a powerful monk uses his own strength to forcefully break the formation, this kind of defensive formation that has never appeared in the world of immortality can still withstand it for a while. As long as she has this moment, Yin Shiruan has enough time to leave through the space teleportation formation. Of course, this is also where Li Shiming will spend his daily life in the future. He has reached the peak of the realm of a great monk. He only needs to maintain a basic frequency of practice. Yin Shiruan was very satisfied with Li Shiming's gift. The monks of the 10,000 Beasts sect saw the changing positions of the 7 peaks in the sky. It was Yin Shiruan trying different formations on the peaks. Li Shiming and Yin Shiruan live in this cave. Neither of them is in a hurry to practice. They watch the sunrise and the colorful clouds in the morning and evening. Sometimes they sit and talk about Taoism, and sometimes they study formations, just like a couple of gods and immortals. The phantom clone has free time. Since Li Shiming was promoted to the peak monk, the golden corpse will be of very little help to Li Shiming in the later period. Currently, 2 late-stage golden corpses are at Monk Hu's place. They are the powerful external combat power of the 10,000 Beast sect. The other 2 late-stage golden corpses were assigned to the phantom clones by Li Shiming, which greatly made up for the lack of combat power of the phantom clones. The strength of the phantom clone has been greatly improved compared to before. When Li Shiming separated the phantom clone, his own combat power was only in the middle stage of the great monk. Now he has re-separated the phantom clone with the peak strength of the great monk, and his strength is natural. It's very different. With the current strength of the phantom clone, it is almost as strong as a peak monk. The only trouble is that the recovery speed of the energy in its body is a bit slow. Li Shiming also selected a top grade 4th grade Sky Strike Thunder Hammer from the trophies for the phantom clone, and equipped the phantom clone with a soul crystal ring. This is probably the most luxurious clone. A normal high monk's clone will not even be equipped with magic weapons. That's because the enemies that the clone can deal with can be easily defeated without a magic weapon, while the enemies that require a magic weapon cannot be defeated by the clone even with a magic weapon in hand. But Li Shiming's phantom clone is different. The phantom clone composed of chaotic spiritual power and a more solid spirit is not much different from a normal peak monk except that it has no entity. After strengthening the phantom clone, Li Shiming summoned the Thunder Beast, and the Thunder Beast took the phantom clone to Zhongzhou continent. This time, the phantom clone was to deliver the Tianling Jade Bead to Li Yuanbao. The importance of this treasure is self-evident. Li Yuanbao's strength is too lagging behind now. Without the assistance of the Tianling Jade Bead, it would be difficult to catch up with the original body. He didn't tell anyone about the departure of the phantom clone. With the speed of the Thunder Beast, the Tianling Jade Pearl could be handed over to Li Yuanba in 2 days. Li Yuanba also left Jenny Chongshao Pavilion early and went to pick up the phantom clone. Chapter 908 asked, Sherlon, you still remember the master when you have good tea? Unlike Sherzhen, who has returned to the sect and has not been seen for many days. Brother Hu took the teacup from Yin Sherlon's hand and said with a smile, It can be said that everything is going as he wished. With the support of his proud disciple Li Shiming, his cultivation as a great monk is steadily improving. Although he is a bit old and his potential has almost been exhausted, he is extremely satisfied to be able to surpass other great monks in the Eastern Qi continent and improve in the realm of great monks. In terms of inheritance, he has Li Shiming, a disciple of the peak monk, and Yin Sherlon, Li Shiming's Taoist companion. And everything is perfect. Even within the 10,000 Beasts sect, his power has reached its extreme level because of Li Shiming. He gently sniffed the 4th grade spiritual tea in the cup. And for a moment, he forgot to talk to Li Shiming. And his mind was completely devoted to the spiritual tea. After drinking the 4th grade spiritual tea, he felt that he had entered a magical state. And his understanding and insights into the realm of the great monk were constantly increasing. Li Shiming and Yin Sherlon looked at each other, with smiles on their faces. The two of them did not disturb Brother Hu. This state of enlightenment can only appear after drinking this kind of spiritual tea for the first time. This is the Sipin Cha made from the tea leaves picked from the 3 Sipin Wing tea trees that Li Shiming brought back from Yundao Sea. It is also the highest quality Sipin Cha that he has fried so far. Any monk who tastes the 4th grade Wenwen tea for the first time will fall into a state of enlightenment. The duration of the state is related to the monk's realm and background. Unfortunately, the number of 4th grade tea trees is too small. 3 4th grade tea trees produce only 1 quantity of 4th grade tea a year. This is because Li Shiming planted the Sipinwen tea tree in Tian'an Cave, and specially arranged a very high-quality spiritual soil for the Sipinwen tea tree, which resulted in such a yield. This is a real great monk resource that can produce 1 portion a year. That is to say, in the temple, the 6 peak grade monks look down upon these 3 4th grade tea trees. If they had Li Shiming's tea frying methods, if there is a rush, the 4th grade tea tree will be taken away. Li Shiming has only harvested 30 servings of 4th grade Wenwen tea over the years. He and Yin Sherlon drank some. And now only 18 servings of 4th grade Wenwen tea are left. Huh? Brother Hu woke up from his thoughts. His eyes flashed with light, and he knew at a glance that he had gained a lot of benefits. What kind of magical tea is this? I have almost achieved the enlightenment of the middle stage of promotion. It is only a matter of time before I can be promoted to the middle stage of the great monk. He looked at the cup in his hand in horror, then looked up at Li Shiming and asked. This time, he did not say that Sipin Wenwen tea was a good tea, but called it a divine tea. Indeed, the 4th grade spiritual tea that can have an impact on the great monks is only the 4th grade spiritual tea fried by Li Shiming. The 4th grade spiritual tea that can make the great monks understand their own cultivation is never heard of it. This is the 4th grade Wenwen tea. I got it by accident while traveling. This tea only has such a magical effect when I drink it for the first time. Li Shiming replied with a smile. What a pity! Brother Hu shook his head and said, I just don't know what kind of pity he's talking about. Whether it's a pity that there's not much 4th grade Wenwen tea, or it's a pity that it only takes the first time to drink it to have the effect. He also understands that it is not easy to get enough spiritual tea with such magical effects. If it were not for his relationship with Li Shiming, it would be difficult to even hear about it. By the way, this is the information about the monks of 10,000 Beasts sect who are expected to be promoted to great monks. We have prepared some elixirs, and we want you to refine a batch of auxiliary elixirs for promotion to great monks. Great monk Hu Zhanyu thought of this time the purpose of coming here. He took out a jade slip and said. Li Shiming didn't pick up the jade slip. He didn't care about the affairs of the 10,000 Beasts sect. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that 10,000 Beasts sect treats him poorly, he would not stay in 10,000 Beasts sect. With his strength, such a sect would be a drag. Alchemy can be done at any time. I don't have many alchemy commissions left. Li Shiming waved his hand and said, although he has been away for 30 years, the output of the resources of the great monks is limited. Even if all the resources of the great monks produced in the world of immortality in the past 30 years fall into his hands for refinement, there will not be much. He refines alchemy in the computer room space, with 5 brains controlling 5 4th grade alchemy furnaces. He can open 5 furnaces to refine alchemy at the same time.
I want to thank you on behalf of those monks,
Brother Hu said with a happy face. Knowing that it would take Li Shiming 30 years to return, he accumulated all the elixirs needed to be promoted to a great monk from the 10,000 Bees sect. This time, when Li Shiming refines a batch of elixirs for promotion to great monks, the 10,000 Bees sect may promote many great monks in a short period of time.
Master, these are 10 life-saving talismans. You and the great monks of the sect each have 2. I will make another batch in the future and regard them as the heritage of the sect.
Li Shiming thought of something and took out 10 talismans. Leave it to Brother Hu and say. These 10 life-saving talismans were made by him using the blank talismans of the peak monks. The 2 magical powers of
Divine Eye Power
and
Achievement in one move
were solidified inside. It allows the monk who uses it to instantly move in space within a range of 8,000 miles. Its effect can ensure his own safety at least in the realm of great monks. This is even more effective than the life-saving Jade Talisman made by the Peak Monk. Even the Peak Monk in the world of Immortality, who is good at escaping, cannot compare with the speed of escape. Brother Hu took out a life-saving talisman, and he knew the function of this life-saving talisman with just a slight perception.
This is actually a Peak Monk's talisman made of talisman paper. It can teleport 8,000 miles at a time. With such a life-saving talisman in hand, we will be safe and worry-free,
Brother Hu said excitedly. The number of great monks of the 10,000 Bees sect is not large, and they need to control the entire Dongqi continent. If the great monk encounters any powerful enemy, it will be too late for reinforcements. With such life-saving talismans, the effect on the 10,000 Bees sect is beyond imagination. The 10,000 Bees sect did not have peak monks before. Some of the life-saving talismans in their hands were traded from other sects at great cost, and some were inherited items from the 10,000 Bees sect. No matter what kind of life-saving talisman it is, the actual effect can only be regarded as the life-saving talisman made by the midterm monk, and the effect is not satisfactory.
I have some blank talismans in my hand, but unfortunately I don't have the method to make blank talismans. In fact, even if we have the method to make blank talismans, we don't have the corresponding materials here.
Li Shiming stopped Brother Hu's excitement and asked him explained.
Can we contact there? We can use some resources to exchange for it.
Brother Hu knew the value of this kind of talisman very well. He looked at Li Shiming prayingly and asked,
You don't have to think about it in a few decades. Besides,
I have enemies all over the world there. Even if I can get over, I can only try,
Li Shiming said with a wry smile. Yin Sherlan on the side reached out and grabbed his hand. Although she didn't say anything, the meaning was very obvious, and she didn't want him to take risks again.
Then don't go. For the 10,000 Bees sect, your safety is more important than these talismans.
After hearing Li Shiming's answer, Brother Hu immediately shook his head and said, Li Shiming is a peak monk. With Li Shiming's combat power in the middle stage of the monk, he can kill 2 peak monks. Looking at today's world of immortal cultivation, superpowers will treat the 10,000 Bees sect with an equal attitude, which is exactly the deterrent of Li Shiming's powerful strength. Not to mention Li Shiming's level of alchemy. If it were not based on strong strength, perhaps a superpower would have taken Li Shiming away to make alchemy for them. But with such strength, Li Shiming said that there were enemies all over the world, and he did not dare to try easily. Which shows that the strength of Li Shiming's enemies is extremely terrifying. Brother Hu didn't dare to guess. He didn't dare to imagine that Li Shiming's enemy was a powerful person. Li Shiming didn't explain much. He had a clear goal in mind. If Z15 does not virtualize the data of the
God-sensing monument
within 200 years, then he must go to the Cloud Island Sea and enter the temple to comprehend the
God-sense monument.
Again, he practiced the
Heavenly Man technique
and followed a path of cultivation that almost no one before him had taken.
The Heaven Art
is extremely powerful, but it also brings greater risks. It requires at least mastering the rules of the 5 elements. This alone is several times more difficult than ordinary monks.
Heavenly Man's art
can be promoted to half-step to great power. Although it is described in the Jade Slip of
Heavenly Man's art,
there are too many unknown risks in it. He even doubted whether some of the contents of
Heavenly Man's art
would be. It was guessed by Jai Gu. Only through the enlightenment of the
God-sensing monument
can he find the best way to advance to half-step power. It would be too risky for him to explore on his own. And he didn't go crazy when he went to Yandahai specifically for the blank talisman. He still has hundreds of blank talismans for great monks, and dozens of blank talismans for peak great monks in his hand, which the 10,000 Bees sect can't use up in 1,000 years. not to mention 1,000 years. As long as the 10,000 Beast sect doesn't start a great monk-level war. The life-saving talisman Li Shiming left to the 10,000 Beast sect will be enough for thousands of years. On the other side, Li Yuanba received the Phantom Clone, which was riding on the Thunder Beast. As soon as he saw Li Yuanba, he handed over a mustard seed ring. Li Yuanba took the mustard seed ring. In addition to the Celestial Spirit Jade Bead, it also contained some high-level spiritual elixirs for great monks unique to Yundahai. Some corrosive mist, talismans, a 4th grade top flying boat, and 5 4th grade questions. Tao Ti. This high-level spiritual elixir of a great monk, which Li Yuanba had never used before, had a very strong effect the first time it was used. After that, as the body adapted, the effect dropped to an ordinary average level. The effect of the corrosive fog talisman is that even in places like Yundahai that have experience in dealing with corrosive fog, they are still shy about the corrosive mist. Not to mention that they have never heard of corrosion fog. It's foggy here. The 4th grade top-level flying boat was a trophy that Li Shiming obtained from the great monks of the Mirror Moon sect in Yundao Sea. This 4th grade top-level flying boat cannot be used in Yundao Sea. But there is no need to worry here. On the contrary, this 4th grade top-level flying boat has no trouble at all. The background of the 4th grade top-level flying boat is relatively clean. Thank you, fellow Taoist, Li Yuanba said with a smile. He also handed a mustard seed ring to the Phantom Clone, which contained the most precious treasure, On Ui Soul Needle. This is why Li Shiming had to enhance the strength of the Phantom Clone before letting the Phantom Clone deliver the items. If someone knew about the items passed by the Phantom Clone, he would be tempted to rob them. A treasure that is helpful to all powerful people. A treasure that can greatly increase combat power. Will become a big trouble whenever it appears. Only a powerful person is qualified to take the treasure into his pocket. And there will be no trouble. If Li Yuanba didn't have the background of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion and the big backer of Jin Lao, even if he got the On Ui Soul Needle, he would have to throw it away early. Because without Jian Lao's intervention, the spiritual imprint in the On Ui Soul Needle can allow its owner to forcibly withdraw the On Ui Soul Needle. Li Yuanba returned to Jiani Chongshao Pavilion and met Jian Wuwei. Seeing that Jian Wuwei came here specifically to find him, he welcomed Jian Wuwei into the cave. Master, you are so lucky. I happen to get some top-quality tea for you to take away, Li Yuanba said to his master Jian Wuwei with a smile. Yuanba, did Li Shizhen send it here? I guessed that he would contact you as soon as he came back. It happened that a batch of great monk's elixirs in the pavilion needed to be refined. But you always shied away. This time it's up to you. Send it to Li Shizhen for refining. Jian Wuwei pointed at Li Yuanba and smiled. He saw Li Yuanba carefully take out a jade box, and then take out a portion of the 4th grade spiritual tea and put it into the jade box. During the whole process, Li Yuanba used his spiritual power to protect the 4th grade Linxia, for fear that the 4th grade Linxia would lose any of its spirituality. Why are you so stingy? It's really just a little spiritual tea. I might as well drink it at your place. Jian Wuwei didn't understand why Li Yuanba was so stingy this time. This is Taoist tea that only great monks can drink. The effect is best when you drink it for the first time. So, master, it is best to wait until you are promoted to great monk before drinking it. Li Yuanba saw that Jian Wuwei was ignorant and had no choice but to explain. 4th grade Wadao tea. Can the Wenwen tea tree be promoted to 4th grade tea? How come I haven't heard of it? Jian Wuwei was exposed to too many secrets. When he heard the name of 4th grade Wenwen tea, he couldn't help asking repeatedly. He has heard of 2nd and 3rd grade Wendao tea. Even 3rd grade Wenwen tea trees were cultivated at a huge cost. At least in the world of immortality. He had not heard of the existence of the 4th grade Taoist tea tree. Now, he also understands the preciousness of this spiritual tea. The spiritual tea that can allow the great monks to enter a state of enlightenment is a treasure wherever it is placed. Jian Wuwei took the jade box. He did not dare to open the jade box. He was also afraid of losing some of its spirituality, and thus reducing the effectiveness of the tea. When he drinks again, it is possible that he has lost this little spirituality, which will make him less enlightened, and it will be too late to cry. Master, this is the contact jade token. I plan to practice in seclusion recently. If I need alchemy in the pavilion, I can use this jade token to go to the Eastern Qi continent and ask Li Shizhen to make the elixir. Li Yuanba took out another jade token and said, Chapter 909 New Alliance.
After Li Yuanba confessed everything, he entered a state of seclusion. His retreat, this time, was completely different from before. He was preparing to raise his realm to the peak of a great monk before leaving the retreat. Normally, considering his early stage as a great monk, it would not be possible to improve his level by simply retreating into seclusion. But his situation is a bit special. Not to mention all the sword intention insights he shared from the master of swordsmanship at the peak of his body, Li Shiming. His own understanding of the sword intention is far beyond his level. As long as he accumulates enough spiritual power in his body, he can continue to improve his realm until he reaches the peak of the great monk realm. In his cave, he is not worried about safety issues. This is the Cave of Swords. And with the powerful presence of Mr. Jin, it can be regarded as the safest place in the world of immortality. He took out the Tianling Jade Bead and took a high-level monk spiritual elixir. The sword intention climb to the sky art was running in his body, and the Tianling Jade Bead and the spiritual power in the cave continued to flow into his body. Influx. The speed at which he absorbs the energy in the Tianling Jade Bead is not as good as that of Li Shiming. Li Shiming has 5 nascent souls, which allows Li Shiming to absorb the energy from the Tianling Jade Bead 5 times as fast as a monk of the same level. Therefore, he will not waste any possibility of accelerating his cultivation speed. He takes the high-grade spiritual elixir of the great monk to the maximum endurance. In addition, this is the sword cave, and the spiritual power inside is completely for the sword cultivator to practice. Sword intent climbs into the sky. Ju transformed. This allowed him to roughly calculate the time required for this retreat, which was approximately between 60 and 80 years. The reason why it is impossible to judge accurately is because as his cultivation level increases, his absorption of energy and the operation of his skills will change. Before Li Yuanba went into seclusion, he handed over the matter of alchemy to Jian Wuwei. Jian Wuwei attached great importance to dealing with Li Shizhen. Jian Wuwei used the intelligence from Jianichou Shao Pavilion to determine Li Shizhen's true identity, which was Li Shiming, who was in Beishu continent. This can be analyzed from the fact that Li Yuanba and Li Shizhen became friends. Back then in Beishu continent, Li Yuanba and Li Shiming were good friends. So this time, Jian Wuwei decided to pay a personal visit to the Jianichou Shao Pavilion's alchemy commission. Although the 10,000 Beasts sect has received a large number of great monks in the past few decades, and almost all the great monks in the world of immortality have come to the 10,000 Beasts sect at one time or another, the sect that really represents the superpower comes to visit the 10,000 Beasts sect. Intercommunication is still very rare. After receiving the visit message from Jianichou Shao Pavilion, Brother Hu immediately organized a welcome ceremony equal to the status of Jianichou Shao Pavilion. Jian Wuwei's special identity is enough for him to represent Jianichou Shao Pavilion. In addition, Jian Wuwei's current power in Jianichou Shao Pavilion gives his official visit a serious meaning. The 10,000 Beasts sect opened a passage specifically for the flying boats of Sword Intent Chou Shao Pavilion, and 2 great monks arrived thousands of miles away to guide them. Jian Wuwei and Brother Hu met in the hall of the 10,000 Beasts sect Master's Hall. Jian Wuwei glanced around and did not find Li Shiming. Fellow Sword Taoist, are you looking for Shizhen? He has recently had some insights and is comprehending them in his cave. I will take you to his cave later. Brother Hu saw what Jian Wuwei meant and smiled. Explained. Brother Hu has no choice. Li Shiming doesn't like this kind of red tape. In the past, Li Shiming would endure it when he was not strong enough. Now, if Li Shiming is unwilling, no one in the 10,000 B sect can force Li Shiming. Brother Hu is not willing to force Li Shiming to participate in such matters. Anyway, as the top alchemy master in the world of immortality, Li Shiming has some willfulness that no one can fault. I've been fascinated by fellow Taoist Li for a long time, and I'm looking forward to meeting him. Jian Wuwei replied with a smile. He knew that great monks from the world of immortality came to commission alchemy, and rarely saw Li Shiming. In the past, Li Shiming used phantom clones to come out to receive him. But now, he doesn't even send phantom clones anymore. The monks from the 10,000 Beasts sect are directly responsible for the reception. Those great monks, who have a transcendent status among various forces, cannot see Li Shiming. This time I came here and wanted to become an ally with the 10,000 Beasts sect. In many ways, the interests of the 10,000 Beasts sect and Jianichou Shao Pavilion do not conflict. I hope that the 10,000 Beasts sect will play a more important role in the world of immortal cultivation. Jian Wuwei said another thing about his visit this time, and his words were full of formal rhetoric. Monk who would not refuse. The 10,000 Beasts sect and Luanfeng Palace were allies. The benefit was that when the Taichu sect was destroyed, the superpower behind the Taichu sect did not fight back. Luanfeng Palace is a relatively low-profile superpower in the world of immortality, while Jiani Chou Xiao Pavilion is a very high-profile superpower. After becoming allies, as long as the 10,000 Beasts sect asks for something, the sword cultivators of Sword Intent Chong Xiao Pavilion are probably eager to participate. Those fighting mad sword cultivators always want to find someone to fight with when there is no fight. If they really have a reason to join the fight, they don't need to say low at all. One can imagine how much benefit it will bring to have such a powerful ally. Brother, who also understood that Jiani Chong Xiao Pavilion's alliance with the 10,000 Beasts sect must have taken a fancy to something. Needless to think about it, the reason why the 10,000 Beasts sect was favored by the Sword Intention Chong Xiao Pavilion was Li Shiming's alchemy ability. Needless to say, Li Shiming never refused to make alchemy. Jian Wuwei, representing Jiani Chou Xiao Pavilion, signed a covenant with Monk Hu, who represented the 10,000 Beasts sect. The conditions were relatively loose, and there were very few restrictions. However, the significance of this covenant was not in the constraints, but in the terms of the covenant. Existentially, when the business was over, Brother Hu took Jian Wuwei and flew straight to Li Shiming's cave without taking any other monks with him. As early as when Jian Wuwei entered the 10,000 Beast sect, he was attracted by the 7 peaks in the sky. He was quite knowledgeable. When he approached the 7 peaks, he felt the energy fluctuations of the powerful formation. When the 2 peaks separated to the left and right, opening the way to the middle peak, he passed one of the peaks from a close distance. The peak gave him a great sense of oppression, a terrifying oppression that could threaten him. Although he is in a different realm, he is still a monk in the middle stage of Yuanying. There are not many formations that monks in this realm can trap. But here was just a mountain, which made him feel suppressed. This is normal. This is the key to the trap laid by the 6 superpowers of Yundahai in order to deal with Li Shiming, the top monk. The formation peaks that can deal with the top monks can indeed suppress the mid-stage nascent soul monks with formations. When Jian Wuwei came to the mountain in the middle, he felt that the mountain was ordinary. The most amazing thing was the formation that made the mountain fly. In other aspects, he didn't see anything special. He even felt that Li Shiming, a top monk and master of alchemy, lived on such a mountain, which was inconsistent with his status. Master, Taoist friend Jian Wuwei and I are old acquaintances. Please do your homework first. Just as Brother Hu and Jian Wuwei arrived outside the cave, a voice came from the cave. Sure, Jin. Then I'll leave first. Brother Hu didn't ask any further questions. He said with a smile, and then said to Jian Wuwei, Fellow Jian Wuwei, after the meeting is over, a monk will take you to a resting place. Jian Wuwei nodded to Brother Hu and entered the cave without any hesitation. In the hall of the cave, he saw Li Shiming, who looked at him with a smile. Fellow Taoist Li, we haven't seen you for many years. Jian Wuwei looked at Li Shiming with a smile, bowed and saluted. He then looked at Yin Sherlan. A smile flashed at his eyes, and said to Yin Sherlan, Fellow Taoist Yin, it is true that lovers get married in the end. Even he had heard about the story of Li Shiming and Yin Sherlan when he was in Beishu continent. I didn't expect that after so many years, I would see this Taoist couple on another continent. Thank you, fellow swordsman. Yin Sherlan smiled slightly, stood up, and took out the spiritual fruit and spiritual tea for the guests. Li Shiming also smiled, and stepped forward to arrange it with her. Jian Wuwei felt envious of the pair of Taoists for a moment, but he immediately tried his best to dispel this thought. He is a sword cultivator, and his natal flying sword is his lifelong companion. He does not need a Taoist companion. Fellow Taoist Li, I came here this time to form an alliance with the 10,000 Beasts sect, and to get acquainted with Taoist Li. This is a token of my disciple Li Yuanba. Jian Wuwei took out the jade token given by Li Yuanba, and handed it over. Actually, Brother Yuanba, you don't have to be like this. Fellow swordsman and I are old friends, and Jiani Chong Xiao Pavilion has formed an alliance with the 10,000 Beasts sect. In the future, I will give priority to Jiani Chong Xiao Pavilion when refining alchemy. Li Shiming reached out and took the jade. He put the cards aside and said with a smile, I feel relieved with the words of fellow Taoist Li. Jian Wuwei felt relieved and said with a smile, I have something to say sorry to my fellow swordsman. Li Shiming thought of something and said helplessly to Jian Wuwei, I wonder what the reason for this apology is. Jian Wuwei couldn't help but be startled. He didn't remember anything to do with Li Shiming. I integrated the 7 major sects in Beishu continent, and now there is no Saluo sect. Li Shiming did not hide anything, and explained. When Jian Wuwei heard this, he couldn't help but show surprise. However, he soon figured out that with Li Shiming's current strength and power, everything on the Beishu continent would not be a benefit to Li Shiming, but would only be a drag. Li Shiming integrated the sects of the Northern Shu continent only for the good of the Northern Shu continent. As for the disappearance of the Sunluo sect, to be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he was exiled to the Northern Shu continent and was treated and taken in by his master, how could he have taken root in a demon sect? In the Sunluo sect, he did not have much in common with other demon cultivators, and his relationship was also very poor. The Sunluo sect disappeared as soon as it disappeared. Perhaps the absence of the Sunluo sect will be a good thing for the Northern Shu continent, Jian Wuwei said lightly. Although the Sunluo sect has disappeared, the inheritance has not been extinct. It has just become a lineage of the Northern Shu sect. I have not used many strong methods in the Northern Shu continent. Li Shiming continued to explain. The last concern in Jian Wuwei's heart was gone. After all, he had stayed in the sect for many years, so it would be fine if he could preserve the inheritance. As for Li Shiming not using any tough measures, he didn't believe it at all. For the world of immortal cultivators in the Northern Shu continent, Li Shiming's level of cultivation was already the toughest method even if he just stood there without moving. Fellow sword Taoist, I would also like to thank your noble sword master. I have prepared a small gift here. Please bring it to sword master for me. Li Shiming took out a jade box and handed it over and said. Jian Wuwei knew that the reason why Li Shiming said this was because of the great power of Yukingzong Luoyuan. Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion was one of the many great powers who came forward. I will accept it on behalf of Mr. Jian, and I will personally hand it over to Mr. Jian, and convey to Mr. Jian the wishes of fellow Taoist Li, Jian Wuwei said, taking the jade box with both hands. He opened the jade box gently, opening it only a small amount, and then immediately closed the jade box tightly. There are 6 servings of 4th grade Wenwen tea in the jade box. If he hadn't been very sensitive to the taste of 4th grade Wenwen tea, he would have regretted it to death if he had completely opened it up and lost a trace of its spirituality. He knows the value of the 4th grade Wendao tea, which may be the highest quality among the spiritual teas of the immortal realm, although it is given to Jian Lao. Due to the role and value of the 4th grade Wendao tea, most of it will be distributed to the sword cultivators to help them improve their strength. The two talked about old things in Beishu continent again. This topic was liked by Yin Sherlan, and she would join in from time to time. It wasn't until Jian Wuwei's contact jade sign sounded that the meeting ended. Jian Wuwei was sent out of the cave by Yin Sherlan, but he did not want Li Shiming to send him off personally. With Li Shiming's current status in the world of immortality, if he hadn't come to represent sword intent from Chongxiao Pavilion, he wouldn't have been able to become an equal with Li Shiming. When leaving the 7 suspended peaks, he couldn't help but look back. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Who would have thought that Li Shiming, the powerful being who ranked first among the great monks in the world of immortal cultivation, was actually born in the Northern Shu continent like him? Thinking about how talented the Beishu continent is, Li Shiming is recognized as the strongest among the peak monks. And although Li Yuanba has not reached the peak of the monks, his combat power is also recognized as the top among the peak monks. Both of these two people were born in the Northern Shu continent. So how could Jian Wuwei not be filled with emotion? He did not doubt the relationship between Li Shiming and Li Yuanba. No matter how imaginative a monk was, he would never think that Li Shiming and Li Yuanba were related to each other. The clones cultivated in the world of immortality are basically used to handle affairs on behalf of the main body. It is extremely rare for a clone to truly exist and practice alone. As for Li Yuanba's clone, due to the special nature of its formation, it far exceeds the nature of a normal clone. As long as Li Shiming himself didn't tell this secret, no monk would know about it, and it would be impossible for him to tell it. Li Yuanba's existence allowed him to gain a lot of combat experience without leaving home. Jian Wuwei glanced at the contact jade sign. It was the accompanying sword cultivator who had not heard from him for a long time. Normally this kind of visit would not last long, and the communication time between him and Li Shiming exceeded an ordinary meeting. His important status makes the great sword cultivator very worried. Chapter 910 Development. Lord, thank you for your hard work. Li Shiming saw Yin Sherlan coming back after sending her sword to Wu Wei, and waved her hand to sit down. I didn't expect to see my old friends here. I really missed the days of the Northern Shu continent, Yin Sherlan said softly. She sat next to Li Shiming. Although she knew that monks should not be sentimental, she still couldn't help but recall the past when she saw her old friend. If you want, we can go back to Beishu continent at any time, Li Shiming said with a smile.
No need. With you and this mountain beside me, I feel like nothing has changed.
Yin Sherlan shook her head with a happy smile. She is very satisfied with her current life. Li Shiming has considered almost everything for her. Even the mountain peak where she lives has been rebuilt. She can't ask for too much. She knows very well that Li Shiming seems to be relaxed. But in fact it is not relaxed. She can still feel it after spending time with Li Shiming. Li Shiming didn't say much. He just gently held Yin Sherlan's hand. Li Shiming has been accompanying Yin Sherlan in all his affairs recently. As Yin Sherlan thought, seemingly without any cultivation. But in fact, he has never stopped practicing. But these practices are not exercises in skills, but using many brains to conduct more in-depth studies on the rules of the 5 elements. The rules of sword and tent, the rules of thunder and lightning, and the rules of space, etc. Enlightenment. His insights are constantly providing more data to Z15, allowing Z15 to provide data support for the virtual God-sensing monument. In addition, he also used a brain specifically to analyze and study the On-UI Soul Needle. Although the treasure level On-UI Soul Needle is not as widely used as the Shishao Thunder Bead, it is not weak at all in terms of power. Since the On-UI Soul Needle can be recognized as its owner, he can completely use the On-UI Soul Needle to carry out physical attacks. As for how to use the On-UI Soul Needle, there is no need to worry. Not only did he find the attack method of the Ice Flying Needle from the classics captured by the Guiyuan sect, there are also many similar secret methods in other classics. Due to the Chaos spiritual power in his body, as long as he has the relevant secret method, he can simulate the Ice spiritual power through the Chaos spiritual power to stimulate the maximum power of the On-UI Soul Needle. Li Shiming has a sense of urgency. Although his realm has reached the peak of a great monk, he is also considered a top existence in the world of immortality. But he knew very well that whether it was here or on the other side of Yanahai, his enemy was never the great monk, but the great power. Unless he can be promoted to the great power, he will always be threatened by the great power. Even though powerful powers from various superpowers have recently come forward to suppress the powerful Luo Yuan of the Yuqing sect, it is really hard to say how long this suppression can last. Why did he still build this cave with multiple protections even though he knew it was temporarily safe? He also built a space teleportation array in the cave. These were all prepared for possible powerful attacks. The alliance between 10,000 Beast sect and Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion caused some waves in the world of immortal cultivation. Shortly after Jian Wue of Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion left, all the other superpowers in Zhongzhou continent, except Wanfeng Palace and Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion, sent official representatives to the 10,000 Beast sect. The purpose of their coming here is very clear, which is to establish a sect-level connection with the 10,000 Beast sect. Although they are not as close as allies, becoming allies requires a step-by-step process. First, there is communication at the sect level, and then will be promoted to the ally stage. Along with these visits, there is also a large amount of business cooperation. The 10,000 Beast sect trades the specialty resources of the northern Shu continent and the eastern Qi continent with these superpowers to obtain other resources needed by the 10,000 Beast sect and the northern Shu sect. This allows the 10,000 Beast sect to be self-sufficient and partially accumulated in terms of great monk resources. This is not easy. The resource output of the great monks in the eastern Qi continent has always been very low, even if there were some specialty resources in the past. Due to the underdevelopment of cross-continental commerce, most of the benefits have been earned by cross-continental forces. Now, with the establishment of the 10,000 Beasts sect's relationship network, business cooperation has become easier, and the benefits gained have increased the 10,000 Beasts sect's income, and it has more resources for great monks. Li Shiming did not use the resources of the great monks in his hands. He did not want to rely on the strength of one person to support a sect. In fact, he can do this completely. The huge number of great monk resources in his hands is enough to allow the 10,000 Beast sect to develop for thousands of years without the need for external resources. If we really do that, the 10,000 Beast sect will lose even more. Without a direction for its efforts, the sect may begin to weaken even without reaching its peak. In terms of alchemy, Li Shiming, in addition to completing the upcoming alchemy commissions, has been refining the Great Monk Elixir. He has too many Great Monk resources in his hands, and the computer room space has never stopped. Fortunately, he has enough brains. As long as he rotates them every once in a while, he does not need to worry about the brain being overworked. The biggest benefit of this large-scale alchemy is that every once in a while, The top spiritual elixir for the great monks will be refined. The top spiritual elixir of the great monk was reserved for Yin Shirlan. He and Li Yuanba no longer need it. He is now the peak great monk, and his ability to improve his cultivation is very limited. What he needs is to slowly polish it over time. Li Yuanba has the help of the precious treasure, Heavenly Spirit Jade Bead. Perhaps by the time Li Shiming accumulates a sufficient number of top spiritual elixirs for great monks, Li Yuanba will have been promoted to the peak great monk. Only Yin Shirlan, because she was promoted to the nascent soul stage a little late. If she wants to be a Taoist companion with her for a long time, she needs to continuously improve her realm. With Yin Shirlan's current cultivation conditions, apart from Li Yuanba, there is probably no other monk in the world of immortality who can compare with her. Most of the 4th grade elixirs used in Yin Shirlan's practice are high-grade elixirs, and a small part are top-grade 4th grade elixirs. You must know that Li Shiming will not refine elixirs other than the elixirs of great monks for other monks. Therefore, the 4th grade elixirs for monks in the early and middle stages of Yuanying are all refined by other alchemy masters, and their quality is remarkable. It cannot be compared with the 4th grade elixir refined by Li Shiming. As time passed, the world of immortality seemed to have calmed down, and Li Shiming had not been in retreat, which made all the great monks in the world of immortality extremely happy. As long as you have the resources of a great monk, you can find Li Shiming and entrust him with elixir making. Although each elixir refining process requires a long wait, sometimes 1 or 2 months, sometimes 1 or 2 years, no great monk had any complaints in order to obtain the high-level spiritual elixir refined by Li Shiming. The competition for the resources of great monks in the world of immortality has nothing to do with Li Shiming and will not affect him. In the competition for resources among great monks, the biggest benefit is still his. Every time he accepts an alchemy entrustment, he gets a higher benefit than the entruster. 3 years later, Yin Shirlan's practice every night allowed her to reach the peak of the early stage of nascent soul. Yin Shirlan was about to be promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul, and Li Shiming was even more nervous than he was about to be promoted. He mobilized 6 formation peaks to form a huge spirit gathering formation, and at the same time sent all the prepared 4th grade top elixirs to Yin Shirlan. On this day, all the spiritual energy of the master of the 10,000 Beasts sect was drawn into the large spirit gathering formation arranged by the 6 formation peaks. Since he had greeted him in advance, it did not have any impact on the 10,000 Beasts sect. On the other hand, many monks from the 10,000 Beasts sect couldn't help but be surprised by Li Shiming's generosity when they looked above their heads. The 7 peaks in the sky have now turned into a huge whirlpool of spiritual energy. The center of the whirlpool is where the caves of Li Shiming and Yin Shirlan are located. Even though the monks of the 10,000 Beasts sect have gained a lot of knowledge over the years, they still feel magical about the 7 peaks in the sky. Lord, I'm right by your side. If you have any problems, you can stop the promotion at any time. Don't worry about failure. Li Shiming stood beside Yin Shirlan and kept explaining. Yin Shirlan smiled helplessly and happily. She was only in the early stage of Yuanying and promoted to the middle stage of Yuanying. How could she use such a big battle? Sitting under her is the infinite jasper futon that Li Shiming took out from the Tianren Cave Tian Balian Hall. This is a treasure used by Li Shiming for cultivation, surrounded by spiritual energy that is almost as condensed as rain and mist. You can feel the spiritual energy pouring into your body just by taking a breath in this environment. Thanks to the decades she spent living in Luanfeng Palace, she received Luanfeng Palace's true instructions on the Bongwu Jiutianju, so it was not difficult to advance to the middle stage of nascent soul. In fact, among these superpowers, as long as they practice the main inheritance technique and are not too out of the box and always want to surprise and introduce new things, there will be no problem. Because countless seniors have experienced all the problems in the cultivation process of the main inheritance technique and left detailed information. The promotion from the early stage of Yuanying to the middle stage of Yuanying does not involve understanding of any rules, which makes the promotion much easier. With sufficient spiritual energy, the assistance of the 4th grade top spiritual elixir, and the help of the core inheritance of Luanfeng Palace, Yin Shirlan's own talent is not bad, so promotion is not difficult. Li Shiming saw Yin Shirlan's aura rising to the middle stage of nascent soul, and a smile appeared on his face. Yin Shirlan's promotion has once again improved her longevity, giving her more time to practice as a great monk. Lord, congratulations on being promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul. I have prepared a gift for you. Li Shiming smiled and took out 2 magic weapons and sent them to Yin Shirlan. This is this? Yin Shirlan didn't pay attention at first, just thinking it was an ordinary magic weapon. That defensive shield is normal. It is a 4th grade top quality defensive magic weapon. Its style is very similar to the Turtle SH.L shield they made together when they first met. It seems that it was specially made by Li Shiming. Yin Sherlan knew something about Li Shiming and had seen Li Shiming's collection. She knew that the 4th grade top-level magic weapon in Li Shiming's hand was different. So even though the Turtle SH.L shield was a top-level 4th grade magic weapon, she was just surprised by the appearance of the Turtle SH.L shield. But the Cyan Flying Sword gave her a special feeling. As if the Cyan Flying Sword was alive. This is a Turtle SH.L shield. It is for you to use for self-defense. Its defensive effect is very powerful. It is the strongest among the 4th grade top defense magic weapons. Li Shiming spoke with full confidence. This Tortoise SH.L shield was made from a top-grade 4th grade Tortoise SH.L that he brought back from Yundao Sea. There were 300 million defensive runes engraved on it alone. If it weren't for the fact that more defensive runes would upgrade the quality of this defensive magic weapon to a spiritual treasure, he would want to increase the number of defensive runes several times more. Defensive magic weapons are the most commonly used. It is impossible for Li Shiming to let Yin Sherlan's defensive magic weapons kill the monks around him every time he uses them. Therefore, the best way is to control the quality to the top quality of the 4th grade. This flying sword is called Yin Rinjian. It is a spiritual treasure I refined for you. I don't want you to use this flying sword to fight. After Yin Rinjian becomes your natal flying sword, it will bring you training benefits. It will have a great improvement effect. And the weapon spirit of Lingbao will begin to be nurtured in the middle stage of nascent soul, which will help to improve the power of Lingbao in the future. Li Shiming then introduced Fei Jian to Yin Sherlan. Unlike Li Shiming, Yin Sherlan can possess 5 natal magic weapons. And when the natal magic weapons are spiritual treasures, they can bring considerable help to her own cultivation. Yin Sherlan's cultivation was not enough before, and Lingbao put a lot of mental pressure on Yin Sherlan. So Li Shiming did not give it to her. In fact, Li Shiming had already refined this Yinren sword. He took out the Yinren sword only after Yin Sherlan was able to refine the spirit treasure in the middle stage of nascent soul promotion without being affected. Lingbao, this is too precious. Yin Sherlan looked at the Yinren Jian in surprise and exclaimed, "It's not that precious. If we weren't afraid of getting into trouble, it wouldn't be a problem to have a few more of these spiritual treasures." Li Shiming waved his hand nonchalantly. Yin Sherlan is not a novice who doesn't know much about the world of immortality. She learned a lot of knowledge in Wanfeng Palace and knows what kind of treasure Lingbao is. She did not refute Li Shiming's words, but admired the Yin Renjian in surprise. This is the flying sword that Li Shiming made specially for her. It was tailor-made for her. Even if she didn't recognize the owner, she could feel the closeness between Yin Renjian and herself. She couldn't wait to play the magic weapon of Yin Renjian. When she was promoted to the nascent soul stage, Li Shiming did not prepare a magic weapon for her. At this time, it was very easy for Yin Renjian to become her natal flying sword. Feeling the attachment of the spirit inside Yin Renjian, she felt that Yin Renjian was like a child, needing her care and love. After the energy of the Lingbao, Yin Renjian entered the Yuanying. She immediately felt the specialness of the Lingbao. The spiritual power in her body has obviously become more active. In this case, her cultivation speed will increase by several 100%. This is the best gift. Although Yin Sherlan didn't pay much attention to external objects, such a natal spiritual treasure flying sword still made her extremely happy. Chapter 911 Dragon's Fury. It has been 20 years since Li Shiming returned to the 10,000 Beasts sect. During these 20 years, he did not encounter any real trouble. His current status in the world of immortality is extremely transcendent. He is a top alchemy master. An alchemy master who can stably refine high-level spiritual elixirs for great monks. This status makes every great monk and any force respect him extremely. But these great monks and forces didn't know it. It wasn't until today, 20 years later, that the worries in his heart disappeared. The teleportation ring on his finger can restore the space energy inside, and can be activated at any time by teleporting to the space coordinates in the underwater cave of Yunao Sea. This gave him the confidence to save his life under the powerful men. Of course, he was in the 10,000 Beast sect of Dongqi continent. There were too many people he cared about here. He would not be like in Yundao just because he had the confidence to save his life. Haisher was so reckless. It seemed that all the worries in his heart were gone. He felt refreshed, and his mood improved for a moment. Yin Sherlan went to Luanfeng Palace a few days ago. Her state of Bongwu Jiutianju has stabilized, and she needs to go to Luanfeng Palace to receive more guidance. The Phantom Clone went with 2 late-stage golden corpses and thunder beasts to protect her. Li Shiming cannot go to Zhongzhou continent due to his own problems. This has nothing to do with the space energy recovery of his teleportation ring. In fact, it is impossible for the powerful power that is hostile to him to deal with Yin Sherlan. But it would be difficult to say if he accompanied Yin Sherlan to Zhongzhou continent, especially the powerful Luo Yuan of the Yuqing sect. Even after decades, the Yuqing sect still has not recovered its vitality. And with a large number of resource points being occupied, the Yuqing sect's sphere of influence is still shrinking. All this happened because of Li Shiming, and because of the Shishao Thunder Bead. Although Luo Yuan was warned by many powerful officials not to go to the Eastern Qi continent to deal with Li Shiming took the initiative to leave the Eastern Qi continent. Yuan Danning had less worries. These were conveyed to him by Jian Wuwei, and were part of intelligence cooperation between allies. Although Li Shiming is now famous as a powerful monk and a top alchemy master, his enemies are even more powerful. And if he is not careful, he will be in an irreversible situation. Great Nung Luo Yuan was like the sword of Damocles hanging above his head, threatening his life at any time. Because of the threat of Luo Yuan, Li Shiming did not dare to relax much even if he became a peak monk. Although he accompanies Yin Sherlan every day, when he reaches this state, it is more about improving his perceptions, which are all carried out by the rest of his brain. Hey! Li Shiming suddenly felt something in his heart, and his natal magic weapon Z15 reminded him. His figure instantly disappeared from the place, and then entered the Half-Life Cave. The Bansheng Cave is controlled by the weapon spirit of the Tontian Compass. In addition to controlling the environment of the Bansheng Cave, this weapon spirit also has an extremely important task, which is to produce the military-grade Altair Crystal Essence through the Bantian Compass. As a spiritual treasure, the Tontian Compass has the ability to continuously purify the Altair Crystal Essence. After so many years, Bantian Compass finally produced enough military-grade Altair Crystal Essence. According to Z15's OK calculation, the current concentration of military-grade L's Crystal Essence requires at least 15 kilograms to trigger a nuclear explosion. After so many years of continuous production, the total quantity was finally sufficient. And the super bomb that Li Shiming had been considering making since he entered the world of immortality had a feasible foundation. The theory of making a super bomb is ridiculously simple. It only requires a gun-like structure to bombard a small amount of military-grade L's Crystal Essence onto the remaining military-grade L's Crystal Essence. In a small explosion, it can form a nuclear fission and cause a horrific explosion. Li Shiming has already prepared all other aspects. Once the military-grade L's Crystal Essence is enough, he only needs to put it in to complete the production. He operated carefully in the Half-Life Cave, even if he is already at the peak of his strength as a great monk. If he does not wear multiple layers of radiation protection clothing, it will be difficult for him to withstand the radiation erosion of the military-grade L's Crystal Essence. Since these military-grade Alwiri Crystal Essences were all of the 4th grade, he could not imagine what kind of explosion would occur once nuclear fission occurred. Although Z15 has undergone many simulations, the results of the simulations are not accurate due to the different properties of uranium in the 2 worlds. The uranium in the previous life carried strong radiation, and the uranium in the world of immortality, also known as Alwiri Crystal, was affected by spiritual energy and turned into a 4th grade substance. Soon after, a metal sphere that should not appear in this world appeared in the Bansheng Cave sky. The radius of the metal sphere was 1 meter. There is a separate space in the Bansheng Cave, which is suitable for storing this metal sphere. He named this metal sphere Wrath of the Dragon. Although his soul came to the world of immortality, he still believed that he was the descendant of the dragon. The ultimate weapon he created through the technology of his previous life was naturally Wrath of the Dragon. The super radiation of Wrath of the Dragon makes it corrosive to any space item. Once the radiation erosion destroys the runes of the space item, the space item will collapse. Li Shiming did not dare to save the Wrath of the Dragon in any kind of space object. That is to say, the Bansheng Cave heaven belongs to an independent world and is isolated from a space. Only then can the Wrath of the Dragon be reduced as much as possible. Store. Of course, if you really want to use Dragon's Wrath, a mustard seed ring can last for at least 2 days. I think 2 days will be enough for the mustard seed ring to deliver Dragon's Wrath to the designated place. Although the first Wrath of the Dragon was produced, the work of Babel Compass has not stopped, and it is still producing military-grade Altired Crystal Essence. Although Dragon's Wrath has not been tested in actual combat, the trembling in Li Shiming's soul every time he sees Dragon's Wrath can definitely illustrate the terrifying power of Dragon's Wrath. To be able to make a powerful peak monk like Li Shiming tremble, this requires a strong threat to his life. He has only felt this way when facing a powerful person. Now we have to see whether the Wrath of the Dragon can have an impact on the mighty power. Of course, this idea is somewhat unrealistic. In fact, the detonation method of Dragon's Fury means that it cannot be used in battle and can only blast large targets. Li Shiming came into contact with the powerful man twice, and both times he came into contact with the powerful clone. With the speed and strength of the powerful clone, he didn't even have time to activate the Wrath of the Dragon. Even if he successfully activates Wrath of the Dragon, when the nuclear fission begins, the powerful clone will have enough time to stay away from the center of the nuclear fission. In addition, killing the powerful clone would not be of much use. He felt it was a waste. He spent hundreds of years creating a Wrath of the Dragon, and only killed one of the powerful clones. It was a loss no matter how he looked at it. After having Dragon's Wrath, Li Shiming began to think about how to apply Dragon's Wrath. Putting Wrath of the Dragon in the cave of half a lifetime is not a long-term thing. Hellsick Crystal Essence will continue to decay with the passage of time, even if he used some of the Hellsick Crystal Essence in his previous life. This method only extends the storage time. It is best to use this Dragon's Wrath within 50 years, no matter how long it takes. Dragon's Wrath may not be able to trigger nuclear fission due to insufficient energy in the Altired Crystal Essence. He targeted the use of Wrath of the Dragon on Yuqing Sect, taking advantage of Yuqing Sect's current decline in strength. If he attacked like this at its gate, Yuqing Sect would suffer heavy losses. But here comes the problem. Let alone sending the Wrath of the Dragon into the Yuqing Sect and then detonating it. Even if he leaves the Dongqi continent by himself, it is not very safe. Huan, I received an official invitation. It's a party for senior sister Yu to become a Taoist couple. In the Fengqi Hall of Wanfeng Palace, Yin Shirlan said to the phantom clone holding an exquisite invitation letter. Do you want to go? The phantom clone was controlled by Li Shiming's brain. After hearing Yin Shirlan's words, he asked with slight hesitation. Li Shiming knew the senior sister Yu very well. During the years when he was in Yunda High, senior sister Yu was one of Yin Shirlan's friends, and the relationship between the two parties was very good. Although there is no big deal about the union of Taoist couples in the world of immortality, many monks will still hold parties and invite some friends to congratulate them. Can you go? Yin Shirlan looked at the phantom clone with rare expectancy. She became a Taoist couple with Li Shiming and did not invite any friends or hold a party. She was very curious about this kind of gathering to celebrate the union of Taoist couples, and it was an important event with very few friends. So she showed such an expression. Then I'll accompany you there. The phantom clone thought about it for a moment and had no reason to stop it. He nodded in agreement. I want to think about what kind of gift to prepare. Yin Shirlan turned around happily, then frowned and said. The phantom clone saw how happy she was, although it was a bit risky for her to participate in such activities. As long as she was happy, the phantom clone would take care of the rest. He took the invitation letter from Yin Shirlan, and senior sister Yu placed the location 1,500 miles away from Wanfeng Palace, where it was the temporary cave of senior sister Yu's Taoist monks. Unfortunately, the clone Li Yuanba was in seclusion, which prevented Li Shiming from using the intelligence network of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion to investigate more information. After all, the 10,000 Beasts sect is not a superpower, and has not been able to establish a complete intelligence system in Zhongzhou continent. Not to mention that this is information involving a superpower, which is far beyond what the 10,000 Beasts sect can currently access. When he heard that Yin Shirlan was going with at least a dozen fellow disciples of Wanfeng Palace, he wondered if he had been too worried. This can't be blamed on him. That is, his true body is now so powerful that he has no small means to target the true body. Li Shiming had faced various betrayals in the past, and his enemies would do anything to deal with him. To be sure, the golden winged Daping flew out from the gate of the 10,000 Beasts sect in the eastern Qi continent with 2 late-stage golden corpses. Wanyu Peak is a mountain peak in the monks' gathering area established with the help of Wanfeng Palace's influence. Today, this peak is decorated with various formations that emit brilliant light, making Wanyu Peak full of festive atmosphere. As the host, Senior Sister Yu, dressed in bright red palace clothes, and her Taoist companion, Senior Monk Mu Zhang, stood on the top of Wanyu Peak to welcome each guest. Yin Sherlan came with more than 10 other disciples, and Senior Sister Yu came forward to greet her warmly. Li Shiming's phantom clone stood far away and turned his body into a shadow, indicating that he had no intention of participating in the party. With his identity, if he really wanted to participate in the gathering of these two Taoist monks, it would very likely lead to a situation where he would overshadow the guests. Even if he came as a phantom clone, the phantom clone turned into a shadow, making his appearance invisible, which reduced the risk of being recognized. Of course, as long as he contacts Yin Sherlan, his phantom clone will be recognized. But as long as he is not a fool, he will not take the initiative to point out his identity. The phantom clone's eyes fell on the formation at Wanyu Peak. The formation at Wanyu Peak had a lot of celebratory formations added to it, making the original formation somewhat difficult to identify. But for some reason, he always felt that the formation at Wanyu Peak was a little weird. A coldness flashed in his eyes. He was still very confident in his induction. His phantom clone was not as strong as the original phantom clone. Now the strength of the phantom clone has truly reached the level of a peak monk. He shook his head, and did not immediately stop Yin Sherlan and point out the problem of Wanyu Peak. In fact, as long as the opponent does not take action and expose himself, it is impossible to identify the opponent's motives from the formation at Wanyu Peak. Because he was vigilant in his heart, he deliberately kept a distance from Yin Sherlan and would not let Yin Sherlan leave him too far. While Yin Sherlan was talking to Senior Sister Yu, the great monk Mu Zhang glanced at the phantom clone from time to time. The phantom clone ignored the great monk Mu Zhang. When the great monk Mu Zhang looked at himself, he deliberately made his body even more insubstantial. But the great monk Mu Zhang didn't seem to understand what Li Shiming meant, and walked towards the phantom clone with a smile. Senior Sister Yu on the other side was slightly startled, and was about to reach out to stop the great monk Mu Zhang. But because she was surrounded by sisters from the same sect, she couldn't say a word to remind her. But fellow Taoist Li of the 10,000 Beasts sect is in person. Great monk Mu Zhang walked up to the phantom clone and asked with a slight bow, "Which sect are you from? Yuqing sect? Baidi sect? Or Guiyuan sect?" The phantom clone looked at the great monk Mu Zhang and asked in a deep voice. When the phantom clone talked about Guiyuan sect, he sensed subtle changes in the aura of the great monk Mu Zhang. And the great monk Mu Zhang also practiced ice-based techniques. The great monk Mu Zhang was only in the middle stage of the great monk's cultivation. It was difficult to hide his own aura in front of the phantom clone of the peak monk. His identity was exposed by the phantom clone with just one word. Chapter 912 Accident. Guiyuan sect? I don't have any grudge against Guiyuan sect. Why should I be like this? Li Shiming looked at the great monk Mu Zhang, whose expression changed slightly, and then asked. When he asked about the Guiyuan sect, he sensed the nature of the spiritual energy in the body of the great monk Mu Zhang. In addition, he had obtained some of the Guiyuan sect's classics, and had some knowledge of the Guiyuan sect's techniques. In addition, the great monk Mu Zhang was very close to him. From this distance, his judgment was still very accurate. You admit it wrong. I am not a disciple of the Guiyuan sect. Everyone here knows that I am a casual cultivator. Senior monk Mu Zhang was confused by Li Shiming's words, and quickly explained. Once you do something, it's too late to regret it, Li Shiming said coldly. He ignored the great monk Mu Zhang, and came to Yin Sherlan's side in a flash. Senior Li cares so much about junior sister Yin, that he can't even bear the separation right now. One of Yin Sherlan's fellow female cultivators said with a chuckle. She was the only one who said this. The other disciples all felt the cold aura emitted by the phantom clone. Although they didn't understand what happened, they all became nervous. Yin Sherlan looked at the phantom clone. She knew Li Shiming very well, and knew that Li Shiming would not disturb her participation in Senior Sister Yu's party without purpose. Leave first. Something is wrong here, the phantom clone said in a deep voice. Senior Li, do you mean that I want to harm Sherlan? Sherlan and I are sisters, and we are from the same sect. Even for the rules of Wanfeng Palace, it is impossible to harm Sherlan. Senior Sister Yu heard the phantom clone, he said with an unhappy look. Even though Li Shiming's status was noble, even though the strength and status of the two parties were very different, She still couldn't help but accuse Li Shiming of doing such a thing at a time of great events in her life. The great monk Mu Zhang on the side gritted his teeth and cast many spells. Then the entire formation of Wang Yu Peak changed, and an isolation energy emitted from the formation, tightly surrounding Wang Yu Peak. Then the figures of 5 great monks flew out from various places on the mountain peak. They all hid their appearance, and even their auras were covered by some means. The expressions of more than a dozen female cultivators from Wang Yu Peak and some other guests changed drastically, and they hurriedly hid aside.
Mr. Mu, you?
Seeing this scene, Senior Sister Yu was so angry that she pointed her finger at the great monk Mu Zhang and couldn't speak clearly.
Fellow Daoisley, we are going to invite Fairy Yin to be our guest. You can go back and bring 200 high-grade monk elixirs,
and we will let Fairy Yin go.
Great monk Mu Zhang ignored Senior Sister Yu and looked at the phantom clone and said. Li Shiming didn't know what to say for a moment. He guessed a lot of possibilities, but never thought that he was seeking money. Perhaps the name and identity of the great monk Mu Zhang were all fake, and the remaining 5 great monks could be judged from the faint aura that they were all super powerful monks. There are many differences between the great monks trained by superpowers and ordinary great monks. Li Shiming has dealt with many great monks, and the difference can be seen at a glance. He originally thought that this time it was a powerful man who secretly wanted to capture Yin Shirlan and coerce him. But he never thought that this was just a way the 6 great monks wanted to obtain a large number of high-level spiritual elixirs from him. Li Shiming's alchemy ability is unparalleled in the world. And with Li Shiming's alchemy ability that he has always maintained, every refining of the great monk's elixir will inevitably produce a high-level monk's elixir. Over the years, he has refined a large number of great monk elixirs. Based on the daily consumption of a great monk, he should have a lot more high-level monk elixirs in his hands after he is promoted to the pinnacle great monk. According to the most conservative estimates, these 6 great monks have at least 200 high-level spiritual pills for great monks in Li Shiming's hands. According to the superpower's intelligence, the relationship between Li Shiming and Yin Shirlan was as tight as a stick, which gave them the idea of taking hostages in exchange for the high-level spiritual elixir of the great monk. For this layout, they found the great monk Mu Zhang. The great monk Mu Zhang has 2 identities. One identity is the identity of the casual cultivator assigned by the sect, which is the current identity of the great monk Mu Zhang. Master Mu Zhang deliberately approached Senior Sister Yu and used various means to make Senior Sister Yu accept him. A mid-stage great monk who also shows considerable potential. Senior Sister Yu is only in the mid-stage nascent soul. If there is no chance, she will be at this level in her entire life. Although the great monk Mu Zhang was born as a casual cultivator, the mid-stage nascent soul resources in his hands during his contact with Senior Sister Yu made Senior Sister Yu understand that he was rich. Although there is some utilitarianism, Senior Sister Yu is still willing to become a Taoist couple with the great monk Mu Zhang. With the relationship between Senior Sister Yu and Yin Shirlan, it is not a problem to invite Yin Shirlan to participate in the celebration party. In order to reassure Yin Shirlan, they even chose the location of the gathering near Luanfeng Palace. Everything went as planned. There was no problem in attracting Yin Shirlan to Moon Viewing Peak. The only problem was the appearance of Li Shiming's phantom clone. However, the 6 great monks also considered this. Under the intentional control of the great monk Mu Zhang, no great monks were among the guests invited this time. Li Shiming's phantom clone could not resist the siege of the 6 great monks at the same time. Li Shiming is indeed powerful, but this does not mean that his clone is also powerful. The clone is only used to convey messages and represent identity. The clone cannot deal with monks of the same level. This is the general consensus in the world of immortality.
It's better for you all to stay. I'm curious about who you are,
the phantom clone said lightly. He waved his hand, and 2 late-stage golden corpses appeared. As soon as the golden corpse appeared in the later stage, it rushed towards the 6 great monks. There is no peak monk among the 6 monks. Li Shiming really can't imagine what kind of courage it took for them to dare to come up with such a method. Later, the golden corpse flashed and appeared in front of a great monk. Then the monk's magic shield was hit by a heavy hammer. The magic shield collapsed, and the monk's body was smashed into the ground. This attack left some room for the late-stage golden corpse, and Li Shiming separated 2 brains to control the 2 late-stage golden corpses. Li Shiming wanted to know the identities of these great monks, and whether there was some force behind them. The 2 late-stage golden corpses took action in just a moment and killed the 2 great monks. The 2 great monks were beaten and fell into the ground without knowing whether they were alive or dead.
A fierce look flashed in the eyes of the great monk Mu Zhang. He did not choose to escape, but activated a special talisman in his hand at the same time as another great monk. And his figure appeared in front of the phantom clone in a flash. One of them went to catch Immortality, and the other attacked the phantom clone. Their cooperation was extremely skillful. The top-level 4th grade Thunder Hammer suddenly flew out of the phantom clone's body and fired a lightning technique towards the great monk flying towards Immortality. Facing the attack of the great monk Muzhong, the phantom clone flickered strangely and used south close to the end of the world to appear outside the attack of the great monk Muzhong. When the phantom clone issued the lightning technique, the terrifying aura of the peak thunder cultivator enveloped the battlefield, and both the great monk Muzhong and the great monk felt the sense of oppression from the realm. This feeling only affected less than a breath of time, because the phantom clone was not the real peak Lei Xiao monk. But this also caused the great monk who flew towards Immortality to be hit by the lightning technique. Here, the great monk Muzhong was hit in the body by the phantom clone with a palm filled with electric light. The remaining 2 great monks were also eliminated by 2 late-stage golden corpses. On the top of the mountain, where there were 6 great monks as enemies, the battle ended as soon as they came into contact. The world is frozen! Just when the 6 great monks were dealt with, and Immortality was about to check the situation of the phantom clone, a cold voice came. Through the formation covering moon-watching peak, countless ice crystals fell from the sky, and the ice crystals focused on the 2 late-stage golden corpses. The 2 late-stage golden corpses were covered with countless ice crystals. The late-stage golden corpses struggled hard, and the ice crystals on their bodies were full of cracks. But more ice crystals rushed towards the late-stage golden corpses. The phantom clone was shocked. His figure flashed in front of Immortality, and the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer above his head released multiple bolts of lightning in succession. But the enemy hiding in the dark is himself a peak monk, possessing the ability to control the ice system. The formation of 1U peak, combined with the super large ice spell that the peak monk spent a long time preparing, created a situation that put the phantom clone at a disadvantage. Li Shiming tried the magic foot power and wanted to use south close to the end of the world to take Immortality away from 1U peak, but he found that the formation here blocked the internal and external space, making it impossible for him to use south close to the end of the world to leave the peak. The power of Icy World did not end. After temporarily sealing the 2 late-stage golden corpses, a large number of ice crystals turned to attack the phantom clones. The phantom clone cannot dodge, and Immortality is behind him. He can only use the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer to continuously send out lightning to attack the approaching ice crystals. However, the effect of using thunder and lightning to attack ice crystals was not good, and the figure of the peak monk was hidden, so that although his attack was sharp, the effect was almost insignificant. As before, I will take Fairy Yin away, and fellow Taoist Li will give you 200 high-level spiritual elixirs for great monks. In addition, you have killed 6 great monks, and you will also get 5 more 4th grade top grade weapon refining materials. The peak great monk seemed to have seen victory. He spoke like a victor. Li Shiming felt very aggrieved. Even if the opponent was a peak monk, if he really showed his body shape, he was still sure that he could fight with him. But this ice-type peak monk was hidden in the formation, using the formation to amplify his attack, making him temporarily unavailable. It seems that the ice crystal will affect the phantom clone. If that happens, Immortality, who has little ability to protect herself, will really be captured. At this moment, a cry came from the sky, and then a golden figure suddenly appeared next to Immortality. It was the huge golden-winged rock. Lord, let golden wings take you away, and I will have a good fight with this guy who hides his head and shows his tail, the phantom clone said to the frightened Immortality. You have to be careful. Immortality did not insist on staying. She knew very well that staying would have no effect and would instead drag down the phantom clone's combat power. She knew the golden winged Doping and jumped on the back of the golden winged Doping. On the back of the golden winged Doping, 2 figures of late-stage golden corpses jumped down and stood beside the phantom clone. The golden winged rock roared softly again, and its figure disappeared from the formation, then appeared in the sky outside the mountain peak. How is it possible? My formation can isolate space, the ice-type peak monk shouted in horror. At this time, he lost his calm. When he saw his target, he ran away. But his enemy had 2 more late-stage golden corpses. He had frozen 2 late-stage golden corpses before, with the help of the formation's bonus, and using 6 great monks to delay time, allowing him to there is time to prepare that extremely long super ice spell. Very large ice spells are rarely used in combat, because the enemy won't wait for you to use them, and either interrupts the spell or leaves directly. Most of the power of the previous super large ice spells was used to freeze the 2 late-stage golden corpses. It was completely insufficient to deal with 2 late-stage golden corpses. He didn't have time to cast another super large ice spell, so he couldn't suppress the 2 late-stage golden corpses. There was a flash of light on the 2 late-stage golden corpses, and a set of armor was put on them. The Phantom Clone's observation of the formation is not as good as that of the main body here. If the main body were here, even if the Ice System's peak monk was hidden in the formation, he would be found as soon as possible. Where would he encounter it? So much trouble. Now, after a period of observation of the Phantom Clone, Z15 of the main body has given the method to crack the formation here. 2 late-stage golden corpses wearing armor hit the spot where the formation could be broken. Before the 2 late-stage golden corpses wearing armor could break the formation, the 2 late-stage golden corpses that were frozen on the other side broke through the ice first. Having lost the continuous ice crystal seal, the late-stage golden corpse, which possesses unparalleled power, only took a moment to forcefully break the ice crystal seal. As soon as the ice crystal seal was broken, they put on armor. After confirming that the enemy they faced was a cunning peak ice monk, the golden corpses used all their strength in the later stage. The defensive power of their armors was enough to make any peak monk invincible. With a boom, 2 late-stage golden corpses shattered 2 icicles, and the entire formation surrounding Wanyu Peak also collapsed. The Phantom Clone's Thunder Hammer is ready with the lightning technique, and the other 2 late-stage golden corpses are also waiting for the enemy's position. A strong water rule came out, and Li Shiming felt the breath of water escape. This was the activation of the powerfully refined water escape life-saving Jade Talisman. Then he discovered that a figure turned into water and fled towards the distance. The speed was so fast that it would be difficult for the golden corpse to catch up later. Although the Phantom Clone had magical feet, the energy in the body really needed to be used to come in one fell swoop. If so, I'm afraid even if we catch up, we won't have much energy to fight with the opponent. Chapter 913 Investigation. The Phantom Clone stood on the spot and did not pursue the peak ice cultivator who used water escape to leave. A great monk of this strength is definitely not an unknown person, and it is not difficult to find out his identity. Besides, with the strength of his Phantom Clone and the weakness of the golden corpse in the later stage, it is impossible to catch up with the peak ice monk. With the departure of the great monk at the peak of the ice system, peace returned to Wanyu Peak. When he was fighting, he deliberately avoided accidentally injuring other monks, especially the female monks from Wanfeng Palace. He recalled 4 late-stage golden corpses and collected all 6 corpses of great monks in one place. Wanfeng Palace needed to send monks to handle the matter here. After all, it was Wanfeng Palace's sphere of influence. For Yin Shirlan's sake, he also needed to give Wanfeng Palace corresponding face. As his mind moved slightly, the golden-winged rock flew down from the sky to his side. When Yin Shirlan saw the innocent Phantom Clone, she let go of her worries. Although it was just a Phantom Clone and not Li Shiming's true body, the clone contained part of the soul of the original body. If something happened to the Phantom Clone, the original body would also be affected by the soul of damage. In the world of immortality, whether the physical body or the nascent soul is injured, as long as there is a good elixir, the injuries of the physical body and the nascent soul can be repaired. But the injuries on the soul are extremely difficult to recover. Senior Sister Yu! Yin Shirlan saw the absent-minded Senior Sister Yu at this moment. She stepped forward and whispered softly, "I'm fine. Thank you." Senior Sister Yu showed a forced smile. Her eyes kept falling on the body of the great monk Muzhong, and she replied. The other female nuns from Wanfeng Palace came over, and they also began to comfort Senior Sister Yu. The Phantom Clone had no intention of participating. He stood where he was, carefully guarding his surroundings. Fortunately, this time, they brought the Golden Winged Dapeng and 4 late-stage golden corpses. Without the Golden Winged Dapeng, Yin Shirlan would have been controlled by the opponent. He would be very passive. I really underestimated the monks in the world, Li Shiming thought to himself. He had always been on guard against powerful forces, but he didn't expect that a peak monk with 6 great monks would almost fall into his trap. The response from Wanfeng Palace was very fast, and the master of Palace Feng personally came over with a group of female monks. Fellow Daoisli, I made you laugh. I never thought that a monk would dare to reach out to Wanfeng Palace. Palace Master Feng waved the female monks, who came with her, to check the situation and handle matters. She came to the front of the Phantom Clone. The body said, "Okay," with a salute. After hearing what happened here, Palace Master Feng was extremely angry. It is precisely because of the relationship between Yin Shilan and Li Shiming that Luanfeng Palace has received great convenience. When the great monks from other forces still need to queue up to wait for alchemy, Luanfeng Palace's alchemy commission has always been given priority. In addition, Palace Master Feng pays more attention to Li Shiming's potential. Now Li Shiming is a real peak monk, and the possibility of being promoted to a powerful one is very high. Maintaining a friendship with a future great who only needs to invest a little now is definitely the most cost-effective thing to do. What happened today was not only a provocation to Luanfeng Palace, but also a destruction of the relationship between Luanfeng Palace and Li Shiming. I was the one who got Luanfeng Palace into trouble. This time it was a trap aimed at me and Lanner. The phantom clone shook his head and said. He thought for a while, and then said, I need Luanfeng Palace's help. The last ice-type Luanfeng Palace must be able to find out the identity of the top monk. This is of course, and you don't need to mention it, fellow Daoisli. This is what Luanfeng Palace should do. Master Feng Palace waved his hand. While they were talking, a female cultivator who was investigating the scene came over and bowed to Palace Master Feng. However, she saw the phantom clone and did not speak. Have you discovered anything? There is no need to avoid Taoist friendly. Just say it directly. Palace Master Feng ordered in a deep voice. Palace Master, the 6 great monks who were killed on the scene have been identified. One is the great monk Yin Rong of the Guiyuan sect. He used the disguise pill to transform into the great monk of the rogue cultivator Mu Zhang. We guess that he is the great monk of the Guiyuan sect, Yuan Zong's intelligence department. The other 5 great monks are all from the Bitao sect. The female cultivator bowed and told the results of the test. Li Shiming was not surprised that the great monk Mu Zhang, whose real name was Yin Rong, was a monk from the Guiyuan sect. But he did not expect that the other 5 great monks were from the Bitao sect. The Bitao sect is also a superpower, but it is not based on a certain continent. Instead, it occupies the Bitao Islands and establishes a superpower there. Guiyuan sect, Bitao sect, Guiyuan sect and Bitao sect actually joined forces to deal with Luanfeng Palace. Palace Master Feng said with a cold look in his eyes. The Guiyuan sect is a superpower in the Zhongzhou continent, and its alliance with the Bitao sect to deal with Luanfeng Palace is a typical example of colluding with external superpowers to deal with the superpowers in the same continent. Although there are some conflicts between the superpowers in Zhongzhou continent, generally speaking, they mostly cooperate. Together, these superpowers occupy Zhongzhou continent, which has the richest resources and the best environment in the world of immortality. They need to face tremendous pressure from other superpowers. In order to better protect themselves, they will naturally choose to cooperate with external parties. Even if there are some conflicts among the superpowers within the Zhongzhou continent, they will not cooperate with external forces to deal with the internal superpowers. This is an unspoken rule that all the superpowers in the Zhongzhou continent abide by. Especially when Palace Master Feng saw the female cultivator surnamed Yu who was still crying. Her anger could no longer be restrained. Fellow Daoisli, the latest information on the investigation of this matter will be sent to you as soon as possible. I think it is better to send Yin Shilan back to Luanfeng Palace first. Palace Master Feng thought of the phantom clone beside her, and she suggested, taking advantage of Yin Shilan's return to the sect. She also asked the female cultivator named Yu to go back with her. Staying here and crying would really affect the image of Luanfeng Palace. Palace Master Feng. That's exactly what I meant. The phantom clone did not insist on staying, and there was no point in staying. He bowed and said, under the instructions of Master Feng Palace. The female nuns from Luanfeng Palace, who participated in the party, all followed Yin Shilan back to Luanfeng Palace. After the phantom clone left with Yin Shilan and many female cultivators, the coldness in Palace Master Feng was completely released. Send my order to investigate the whereabouts of all the great ice cultivators, and at the same time stop all cooperation with Guiyuan sect and Bitao sect. She issued the order in a deep voice. In the next few days, the phantom clone was still waiting for the investigation results from Luanfeng Palace. In fact, he could use some connections and ask other superpowers to help with the investigation. And the cost would be just a few favors. I believe that no superpower in the world of immortality will refuse the favor from Li Shiming. But after all, the thing happened outside Luanfeng Palace. If he really wanted to do this, he would not trust Luanfeng Palace. Luanfeng Palace's intelligence was sent to Li Shiming once a day, and some details of the investigation were sent to Li Shiming. He did not expect that Luanfeng Palace's reaction would be so violent. Luanfeng Palace severed all cooperation with Guiyuan sect. This was a severed relationship between the two superpowers. And the impact was huge. 3 days later, Li Shiming received a piece of information. Luanfeng Palace investigated and found out the identity of the Peak Eyes monk at Wanyu Peak, who was the Great Monk Yishao of Guiyuan sect. Great Monk Yishao is a newly promoted top monk. Due to the death of the previous Great Monk Lin, he has become the most powerful monk in Guiyuan sect at present. And his status has also been greatly improved. The time when Great Monk Yishao was promoted was only a few decades ago. The body of Great Monk Lin of the Guiyuan sect was beheaded. The Guiyuan sect invested a lot of resources in the body of Great Monk Yishao and forcibly promoted him to the peak level of the Great Monk. Precisely because of the forced promotion, the realm of the Great Monk Yishao is not stable. Without a large amount of resources, the possibility of going further is extremely low. Probably for this reason, the Great Monk Yishao chose to start with Li Shiming, a master of alchemy with an extremely rich net worth. The 5 great monks of Bitao sect will participate in this matter because Bitao sect and Guiyuan sect have always had a relatively in-depth cooperative relationship. This time they were invited by the Great Monk Yishao. And of course Yishao was involved. A very heavy reward for a great monk. Li Shiming saw the information in his hand, and Luanfeng Palace took action. He had to express his feelings. Then a message came from the 10,000 Beasts sect, stopping any alchemy commissions from Guiyuan sect and Bitao sect. If there is a great monk who commissions alchemy on behalf of the great monks from Guiyuan sect and Bitao sect, the great monk will be cancelled immediately. Entrustment qualifications. Once this news spread, it was even more sensational than Luanfeng Palace's interruption of cooperation with the two superpowers. At the same time, it has a greater impact on Guiyuan sect and Bitao sect. In the final analysis, the cooperation between Guiyuan sect and Luanfeng Palace is just like that. While Luanfeng Palace and Bitao sect do not cooperate, and there is almost no cooperation with Bitao sect. Influence. But Li Shiming no longer makes elixirs for these two superpowers. So the impact is completely different. At present, all the great monks in the entire world of immortality have benefited from Li Shiming. They use the high-level spiritual elixirs of the great monks to practice, so that the great monks can practice well. When the great monks of other superpowers have such conditions, but the great monks of Guiyuan sect and Bitao sect do not have such conditions, the impact will not be too great in the short term. But if this happens for 100 or 200 years, the overall strength of the great monks of Guiyuan sect and Bitao sect will be obviously behind the great monks of other superpowers. So the day after the 10,000 Beasts sect announced the news, the Guiyuan sect sent a great monk to meet with Li Shiming's phantom clone. Li Shiming didn't want to meet him at first, but considering that Guiyuan sect was the superpower in Zhongzhou continent, he still wanted to meet him and hear what Guiyuan sect had to say. In the hall on the first floor of Fengqi Hall, Li Shiming borrowed this place to meet with the monks of Guiyuan sect. The person who walked into the hall was a young monk who looked young. Not only did he look young in appearance, but his vitality could tell that he was no more than 400 years old. This is probably the youngest great monk Li Shiming has ever seen, except for himself and his clone Li Yuanba. Although the opponent's realm is only close to the mid-level level of a great monk, considering the difficulty of achieving the realm of a great monk, it takes 400 years to cultivate to this level. And it is not as simple as being a genius. You cannot compare Li Shiming and Li Yuanba. Li Shiming and Li Yuanba use almost the top resources in the world of immortality in their cultivation, and they practice according to the highest standards of consumption of resources. Li Shiming can proudly say that apart from him, no other monk in the world of immortality can do this, no matter how deep the opponent's background is. The main reason is that the level of alchemy masters in the world of immortality is there. No other alchemy master except him dares to guarantee that the quality of his own alchemy is at least of high quality. In fact, the elixirs used by Li Shiming and Li Yuanba are all of the highest quality among high-end elixirs. And there are even some top elixirs, based on the level of other alchemy masters in the world of immortality. If you want a monk to reach the realm of a great monk in the middle stage in 400 years, the great monk in front of you is probably like him. And he never lacks spiritual elixirs for cultivation. And there are some adventures. Jiang Hao of the Guiyuan sect has met fellow Taoist Li. Senior monk Jiang Hao saw Li Shiming's phantom clone. He didn't show any indifference just because the other party was a phantom clone. He took the initiative to step forward and bowed. Okay, and introduced himself with a salute. It turns out to be fellow Taoist Jiang. You're so polite. The phantom clone returned the greeting. Then he waved to the great monk Jiang Hao to take a seat. And the female cultivator from Luanfeng Palace presented tea fruits. Li Shiming thought of the information about Guiyuan sect sent by Luanfeng Palace.
which contained information about the great monk Jiang Hao. The Jiang surname of great monk Jiang Hao is not simple at all. This is the direct bloodline of Jiang Song, the great leader of Guyuan sect, and has a very high status in Guyuan sect. Since the great monk Jiang Hao came to meet with Li Shiming, it seems that the Guyuan sect is showing great sincerity.
Fellow Taoist Li, regarding the two great monks Yi Shao and Yin Rong's attack on Fairy Yin, the Guyuan sect has conducted an investigation and found that it is indeed true. However, the actions of Yi Shao and Yin Rong have absolutely nothing to do with the Guyuan sect. Please believe that the Guyuan sect has done so. Yuan Zong's integrity.
Great monk Jiang Hao said straight to the point.
Then how does the Guyuan sect plan to handle this matter?
Li Shiming naturally understood that the behavior of the great monk Yi Shao was not like a decision made by a superpower. In fact, offending Li Shiming had more consequences than obtaining a group of great monks from him. Resources are much more serious.
Originally, I planned to send Yi Shao to you, but Yi Shao did not return to Yuanzong, and Yuanzong was also searching for Yi Shao. I came here this time because I don't want Yi Shao's personal behavior to affect the relationship between us. Relationship.
When the great monk Jiang Hao said this, he took out a jade box and pushed it in front of Li Shiming. He continued,
This is a little compensation from the Guyuan sect to Fairy Yin. In addition, once Yi Shao is captured, the Guyuan sect will immediately escort him to fellow Taoist Li, who will handle it personally.
Li Shiming was really surprised. He did not expect that Guyuan sect would handle it this way. Guyuan sect's attitude was extremely low-key.
I feel the sincerity of Guyuan sect, but I still need to consider the attitude of Wanfeng Palace. I believe fellow Taoist Jiang can understand this,
Li Shiming said with a smile. Chapter 914 News. Guyuan sect's unexpectedly low profile allowed what would have turned into a battle between superpowers to calm down in a short time. Of course, the concessions Guyuan sect made were not made public. It's just that the 10,000 Beasts sect stopped restricting the great monks of the Guyuan sect, which caused a lot of discussion in the immortal world. Yin Shirlan gained an additional set of 4th grade top quality jewelry and a 4th grade top quality women's robe. These were the compensation for Guyuan sect. Although Li Shiming could easily take out more, Guyuan Zong was able to take out these, which shows that he put a lot of thought into it. Half a month later, in the Fengqi Palace Hall, this time it was Palace Master Feng who came here. Li Shiming's phantom clone and Yin Shirlan received Palace Master Feng together. Palace Master Feng took the initiative to apologize and did not sit in the main seat, but let the phantom clone sit in the main seat.
Fellow Taoist Li, we have some news about Yi Shao, but it has not been confirmed. But it is very likely,
Palace Master Feng said softly.
Please let me know. Master Feng Palace.
Li Shiming stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. He knew that if Palace Master Feng came in person, this unconfirmed news about Yi Shao would not be simple. If it were ordinary news, it would only need to be conveyed to him, or sent by some monk, and there would be no need for Palace Master Feng to come in person. Palace Master Feng was speaking, but she stopped and looked towards Yin Shirlan. Yin Shirlan took out a set of 4th grade top grade tea sets. It was not the 4th grade top grade tea sets that attracted Princess Feng's attention, but the tea leaves that Yin Shirlan was putting in that attracted her attention. Li Shiming didn't push it. This time, in order to thank Palace Master Feng for his efforts, he specially sent some 4th grade Wen tea from the Eastern Qi continent using Thunder Beast. After this period of consumption, there is no longer enough Sipin without tea. Although Yin Shirlan does not have Li Shiming's tea-making skills, those around Li Shiming have practiced with the top-notch spiritual tea in the world of immortality, and their tea-making skills are not low. As the heated 4th grade spiritual spring is poured into the teapot, a refreshing fragrance of tea is released.
I didn't expect that I am an ignorant person, but I only got to smell this kind of spiritual tea today.
Palace Master Feng sighed as she watched Yin Shirlan bring a cup of 4th grade Wen tea in front of her, and gently picked up the 4th grade top quality tea cup. Road. She obviously saw the preciousness of this spiritual tea, but she didn't realize that there was only this one cup. On the other side, Li Shiming's phantom clone could not drink tea, but Yin Shirlan could drink tea. But Yin Shirlan did not prepare a cup for herself.
This is the 4th grade Wen tea. Please use it. Palace Master,
Yin Shirlan introduced with a smile.
Sippin' without tea. Thank you very much.
Palace Master Feng was no longer polite, although she was a little impatient. Her good cultivation allowed her to remain elegant and calm while drinking tea. After a cup of 4th grade Wen tea fell into her stomach, her eyes lost focus
and the breath on her body continued to surge. Li Shiming and Yin Sherlan did not disturb her, but waited quietly. It took 2 sticks of incense for Palace Master Feng to regain consciousness from the state of enlightenment.
Fellow Taoist Li, I owe you a great favor. This cup of 4th grade Wen tea has increased my chances of being promoted to half-step power by at least 10%.
Palace Master Feng couldn't hide the glint in her eyes, and she suppressed it. Overjoyed, he bowed slightly to Li Shiming and said,
As long as this tea is useful to Palace Master Feng, I would also like to thank Palace Master Feng for her help many times.
Li Shiming returned the favor. Palace Master Feng smiled, and she kept this in mind. At her level, a favor is a promise. Regardless of whether Li Shiming accepts it or not, her favor will be returned when necessary.
I heard from the Guiyuan sect that Yishao took away a complete inheritance of the Guiyuan sect. According to the information collected so far, Yishao is very likely to take care of the Bitao sect.
She continued. Topic said.
Bitao sect is also a superpower. So why would they protect Yishao for him?
Li Shiming had questions. This is the relationship between 2 superpowers. Although Yishao is a top monk, it is not a good choice to become enemies with the Guiyuan sect for the sake of a top monk. Besides, the previous information mentioned that the Bitao sect and the Guiyuan sect had a deep cooperative relationship, which made the Bitao sect's operations even more complicated and confusing.
It's probably that complete inheritance. Guiyuan sect is good at the ice element, while Bitao sect is good at water element. Or maybe that complete inheritance has a key role that we don't know about, allowing Bitao sect to pay a huge price for it.
Feng the palace owner analyzed.
So what are Luanfeng Palace's plans?
Li Shiming had some concerns in his mind and asked aloud.
Bitao sect took Yishao in. That is to say, Yishao deceived the female monks of Luanfeng Palace and attacked the core monks of the sect outside the mountain gate of Luanfeng Palace. Then, Luanfeng Palace and Guiyuan sect jointly attack Bitao Zone starts a war.
Palace Master Feng said calmly. But there is a hint of coldness in this plainness. As the palace owner of Luanfeng Palace, her decision almost made Luanfeng Palace rarely participate in the battle between super forces. It is understandable that the Guiyuan sect takes action against the Bitao sect. How can one endure this kind of thing when his family's core heritage and a peak monk who has been fully cultivated are taken in and protected by the Bitao sect?
Will this war lead to the intervention of powerful people?
Li Shiming asked the question he was most concerned about. To be honest, even if Bitao sect is a super force, he doesn't care about the combat power of Bitao sect under its great power. Now he has a deeper understanding of the half-step power. He knows how difficult it is to take action with the half-step power. Not to mention most of the half-step power. Distractions may affect the half-step power itself. Practice. So when it comes to conflict with the Bitao sect, the only thing you need to worry about is the great power.
The ancestors and Jiangdanan of Guiyuan sect have already said low to the great powers of Bitao sect. The great powers of both sides will not take action in this war, and will limit the war to the level of great monks.
Palace Master Feng replied with a smile. She heard what Li Shiming meant, which was to prepare to participate in this superpower war. Thinking about Li Shiming's horrific record, Li Shiming's joining will make this war extra simple and easy.
I will send Lauder back to the 10,000 Beasts sect first, and then this clone will take 4 late-stage golden corpses to participate in this war,
Li Shiming promised. Although Li Shiming will not personally participate in the war, the participation of the 4 late-stage golden corpses is enough to give Luanfeng Palace more combat power than the 4 peak monks. In this way, Luanfeng Palace can almost remain in an invincible position, allowing Luanfeng Palace to face this war calmly. This is the opportunity for Luanfeng Palace to show its fangs for many years, and the Lord of Feng Palace does not want any problems to occur. Moreover, she was not ready to mobilize outside help, since Li Shiming was a participant in the conflict. It was understandable that he would join it. The Bitao Islands are located to the south of Zhongzhou continent. The Bitao sect occupied this place and established a human settlement in the ocean. Although it had to face threats from the ocean, it also enjoyed the marine resources within the Bitao Islands. In fact, after so many years of development, Bitao sect has long reached an agreement with the powerful spiritual beasts in the ocean, and the conflicts between the two parties are limited, being far away from other continents. The Bitao sect has absolute power in this Bitao Islands. In the main hall of the Bitao sect mountain gate located in the center of the Bitao Islands, 2 top monks were sitting opposite each other, both of them looking very ugly.
Ishia, I regret agreeing to protect you,
Brother Huaying said in a deep voice. Senior monk Huaying is the pinnacle senior monk of Bitao sect, and the most powerful monk of Bitao sect. There is a secret in Bitao sect. Bitao sect has an inherited skill called Ingshuang Divine Book. Guiyuan sect has an inherited skill called On Tianjin Scroll. And in Bitao sect, a classic in it. It is recorded that the Ingshuang Divine Book and On Tianjin Scroll are one. The combination of Ingshuang Divine Book and On Tianjin Scroll is a top-level water-based skill called Jingning Forbidden Code. For this secret, Bitao sect intends to cooperate with Guiyuan sect, hoping to obtain the inherited skills of On Tianjin Scroll from Guiyuan sect. But how could a core inherited skill from the Guiyuan sect be leaked? Although the Bitao sect has been working hard for this, the huge price they paid before has only obtained a small part of the On Tian Scroll. Without the complete inheritance of the On Tian Scroll, it is impossible to use the two skills. Legal merger. Even Bitao sect is doubting that the prerequisite for the merger of the two skills is that the inheritance jade slips of the two skills are needed to merge into one. Think about it. The Ingshuang Divine Book alone is the core inheritance of Bitao sect. And the On Tianjin Scroll is also one of the core inheritances of Guiyuan sect. If the two core inheritances are merged together, the merged Qingning, how high will the level of Forbidden Code be? For this price, Bitao sect never gave up. Finally, the opportunity came. Great Monk Yishao had been paying attention to the affairs of the Bitao sect, and knew what the Bitao sect was thinking about the On Tianjin Scroll. This time he came over with the inherited jade slip of the On Tian Scroll, and proposed that the Bitao sect would swear to protect him before he would hand over the On Tian Scroll. The Bitao sect agreed to the proposal of the Great Monk Yishao. The cost of protecting the Great Monk Yishao and the benefit of obtaining the Jingning Forbidden Code allowed the Bitao sect to take in the Great Monk Yishao. But the development of the matter was beyond the expectations of the Great Monk Huaying. He originally thought it was a quarrel between two superpowers, but he did not expect that it would develop into a 2-on-1 superpower war. In particular, it also involved Li Shiming, the most popular peak monk in the world of immortality, which immediately gave senior monk Huaying a headache. Fellow Taoist Hua, you should think more about how to deal with it, Great Monk Yishu said calmly. Before he found the Bitao sect's protection, he considered all possibilities, and specifically asked to make an oath with the Bitao sect in order to prevent the Bitao sect from selling him out for profit. The Bitao sect made an oath with the Great Monk Yishao for the purpose of Jingning Forbidden Code, and the oaths made by the sect are almost unsolvable oaths. If the Bitao sect really wanted to break their oath, the price would be so high that the Bitao sect would not be willing to do so. In the world of cultivating immortals, monks' vows, especially those made based on the rules of heaven and earth, will be restricted by heaven and earth. Once a monk violates this type of vow, he will be ostracized by the rules of heaven and earth. When a monk reaches the realm of a great monk, if he wants to increase his strength, he needs to enhance his understanding of the rules of heaven and earth, not to mention other effects of being excluded by the rules of heaven and earth. The fact that they are unable to deepen their understanding of the rules of heaven and earth is enough to prevent any great monk from breaking his oath. The rules established with the sect expanded the restricted high monks to all the high monks in the entire sect. The monks in Luanfeng Palace are all female cultivators, so there is no need to worry about their combat prowess. Guiyuan sect has suffered a lot of losses now. Without the combat prowess of the peak monks, it does not pose much of a threat to us. The only thing that needs to be considered is Li Shiming. His combat power is too strong, and we don't have the combat power to restrain him. Brother Huaying had already analyzed the situation, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about Li Shiming. He can't come in person." Brother Yishao said with certainty. After all, the great monk Huaying is not a great monk in Zhongzhou continent. The Bitao sect is also somewhat out of touch with the world of immortality, and there are few channels for information regarding powerful people. He analyzed many things about Li Shiming entirely through circulating information. Li Shiming is being targeted by Luo Danning of Yuqing sect. As long as he dares to leave the Dongqi continent, Luo Danning may personally take action. I hope Li Shiming comes here, so that his big trouble can be solved as soon as possible. Yishao the great monk then explained. If that's the case, it would be much simpler. Senior monk Huaying nodded happily. The great monk Yishao did not tell the other party that even if Li Shiming did not take action personally, the combat power he could send would be enough to kill any top monk. Anyway, Bitao sect has a powerful existence. Even if Guiyuan sect and Luanfeng Palace attack, they can only cause Bitao sect to lose some monks, and cannot do anything to them. As long as he gets through this current level, the biggest trouble in the future will be that he cannot show up in the world of immortality. Guiyuan sect and Luanfeng Palace will always want him. He looked at the great monk Huaying, who joined the Bitao sect after receiving the Bitao sect's promise of protection. If he really waits until the great monk Huaying dies in battle, he will be the only peak great monk of the Bitao sect. Then, he will find a way to show off in front of the powerful. Maybe he can control the power of the Bitao sect. In that case, he can also get the resources to advance to half-step power from Bitao sect, which is his alternative plan. In the Guiyuan sect, the Guiyuan sect just wanted him to become a peak monk and had no intention of training him further. Otherwise, it would not have chosen to use force to promote him to a peak monk and set his path in the future. More difficult. The great monk the Guiyuan sect really wants to cultivate. The great monk Yishao is very clear about. That is the great monk Jiang Hao, who is the bloodline of Jiang Danning, and the direct descendant of Miao Hong. It was probably impossible for the great monk Huaying to imagine that the great monk Yishu had also plotted against him. Chapter 9:15 War. Li Shiming's phantom clone stood on the deck, and the shadow of the island was faintly visible in the distance. He was riding a large flying boat from Luanfeng Palace. The Lord of Feng Palace personally went out this time, and brought 5 late-stage great monks with him, and the rest were hundreds of female cultivators of various realms. These hundreds of female cultivators of various realms came to the Bitao Islands together to cultivate their combat experience. This war started by the 3 superpowers is an extremely rare opportunity to sharpen their skills. Although female cultivators are generally not good at fighting, Luanfeng Palace still wants to cultivate a group of female cultivators with strong combat capabilities. Li Shiming originally planned to let the phantom clone drive a spaceship alone, but Palace Master Feng considered the energy problem of the clone and invited the phantom clone to ride a large spacecraft with them.
Friend Daoisli, the battlefield prepared by Bitao sect and us is not far from here.
Palace Master Feng came to the side of the phantom clone and said, looking at the island in the distance.
What do you need from me?
The phantom clone asked.
No need for the time being. According to the rules, we will start with the Golden Core cultivators first, and then the battle between the Yuan Ying junior and middle-class monks, so that the juniors can also have a chance to practice.
Palace Master Feng explained with a smile.
Okay, I just hope that Bitao sect can hand over Yishao.
The phantom clone nodded and said. This time, after the phantom clone sent Yin Shiruan back to the 10,000 Beasts sect, he immediately reunited with Luanfeng Palace. He came here just for the great monk Yishao. The methods of the great monk Yishao were extremely clever. He was one of the very few great monks who almost suffered a huge loss even though his realm was not the dominant factor. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he is a phantom clone and cannot exert many of the abilities of his original body. After returning this time, the phantom clone received a lot of support from the main body.
Guiyuan sect seems to be too weak to send out even a peak cultivator.
Palace Master Feng changed the topic and said dissatisfiedly. Guiyuan sect also dispatched 6 great monks this time, as well as hundreds of monks from various realms. However, among the 6 great monks, there was no peak great monk, making the Guiyuan sect's combat power this time far less than that of Luanfeng, compared with the palace's combat power. When the phantom clone heard this, it was difficult to speak. Brother Lin Yuanda of Guiyuan sect. This peak monk was beheaded by him physically, and later he killed him again. However, when he killed Brother Lin Yuanda for the second time, he didn't just kill Brother Lin Yuanda. The physical body was extinguished together with its nascent soul. Guiyuan sect spent a lot of resources to retrain another peak monk Yishao. It is also because of him that this great monk Yishao is now wanted by Guiyuan sect and Luanfeng Palace. Today's Guiyuan sect doesn't even have a single peak monk, which makes the Guiyuan sect's team very shabby. Fortunately, they are acting together with Luanfeng Palace. The combined combat power of both parties is still very advantageous compared to Bitao sect.
This war has something to do with me. These are the 20 life-saving talismans I made. They can be considered a little help from me.
The phantom clone shook his head and took out the 20 talismans and sent them to Lord Feng Palace. Palace Master Feng unexpectedly glanced at the phantom clone. The life-saving talisman was extremely precious. Due to the scarcity of production materials, the life-saving talisman became a treatment that only the monks who valued it especially in this sect were given. The phantom clone took out 20 life-saving talismans at once. Such a large-scale act surprised even the far-sighted Palace Master Feng. These are all in one go.
Life-saving talismans. I didn't expect that in addition to being a master of alchemy. Fellow Taoist Li's method of hand-drawing talismans is also considered to be top-notch in the world of immortality. In addition, this is the first time I have seen this talisman paper.
Palace Master Feng after checking it with his spiritual sense. He couldn't help but said in surprise, "It's just some practice. I hope it helps," the phantom clone said with a smile. In fact, these one-stop life-saving talismans are more than a little different from the life-saving talismans he prepared for the great monks of the 10,000 Beast sect. The 20 life-saving talismans of arriving in one fell swoop, taken out this time, were all made from the blank talismans of ordinary great monks. Since the divine power was not solidified on the talismans, the arriving in one fell swoop cast by the talismans could the space movement carried out was only 400 miles away. In his opinion, the 400-mile spatial movement was nothing compared to the 8,000-mile distance he used to perform one move. But in the eyes of Palace Master Feng, the value of these life-saving talismans is almost comparable to the life-saving talismans made by peak monks using precious 4th-grade top-grade jade talismans. They are even more practical due to the special nature of coming in one go. Thank you, fellow Daoistly. This will prevent some good seedlings worthy of attention from dying prematurely, Palace Master Feng said as she put away the 20 life-saving talismans of arrival in one fell swoop. She immediately turned around and entered the cabin of the large flying boat, preparing to send out the 20 life-saving talismans of arrival in one fell swoop. She also planned to allocate 2 life-saving talismans of arriving in one fell swoop to each of the other 5 great monks to increase the self-protection ability of each great monk. Wanfeng Palace rarely engages in wars of this level. Lord Feng Palace attaches great importance to this war, and many of the monks he brings are elite monks from various realms. She didn't want too many elite monks to die in this war. These female cultivators were all good candidates, and were the hope for the future of Wanfeng Palace. About half an hour later, the large flying boat stopped, dropped to a height of 100 meters, and activated the defensive array. At the same time, the scanning array on the large flying boat was fully activated, scanning all nearby movements at all times. 50 meters away from this large flying boat, the large flying boats of the Guiyuan sect were parked side by side, and their defensive formations were also activated. Since the battlefield set by the Bitao sect was above an uninhabited island, for the sake of safety, both Wanfeng Palace and Guiyuan sect chose to use the large flying boat as a temporary safety point. With the scanning formation of a large flying boat, the monk sitting in the flying boat can detect the situation on the battlefield and make various adjustments in time. The Phantom Clone released 4 late-stage golden corpses, and the 4 late-stage golden corpses were scattered in all directions of the large flying boat. Although the Bitao sect has decided on the battlefield, no one can guarantee whether the Bitao sect will send great monks to attack the large flying boat. This kind of superpower war is fought in different levels according to the rules. The battle between Jindan monks will only be carried out among Jindan monks, and the battle in the early and middle stages of nascent soul will only be carried out among nascent soul monks of the same realm. It is also allowed for the high monks not to attack those low-level monks, but to directly attack the unprepared high monks in the large flying boat. What Bitao sect is best at is the water system, and the water on the ocean is their natural escape method protection. Without much communication, the Jindan monks from Wanfeng Palace and Guiyuan sect flew into the battlefield. On the other side of the island, a sunken hole appeared on the sea. From the hole, one after another Jindan monks flew out and entered the battlefield. The Phantom Clone stood on the deck. He was no stranger to this kind of war in the world of immortality. Li Shiming also participated in this kind of war back then. Generally speaking, if there are irreconcilable conflicts between two forces, they will be resolved through war. This kind of war is also a stage for the two forces to train low-level monks, allowing low-level monks to contribute to the sect, and at the same time meeting the needs of low-level monks for actual combat. But he was a participant in the war before, not a spectator now. The Golden Elixir female cultivator from Wanfeng Palace is not bad at fighting. In addition, the Golden Elixir cultivator from Guiyuan sect will always help the Golden Elixir female cultivator from time to time, so that the Golden Elixir female cultivator rarely suffers much harm. One more thing to mention is that most of the Golden Elixir cultivators of Bitao sect are male cultivators. Most of the time, these male cultivators will not kill the female cultivators of Wanfeng Palace. Seeing this situation, the Phantom Clone couldn't help but smile. Although the world of cultivators does not care about gender. In fact, the ratio of male and female monks is seriously imbalanced, and female cultivators will always receive some care inadvertently. Only one peak monk from the Bitao sect has arrived. At this time, the great monk Jiang Hao from the Guiyuan sect flew over from the large flying boat next to him and landed on the deck and said in a deep voice, His eyes swept over the 4 late-stage golden corpses around him, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. He had received reports about Li Shiming's strength. In the later period, Golden Corpse was a commonly used combat power by Li Shiming. According to the analysis and judgment of the intelligence department, the combat power of a late-stage Golden Corpse is almost equivalent to that of a peak monk. Li Shiming's phantom clone actually brought 4 late-stage Golden Corpses this time. This combat power alone was more powerful than the combined combat power sent by Luanfeng Palace and Guiyuan sect. No wonder the world of cultivators is unwilling to offend Li Shiming. Even though Li Shiming has shown unimaginable value and mastered the ultimate level of alchemy, the superpowers have only expressed a friendly attitude and have no intention of catching Li Shiming in their hands. The superpowers even allow the 10,000 Beasts sect in the Eastern Qi continent to dominate and occupy the resources of a continent. Even though the resources of the East Qi continent are relatively small, the occupation of the East Qi continent by the 10,000 Beasts sect will definitely affect some of the superpowers' indirect control of some of the resources of the East Qi continent. I have just confirmed that the monks of the Bitao sect are gathered in the sea, which makes scanning the array much more difficult. Palace Master Feng also nodded. There is only one peak monk. Does that mean Yi Xiao did not appear here? The phantom clone frowned slightly. The purpose of his coming here is for the great monk Yi Xiao. He feels that the great monk Yi Xiao is like a poisonous snake. He will always feel uncomfortable unless he gets rid of the great monk Yi Xiao. As for this war between superpowers, in his opinion, it is like a child playing house. That should be the case. The Bitao sect did not follow the agreement and brought Yi Xiao to the battlefield. Great monk Jiang Hao said through gritted teeth. He and Li Shiming had the same purpose. Both for the great monk Yi Xiao. He wanted to get rid of the great monk Yi Xiao even more than Li Shiming. The traitorous behavior of the great monk Yi Xiao would not be tolerated by any sect. If the traitors are not killed by forceful means, then where's the dignity of the Guiyuan sect? When the Guiyuan sect and the Bitao sect agreed on the war, they agreed that the great monk Yi Xiao would be present. Open a communication channel with Bitao sect. If they really want to break the contract, we will make the matter public. Palace Master Feng said in a deep voice. The communication channel with Bitao sect was opened very quickly, and a communication request was sent to the other side through the communication array of the large flying boat. This is a method of communication often used on the ocean. After the two sides connected the communication, they first reported their identities to each other. Fellow Huaying, the Bitao sect did not keep its word, and Yi Xiao did not come to the battlefield. After each other's identities were announced, Palace Master Feng went straight to the point. Don't underestimate the credibility of a sect. If the news about Bitao sect's bad faith is spread, the sects that cooperate with Bitao sect will consider whether to continue the cooperation. It is very unsafe to cooperate with a sect that has no credibility. If Bitao sect wants to continue to survive in the world of immortality, it cannot let the news of the sect's bad faith spread. Fairy Feng, fellow Taoist, he will only come a little late. He will definitely come tomorrow. Brother Huaying explained quickly. He was also helpless. When he set out, the great monk Yi Xiao proposed to come one day late. After considering the special situation of the great monk Yi Xiao, and the fact that the first 2 days of the war were fought by low-level monks, he agreed. Unexpectedly, Luanfeng Palace and Guiyuan sect were able to detect the situation in the sea and discovered that the great monk Yi Xiao had not arrived. Fellow Taoist Huaying, if Yi Xiao does not arrive tomorrow, Luanfeng Palace will retreat immediately and announce to the world of immortal cultivation that Bitao sect does not talk about faith. Master Feng Palace said in a deep voice. The same is true for me. Guiyuan sect. If I don't see Yi Xiao's arrival, this war is meaningless. Great monk Jiang Hao followed. This war happened to resolve the matter of the great monk Yi Xiao. If the person involved, the great monk Yi Xiao, did not show up, there would be no need for this war to proceed. During the exchange between the 3 major monks, it did not affect the battle on the battlefield. Once the female cultivators at Luanfeng Palace are injured, they will take corresponding high-level healing elixirs. This is beneficial to the relationship between Luanfeng Palace and Li Shiming. Except for the 10,000 Beasts sect, Luanfeng Palace and Jiani Choushao Pavilion, Li Shiming has never refined this type of healing elixir for other sects. Different from the elixir used for cultivation, this high-level healing elixir has a greater effect and is often the life of a monk. If a monk is fatally injured, he can save his life by taking a high-level healing elixir of the same level. This is a strategic resource. Li Shiming will not refine it at will. This kind of high-level healing elixir is also quite rare in the world of immortality. In this war, the total number of monks sent by Luanfeng Palace and Guiyuan sect was equal to the number of monks sent by Bitao's sect. This was a seemingly fair war. However, under the influence of the high-level healing elixir of the Luanfeng Palace female cultivators, and the natural advantages of the female cultivators, the number of injured and fallen monks in the Bitao sect was increasing. Before the day was over, the Jindan monks of Bitao sect were driven out of the battlefield. In the first round of the Golden Elixir level war, the Bitao sect failed. This failure also made the world of immortal cultivation aware of the strength of the future monks of the Bitao sect, and had a certain impact on the status of the Bitao sect in the world of immortality. Don't underestimate a war that is only at the Golden Core level. The meaning of this kind of war is the future potential of a sect. This is a recognized standard of judgment in the world of immortality. Chapter 9:16 Attack. The war at the Golden Core level ended. And then the war at the early stage of Nascent Soul began. When facing the Nascent Soul cultivators of the Bitao sect, the Nascent Soul female cultivators from Luanfeng Palace are no longer as advantageous as they are at the Golden Core stage. The Yuaning monk's mentality is more stable, and he rarely shows mercy when facing female cultivators. In addition, the water spiritual energy in the environment here is extremely dense, which allows the Nascent Soul monks of Bitao sect to exert stronger combat power. In the battle of the Nascent Soul stage, the influence of the environment becomes even more critical. Fortunately, Guiyuan sect is also good at the water system, so he can stabilize the situation.
We must train them well when we go back,
Palace Master Feng said, looking at the battlefield with some dissatisfaction. You can't see it at ordinary times. Only on the real battlefield can you see the shortcomings of your own monks. Neither the phantom clone nor the great monk Jiang Hao answered. Talking at this time would make Palace Master Feng feel even worse. When a Nascent Soul female cultivator activated the life-saving talisman of
arriving in one fell swoop,
and returned from the battlefield to the large flying boat, Palace Master Feng could no longer suppress her anger. The phantom clone had never seen Palace Master Feng, a female cultivator who was like a fairy. She was very aggressive when scolding people. She scolded the Nascent Soul female cultivator until she couldn't lift her head and kept sobbing. However, the great monk Jiang Hao noticed the effect of the life-saving talisman. The ability to instantly appear on the large flying boat from the battlefield meant that it was a space life-saving talisman. As for Luanfeng Palace assigning life-saving talismans of this grade to the female cultivators of the early Yuaning stage, he initially thought that the female cultivator of the early Yuaning stage should be the core cultivator in preparation. But after the second and third female cultivators in the early stage of Nascent Soul used life-saving talismans to return to the large flying boat, he overturned this judgment. He was almost certain that Luanfeng Palace had a lot of space life-saving talismans in his hands, so he would use them so wastefully on a female cultivator in the early stage of Nascent Soul. In fact, even if the Guiyuan clan has great achievements, when seeing Luanfeng Palace consuming space and life-saving talismans, the great monk Jiang Hao felt heartbroken for Luanfeng Palace. The war in the early stage of Nascent Soul is still going on, but this battle will not end in a short time. After a period of fighting, Guiyuan sect became more and more familiar with the cooperation between the early Yuaning monks from Luanfeng Palace. The early Yuaning monks originally chosen by Guiyuan sect and Luanfeng Palace were all relatively powerful among the early Yuaning monks. After the initial discomfort, these early Yuaning monks gradually stabilized. Finally, on the second day, the large flying boats of Luanfeng Palace and Guiyuan sect both turned on the scanning array to the maximum, scanning the movements of Bitao sect at all times. The most important thing was whether the great monk Yishao had arrived. The great monk Yishao was not willing to come. He knew very well that Li Shiming, Guiyuan sect and Luanfeng Palace had offended them all, and all three parties wanted to kill him. He had previously thought of delaying his arrival. With the Bitao sect's safe spot in the sea, there was a good chance that he could get through without him going to the battlefield. But he underestimated the determination of Guiyuan sect and Luanfeng Palace. The large flying boats, sent this time, were equipped with stronger scanning arrays to deal with the concealment effect of Bitao sect's safe spots in the sea. The great monk Yishao still needed to stay in the Bitao sect for a long time. At the request of the great monk Huaying of the Bitao sect, he used water escape to reach a safe point in the sea of the Bitao sect. The reason why he used water escape instead of flying normally was because he was afraid that he would be intercepted midway. But water escape is different. He can escape in the sea until he reaches a safe point in the sea. As long as he encounters any danger, he can escape through water escape. With his peak cultivator strength, even stronger enemies would be able to defeat him at most, and it would be impossible to keep him. With this idea in mind, the great monk Yishao entered a safe spot in the sea.
Yishao, you are finally here. The credibility of Bitao sect has almost been ruined. After seeing the arrival of the great monk Yishao, the great monk Hua Ying said with a long sigh of relief. As long as the great monk Yishao arrives, with the help of the two superpowers on the opposite side, the aura of the great monk Yishao will be discovered. There was no need for the great monk Yishao to show up. He also knew that once the great monk Yishao showed up, he would probably be attacked by the two super forces. This war is just an explanation for the two superpowers. If the war is really lost, the Bitao sect will pay some price and be able to delay the matter of the great monk Yishao for a while. After a few years, even if Guiyuan sect and Luanfeng Palace never let go, things will slowly fade away over time. Bitao sect is very experienced in dealing with this kind of thing and has already thought of a way to deal with it. Bitao sect is also my sect now, and I will protect the sect. Great monk Yishi replied with a smile. He sat next to the scanning array at a safe point in the sea. He needed to personally control the scanning array and pay attention to the movements of the great monk on the opposite side, so that he would have time to react. You can't blame him for being cowardly. But he betrayed a super force, offended another super force, and had a grudge against a powerful monk. Now all the suffering masters are coming to his door. If he is not careful, he may fall into eternal disaster. Situation. Yishao is here. I found Yishao. Palace Master Feng and Master Jiang Hao spoke almost at the same time. Although the two superpowers are cooperating, they are actually secretly competing. This makes the time when the two superpowers discover the great monk Yishao almost indistinguishable. The phantom clone looked at the safe spot in the Bitao Zone Sea. The formation there was impossible to observe in detail due to the water, which made it impossible for him to see through the formation from a distance. But he had expected this. He waved his hand to the sky, and a golden figure passed through the defensive formation of the large flying boat in Luanfeng Palace and appeared beside him. This sudden figure startled Palace Master Feng and Master Jiang Hao. If the golden winged rock hadn't immediately stretched out its head to communicate with the phantom clone, Palace Master Feng's attack would have been launched. Palace Master Feng looked at the formations of the large flying boat in disbelief. She found that the defensive formations were all intact and there were no problems. This discovery made her eyes change when she looked at the golden winged rock. A spiritual pet that could break through defensive formations. And the aura exuding from the golden winged rock was that it was a late-stage 4th grade spiritual pet. Thinking of the red gold phoenix clearly revealed by Li Shi, the dragon that rarely appears, the thunder beast that the phantom clone often rides, and the golden winged rock. Even if Li Shiming is a great monk of the 10,000 Beasts sect, he should not have so many a powerful spiritual pet. Palace Master Feng. Fellow Taoist Jiang, I'm going to catch Yishao. Yishao is too cunning. If I don't catch him on the spot this time, I'm afraid it won't be easy to find him again in the future. The phantom clone said to the two of them. Just catch Yishao. Without any hesitation, the great monk Jiang Hao immediately agreed with his idea. Be careful. Bitao sect's Hua Ying is not weak. Palace Master Feng didn't stop her. She just reminded her. The phantom clone nodded, and he waved to the 4 late-stage golden corpses on the side. The figures of the 4 late-stage golden corpses turned into golden threads, and then appeared on the back of the golden winged rock. The phantom clone also jumped on the back of the golden winged Daping. Although the back of the golden winged Daping was very crowded, it was only more than 100 miles from here to the safe point in the Sea of Bitao Zone on the opposite side. More people online will have no impact on the golden winged Daping. The golden winged rock let out a cry and disappeared on the deck in a flash. Palace Master Feng was horrified. Right before her eyes, she saw the golden winged rock ignoring the defensive formation. The defensive formation here has space restrictions and does not allow spatial movement. However, this space restriction is ineffective against the golden winged rock. The great monk Jiang Hao was not surprised by this. He did not know that the golden winged Daping did not have the permission to enter and exit the large flying boat in Luanfeng Palace. He thought that the golden winged Daping could only enter and exit freely if it had permission. He was just curious about the space ability of the golden winged rock. This kind of spiritual pet was really attractive. Any monk would wish to have such a spiritual pet. A flying spiritual pet that can move through space. Moreover, the golden winged Daping gave him the feeling that he himself would never be the opponent of the golden winged Daping. The figure of the golden winged rock disappeared from the large flying boat in Luanfeng Palace, and used his space ability to directly cross a distance of more than 100 miles. When he reappeared, he was in a safe spot in the Bitao Sect Sea. The defensive formation at the safe point in the sea had no effect at all. It was not until the golden winged rock appeared inside the safe point
that the formation responded. As soon as the golden-winged rock appeared, 4 late-stage golden corpses flew towards the great monk Yishao. The phantom clone activated the thunder hammer and directed the thunder technique that had been prepared long ago at the great monk Huaying. The great monk Huaying was in a safe spot in the sea and was not prepared for the attack. When the golden-winged rock appeared, he only had time to bless himself with a magic shield. This is because he has practiced the blessing of the spell shield to an instinctive reaction. And that is why he immediately blessed himself with defensive spells. Then a bolt of lightning hit his defensive shield. The defensive shield kept shaking under the lightning attack. The phantom clone sighed helplessly in his heart. This was already a full blow from the phantom clone. But it still could not break through the defensive shield temporarily activated by the great monk Huaying. It can be seen from here that the combat power of the phantom clone cannot be compared with that of the peak monk. Even the sudden attack cannot defeat the great monk Huaying. The fierce battle that follows will be even more difficult. On the other side, great monk Yishao had been observing the scanning array. When the scanning array discovered a sudden appearance of the aura of a late 4th grade spiritual beast, he had a bad feeling in his heart. For this reason, he blessed himself with 2 defenses, a magic shield and a magic weapon defense. Even though he has become a lost dog, as a member of the Guiyuan sect, the defensive magic weapon in his hand is still of the top quality of the 4th grade. The moment the golden-winged rock appeared, he hesitated for a moment and did not immediately use water escape to escape. After all, he is also a top monk. He always looks at the enemy's strength before deciding how to deal with it. When the other party only showed up with a peak monk, he actually ran away. And he was afraid that he would become a laughing stock in the Bitao sect afterwards. But when he sensed the enemy's strength, it was too late for him to use water escape. He never expected that 4 late-stage golden corpses would arrive in one teleportation. A clone of a peak monk. And a 4th grade late-stage spiritual pet. The phantom clone had formulated a battle plan long before taking action. The 4 late-stage golden corpses don't have to worry about anything and use all their strength to deal with the great monk Yishao. So when the great monk Yishao was preparing to use water escape, the 4 late-stage golden corpses were faster than him. The speed rule mark added effect to the speed of the late-stage golden corpses, allowing the late-stage golden corpses to perform far beyond the speed of a non-speed peak monk. By the time great monk Yishao reacted, he was surrounded by 4 late-stage golden corpses. The distance between the 4 late-stage golden corpses was only 2 or 3 meters away from him. And the 4 late-stage golden corpses were wearing armor when they attacked. And they were holding heavy hammers in their hands. Boom! 4 heavy hammer bombardments happened at the same time, so that the monks in the safe point in the sea only heard a deafening bombardment. The great monk Yishao only felt numb all over his body. And terrifying huge force bombarded his defensive magic weapon from 4 directions. The defensive magic weapon was broken instantly. This was not just an ordinary defensive magic weapon being broken. The defensive magic weapon was hit hard by 4 huge forces. A 4th grade top quality defensive magic weapon could not withstand such an attack, and turned into pieces and flew out in all directions. The heavy hammers in the hands of the 4 late-stage golden corpses did not stop because of this. And the remaining force hit the defensive spells of the great monk Yishao. The defensive spell of the great monk Yishao is ice armor. This ice armor defense will freeze enemies attacking at close range when attacked. This is a very effective method to deal with late-stage golden corpses. At least it can give yourself some time to react when the late-stage golden corpses are frozen. But obviously, in order to deal with the great monk Yishao, Li Shiming learned from the previous experience and let the golden corpse wear armor in the later period. It can be said that at least the current attack power of the peak monks cannot break through the defense of the late-stage golden corpse with armor on. The ice armor defense was also shattered during the attack, and 4 heavy hammers hit the body of the great monk Yishao. Everything happened so fast that the great monk Yishao didn't even have time to take out the life-saving jade talisman before he was hit by 4 heavy hammers. The life-preserving jade talisman was not activated in time. This was due to the great monk Yishao himself. He was still somewhat confident in his own strength. He believed that no matter what the situation, he would have time to use water escape to leave. He didn't even consider using the life-preserving jade talisman. The life-preserving jade talisman should be reserved for the most dangerous times. His current situation is different from the previous situation in Guiyuan sect. His life-saving jade talisman has no replenishment after use. Without gaining the trust of the great master of the Bitao sect, it is impossible to obtain the life-saving jade talisman from the great master of the Bitao sect. The 4 late-stage golden corpses were controlled by Li Shiming's 4 brains respectively. During the attack, they did not kill the great monk Yishao with one blow. When the heavy hammer hit the great monk Yishao, the 4 late-stage golden corpses used the shock method, using huge force to simultaneously shock the inside and outside of the physical body of the great monk Yishao from 4 directions. When the physical body and nascent soul of the great monk Yishao were attacked, they did not receive a fatal blow, but they fell into an uncontrollable situation. Chapter 917 Catch. After Brother Hua Ying felt that the thunder method cast by Li Shiming's phantom clone could not break through his own defense, he had time to observe the situation of Brother Yishao. The battle on the other side was over, and he saw that the great monk Yishao was put on a restraining device by 4 late-stage golden corpses. Although there were 6 great monks standing by, they were not allowed to intervene in a battle at the peak level of a great monk. Brother Hua Ying also understood that Li Shiming's phantom clone was the key. The 4 late-stage golden corpses were controlled by the phantom clones. Perhaps the 4 late-stage golden corpses could be affected by dispersing the phantom clones. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and launched an attack towards the phantom clone. The phantom clone displayed, "Close to the end of the world," and appeared at another safe point in the sea. The Sky Strike Thunder Hammer sent out a bolt of thunder and lightning and blasted away towards the great monk Hua Ying. Brother Hua Ying did not dodge, but took out a defensive magic weapon. The defensive magic weapon was an ice shield made of top-grade 4th-grade ice crystals. After activation, an ice shield was formed around his body. The thunder and lightning bombarded the ice shield, causing little threat. Even the speed of the great monk Hua Ying was not affected. The great monk Hua Ying was not very happy. After he discovered that the phantom clone could use the magic foot power, he couldn't help but become anxious. Although the 6 great monks of Bitao sect stepped forward to resist the 4 late-stage golden corpses at this time, they could only resist for about 2 breaths at most. He needs to deal with the phantom clone within 2 breaths. 2 breaths is too short, especially if he wants to deal with enemies with magical feet. The aura of the great monk Hua Ying suddenly increased, and the formation that blocked the seawater around the safe point suddenly lost its effect. Countless seawater poured in and turned into his weapons, heading towards the phantom clone. The safe point is at the bottom of the sea, which is a great advantage. He is a great monk at the peak of the water system. This environment is the most suitable environment for him to fight. The phantom clone frowned slightly. His magical power could only be used within a safe point formation. There was a space shielding formation on the formation, preventing him from penetrating the formation to use his magical power. This makes his moving space extremely limited, and the seawater controlled by the great monk Hua Ying will squeeze all his moving space in a very short time. "Kill him!" the phantom clone ordered in his heart. The great monk Hua Ying uses the golden winged rock as a mount, but the golden winged rock is the strongest among a group of mythical beasts. Just after the phantom clone gave the order, the golden winged rock's body glowed with golden light. Its wings flapped twice, and countless golden flying needles shot out from its wings. These golden flying needles are composed of solid gold spiritual power. Through the innate ability of the golden winged rock, they form an attack with terrifying penetrating power. The golden flying needle passed through the seawater controlled by the great monk Hua Ying, and made a tinkling sound when it collided with the ice shield on the body of the great monk Hua Ying. Although the golden flying needles were small, they were extremely numerous. During the constant collision, the body of the great monk Hua Ying retreated involuntarily. At this moment, the figure of the golden winged rock flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already inside the protective ice shield of the great monk Hua Ying. The space inside the protective ice shield was not large. The golden winged rock forced his way in, and he was almost right next to the great monk Hua Ying. Unlike the unprepared monk Hua Ying, the golden winged rock is good at close combat, which is also one of the natural fighting methods of powerful mythical beasts. The great monk Hua Ying was unprepared, and he did not expect that the golden winged rock could pass through the defensive shield laid by the defensive magic weapon. He let out a scream, and the 2 pairs of sharp claws of the golden winged Dapeng were clasped on his shoulders, and the golden winged Dapok's sharp beak pecked at his body. The great monk Hua Ying has a powerful life-saving jade talisman, and he also has the secret method of water escape. And he is in the sea, and there are many water secret methods available. But now he can't do anything, even in the sea. The golden winged rock, who is not good at fighting in the sea, controls him with his claws, and all his methods can no longer be used. Seeing that the sharp beak of the golden winged rock is about to hit the great monk Hua Ying, as long as it hits the great monk Hua Ying with the strength of the golden winged rock, this blow can make the great monk Hua Ying fall on the spot. The great monk Hua Ying was decisive. Just before the golden winged rock's sharp beak hit his physical body, his nascent soul flew out from his physical body. The nascent soul of the peak monk was very solid, and his eyes showed hatred and fear. The nascent soul leaves the body, and gives up the physical body. This is the worst choice for the nascent soul monk. This choice will ruin his possibility of being promoted to a half-step to great power. Even if he practices to the extreme in the future, he will only be able to return to his current level. It's just that Yuaning doesn't have time to be angry. He needs to leave immediately. The phantom clone flashed and stood in front of nascent soul's departure. The nascent soul collided with the body of the phantom clone. Both the nascent soul and the phantom clone were energy bodies. The collision between the two parties was the collision of souls. There are not many souls in the phantom clone, so it was greatly affected by this collision. However, the phantom clone has a huge energy defense, different from the energy in the Yuaning body. The energy in the phantom clone's body simulates the body of the monk and plays a role in protecting the soul. The energy in Yuaning's body is a fusion of soul and spiritual power, which is why Yuaning is extremely fragile. Although the soul of the phantom clone was hit, and was a little confused for a moment, the Yuaning of the great monk Huaying was even worse. The soul of the nascent soul hit the energy SH.L of the phantom clone. It was first impacted by the energy SH.L, and then with it, the souls of the phantom clones collided together. Nascent soul also entered a brief state of dizziness. Unfortunately, although the phantom clone fell into confusion, the 4 late-stage golden corpses and the golden winged rock were controlled by several brains of the remote body Li Shiming. When the phantom clone and the Yuan-ing of the great monk Huaying were in a stagnant state, 4 late-stage golden corpses came to the Yuan-ing. They each fired a stream of cold energy, while the golden winged rock fired a stream of 5-color energy, forming a 2-layered cage trapping nascent soul inside. The phantom clone woke up. He looked at the nascent soul trapped in 2 layers of energy with a smile on his face. He took out the forbidden talisman from the soul crystal ring. At this time, Huaying great monk's nascent soul also woke up, but it was restricted by the 2-layer cage and could not move. He could only watch as the phantom clone drove the forbidden talisman into Yuaning's body, and Yuaning completely lost consciousness. "This is a good research material," the phantom clone murmured to himself. During the collision between the nascent soul and the phantom clone just now, he discovered a strange phenomenon. It seemed that his phantom clone did not reject the foreign nascent soul. During the docking process, the phantom clone was harmed by the collision of souls, and the energy of the nascent soul did not produce much destructive power on the phantom clone. The current environment was not suitable for research, so he put the Yuaning into a forbidden jade box. This was a jade box specially made to restrain the Yuaning. At this time, the 6 great monks had already fallen aside. They wanted to block the 4 late-stage golden corpses, but this was the result. The phantom clone put away the body of the great monk Huaying, then grabbed the body of the great monkey Shao, and sat back on the back of the golden winged rock. The golden winged rock let out a cry, and its figure disappeared from a safe spot in the sea, leaving a mess behind. The golden winged rock returned to the large flying boat in Luanfeng Palace. It only took tens of breaths from leaving to returning. "Fellow Taoist Li, Yi Xiao has been caught." "Great!" Brother Jiang Hao shouted excitedly when he saw the restrained brother Yi Xiao. You can't blame him for being rude. Due to the defection of the great monk Yi Xiao, the prestige of the Guiyuan sect was greatly reduced. In order to regain their influence, Guiyuan sect still made a war request to be Tao sect even when the strength of the great monks was greatly reduced. Now the great monk Yi Xiao was finally caught, although it was Li Shiming's phantom clone who caught him. This time it was a joint operation. No matter who caught the great monk Yi Xiao, the Guiyuan sect was also the victor. "Fellow Taoist Li, I wonder if you can leave Yi Xiao to me for a while. I need to ask something from him." Brother Jiang Hao quickly calmed down. He thought that brother Yi Xiao was brought back by a phantom clone, and there are some things that must be asked from the mouth of the great monk Yi Xiao. He asked a little embarrassedly. "No problem, but I can't unlock the restrictions on him. I don't want to catch him again. I need to know the information you asked." The phantom clone waved his hand and said. He was also very curious about how the great monk Yi Xiao could be taken in by the Bitao sect. Otherwise, he would have casually killed the great monk Yi Xiao before. His method of extracting confessions was learned when he was at a low level, and he may not be able to deal with the top monks. "Palace Master Feng, I need a quiet room. Fellow Taoist Li can watch from the side while I press my questions." Great monk Jiang Hao requested from Palace Master Feng. He showed his attitude by interrogating the great monk Yi Xiao on the flying boat in Luanfeng Palace, and even let Li Shiming watch. "Just that room?" Palace Master Feng said, pointing to the room on the top floor. The great monk Jiang Hao bowed to the Lord Feng Palace and thanked the master, then carried the great monk Yi Xiao towards the room. The phantom clone followed him and entered the room together. Palace Master Feng stood still. Since Brother Jiang Hao didn't invite her, it meant that he didn't want her to know. She turned her gaze to the battlefield. At this time, the nascent soul monks of Bitao sect on the battlefield already knew that something was wrong at the safe spot, and they began to retreat. In this situation, the war is finally over. As soon as he entered the room, the great monk Jiang Hao took out a formation disc. After the formation disc was opened, it formed an isolation circle covering the room.
Fellow Daoistly, if I ask some secrets about Guiyuan sect from Yi Xiao, I hope that friendly will keep it a secret.
Senior monk Jiang Hao solemnly requested the phantom clone before the interrogation.
I will keep it secret.
The phantom clone nodded. Brother Jiang Hao did not ask the phantom clone to swear any oath. In terms of credibility, he still believed in Li Shiming. He took out a rope, which was woven from silver threads. According to the phantom clone's perception, the rope was of extremely high quality, but it was unable to accurately judge its quality for the moment. Li Shiming immediately understood that the rope should be a rare object or a treasure.
Please also ask fellow Daoistly to loosen the restraints, so that Yi Xiao can speak.
Senior monk Jiang Hao wrapped the rope around senior monk Yi Xiao, and he turned to the phantom clone and said, in fact, he had the ability to take action himself. But the restriction on the body of the great monk Yi Xiao was placed by the phantom clone. In order to show respect for the phantom clone, he still asked the phantom clone to operate it. The phantom clone was not polite. He adjusted the strength of the restriction on the great monk Yi Xiao. The great monk Yi Xiao woke up from his unconscious state. When he saw the phantom clone and the great monk Jiang Hao, he immediately understood his situation. When he discovered the silver rope on his body, his eyes turned gray.
When I asked, I didn't expect that junior brother Jiang would be carrying this treasure. It seems that I can't keep what I have in mind,
he said, giving up resistance. How come a great monk from the Guiyuan sect doesn't know the treasure of?
Ask the heart.
This is a treasure used by the Guiyuan sect to interrogate important crimes. Under the
inquiry of the heart,
no monk can resist it. Of course,
Ask the heart
is not without its flaws. When the
Ask the heart
works, the monk needs to be restrained and unable to use spiritual power. In other words,
Ask the heart
can only ask questions from the monks who are completely controlled.
Yi Xiao, Guiyuan sect treats you well. Why did you betray Guiyuan sect?
Senior monk Jiang Hao looked at senior monk Yi Xiao with anger in his eyes, and asked loudly. The great monk Yi Xiao had joined the Guiyuan sect since his Qi period, and the Guiyuan sect had trained him to the peak of the great monk realm. Jiang Hao didn't understand how the great monk Yi Xiao could betray the Guiyuan sect.
Ha ha ha. The Guiyuan sect treats me well. Since Lin Yuan's death,
the Guiyuan sect has used forbidden methods to forcibly promote me to the peak level of a great monk. Have you asked me for my opinion?
Great monk Yi Xiao was subjected to, ask the heart,
restrictions, but as long as what he says is his true inner thoughts, the way of expression still depends on his emotions.
You have been greatly favored by the Guiyuan sect. Although you suffered a little injustice when your help was needed, the taboo methods are not irreparable. It is still possible to recover in the future. Is this the reason for you to betray the sect?
Jiang the great monk shook his head and continued to question.
This is just one of them. I didn't want to betray the sect before. I took the
Tianjin scroll
just in case. I designed it to blackmail Li Shiming and get compensation from Li Shiming for the losses caused by the forced promotion.
Said at this point, the great monk Yi Xiao took a look at the phantom clone. The phantom clone didn't speak, just looked at it coldly.
When I was considering blackmailing Li Shiming, I knew the possible consequences. With Li Shiming's influence, once the matter is exposed, I'm afraid the Guiyuan sect will not protect me.
When the great monk Yi Xiao said, won't protect me, he couldn't help but look at the great monk Jiang Hao with a sarcastic smile. After his accident, based on the information obtained from Guiyuan sect decided to give up on him and use him to make up for the relationship with Li Shiming. Chapter 918 Interrogation.
Yi Xiao, don't make excuses. You took away the
Tian scroll
beforehand and decided to betray the sect at that time. Don't be as noble as you said. Where is the
Tian scroll?
Now?
Great monk Jiang Hao interrupted the great monk Yi Xiao and asked. He really didn't want to mention this matter in front of the phantom clone. It was he who told Li Shiming that the Guiyuan sect planned to hand over the great monk Yi Xiao to Li Shiming. It's okay to talk about this kind of thing alone in private. But now that the three parties are gathered together, it's really embarrassing to talk about it. The Han Tian scroll was handed over to the Bitao sect by me. This is why the Bitao sect agreed to take me in. Under the influence of asked the heart, the great monk Yishao revealed the whereabouts of the Han Tian scroll. Why does Bitao sect want the Han Tian scroll? Great monk Jiang Hao asked. Although the core inherited skills such as Han Tianjin scroll are extremely valuable, as the Bitao sect is a superpower, its core skills are no worse than the inheritance of Han Tianjin scroll. Breaking up with the Guiyuan sect over a Han Tianjin scroll is absolutely inappropriate. The value of a Han Jinjin scroll is really not as good as the impact of the break. The fusion of Bitao sects, Ningxuang Divine Script, and Han Tianjin scroll is a technique called Qingning Forbidden Code. This is the main reason why Bitao sect has always been on good terms with Guiyuan sect. Great monk Yishao always answers all questions. A flash of light flashed in the eyes of the great monk Jiang Hao. He knew exactly what level of technique the Han Tian scroll was. A skill that requires the merger and fusion of the Bitao sect's inherited skill, Ningxuang Shinshu, and the Guiyuan sect's inherited skill, Han Tianjin scroll, must be a skill far superior to the Han Tianjin scroll. The higher the realm, the stronger the influence of the exercises on the cultivation level. This can be judged from the Heavenly Man art that Li Shiming has practiced. Since practicing the Heavenly Man art, Li Shiming has greatly improved both his training speed and combat power. Moreover, his mental, physical, and spiritual powers have all been greatly enhanced. It can be said that after practicing the heavenly art, he is ahead of other monks of the same level in many aspects. More importantly, the higher the level of the skill, the greater the help for promotion. A top-level skill may create more great monks, peak great monks, or even half-step great masters. This matter is related to the future of the sect. Bitao sect and Guiyuan sect are both sects that specialize in the water system. The Qingning Forbidden Code that combines Ningxuang Divine Book and Han Tianjin Scroll must be suitable for Guiyuan sect. Fellow Taoist Li, please help the Guiyuan sect to force the Bitao sect. After getting the Qingning Forbidden Code from the Bitao sect, the Guiyuan sect is willing to let you downly copy a copy. Great monk Jiang Hao turned to look at the phantom clone and proposed own opinions. Yishao was caught. My revenge has been avenged, and the matter is over. I will not participate in the conflict between super forces. I'm sorry. The phantom clone refused without any hesitation. Perhaps for the Guiyuan sect and Bitao sect, the Qingning Forbidden Code is extremely precious and can enhance the potential of the sect. But Li Shiming himself has the Heavenly Man technique, and feels that the Heavenly Man technique is the most suitable method for him. How could he covet the Qingning Forbidden Code, which is obviously a water-based method, even though he easily killed the great monk Huaying in the battle with the Bitao sect? In fact, if he really had to fight to the death with the Bitao sect, he would definitely draw a powerful move. By then, he wouldn't even be able to protect himself, which was not what he expected. He can participate in this battle, but the great masters of Wanfeng Palace and Guiyuan sect guarantee that the great master of Bitao sect will not interfere. Now that the war is over, it is best for him to leave early for his own safety. Great monk Jiang Hao sighed helplessly. He knew that Guiyuan sect was currently weak in the realm of great monks. This is of course because Li Shiming knew that 2 consecutive top monks had fallen into the hands of Li Shiming. I'm afraid there are not many great monks in Bitao sect. I killed 5 last time, and I killed 6 more this time. The phantom clone thought about it, and then told the great monk Jiang Hao some information. There was a war between Bitao sect and Guiyuan sect, and it was in his favor. He killed the top monk of Bitao sect and many other great monks, and this feud was forged. Guiyuan sect has a lot of hatred with Li Yuanba, so it will be good for Li Yuanba to let Guiyuan sect's strength decline. Thank you, fellow Taoist Li, for informing me. Sure enough, upon hearing this, great monk Jiang Hao said with joy on his face, thinking that Bitao sect has suddenly lost 11 great monks and 1 peak great monk. No matter how rich the Bitao sect's family wealth is, this is still a strain. He even doubted whether there were any great monks in the Bitao sect. If there were, they might be aging great monks who were taking care of themselves. A superpower has 11 great monks, which is an astonishing number. Later, Brother Jiang Hao asked Brother Yishao some questions, which related to the internal affairs of Guiyuan sect. Among them was the source of information about Brother Yishao in Guiyuan sect. Afterwards,
there will probably be a bloody storm within the Guiyuan sect, and many monks related to the Great Monk Yishao will be dealt with by the Guiyuan sect. This interrogation took an hour, and the Great Monk Jiang Hao recorded the compiled information into the jade slips.
Fellow Daoisley, thank you for handing over Yishao to me for interrogation. This favor has been recorded by Yuan Zong. Now I will hand Yishao over to you. I just hope that Yishao will not appear again.
Great Monk Jiang Hao brought Yishao to the throne. The monk put away the
questioning cord
on his body, bowed and said to the phantom clone. The phantom clone nodded. The lightning in his hand flickered, and a bolt of lightning entered the body of the Great Monk Yishao. Although this thunder and lightning was not sent through the
Sky Strike Thunder Hammer.
At this time, the Great Monk Yishao, not to mention having no defense, could not even mobilize the spiritual power in his body, and he was completely defenseless. This thunder and lightning went straight into the body of the Great Monk Yishao, killing both the physical body and the soul of the nascent soul. The vitality of the Great Monk Yishao was gone, and his body fell heavily to the ground. The phantom clone stepped forward calmly and took out the soul crystal ring and natal magic weapon from its body. The Great Monk Jiang Hao did not expect that the phantom clone would be so decisive and killed the Great Monk Yishao on the spot. He watched the phantom clone put away the body of the Great Monk Yishao, and couldn't help but mourn for a moment of silence for the Great Monk Yishao. After all, he and the Great Monk Yishao were from the same sect. According to Li Shiming's habit, the corpse of the Great Monk Yishao would probably be refined into a refined corpse in the future. With the death of the Great Monk Yishao,
the previous grudges were over. He thought of the scene of getting along with the Great Monk Yishao. He did not make any demands. He knew that he was not qualified and had no position to make demands. Li Shiming and the Great Monks Jiang Hao walked out of the room. At this time, they saw that there were no monks on the battlefield in the distance, and all the monks had returned to the large flying boat. It seemed that he was just waiting for the two of them to finish the interrogation and decide what to do next.
Fellow Daoist Jiang, the matter has been resolved. Luanfeng Palace has decided to return today.
Palace Master Feng revealed Luanfeng Palace's decision after seeing the Great Monk Jiang Hao.
Palace Master Feng, there is something I need to tell you,
Great Monk Jiang Hao said as he handed over a jade slip. The phantom clone glanced at it, but he didn't look any further. This is obviously the Great Monk Jiang Hao who wants to pull Luanfeng Palace to deal with the Bitao sect. No matter how great the loss of combat power of the Bitao sect's great monks is, the pressure on the Guiyuan sect family to deal with the Bitao sect is still too great. If Luanfeng Palace joins, on the level of power alone, it will be a situation where two powerful people face one powerful person. It is unlikely that the powerful master of Bitao sect would dare to break up with him, and it would be easier for him to compromise and hand over the
Jingning Forbidden Code.
Palace Master Feng took the jade slip and entered it with her spiritual consciousness to look at it. After waiting for a while, she calmly handed the jade slip back to the Great Monk Jiang Hao.
Master Feng Palace, what do you think? Guiyuan sect is willing to share this technique.
Great Monk Jiang Hao asked aloud.
Luanfeng Palace has no desire for the Qingning Forbidden Code. Luanfeng Palace has its own inheritance, so there is no need to steal any techniques.
Palace Master Feng's attitude was very clear, and she had no intention of continuing. Palace Master Feng knew very well that although the grade of
Qingning Forbidden Code
was attractive, it was not suitable for Luanfeng Palace. Luanfeng Palace's technique was created in conjunction with the Scarlet Gold Phoenix. The
Qingning Forbidden Code
is obviously more suitable for the Guiyuan sect. If Luanfeng Palace joins the conflict for the
Qingning Forbidden Code,
it will only end up with one more person in the library. It's just a collection of skills. The one who gained in the end was Guiyuan sect. And Palace Master Feng would not do such a thing. Great Monk Jiang Hao left the large flying boat in disappointment and returned to the large flying boat of Guiyuan sect.
It seems that fellow Daoistly has not agreed to cooperate with the Guiyuan sect,
Palace Master Feng said to the phantom clone with a smile.
The 10,000 Beasts sect really cannot make enemies of superpowers for the sake of profit,
the phantom clone explained. The reason why I approached the Bitao sect before was because the Bitao sect took in the Great Monk Yishao. And there were also great monks from the Bitao sect who participated in the kidnapping of Yin Sherlan. He came to fight with the Bitao sect. No monk could blame him for this matter, let alone connected to the 10,000 Beasts sect. But when he clashed with the Bitao sect again over a skill, the meaning was different. This is tantamount to him representing the 10,000 Beasts sect in the competition for interests with the superpowers. No matter what the outcome, the 10,000 Beasts sect will be put at a disadvantage.
Then let's go back. This place is reserved for Guiyuan's sect.
Palace Master Feng confirmed Li Shiming's intention, and said with a smile, and waved his hand. When Wanfeng Palace and the Phantom Clone left, Guiyuan sect's large flying boat did not move. It seemed that it was preparing to suppress Bitao sect. This also made Palace Master Feng keep accelerating the large flying boat. She did not want to be involved in subsequent conflicts, since the large airship is full of female cultivators. The Phantom Clones live on the top floor of the large airship. He entered the room and took out the soul crystal ring of the great monkey Xiao. He was also curious about the net worth of this peak monk who rebelled against the Guiyuan sect. It is a pity that the great monk Huaying of Bitao sect has not yet died, so the soul crystal ring on his body cannot be opened. But this is only a matter of time. The Yuaning of Huaying great monk is in his hands. After the research is completed, the Yuaning will be disposed of. When the Phantom Clone's consciousness entered the soul crystal ring, he saw the net worth of the great monkey Xiao. He had only one feeling, and that was poor. He is not comparing the great monkey Xiao with his own net worth. There is no need to compare at all. In the world of immortal cultivation, it is difficult for even a powerful person to surpass his net worth. He almost single-handedly monopolized the refining of the great monk's elixir. In addition to the remuneration for elixir refining, the retention in elixir refining alone made him extremely rich. He compared the net worth of the great monkey Xiao with the top monks he had killed before. Even those peak monks, who had the least net worth, were all worth more than the great monkey Xiao. In the soul crystal ring of the great monkey Xiao, there is a 4th grade high-level flying boat. This is also a good flying boat in the world of immortal cultivation. Outside the shield, there are basically no 4th grade spiritual objects.
How can you be so poor?
The Phantom Clone couldn't help but complain. He is now looking at the trophies. That is, the trophies of the peak monk will bring him some surprises. But this time, he didn't even have the slightest surprise. At first glance, there was no spiritual object that tempted him. The spiritual objects in the soul crystal ring are even inferior to many ordinary great monks. One thing Li Shiming didn't know was that the net worth of the great monkey Xiao was still good. But in order to kidnap Yin Sherwan, the great monk Xiao invited several great monks to take action. Although the great monk Xiao proposed an attractive reward, he still had to give some benefits in advance. The benefits of the 6 great monks wiped out his wealth in one go. In the Guiyuan sect, he was not a monk who was valued by the powerful. The sect only started training him after the death of the great monk Lin Yuan. Their investment was all to promote him to the peak of the great monk as soon as possible. During this period, there were no resources left for him. After putting away the soul crystal ring, the Phantom Clone no longer thought about the net worth of the great monkey Xiao. Even if the great monkey Xiao had a rich net worth, it could only be regarded as the icing on the cake for him. He put his mind on the Yuaning of the great monk Huaying. At this time, the Yuaning of the great monk Huaying was restrained and was in a state of being unable to think. He contacted Z15 on the main body and began to scan the nascent soul, and then compared it with the clone's body to study possible solutions. It didn't take long for Z15 to come up with a plan. He took a look at the plan and found that it could not be carried out during the voyage because the plan needed to be returned to the main body Li Shiming before it could be operated. Thinking that following the large flying boat from Wanfeng Palace, it would take a long time to return to the Zhongzhou continent. He was not going to the Zhongzhou continent, but to the 10,000 Bees sect in the eastern Qi continent. It would be better to separate now and let the Golden Winged Rock take him, so that he can return to the 10,000 Beasts sect faster. He did what he wanted to do, and said goodbye to the Lord of Feng Palace. Feng Palace would not stop him. He summoned the Golden Winged Rock, sat on the back of the Golden Winged Rock, and flew towards the distance. Chapter 919 Inventory. The Golden Winged Daepak is good at ultra-long distance flight, and can move hundreds of miles in space from time to time, making its flight seem particularly weird, even faster than the speed of the Thunder Beast. It took a few days for the Phantom Clone to return to the 10,000 Beast sect. Li Shiming has not been in retreat recently, and his main task now is to gain enlightenment. He took back the spoils of war from the Phantom Clone, including the Yuaning of the great monk Huaying. This Yuaning is the Yuaning of the peak monk. This Yuaning is in the strongest state of the Yuaning realm. Unfortunately, without the protection of the physical body, the Yuaning is still extremely fragile. He had some ideas about how to deal with this nascent soul. He summoned the Heavenly Ghost, then used a brain to control the Heavenly Ghost, and then took the Heavenly Ghost and the Yuaning of the great monk Huaying into the computer room space. In fact, after the Yuaning of the great monk Huaying enters the computer room space, no matter whether the experiment is successful or not, It is impossible for the Yuaning of the great monk Huaying to retain its own consciousness. The computer room space is his biggest secret, regardless of this small space. Not to mention compared with the cave sky. Even the interior of a space object is larger than the computer room space. But the role of the computer room space is second only to the natal magic weapon Z15. This space that traveled with him played a crucial role in his growth. The Yuaning of the great monk Huaying was sent into the computer room space. This Yuaning has been restricted and sealed, and is in a state where it cannot think or feel. Tiangui stretched out a finger and inserted it into nascent soul's head. The heavenly ghost is a spiritual body, and the nascent soul is a fusion of soul and spiritual power. It is an energy body, and has little resistance to the invasion of the heavenly ghost. Li Shiming used the 0.5 nanometer ultrafine control power of the computer room space to amplify everything in Yuaning's body. He himself has 5 peak monks' nascent soul, and he is very researched on this level of nascent soul, especially the natal magic weapon Z15, which has a special project to analyze and research the nascent soul. During his observation, he distinguished the functions of each part of the nascent soul, and he found the area belonging to the consciousness of the great monk Huaying. This is the memory of the soul of the great monk Huaying embodied in the Yuaning. On Tiangui's finger, a trace of spiritual body turned into a scalpel, peeling off the consciousness of the great monk Huaying from the inside of nascent soul. This is something that no monk has ever done in the world of immortality. At least there are no relevant records in this regard in the large number of classics that Li Shiming has obtained. During the operation, he knew the difficulty of peeling off this kind of consciousness. If he didn't have 0.5 nanometers of ultramicro control, it would be impossible to peel off the consciousness from the inner body of the nascent soul. This part of the stripped consciousness was not wasted, and was swallowed up by the ghost. The whole process took a day. The soul lamp belonging to the great monk Huaying of the Bitao sect was not extinguished. But in fact the great monk Huaying was completely extinct. The Yuaning left in the computer room is in a state of chaos, without any consciousness, but with a trace of instinct, which controls the Yuaning from collapse. Li Shiming moved Yuaning out of the computer room space, and Yuaning was suspended in front of him. He removed all the restrictions on the Yuaning. The Yuaning, both inside and outside, was under the attention of his consciousness. As long as there was the slightest abnormality, it would be sensed by him. Z15 also joined the surveillance, although he was extremely confident that the experiment was successful. It involved his secrets, and there could not be any surprises. With the restrictions removed, Yuaning regained contact with the outside world. But Yuaning did not move. It just instinctively absorbed the spiritual energy from the outside world and circulated it in its body to increase the spiritual power in Yuaning's body. After a period of inspection, and after confirming that the consciousness of the great monk Huaying within the Yuaning was very successful, he handed over the Yuaning to the phantom clone beside him. The phantom clone took the nascent soul directly into his body. It could be faintly seen that after the nascent soul entered his body, it did not cause any abnormal changes in energy. The nascent soul was well integrated into his body. His spirit began to enter the nascent soul. This is a secret method of magic cultivation obtained by Li Shiming, which uses the spirit to corrode the nascent soul of other monks. It's just that the erosion method of the magic cultivation secret method is very violent. Even if it succeeds, it will only add a magic baby to himself. The biggest effect of the magic baby is to act as an energy source for spiritual objects such as puppets. In the hands of Li Shiming, this secret method of magic cultivation has exerted effects beyond the imagination of its creator. After the nascent soul was stripped of its original owner's consciousness, under this secret method of nascent soul erosion, the nascent soul was influenced by the spirit of the phantom clone, and it accepted the control of the phantom clone. Of course, even so, this Yuaning cannot be regarded as the phantom clone of Yuaning, but it can do some things that Yuaning can do. For example, the energy before the phantom clone is his body, and every part of the body is made of energy. After having the Yuaning will become his energy storage. This is the energy storage capacity of a peak monk, so that the phantom clone no longer has to worry about insufficient energy in terms of total energy. In addition, with this nascent soul, the phantom clone can completely rely on the nascent soul to directly absorb the spiritual energy from the outside world, thereby converting it into spiritual power. It's a pity that this nascent soul's technique is a water-based technique. The spiritual power it cultivates needs to be transformed by the phantom clone, and some of it will be reduced into a higher quality chaos spiritual power. However, the flaws are not concealed. With the phantom clone of nascent soul, He can truly be regarded as a true peak monk except that he has no physical body. Just after the phantom clone controlled the Yuanying, the soul crystal ring and natal magic weapon of the great monk Huaying could no longer be hidden. The phantom clone controlled the Yuanying to materialize it into a physical object and sent the Yuanying away. Li Shiming took over the soul crystal ring. Although the great monk Huaying was not dead in theory, because his nascent soul was controlled by the phantom clone, the restrictions on the soul crystal ring did not prevent his spiritual consciousness from entering. In the soul crystal ring, he saw a 4th grade top-level shuttle-shaped flying boat. Shuttle-shaped flying boats are rare in the world of immortality. The flying boats commonly used in the world of immortality are all shaped like ships. Li Shiming asked the phantom clone to cancel the master recognition mark in the 4th grade top shuttle flying boat. And then, he re-entered a master recognition mark. Dushu Shuttle is the name of the 4th grade top shuttle type flying boat. The reason why it is designed as a shuttle type is to facilitate its travel in the sea. What's special about it is that when it enters the seawater, it will blend into the seawater, as long as it is not directly scanned by the spiritual consciousness of the peak monk. It cannot be found hidden in the seawater. Its effect of flying in the sky is not much different from other top-level 4th grade flying boats. It has the speed and defense it should have. This is a good thing! Even Li Shiming, who has seen many top-grade 4th grade flying boats, and has many top-grade 4th grade flying boats in his hands, couldn't help but praise it after understanding the performance of the Void Crossing Shuttle. As long as the Dushu Shuttle enters the sea, it is almost undetectable. Even if the peak monk uses spiritual scanning, the range of the spiritual scan in the sea is limited. As long as the Void Crossing Shuttle is deployed quickly, it is very easy to escape the tracking of the peak monk. Thinking about the great monk Huaying, he didn't even have time to use his life-saving means, let alone the opportunity to use the Void Crossing Shuttle. Li Shiming handed the Void Crossing Shuttle to the phantom clone. Recently, the phantom clone needed to deal with external affairs. After that, when the clone Li Yuanba comes out of seclusion, he will give the Crossing Void Shuttle to Li Yuanba for use. He himself doesn't need it. He has many life-saving means, especially the teleportation ring that restores space energy. This is his most powerful life-saving means. From the soul crystal ring of the great monk Huaying, I then found some top-grade 4th grade living utensils. It seems that this is also a monk who likes to enjoy himself. When Li Shiming checked the soul crystal ring, he found a special jade slip. The reason why this jade slip is special is because its shape is different from ordinary jade slips. Ordinary jade slips are made of one cylindrical jade, but this jade slip is made of 2 cylindrical jade. The 2 cylindrical spiritual jade both showed a dark golden light, and they looked like the top jade slips at a glance. Seeing this special jade slip, Li Shiming's heart moved slightly, and he thought of a possibility. He took out the jade slips, entered them with his spiritual consciousness, and found that inside the 2 jade slips on the left and right, there were 2 techniques he guessed, namely the Ningxuang Divine Script and On Tianjin Scroll. But where the 2 jade slips intersect, there is another skill called Jing Ning Forbidden Code. Z15 as his consciousness scanned the 3 exercises in the jade slips. All the contents of the 3 exercises were recorded in Z15's database. Li Shiming used Z15 to check the 3 skills. The contents of the 3 skills were immediately memorized by him, and the analysis that Z15 had made on the 3 skills was also accepted by him. The 2 techniques, Ningxuang Divine Book and On Tianjin Scroll, are both inherited techniques. They contain a large number of training summaries of senior monks, and almost the entire training process has detailed reference. As long as any monk obtains this inherited technique, he can successfully practice the 2 techniques in the safest way. The only thing that affects a monk's cultivation progress is the monk's own qualifications and talents. This is why superpowers will carefully select core monks to receive the most complete inheritance, because the selected core monks are talented enough to ensure that the resources invested by the superpower will not be wasted to the greatest extent. As for the Jingning Forbidden Code, it is a water-based technique. Through its internal analysis, Li Shiming judged that the upper limit of this technique is extremely high. It has a certain bonus effect on the promotion to the peak monk. Even if you are promoted to a half step to the great power, this technique still has a lot of advantages. It can be cultivated to the point of ascension, and its quality is almost the same as that of the Art of Heaven and Man. It's really hard to tell which one is stronger, and which is weaker between the Qing Ning Forbidden Code and the Heavenly Art. The training requirements of the Qing Ning Forbidden Code are relatively low. As long as you are a water-type monk,
You can practice it. The heavenly art requires monks with 5-element talents, and they can only practice it after they have mastered the 5-element magical power. Although the heavenly man art is more powerful. If he had obtained the Jingning Forbidden Code first, he would have chosen the Jingning Forbidden Code first instead of the heavenly man art. He still remembers how many risks he took for the 5-element magical power of heaven and man art. There were too many surprises in the process of practicing the 5 elements magical power. If he hadn't been lucky enough, he might never have been able to practice the art of heaven and man. This kind of technique can only be used as a reference. Li Shiming looked at the Jingning Forbidden Code with some regret and said, Jingning Forbidden Code is an inherited skill. This skill comes from a large sect in ancient times. For some reason, this skill was divided into 2 and scattered. In the content of Jingning Forbidden Code, there are still some cultivation experiences of seniors, which makes the cultivation of this top skill not as difficult as celestial art. Li Shiming sent a phantom clone to participate in the war between Wanfeng Palace, Guiyuan sect and Bitao sect. It ended with the phantom clone raiding the great monk Huaying and capturing the great monk Ishu. It did not cause much surprise that Li Shiming was able to defeat the 2 peak monks, although only phantom clones were sent this time. The news from Guiyuan sect was that Li Shiming had sent out a powerful spiritual pet and 4 late-stage golden corpses. Li Shiming's strength has long been recognized by many forces, and this achievement is just one more aura among his many. In fact, his light was eclipsed by what happened next, and the world of immortality was attracted by what happened next. The Guiyuan sect did not end its attack on the Bitao sect, and subsequently sent more great monks, and united with many allies to block the resources of the Bitao sect. Even the Guiyuan sect began to encroach on the Bitao Islands, with the intention of killing all the Bitao sect. All the superpowers in the world of immortality are not fools. How could they not know what the Guiyuan sect had discovered and put pressure on the Bitao sect? Just because Bitao sect has a powerful being, no matter how weak Bitao sect is, they cannot let Bitao sect perish. When approaching the gate of Bitao sect, they may be attacked by powerful forces at any time. Therefore, the Guiyuan sect's encroachment on Bitao Islands can only occupy the periphery of Bitao Islands at most. What Guiyuan sect did was to express its attitude to Bitao sect and let Bitao sect negotiate with Guiyuan sect. Within Bitao sect, there are monks who have taken over the power, and they have the support of powerful people. It's funny to say that the new monk in power of the superpower Bitao sect is only a monk at the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. It's not that there are no great monks in Bitao sect. They still have 2 great monks. Some of the great monks killed by Li Shiming were helpers invited by Bitao sect, and they were not entirely the great monks of Bitao sect. Of course, the 2 great monks of Bitao sect are both great monks who are approaching the end of their lifespan, and it is impossible for them to come forward to take over power. The mid-nascent soul monk who took over the power of Bitao sect was named Sha. He was not in the mood to negotiate with Guiyuan sect at the moment, but needed to find the great monk Huaying. The soul lamp belonging to the great monk Huaying in Bitao sect is still on, which means that at least the nascent soul of the great monk Huaying still exists. Chapter 920 Ease. As for Sha, the newly empowered monk, did not negotiate with Guiyuan sect, but instead prioritized finding the great monk Huaying. This was also helpless. The request put forward by Guiyuan sect is the Jingning Forbidden Code. But this Jingning Forbidden Code, which combines Ningxuang Divine Book and Han Tianjin Scroll, is not stored in Bitao sect. As the only peak monk of Bitao sect, senior monk Huaying chose to study the Jingning Forbidden Code first after obtaining the Jingning Forbidden Code. This is his power. In addition, the great monk Yishao has joined the Bitao sect and has a lot of power. Due to some special psychology, he does not want the great monk Yishao to see the Jingning Forbidden Code. The great monk Huaying, who was originally a top monk, is extremely safe to have the Jingning Forbidden Code on his body. In addition to being a powerful person in the world of immortality, a top monk has the strongest combat power. But who would have thought that Li Shiming just sent out a phantom clone and defeated the great monk Huaying? The battle process was not witnessed by the monks of the Bitao sect. The monks of the Bitao sect, who were below the level of the great monks, were frightened by the fighting aura of the peak monks, and could not observe the battlefield at all. The 6 great monks, who were able to observe the battle, were also killed by the later golden corpses. Since the soul lamp belonging to the great monk Huaying in the Bitao sect was still on, this made Sha think that the nascent soul of the great monk Huaying had escaped. Sha also knew that as long as the nascent soul of the great monk Huaying was still alive,
The soul crystal ring in his body could not be obtained by other monks. So the Jingning Forbidden Code stored in the soul crystal ring would naturally still be in the great monk Huaying, in the monk's hands. Li Shiming also did not expect that out of the idea of experimentation. He stripped the consciousness of the yuaning of the great monk Huaying, but it caused unexpected effects. The Bitao sect did not suspect that he had obtained the Jingning Forbidden Code, but instead focused their attention on Yuaning, the great monk of Huaying who was unknown where he was. If the Bitao sect really knew that the Jingning Forbidden Code was in Li Shiming's hands, Li Shiming would still be in a lot of trouble. The Bitao sect will definitely inform the Guiyuan sect of this matter. And then the Bitao sect and the Guiyuan sect will plot against Li Shiming for the Jingning Forbidden Code. Even if Li Shiming is powerful, and there are 2 more superpowers plotting, there will inevitably be trouble. Because Bitao sect's reaction was beyond Guiyuan sect's expectations. The great monk Jiang Hao of Guiyuan sect was in a difficult situation. He did not want to encroach on the Bitao sect's territory. This place was in the ocean. If the Guiyuan sect wanted to occupy this place, it would need to send a large number of monks to guard it. This place is very far away from Guiyuan sect. If we really want to occupy the Bitao Islands, just facing the spiritual beasts in the sea will be an extremely headache. He has made it this far, but he can't just stop like this. The price he has paid is not small. If he really wants to stop, even the sect will not be able to explain the past. Shah of Bitao sect was also very sad. With the blockade of resources, the reduction of territory, and the lack of combat power of the great monks in the sect, the people in the sect were distracted. If Guiyuan sect continues like this, the monks in the sect will not be able to do anything. Easy to manage. The 2 sides faced off like this for several months. In the end, it was the negotiation between the 2 sides at the powerful level that ended the confrontation between the 2 superpowers. The Guiyuan sect returned to Zhongzhou continent, and the Bitao sect also recovered its lost territory. Guiyuan sect sent several great monks to cooperate with Bitao sect to search for traces of the great monk Yuaning of Huaying, and their intelligence network was fully opened. They speculated that the great monk Huaying was hiding at this time, using his spare body to rebuild. In this case, the chance of finding the great monk Huaying was not high. The vast majority of nascent soul monks will prepare a spare physical body for themselves, and the location of the spare body is a secret that belongs only to the nascent soul monk himself. Some nascent soul monks trust the sect and will place their spare bodies in the sect. But most nascent soul monks still choose to hide their spare bodies in a place that only the nascent soul monks themselves know. Amid various speculations, the great monk Huaying and the Jingning Forbidden Code have slowly become legends. Only Bitao sect and Guiyuan sect still pay attention to it. And the intelligence departments of the 2 superpowers have been working hard. Outside the gate of 10,000 Beast sect, Brother Hu came out to greet him again. This time Shah from Bitao sect came. As a monk whose cultivation was only in the middle stage of nascent soul, he shouldn't have had such a welcome ceremony. But Shah is coming on behalf of the Bitao sect this time. And the 10,000 Beasts sect must make a welcome ceremony suitable for entertaining superpowers. Even though the Bitao sect is now greatly damaged in strength, it still has great power, and it will only be a matter of time before it regains its strength. Shah has met Senior Hu. Shah showed enough respect after meeting Brother Hu. He did not underestimate Brother Hu at all, because he was a superpower. Brother Hu was Li Shiming's master. This status was enough for Brother Hu to be on an equal footing with any other great monk. He would not look down on Brother Hu because he was born among all beasts. Such a large sect is looked down upon. Fellow Taoist Shur. Please call me Fellow Taoist Hu. Let's treat each other as equals. Brother Hu did not accept this title from Shah and said with a smile, Shah came to visit as a representative of the Bitao sect. Shah himself could be humble, but Brother Hu could not really accept it. Otherwise, others would say he looked down on the Bitao sect. Then I'd rather be respectful than obey. Fellow Taoist Hu. May I ask if Fellow Taoist Li is free? Shah asked, changing his title. Brother Hu was not surprised at all that Shah wanted to see Li Shiming. The only reason the 10,000 Beasts sect deserved a formal visit from a superpower like the Bitao sect was Li Shiming. It has been arranged for you, and he happens to be free, Brother Hu said with a smile and an invitation gesture. Shah breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that there was hope for completing this mission. Although Li Shiming is a monk of the 10,000 Beasts sect, Li Shiming is not the same as the 10,000 Beasts sect. The 10,000 Beasts sect relied on Li Shiming's reputation to occupy the eastern Qi continent and became a large sect second only to the superpower. Even if Li Shiming leaves the 10,000 Beasts sect, He is still the one with unparalleled alchemy ability, and the strongest combat power among the peak monks. Sure Sha couldn't guarantee that Li Shiming would meet him, as he had fought against Li Shiming before. But he had to come. And Li Shiming stopped cooperating with Bitao's sect. Bitao's sect was in the stage of recovering its strength, and urgently needed Li Shiming's help in alchemy. When Sure Sha saw Li Shiming, he only saw a phantom clone, and did not see Li Shiming's true body. The meeting place was not Li Shiming's cave, but a hospitality hall of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Sure Sha pays homage to Senior Li, even though there was only a phantom clone in front of him. Sure Sha still maintained great respect. He took the initiative to bow. Okay, and said with a monk salute, "Fellow Taoist Sure, please take a seat. Please forgive my rudeness. The main body is comprehending the technique, so I can only let the clone come over." The phantom clone bowed slightly, and returned the salute and explained, "I took the liberty of visiting." When Sure Sha heard the explanation, whether it was true or not, it was Li Shiming's attitude. So he took advantage of the donkey path down the slope. If Sure Sha could see the mountain peak where Li Shiming's cave is located, he would see Li Shiming and Yin Shuolan talking and laughing in the pavilion on the top of the mountain. And there was nothing about comprehending the skills. You can't blame Li Shiming for being lazy. But he didn't ask Bitao's sect for anything at all. Instead, Bitao's sect asked for him. One side has no desires and desires, but the other side has intentions. Li Shiming, who has no desires and desires, can treat Sure Sha as he wants. There was some misunderstanding between Bitao's sect and Senior Li. I should have come to visit earlier to explain the situation, but due to something happening in the sect, it has been delayed until now. Sure Sha first presented the spiritual tea spirit fruit to the Wancho sect. The monk nodded, and then said to Li Shiming, "The spiritual tea served to Sure Sha was not fried by Li Shiming, but just an ordinary 4th grade spiritual tea." Sure Sha didn't pay attention to this small detail. He knew very well that if he hadn't been a representative of Bitao's sect, he wouldn't be qualified to meet the phantom clone. How many great monks in the world of immortality want to meet Li Shiming? But the great monks who come can only see the monks from the 10,000 Beasts sect who handle Li Shiming's affairs. Not even the phantom clone. Besides, the 4th grade spiritual tea and 4th grade spiritual fruit are also the implementation standards of normal sects. In today's world of immortality, the preciousness and rarity of the 4th grade Lingcha brewed by Li Shiming himself have caused the value of the 4th grade Lingcha to increase by 10 times. The reason why Sure Sha waited until now to come to the 10,000 Beasts sect was because the Guiyuan sect had been forcing the Bitao sect before. After settling the matter with the Guiyuan sect, he immediately came to the 10,000 Beasts sect. "Senior Li, this is a gift that my ancestor asked me to send. I hope it can explain the misunderstanding with Senior Li," Sure Sha continued. He took out a jade box and placed it in front of the phantom clone. The ancestor he mentioned greatly increased the value of the jade box. The phantom clone was not polite. Reached out and opened the jade box, and found a jade bracelet inside, consisting of 12 jade tablets, each of which was made of top-grade 4th grade spiritual jade. This is not the preciousness of this bracelet. The real value of this bracelet is that the 12 jade tablets are all life-saving jade talismans made by powerful people. Yes, this bracelet is made of the 12-sided life-preserving jade bracelet of great power. It is enough to be used 12 times. It is probably only a great power who has such a handwriting. The phantom clone checked and found that all 12 powerful life-saving jade talismans were solidified high-energy water escape. If this thing is used in a place with water, even if Li Shiming has magical feet, he may not be able to stop it. "Please give my regards to your ancestor. I like this gift very much. As for the previous matter about Yishao, now that Yishao has fallen, the matter is over, and I will not involve other monks anymore." The phantom clone smiled. He put away the jade box and said, Sure Sha secretly thought, if the ancestor hadn't come forward and given this gift, how could Li Shiming be so easy to talk to? "In that case, our sect will have a batch of great monk elixirs in a few days, and we would like to ask our seniors to help refine them." Seeing Li Shiming's change of tone, Sure Sha immediately followed. "That's no problem. I haven't been too busy lately." The phantom clone nodded and agreed. The matter was settled, and the big stone weighing on Sure Sha's heart finally fell. He was also ready to ask about the great monk Huaying, but he thought about it and did not ask. He didn't want the originally harmonious meeting to become tense because of Huaying's senior monk, or even make Li Shiming angry, which would change the purpose that had been achieved. Sure Sha did not stay any longer. He also knew that there was a big gap in status between himself and Li Shiming. The gap in realm alone meant that there was no common language between the two. He said goodbye, and the phantom clone stood up and sent him out of the hall. In the pavilion, Yin Shuoan looked at the approaching phantom clone, and then glanced at Li Shiming beside her.
Shiming, nothing happened?
She knew that a representative monk from the Bitao sect came to visit today, but Li Shiming only sent a phantom clone, which made her a little worried. Li Shiming participated in the war with Bitao sect before. If he angers Bitao sect again this time, it will bring trouble to Li Shiming.
It's no trouble. Bitao sect is here to seek peace.
Li Shiming knew her worries and explained with a smile. At this time, the phantom clone sent the jade box over, and Li Shiming took the jade box and pushed it in front of Yin Shuoan.
This bracelet is for you. Wear it in your hand, and you can activate it at any time.
Li Shiming introduced Yin Shuoan. The biggest advantage of this life-saving bracelet is that as a bracelet, it only takes a thought to activate it when worn in the hand. Unlike ordinary life-saving jade talismans, which need to be taken out from space items. In many cases, this little delay is the difference between life and death.
Shiming, you should wear this life-saving thing yourself. You are in more danger than me.
Yin Shuoan did not take the life-saving bracelet. After seeing the function of the life-saving bracelet, she said to Li Shiming. Yin Shuoan knew Li Shiming's ability to cause trouble, and he was forced to flee by a powerful man last time. Even though Li Shiming was in another place, he was not honest. In a short period of time, he offended a powerful enemy and was hunted down again. Although Li Shiming did not elaborate in detail when recounting this past, Yin Shuoan still heard some things from his words. In her opinion, Li Shiming is the one who needs the life-saving bracelet with 12 chances to save his life the most.
Lord, I have magical feet, and can use the same life-saving abilities as this life-preserving bracelet at any time. You don't need to worry about my safety. Although I gave you 2 life-preserving jade talismans before, this life-preserving bracelet is more convenient.
Even if you don't worry about me, you still have to put on the life-saving bracelet,
Li Shiming said as he took the life-saving bracelet and put it on Yin Shuoan. Yin Shuoan did not refuse this time. She could feel Li Shiming's heart. Li Shiming was thinking in his heart that the reconciliation between Guiyuan sect and Bitao sect was actually a helpless decision. His strength cannot compete with a superpower. If he has the strength to compete with a superpower, he will not compromise easily. The monks from Guiyuan sect and Bitao sect wanted to kidnap Yin Shuoan. This triggered his reverse scale. Unfortunately, all he could do was to get rid of the monks related to the 2 superpowers. He could not bring the 2 superpowers to justice. Pay a greater price.